You've died, Theo Ragnar. Your special trait has been activated, returning to the regression point. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out, leaving the dazed teenage boy staring blankly at the scene in front of him, completely clueless about what the hell was going on. Just a few seconds ago, this teenage boy had been forced to watch his entire clan get wiped out right in front of his eyes. Along with the mother he respected more than anyone else turning into a cold, lifeless corpse. And right after that, he himself had followed the others into death. But when he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself face to face with the enemy who had murdered his mother. And the very first mission he was given was to smash his fist straight into the face of this damn old bastard, though all of this had to be talked about from a time before. Inside a magnificent and grand castle, unlike its usual appearance, today it was engulfed in blood and flames, with screams and cries of agony echoing everywhere. All of this was caused by a group of masked intruders who stormed into the castle and slaughtered everyone inside. In some corner of the garden, a long-haired teenage boy was struggling desperately to fend off attacks from an assassin dressed in black. This was the Ragnar clan, a ducal family that had guarded the empire at the northernmost edge of the continent. The reason the Ragnar clan had stood firm like an unbreakable wall in the north for over 1,000 years was thanks to a special physique, said to be inherited from dragon blood. Everyone bearing the Ragnar bloodline was born with extraordinary magical power, incredible endurance, and superior swordsmanship talent. Everyone except this guy right here. At the moment, he had just taken a direct hit from the enemy that sliced right through his stomach, blood gushing out everywhere. After that, Theo himself couldn't hold his body up anymore and dropped to his knees right in front of the enemy. Seeing this, the cloaked figure spoke up. Even at this point, you still haven't learned anything. There are things no matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to do. People call that incompetence. You didn't inherit any talent, even though you carry the Ragnar bloodline. If it were me, I'd be furious too, young Master Theo. As he spoke, he began pulling down his face mask to reveal a very familiar face, making the protagonist's eyes widen in shock. Rendon, why the hell is it you? Theo asked in astonishment. And seemingly showing a bit of pity for the guy about to meet his maker, the old bastard Rendon didn't finish him off right away but calmly explained. You see, every morning watching you train non-stop even though you have no talent is truly a pathetic sight. Especially when all that hard work doesn't lead you anywhere. The idiot of the Ragnar house, that title really suits you. You should just run away, you useless piece of trash. The idiot of the Ragnar house, that title really suits you. You should just run away, you useless piece of trash. And of course, hearing those words, Theo clenched his teeth hard. He stabbed his sword into the ground to support himself as he stood up and questioned, Rendon, you approached me pretending to be my sword instructor and taught me all those useless sword techniques, just to drive me out of the Rose Palace, you bastard. The words had barely left his mouth when Rendon suddenly swung his sword and sliced clean through Theo's left arm, sending it flying up into the air, and the pain of having his arm severed made him scream in agony like his whole house was burning down. Seeing that, Rendon swung his sword once more to flick the blood off the blade, then sighed and said, Are you blaming me? All of this is happening because of you, why can't you understand? As he spoke, he grabbed Theo's hair tightly and yanked his face upward, forcing him to witness the sea of flames right in front of him. Look, why is the Rose Palace burning? Why are the members of your clan dying? Why has your mother become a soulless cold corpse? Over here, another cloaked figure who knew exactly what to do dragged the body of some noble lady and tossed it down in front of Theo like a sack of garbage, so he could see it clearly. Then the old bastard Rendon delivered his verdict. All of this is because you're the idiot of the Ragnar clan. In a family ruled by strength, you're the weakest one. Rendon's voice and expression were dripping with mockery. Over here, the protagonist's rage had reached its boiling point, and right after that he struggled to his feet, snatched a sword from somewhere and turned to charge at the old man in a blood frenzy. But before he could even carry out that intention, a sword flew in from the distance, piercing straight through Theo's chest, sending his body flying backward. You're talking too much, just finish it already, the cold superior ordered. And beside him, the old dog Rendon immediately put on a servile expression the moment he saw the man appear and said, My lord, you've arrived. What an honor. Paying them no mind, back to Theo, the fatal stab from that sword had started clouding his consciousness. After recalling a few memories, he finally realized this place is finally over. Over? Everything's over, huh? I couldn't protect anyone. I couldn't do anything. Everything's been reduced to ashes. Is this really the end? Talent? If only I had talent too, would things have turned out differently? He thought regretfully in his heart before his consciousness completely sank into darkness. But right after that, a mechanical voice suddenly rang inside his head. Death confirmed. Theo Ragnar, trait activated, returning to the regression point. The voice had just finished. Our protagonist suddenly found himself holding a sword and standing right in front of that bastard Rendon again. Though the scene was a bit different. You look quite tired, young master. All right then, today's lesson ends here, the old man said calmly. Meanwhile, Theo's face was still completely blank, totally lost about what was happening. Seeing that Rendon's tone carried a hint of complaint, where's your mind wandering off to? As for Theo, staring at the sword and the surroundings, he still couldn't piece together what just happened. What the hell, didn't I just die? I must be reliving my life or something. I can't believe the face I'm seeing in this flashback is that hateful bastard Rendon's. Even death is cruel right up to the very last moment, huh? He let out a sigh like he was lamenting his own fate, before suddenly, a blue screen appeared right in front of him that read, "First guidance mission, punch Rendon in the face." This screen popping up out of nowhere made our protagonist even more confused. What is this? Guidance mission to punch Rendon in the face. What the hell is going on? Do people normally get flashbacks like this when they die? I don't think he can see this. The kid thought to himself while glancing at the screen, then turned to observe Rendon's expression. And this weird behavior of his made the old man across from him feel puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" he asked curiously. Without answering, Theo straight up tossed the wooden training sword to the side. "I don't even know what's happening anymore. Maybe this is some gift from the gods giving me a chance to vent my anger before I go. Even if it's a dream, I'm still gonna beat the crap out of him." With that thought, he didn't hesitate anymore and swung his fist, smashing it straight into the face of the person he hated most. But that punch of his was so weak it didn't even make the old man's body flinch. Rendon just stared at Theo with a baffled look, wondering what kind of madness this young master was throwing now. Smashing it straight into the face of the person he hated most, but that punch of his was so weak it didn't even make the old man's body flinch. Rendon just stared at Theo with a baffled look, wondering what kind of madness this young master was throwing now. Before he could even finish the thought, old man Rendon swung his sword and sent him flying like a duck, getting smacked away. "I thought the lesson was already over," the old man frowned and asked. And the pain from that hit helps Theo feel it more clearly. "What the hell is this? I can actually feel pain in a dream," he asked himself. As for Rendon, just looking at Theo's dumbfounded face made him sigh. I understand your disappointment with the awakening ceremony coming up soon, and you still haven't improved despite trying so hard. But I can't forgive a student who dares to rebel against his own teacher, and since you're from the Ragnar clan, you should use a sword, not your fists. I'll see you at the next lesson." With that, he turned and walked off, leaving Theo behind with a head full of questions. "Wait, what the hell is this awakening ceremony?" Theo muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the trainee kids around them, seeing his pathetic state, didn't even bother hiding their snickers. That idiot. Why does he keep disappointing his teacher like that? Is this guy really from the Ragnar clan? He's way too pathetic even compared to some illegitimate child. That's all he can manage even after putting in so much effort. What a disappointment. Mocking voices started ringing out one after another. However, our protagonist didn't pay any attention to those words, because right now he still couldn't tell whether this was a dream or reality. "I don't believe it. The pain I'm feeling right now is so clear, this real sensation. This isn't a flashback, it's real. The awakening ceremony is 2 years from now. That means I've gone back to the past. How is something like this even possible?" Theo thought in shock. But before he could find an answer for himself, the notification screen popped up again, grabbing his attention. "Congratulations, you have completed the first guidance mission. Reward activated, Ragnar's talent. Would you like to accept the reward now, yes or no?" Over here, even though he still had no clue what was going on, looking at the notification, it seemed to be something good. So Theo instinctively reached out and pressed accept. "You have received the reward. All of your stats will increase rapidly, beginning the next mission." At that moment, a burst of light suddenly erupted from Theo's chest, leaving him completely stunned. "What the hell is happening?" Theo screamed inside his head. Time flew by quickly, cutting to a luxurious room inside the Rose Palace, where old man Rendon was also present, talking to someone about Theo's condition. "To be honest, I've never seen anyone as useless as him. But that's exactly why I'm here. This true teacher Rendon will teach the boy everything he possibly can. I'll make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony 5 months from now. At least that's the plan," the old man said with a bright smile. "If it weren't for knowing in advance all the crap this bastard pulls in the future, pretty much anyone would fall for that friendly grin, hook, line, and sinker." Across from him, a beautiful lady pulled out a fat pouch of money as a thank you gift for the old man's efforts. She was none other than Cecilia, the mistress of the Rose Palace. "That's right, I'll leave the boy in your hands, Rendon. Please take good care of him a little more," she said while handing over the bulging pouch, and the old dog Rendon didn't hesitate to snatch it right up. "Of course, I plan to train him day and night, so madam, please don't worry." "I'm not worried, I trust Theo completely," Cecilia said confidently. Who knows where this naive woman got all that confidence in her useless son from. After that, once he'd sucked up the money, Rendon just strolled off casually. While walking down the hallway, he smirked to himself. "Cecilia, you'll end up worrying all right even if I don't teach him properly. The truth is the kid is completely worthless. Like mother, like son, yeah, that bloodline's going nowhere. Look at this jackpot," he muttered while starting to check the pouch of coins again. And after seeing the glittering gold coins inside, Rendon grinned so wide he could barely close his mouth. A hefty reward plus the title of instructor instructor to the main line of the Ragnar clan. As a bonus for leaking info about Theo and messing with his development, that person will secure their own future, just like how the idiot of the Ragnar house is basically my benefactor. The more he thought about it, the more disgusting his expression became, until he got snapped out of it by the sound of hurried footsteps coming from Theo. Right after that, the boy dashed right past Rendon without even bothering to greet him, making the old man's face twist in obvious irritation. That real failure, huh? Back to Theo, the kid was hauling ass, running like crazy like that, all for the sake of seeing his mother, the one who had died in his previous life. Mother, Theo shouted loudly, catching Cecilia's attention up ahead. She turned and asked, "My son, you must be tired from today's training." Her words weren't even finished when our protagonist rushed forward and hugged her tightly, leaving the lady a bit flustered. "My son, why are you?" "I'm really back," he thought to himself. Back to 10 years in the past. Theo's eyes welled up with tears as the realization hit him. Then, after calming down a little, Theo looked straight into his mother's eyes and made a promise to himself. "I have to change the future. Right now, I'm still weak, I have nothing in my hands, but if that mysterious notification window is real, then I can become stronger, strong enough to stand firm in that damn throne struggle, and strong enough to take revenge on Rendon." Second guidance mission: train your body to its limit, no more than 100%. Time flew by, quickly cutting to the training grounds. At this moment, our protagonist was pushing himself hard, running laps to burn through his stamina and complete that mission. "I really want to get revenge on Rendon right this second, but with this weak body. Right now, I can't do it. I need to focus on getting stronger first. The intelligence agency I joined in my previous life, Black Tongue, I got demoted to the info-gathering squad because I lacked skills, but I never imagined I'd end up using the information I collected in this way. The drug that makes the body overwhelmingly strong, the Blood Sword Emperor's Elixir, and its true value will be revealed in the secret manual. And most importantly, the brutal training I gave up on because I lacked talent. All of it can happen now because I have the Ragnar talent. That notification window is real," Theo thought excitedly in his heart, and he kept running non-stop without feeling tired at all. Current progress: body training to limit 27-100%. Around him, the other trainees saw Theo charging ahead like a mad bull, running lap after lap without rest, and started whispering to each other, "How many laps has he done without stopping? Is he really that fit?" Oblivious to their thoughts, our protagonist finished running, then switched to sword practice. "I'll run more than I ever did before, and swing my sword more times than ever before, so that I can truly become strong." Current progress: 65-100%. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, at night, in the training yard, Theo's figure was still swinging his sword like a madman in the area. Not far away, a pink-haired girl sat smoking while boredly watching Theo. This was Evelyn Nereville, the manager of training ground number 4. "The kid's been training without sleep for days now, huh? The idiot of the Ragnar clan. But is he really that talentless?" Evelyn wondered to herself as she witnessed Theo's insane efforts. Back to the protagonist. At this point, he was dog-tired. "I'm gonna die." Current progress: 97-100%. "But I have to train my body to its limit," he screamed at himself. Last night, he'd hit 90 out of 100%, but the moment the kid sat down to rest for just a second, that 90 automatically dropped back to 89, which freaked him out. He didn't dare rest even one more second. "I never thought the percentage would drop just from resting a little. Now I can't stop until it's done." With that insane determination, our protagonist gritted his teeth and kept swinging his sword relentlessly. "I'm almost there. Just a little more, until I can't even breathe anymore," Theo thought as he started sprinting circles around the training yard at his absolute maximum speed, until the progress bar finally hit 100%. "Congratulations, you have completed the second guidance mission. You have received Dragon Heart as a reward. Additional reward for speedy completion: you have received 10 years of magic from your previous life. Would you like to receive your rewards now?" Back to Theo. Even though he was gasping for air when he saw the system's prompt, his trembling finger reached forward and pressed yes. And right after doing that, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, blowing away the dust around him. And Evelyn, from a distance, witnessed the whole thing. Who knows how much time passed, but Theo eventually woke up again after passing out, and found himself in an unfamiliar room. "This is," he muttered in confusion. Hearing his voice, Evelyn, with her usual cigarette, stepped in to explain, "Don't worry, this is the rest room for training ground 4. Even a Ragnar can collapse if you push yourself that hard." "Evelyn, right?" Theo asked cautiously. "Over here." Evelyn nodded. "Yeah, you remember me. I'm the manager of training ground 4, Evelyn Nereville. You passed out while training alone this morning, so I brought you here." Hearing that, he replied, "I see, thank you." Turning to Evelyn, she then handed him a glass of water to cool down, while adding, "But young master, you know that in the Ragnar clan, opening your mana core before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right?" "Of course," Theo shrugged and answered. Still not sure what Evelyn was getting at. Seeing his innocent look, she went straight to the point. "So you also know what happens if you break that rule?" Hearing this, Theo's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" She emphasized, "Right before you lost consciousness, there was a wave of mana that matched opening the mana core. Did you already open your mana core or something?" "Young master Theo Ragnar," she said while staring wide-eyed at him, making the guy eye go blank. What are you talking about? If I'd opened my mana core, I wouldn't even be alive right now, Theo wondered to himself, before he recalled the mechanical system voice that rang out right before he blacked out. You have received the reward. Additional reward for speedy completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life. Thinking about it, Theo started piecing things together. It's the dragon heart. Speaking of the dragon heart, it's a mana reservoir that can be placed inside a dragon's heart. Placing the mana reservoir in the heart makes it work way more efficiently, but humans who aren't dragons have to put it in their lower abdomen, because the human heart can't handle the mana reservoir. That's why every warrior in the Ragnar clan dreams of getting a dragon heart. It's the easy path to overwhelming strength. However, humans have never been able to break through their own limits. But now the dragon heart belongs to me. What an insane mission, reward, Theo thought joyfully, before he felt the cold stare and icy atmosphere coming from the girl in front of him, snapping him back to reality. But thanks to that, I'm now stuck in a really awkward situation. The great swordmaster Evelyn Nerevel, she retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground 4. But she used to be the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Her skills were so outstanding that even the demon dragons of the White Armored Dragon Knights admired her, and more than that, she's famous for being extremely principled. She doesn't care about status or power, and she can't stand lies or cowardice at all. There was a time when I was too stubborn, and she gave up being my direct master. In other words, if she finds out about the dragon heart mana reservoir in me, I could get executed on the spot. However, what if she doesn't find out? I can turn this around. Thinking that with 10 years of street smart experience from the outside world, Theo started figuring out how to handle the situation. At that moment, he spoke up, "Can you handle it?" Responding to Evelyn's questioning attitude, Theo's face turned serious as he said, "Are you threatening me just because of your momentary emotion? Are you willing to take responsibility? I am also a descendant of the Ragnar clan. If it's discovered that your suspicion is baseless, this could be seen as insulting the Ragnar clan." Across from him, Evelyn nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, that's the rule." "So do you know what the punishment is for insulting a Ragnar descendant?" Theo asked while staring her down. "Execution," Evelyn answered. Hearing that Theo kept pushing his advantage, "Good, you know it, then why don't you just check it yourself?" he said with an extremely challenging and confident attitude. And the vibe he was giving off made Evelyn feel something strange. What kind of feeling is this? What kind of person is this kid? But that was definitely Mana Waves, thinking that Evelyn didn't hesitate at all and accepted the proposal right away, even if he has Ragnar blood. The law is still the law. As she spoke, she reached her hand forward, lightly touching Theo's abdomen while using her own mana to probe. But right after that, her face changed color. When the check finished, "Wait, there's no mana core. Was I wrong?" "No way." The more she thought, the paler Evelyn's face became, because according to the rule she mentioned, she might be done for. And of course that flustered look couldn't escape Theo's eyes. "So what? Nothing, right? Please execute me. I was wrong. I'll pay with my life," Evelyn said while dropping to one knee, which made Theo secretly smug, and he also knew why she couldn't detect it. How could she? The dragon heart is very different from a normal mana core. The existence of the mana reservoir in the dragon heart can be controlled by the user. In other words, I can hide the mana at will. And the fact that a human can have a dragon heart only gets discovered years later. How could she possibly guess it? Thinking that in the midst of Evelyn's anxious waiting, Theo just gently patted her shoulder and said, "No need. You were just doing your job, right? Not many people dare to risk their lives like that." Getting to this point, Theo already had his plan. Evelyn is one of the strongest. Making her owe me will benefit me more. Plus, the reason opening a mana core is restricted before the ceremony is because of the worry that the mana reservoir might overflow. You worrying about me, the bastard child of the Ragnar clan, overflowing my mana core makes me really happy. Thank you for looking out for me, Evelyn. With that, Theo turned and walked away directly, leaving Evelyn behind with a ton of questions. A dragon heart and 10 years of magic power from my previous life. This life I'm unbeatable, Theo thought silently to himself. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, old man Rendon was still continuing his usual process of teaching Theo. "Crap, no, that's not it. You need to swing the sword a bit more to the right." "How many times do I have to tell you?" Back to Theo. Rendon's words were really getting on his last nerve. "I'm getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is seriously tough. That damn bastard Rendon. He's secretly teaching me weird sword techniques. There must be someone behind the scenes directing this Rendon. The one who killed me, I have to find out who it is." Suddenly an idea popped into Theo's mind. Then he unconsciously broke into a smile. "That's right, Rendon, young master. No talking during practice," he reminded sternly. And in response to that, Theo widened his eyes and snapped his wooden sword in half. "I don't understand what you're teaching at all. It's all garbage. How can someone at your level even become a mid-tier swordsman on on the other hand, the mission Rendon received is definitely to pretend to be my instructor while monitoring me. Then I'll get him fired. I feel like you'd even struggle against low-level magic beasts. What did you just say? The old man gritted his teeth audibly while veins bulged on his face. Seeing that Theo stepped forward, "Are you deaf?" staring straight into his eyes and repeating, "Are you deaf? Your skills are a pile of stinking trash." At that point, the old man exploded in rage. Young Master Theo, calculating silently, if something happens, Rendon will definitely have to contact the puppet master behind him. Cutting to the Camellia Palace. At this moment, inside some kind of bar-like area, a trainee suddenly burst in excitedly. "Axion, have you heard? The Ragnar bastard is going to have a duel with my teacher next week. Seems he blamed the teacher for his own uselessness. After that fight, he'll be crippled for sure," the kid said gleefully. And to reward him for rushing in with the timely news, a flying plate smashed straight into the young man's face at insane speed, sending him flying backward. "So what if a bastard gets crippled? What does that have to do with me?" Axion said irritably. He was the Black Tiger Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Beside him, a gentle-faced boy with white hair was also one of the 4 hounds of the north, the Silver Tiger Remington Nurcio. At the same time, outside, probably hearing the noise, a blonde guy walked in and said he should have been crippled a long time ago. Being careless isn't good. This guy was one of the 9 heavenly dragons, the heavenly dragon Eid Troyven. As he entered, Remington bowed respectfully while Axion stayed seated calmly, turning to say, "I only fear those with real talent. You're worrying too much. Why bother with that bastard child?" In response, Eid's eyes flashed dangerously. With the Ragnar, even things that have never happened can come from the tiniest possibility. A single spark in the wind can turn into a blazing fire. Back to Axion. Actually, he thought this was pretty chill, but overall it was good. That instructor will handle this for us. Time flew by quickly. 1 week later, at training ground number 4 right now, the arena was packed with countless people gathered to watch this duel. Judging by their faces, they didn't think Theo had much chance of winning at all. Back to Theo at this moment, sweat was beading on his face. "Damn it. I only meant to humiliate him and get him fired. But things have gone way too far. Whatever, since it's come to this, I'll get my revenge on Rendon," Theo said, gripping his sword tightly. At the same time, his third mission was also to defeat this Rendon and claim victory. To explain this in more detail, let's go back to 1 week earlier when, after our protagonist Theo had trashed Rendon verbally, he declared the old man fired and told him to get lost out of his sight. And of course, the old man, who was making a sweet deal off this, wasn't about to give up such a juicy opportunity so right after hearing Theo say that he kicked up a huge fuss. "Young Master Theo, I don't accept. There's still plenty of time left in my contract." In response, Theo didn't bother explaining much to waste energy. "Then what does that mean? If I say you're fired, you're fired." Saying that he himself had to suppress his killing intent to keep from stabbing the old bastard a few times. "Thinking about my previous life, I want to deal with him right now, but I'm not confident enough in my abilities yet. First, I'll separate from him and dig up more info about him." Back to Rendon. Seeing Theo speak so decisively with zero room for negotiation, the old man's face wrinkled like an ancient tree. "No way. If I get fired like this, my mission fails. I have to convince him by any means." Thinking that for the sake of his rice bowl, Rendon swallowed his arrogant attitude and turned to beg, "Young Master, please wait. This violates the rules. If I report this to the court." Ignoring the dog barking behind him, Theo just kept walking forward until he received the third mission notification. Guidance mission 3rd, defeat Rendon and win. The sudden notification made Theo's marching steps pause for a beat. At the same time, Evelyn, who had been watching from the side, overheard everything and ran over, suggesting, "Then let's settle this the Ragnar clan way." "The Ragnar way?" Theo asked, puzzled. And she stated it plainly. "The strong decide by a sword duel. No need for court. We just follow the winner's opinion." "Heavens helping me," Rendon screamed internally and quickly agreed. "Great idea." Ignoring his words, Evelyn continued, "The duel will take place 1 week from now. Is that okay?" She smiled, while Theo's face turned pale as death. "Obviously not okay. I still can't beat Rendon in my current state," he thought, while glancing at Rendon's smug look like he'd already won, although that was pretty much true. Back to the present. Up in the stands, the trainees started gossiping about the Ragnar clan's trash. "From what I've heard, he can't even swing a sword properly," the gray-haired guy said. And the curly-haired kid next to him gave a disbelieving sneer. "Huh, no way, and he's still a Ragnar. If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that he's the crippled one of the Ragnar clan. How could he possibly beat a mid-tier swordsman?" The group shook their heads with zero faith in Theo. Down below, before the duel started, Rendon flashed a confident smile and advised, "Young Master, if you apologize right now, I can pretend this never happened. No need to risk your life over your pride." In response, Theo's eyes darkened. "I should have been the one saying that. If you don't want to become a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept reality." Theo replied coldly, and Rendon, seeing his kindness thrown back like that, laughed in fury. "Even now, you're still..." He gritted his teeth while plotting internally. "I thought I'd let it slide once because he was too pathetic, but no, I'll kill him and make it look like an accident. The outcome of the duel is obvious. Really, this way is even better." thinking that the old man shifted his expression slightly and said, "Then come at me first. As your teacher, I'll let you have the first strike." Hearing that Theo didn't hold back anymore, "Fine, I won't refuse." Then gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward to attack first. With that, the battle between the two officially began. And right after the sound of swords clashing rang out, everyone up in the stands widened their eyes. At the scene before them, how could this be? Look, that idiot's about to lose. He really doesn't know how to swing a sword. At this rate, he might die, the crowd exclaimed in shock, though rumors said Theo was trash. Seeing it with their own eyes, he was even worse than imagined. "What's wrong, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-tier swordsman. You look down on." Rendon taunted, while his sword never stopped swinging. This is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-tier swordsman. He's barely an apprentice. Lately, his skills might have improved a bit, but it's still not enough. If he were at least at the level of the four hounds of the north, it'd be different. But there's no way this idiot Theo can beat me, the old man thought gleefully to himself. Going back a bit, right after Evelyn made the suggestion, Theo rushed to find her for a private talk. "Evelyn, what were you thinking suggesting that duel?" In response, Evelyn calmly sipped her tea and said, "I'm helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you need to be more decisive. Seems like he has backers, so just firing him won't solve the problem." From Evelyn's words, it seemed she knew something about old man Rendon. And of course, after hearing it, the protagonist was shocked. "How do you know Evelyn?" She shrugged. "Because he teaches you a bizarre sword style. I had someone secretly investigate him." Recalling the scene of him teaching Theo, "Make a sharper right angle. That angle's a bit excessive. Where did this bastard come from?" Evelyn was stunned watching old man Rendon's teaching method. Back to Theo. "Evelyn didn't notice this in my previous life. Did I attract her attention because of the monocore incident?" Theo wondered to himself, not knowing that Evelyn gently set her teacup down and continued, "From my investigation, all traces of Rendon lead back to the Camellia Palace." Thinking that the protagonist first froze in shock, then gritted his teeth in fury. "The Camellia Palace, all because of this brutal throne war, those bastards." After a few seconds of silence, he spoke up, "I'm surprised you found out this much. But with my current skills, I still can't beat Rendon. So what will you do?" he asked. "Like, this isn't my problem. You can beat him. You're underestimating your own potential, young master," Evelyn said confidently. Back to the fight right now. Old man Rendon was still pressing Theo relentlessly, while not forgetting to crush his spirit. "If you kneel and beg, I might spare you." As he spoke, he poured power into both hands, unleashing a devastating slash that tore the air backward. But right after the clash, the old man's face gradually changed, because he sensed something off. "Wait, something's wrong. He's blocked all my attacks for a while now. What the hell is going on? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. How did his skills improve this much?" the old man thought in panic. Meanwhile, not just the old man, but everyone up in the stands had also noticed something was off as the fight dragged on until now. "What, he's actually pushing him back? Did you see him defending properly?" the crowd said in shock. Hearing that, Evelyn gave a meaningful smile. Going back to 1 week earlier, at that moment, she suggested, "If I train you for 1 week, you could easily overpower someone like Rendon. Even though teaching you personally breaks the rules, Rendon is a bastard who has no right to be an instructor." Back to Theo. Hearing her say that made him thrilled inside. He couldn't believe things could turn out this way. It was totally worth making Evelyn owe him. However, there was one thing worrying him. "Why is she helping me this much? Is it because of what happened last time?" Theo asked anxiously. And Evelyn casually admitted, "Yeah, partly, but also because there's someone I know who has his eye on you. This person really likes recruiting talented people." Back to the present. The longer they fought, the more Rendon felt himself gradually being suppressed by Theo. Right from the start, he had no talent. How is this possible? Or maybe all this time, he's just been pretending to be an idiot. But why? Rendon frowned, trying to figure it out, while across from him, Theo, seeing the old man's face constantly changing, spoke up during their blade lock. "Rendon, who's backing you?" Before he could finish, Rendon jolted in panic and shoved Theo back, backing what he shouted loudly. "You think I don't know you've been teaching me garbage lessons all this time?" Theo said coldly, while the old man still tried to argue stubbornly. "That's ridiculous. Do you know how much effort I've put into?" Not letting the old dog ramble on, Theo dropped the name. "Is it the Camellia Palace?" The word stabbed right into his guilty heart, making Rendon's face freeze for a beat. And that very expression confirmed Theo's suspicions. "You're honest, huh? Good job, Rendon. Do you know what it feels like to have your arm chopped off?" As he spoke, Theo seized the moment while the old man was still stunned and swung his sword upward, aiming straight for Rendon's left arm. And then with one clean slice, he severed that arm completely. Around them, the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. It wasn't until Rendon's agonized scream echoed that people snapped out of it. "My arm, you damn bastard! How dare you!" The old man gritted his teeth, ranting, completely unaware of how dangerous his current situation was. Back to Theo at this point, he walked coldly toward Rendon with this, "I've definitely become stronger, and I can get even stronger." Thinking that, Theo began declaring to him, "What did you say to me last time? It was my fault things came to this. It's your fault that today you die here." With that said, without giving the old man time to protest, Theo swung his sword hard, sending him off to the afterlife. afterlife. At the same time, the system's congratulatory voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the third guidance mission. For exceeding the objective, you have received an additional reward. Would you like to receive the reward now?" Up in the stands, everyone was still in disbelief, unable to believe Rendon had just died like that. That idiot actually won. An apprentice swordsman beat a mid-tier swordsman. How is that possible? The crowd stammered back to Theo, looking at the corpse still standing in front of him. He just found it ridiculous, so weak. How could I have been defeated by someone like this before? But everything will be different from now on, Theo said silently to himself. While the system also displayed the reward notification, observation skill has been activated as a reward. In addition, 1 year of magic power has been obtained. Hearing his rewards, Theo's eyes flashed with a bit of confusion. Oh, it's magic power. But what is observation, he wondered to himself. But before he could figure it out, a figure suddenly descended from the sky above. The landing was so powerful it cracked the entire arena floor. The man called out, "Theo Ragnar." Hearing the voice, our protagonist quickly turned to look. And this person was Julius Ragnar, bearer of the title Demon Dragon, commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Right now, he wore an extremely excited grin as he looked at Theo. But our protagonist couldn't feel happy at all. The Demon Dragon, why is he here? How long has he been here? Theo thought in panic. And with his appearance, everyone felt terrified. That's the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Why is one of the 9 heavenly dragons here? Speaking of Evelyn, seeing her boss make such a dramatic entrance, she just got a headache. "Sir Commander, you've destroyed the arena floor. Couldn't you land normally like usual?" she said wearily to her superior. Back to the arena area now. Uncle Julius exuded an overwhelming aura as he walked toward Theo, making the kid freak out. What the hell is this? Did I do something wrong? He asked himself right after sending his teacher to the other world. But luckily for Theo, right after that, Julius burst into hearty laughter and slapped Theo hard on the back, making the kid cough up blood. Haha, so interesting. Very good, very good. I'm really surprised you carried that thing. Huh, the student has surpassed the master, he said cheerfully before rethinking Theo's actions and pulling back his smile. No, a bit disrespectful since you killed him, right? Anyway, from what I heard, that guy deserved it. Whatever. Theo Ragnar, join the White Armored Dragon Knights, he said while patting Theo's shoulder with the offer. Up above, Evelyn, hearing this, just gave a light smile like she'd already predicted it. Meanwhile, the other students hearing Theo get such an offer went crazy with envy. No way the Ragnar idiot got recruited into the White Armored Dragon Knights, even if he's good at fighting. Up in the stands, one of the 4 hounds of the North Remington suddenly turned to ask the guy next to him, "Hey, do you think there's ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, someone who hasn't even gone through the awakening ceremony, got recruited?" Hearing the question, the curly-haired guy pondered for a second, then shrugged. "Well, I don't know either. No need for him to say it." Remington already had the answer in his heart. Of course not. You can't judge a person's true potential while their monocore is still sealed. Even if their swordsmanship is outstanding, their magic power could still be lacking. And no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, even he can't be sure about everything. But could the Demon Dragon see that potential to bet on it like this? Back down below, everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Theo's answer, but contrary to their expectations, right after he put on a cold face and said, "Sorry, but I have to decline." The unexpected answer made Uncle Julius's face wrinkle up, while Remington up above went blank. Even Evelyn had no idea what the hell Theo was thinking. Time flew by quickly. The story of Theo defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. "Have you heard the idiot of no, I mean young Master Theo? I heard he killed his own instructor. Is that okay?" "Well, that just means his instructor was too weak actually." The guy looked pretty useless. And after witnessing that the Demon Dragon tried to directly recruit him into the White Armored Dragon Knights, however, the young master refused, saying he still feels his skills aren't enough. "A humble Ragnar, that's rare," the group marveled. Cutting to the Camellia Palace. At this moment, the lady of the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar, was frowning while looking out the window. "Things have gotten complicated. I can't believe he actually took down Rendon." Seeing her worried like that from behind, Eid spoke up, "Please don't worry, madam. Wasn't the reason we sent Rendon because his skills were terrible." Hearing the familiar voice, Emil turned to explain further, "That's right, the death of someone like that is nothing for us to care about. Brother, this man is the heavenly dragon Eid Troyvan. But the Demon Dragon has approached him. Moreover, they say it was Evelyn who arranged it, meaning we can't even intervene anymore by assigning him a new master. If he starts standing out, controlling the Rose Palace will get harder every day." She gritted her teeth, saying. Meanwhile, Axion, who had just walked in, hearing his mother say that, shook his head in exasperation, standing out. "Why are you worrying so much, mother? The clan head would never care about this. Our plan can proceed normally." Across from him, Emil spoke up, "I know the best way to control the Rose Palace without offending the clan head is to keep the weak Theo, right? That's what you're saying. That guy's still weak. Someone like that can't change much." Evelyn Evelyn and the demon dragon always care about the underdogs, Axion waved dismissively. But Ede's eyes in front gradually turned cold as he reminded Axion. You should have said don't make hasty decisions. Hearing that, Axion suddenly went quiet for a bit. Fine, since mother and uncle are so worried, I'll play with him a little and make him understand his place. As he spoke, the guy pulled out a letter he'd prepared in advance. Back to Theo's position at this point, he just finished training with Evelyn. Good job today, young master, she said while sheathing her sword. Thanks, Evelyn, it's really different learning from a proper teacher like you, Theo smiled, saying. Meanwhile, Evelyn recalled Julius's earlier offer and advised Theo it'd be better if you joined the White Armored Dragon Knights. Why did you refuse that offer? Hearing the question, Theo felt a bit regretful inside. The White Armored Dragon Knights? It'd be a lie to say I have zero regrets. That was my dream in the previous life. However, joining right now wouldn't be good, because there's no reason to limit myself too early. When I think about the privileges given to the top performer at the awakening ceremony, joining the White Armored Dragon Knights can't compare. Thinking that, Theo felt a bit better and smiled, saying, I don't want any special privileges. I still think I'm not good enough. I'm content with you training me until the awakening ceremony. Alright, though the commander will be disappointed. Evelyn gave a faint smile. Over here in his free time, our protagonist also used the observation skill to check the swordswoman's stats. Evelyn Naravel, 24 years old, female, title former vice commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights, rank senior swordsman, status admires Theo's humility and personality, feels energy for the first time in a long while teaching Theo, misses the White Armored Dragon Knights. Reading that, Theo unconsciously broke into a very satisfied smile. This observation skill is super useful. I'll definitely make good use of it later. Thinking that, he also noticed a line in Evelyn's current status admiring him and missing the Dragon Knights. However, before Theo could think further, a trainee suddenly stepped up. Excuse me, young master Theo. I'm from the southern checkpoint. My name is Sybil Drea. There's something I need to tell you. With me, Theo asked, puzzled. He's scary. Who is he? Thinking that, he used his observation skill. And very quickly the info came back. Sybil Drea, title idiot of the southern checkpoint, rank apprentice swordsman, level loyalty status, has a strong desire toward Theo, wants to spar with him at this moment. Judging by both their eyes, Sybil was showing an extremely excited face, to the point that Evelyn behind him warily gripped her sword tighter, while Theo had no idea. Did the system give wrong info? A desire to spar with that look toward me. Final guidance mission has begun. Fourth guidance mission, abandon the title idiot of the Ragnar 28 100%. Back to Sybil. As if afraid Theo didn't get his intention, he quickly explained further. I want to follow young master Theo. Actually, I've been ignoring you all this time. I thought the title idiot of the Ragnar house suited you perfectly, the guy said bluntly, without knowing those words could get him an early grave, since they made Theo in front grip his sword tightly, ready to stab him anytime. That bastard. Theo gritted his teeth, thinking. Unfortunately, Sybil seemed oblivious to that glare and kept blabbing. But I know you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of that effort is the miraculous growth I've witnessed with my own eyes. You're my idol, young master Theo. When I wanted to give up after being called the idiot of the southern checkpoint, you appeared. Please give me a chance to spar with you. As he spoke, Sybil bowed extremely sincerely. And hearing those words, the anger in Theo's heart suddenly died down, replaced with a bit of sympathy for the young man. Normally, I'd suspect his real intentions. However, according to the system notification, it seems like he's speaking from the heart. That's really surprising. After taking down Rendon and the rumors spreading about me catching Lord Julius's attention, I figured people suppressed by inferiority complexes would come rushing to challenge me. But I never expected there'd be folks ready to follow me. I guess that means people still have some pride left in the Ragnar name. Alright then, eventually I'll need my own subordinates if I want to become the head of the Ragnar clan. And this mission too, it's the final guidance one. The title I've never been able to shake off. With this new chance, I'm going to wipe it out completely. Thinking that, our protagonist made up his mind, turned to Evelyn and said, Evelyn, can we take a moment? Hearing him say that, Evelyn understood what Theo was about to do and nodded. Sure, go ahead, show off your skills. With both agreeing and Evelyn stepping aside as referee, the sword duel began. First, the two raised their swords in front of themselves and introduced themselves. Theo, Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. My master is Evelyn Naravel. Hearing that, she smiled, looking toward him. In response, Sybil in front stood straight and said, Sybil Drea, apprentice swordsman of the southern checkpoint. I inherited the Curie family's swordsmanship and I'm proficient with a blade. Let's fight. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sybil poured power into his legs and charged forward fast to seize the initiative. Then he swung his sword with full strength straight at Theo, but it was easily blocked. He's too quick. Even though they call me the idiot of the southern checkpoint, I'm confident in my speed, but young master Theo's skill is seriously impressive, Sybil thought in admiration, while continuously launching attacks from all different angles. Meanwhile, facing Sybil's storm-like fast strikes, Theo pondered silently. Is this guy really an idiot? If this were my previous life, I'd struggle just to block a few hits. But of course right now this is way too easy thinking that he swung his sword in counterattack, and with just one single strike Theo easily sent Sybil flying far away. And that hit was so strong it made Sybil puke up everything he'd eaten. As expected from young Master Theo, I lost, thank you. I learned a lot, Sybil said, while the fight probably ended in under a minute. Who knows how much the young man actually learned in that 1 minute. That was a good match, Theo nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, he glanced at his own reflection on the sword blade. And suddenly a bold idea popped into his head. Wait, can I use observation on myself? Let's try it. As he spoke, he activated the skill. And though it was just a random thought, it actually worked, observing Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title idiot of the Ragnar clan, talent Ragnar, player, observation, access, denied status, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony. Level 1 stats, strength 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magic power 190, intelligence 11, luck. Access denied. You have become aware of your stats will now be recorded numerically. Back to Theo. After scanning through the info panel, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. The abilities I have are classified under talent, which means if I keep completing these missions, I can get 4 more. I can even check my own stat values myself. Looks like my high magic power stat is thanks to the magic from my previous life and the dragon heart, but why the hell is luck a negative number like this? Am I cursed or something? Is this why I was so unlucky in my previous life? I need to find a way to raise my luck right away, Theo told himself, because with luck this negative I could run into misfortune at any moment. With that, he zoned out thinking until he realized countless eyes were staring at him, snapping back to reality. He turned to look at the group of people who had come with Sybil. From behind, Evelyn, seeing the scene, already guessed what these people wanted. Even if Rendon was weak, he was still a mid-tier swordsman. Young Master Theo defeated Rendon, and he even got approval from the commanders. In a clan that worships strength, there are 2 reactions from the Ragnar family: either they get jealous of him, or he becomes someone they admire. And the people gathered here seemed to belong to the latter group right now, just as Evelyn predicted. Right after that, the group broke into grins like they'd hit the jackpot. The rumors are true. If I were in Sybil's position, could I have blocked his sword? I feel the same. I want to spar with him too, the group thought, simultaneously staring at Theo with expectant eyes. Over here, Theo saw their hopeful looks and let out a sigh. Then he turned his gaze to a young guy in the group, Ian Lan. Hearing the call, Ian stepped forward, surprised. You know me? Step up and fight me, Theo replied. It's an honor. I'm Ian Nullan, 3rd son of Viscount Nullan. I've learned the dragon sweeping sword style, the guy introduced, while Theo greeted back. Theo Ragnar of the Rose Palace, I hope we have a great match. With that, both charged at each other, attacking simultaneously. But Ian struck first, with a dragon sweep slash aimed straight at Theo's neck. The attack nearly grazed his neck, but with superhuman reflexes, our protagonist managed to raise his sword in time to block, then poured strength into it, knocking Ian's sword flying. Basic sword mastery proficiency increased, variable sword mastery proficiency increased. Seeing his weapon disarmed in just one move, Ian's face went blank, but then he accepted it. I lost. You have received Ian Nullan's approval. Luck increased by 1. You have gained some experience points. The system notification rang out, making Theo's fighting spirit surge. Approval increases my luck. It tracks my reputation too. If that's the case, I just need to keep fighting like this. After Ian, the others took their turns 1 by 1. You have received B at Ramiro's approval, luck +1. You have received Eric Morin's approval, luck +1. You have received Manfred Nonbert's approval, luck +1. You have received Manuel Noir's approval, luck +1. You have received Viro Perink's approval, luck +1. You have received Daniel Rieman's approval, luck +1. Who knows how much time passed by now? The training ground was littered with countless people lying exhausted on the ground, while Theo himself was gasping for breath. However, because of those luck points, he kept pushing himself. Next, who's up? Hearing the question, though no one rushed forward anymore. Seeing that, Theo checked the system screen, but the moment he looked, he fell silent again. I fought this much and it only went up 1%. His eyes showed the mission progress had only risen from 28 to 29%. Seeing this, Theo turned to the group nearby and guessed maybe because these are people who have already approved of me, or I need to fight stronger opponents or show off when lots of people look down on me. I need a different event, Theo thought silently. Then he heard another voice approach. You look pretty tired. Are you okay? I'll rest when I need to, but not yet, Theo replied. As if hearing his prayer right after that, heaven gave him a chance from afar. One of the 4 hounds of the north. This time I'll request a spar with you. Everyone couldn't hide their shock. Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Speaking of the 4 hounds of the north, they are 4 people including Hulkus Lank Ray Ragnar, Remington Nurcio, and Axion Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. Those are the titles of the 4 strongest in the generation that hasn't gone through the awakening ceremony in the Ragnar clan. Back to Remington. Stepping into the training ground, he proactively introduced himself. Remington Nurcio, I came early to see young Master Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. I also thank you for accepting this request, he said with a smile, while across from him, Theo, was secretly using his skill to observe the young swordsman's info. Young swordsman Remington Nurcio, 17 years old, male, title vice head of the Nurcio clan, Silver Lion, one of the 4 hounds of the North, rank apprentice swordsman, talent swordsmanship, genius, sharp senses, extremely diligent, status surprised by the appearance of an opponent he never expected. Responding to the greeting, Theo raised his sword and introduced Theo Ragnar, son of the Northern Grand Guardian Kyle Ragnar, and an apprentice swordsman preparing for the awakening ceremony. Saying that even Theo himself didn't expect Remington to come challenge him, I never thought I'd meet the swordsmanship genius Remington, whom I respect in this way. Putting the mission aside, I just want to fight him with everything I've got. Thinking that Theo spoke seriously, it's an honor to cross blades with the renowned vice head Nurcio. I'm looking forward to a wonderful match, Remington nodded in reply. At this moment in Theo's mind, there was only one thought: can I right now defeat Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the North? With that, the battle between the two officially began. But contrary to everyone's expectations, right after the first clash, Theo's sword snapped in two, while Remington's blade rested right against his neck. Seeing the scene, Sybil bitterly said, "Young Master Theo lost, huh?" Unbelievable. Behind him, another guy wasn't too surprised. That's the obvious outcome. No matter how much the young master has improved, he still can't beat one of the 4 hounds, the strongest of this generation. But the fighting spirit the young master showed, Sybil shouted, trying to cover for Theo. However, right after that, Remington's voice suddenly rang out, "I lost, thank you for the match. The sword you're using is already worn out, plus you're completely exhausted. This match is my defeat." Hearing that, Theo looked back at the broken sword in his hand and shook his head. On the battlefield, no one makes considerations like that. I lost the moment I lost my sword. With that said, both shook hands cheerfully. "I hope we can have a proper match another time." Remington smiled, saying, "I feel the same," Theo replied. And hearing those words from both of them, the people around admired Theo even more. He got acknowledged by one of the 4 hounds. See, young Master Theo is different. At the same time, thanks to Remington's approval, Theo's mission progress jumped to 35%. Beside him, Evelyn, seeing the result, gave a light smile. Meanwhile, Theo didn't feel disappointed with himself. That guy is really strong. By gaining talent and secrets through these missions, I've become much stronger, way stronger than my previous life. But the moment our swords clashed, I could feel it. I'm still far behind. Too bad the match ended so quickly, but I still learned a lot. Not only did my luck increase by 10, my reputation improved a ton too. Too bad the mission progress didn't rise much, but I can find other ways. What stage will get me the approvals, Theo thought silently to himself. Back to Remington. At this point, he pulled out an invitation card and offered young Master Theo, "Actually, I didn't come here today just to spar with you. I want to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society." Over here, Sybil, hearing the name Serpent Dragon Society, gaped in shock. Serpent Dragon Society, that elite social group only the chosen ones can join. And Lord Remington personally came to invite him. Invited to the Serpent Dragon Society, Theo thought in surprise for a moment, then asked aloud, "Can someone like me really join your group? Is so famous?" Theo said worriedly. But Remington quickly waved his hand to explain, "Nonsense, you're more than qualified. Moreover, it's not some super serious group. It's simply a social club for people our age preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony." "Huh, then why wasn't I invited?" Sybil asked, confused from behind, while the others had already started wiping their tears. Back to Theo with knowledge from his previous life. He knew the Serpent Dragon Society quite well. "I don't know Remington's motive for inviting me, but the Serpent Dragon Society revolves around Axion. It's full of people who look down on me. It's the perfect environment to complete this mission. And it'll let me spy on Remington and the Camellia Palace too. I don't see any reason to refuse this offer." Thinking that with such a sweet deal, Theo reached out, took the invitation card, and nodded, "Thank you. In that case, I'll join." "Oh, he's actually joining the Serpent Dragon Society," someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. While Remington shook hands with a bright smile. "Wise decision. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The next meeting is in 2 weeks. Behind them, Evelyn seemed to have guessed something and puffed out a cloud of smoke from her cigarette. Time flew by quickly. A bit later at the Rose Palace, in Theo's private room, he hadn't even sat down to rest when his mother Cecilia burst through the door. "My beloved son," she said joyfully. "Oh, mother, I was about to tell you." "Wait, hold on, mother, what's all this?" Theo asked, puzzled, looking at the whole entourage of servants carrying various items standing beside him. And at this point, Cecilia revealed why she'd rushed here. "I heard you were invited to the Serpent Dragon Society. The Serpent Dragon Society that includes Remington, son of that cunning Amel, and talents like him. They even catch the council's attention. Everything from how you dress to how you behave will be scrutinized closely. Mother knows you won't slip up on etiquette, but clothing and demeanor are completely different matters. Luckily, this is something mother can help you with. Don't forget your mother used to be an actress. I'm so happy to help my beloved son," she said, while personally taking out a measuring tape to take Theo's measurements. Back to Theo hearing his mother's words. He thought a bit. The bastard son of a concubine, a commoner mother. Mother always always feels guilty for giving me such a bad title even though it's not your fault. In the cold Ragnar clan, I wonder how hard it must have been for mother to have such a weak son. My beloved son, she said, hugging her child tightly. Your mother believes in you, you can do it, she said with an emotional voice. And Theo gently hugged Cecilia back, comforting her mother. You don't have to worry anymore. Your son is joining the Serpent Dragon Society now, Cecilia said, moved, and with those words Theo silently promised himself he'd crush that pack of dogs barking at him in the Serpent Dragon Society. Time flew by quickly. 2 weeks later, today was the day of the Serpent Dragon Society's party. At this moment, Remington in elegant attire was standing by a carriage like he was waiting for someone. And the person he was waiting for was our protagonist Theo, who was walking out in luxurious clothes with the cheers of the servants behind him. Farewell, young master. You can do it, young master. Endless words rang out, making the guy blush a little in embarrassment. Over here, looking at Theo's new appearance, Remington was stunned for a few seconds. Is that really you, young master? Theo, you look like a completely different person. Haha, even you're teasing me, Remington, Theo replied. Haha, I'm serious, come on in, the young swordsman said, gesturing toward the carriage. Back to Theo. In the past 2 weeks, he'd shown clear physical improvement, which is why his appearance had changed so much. He was right, not only am I taller, my muscles have developed more. This is the result of 2 weeks of hard training. During that time, Remington visited every day now. The two were quite close. Not to mention all the followers I gained there being trained by Evelyn too. I only wanted to teach the young master for a short time. How did I end up dealing with this kind of hassle? She complained, making Theo not know what to say. It really has been an exhausting 2 weeks, he sighed, saying. Then the guy brought up, I heard this is your first official party. Yeah, that's right, Theo nodded, admitting. Seeing that, Remington advised, don't be so tense, I know you'll do fine. The only thing is my friend Axion, he can be a bit mischievous, but actually Axion was the one who gave me the invitation saying he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't judge him too harshly. He even prepared this whole party just for you. Remington explained, and to someone as experienced as Theo, he knew full well something fishy was waiting for him. But this was exactly what Theo wanted. It wasn't Remington who invited me, it was Axion. Huh. Look at that, everything's going way too smoothly. I'll probably get humiliated badly, then I'm really looking forward to it, Theo replied. Meanwhile, Axion was eagerly waiting for Theo, the idiot of the Ragnar house. I'm so excited to have a new toy, he said with an thrilled grin. Time flew by quickly. Soon enough, the carriage carrying Theo and Remington arrived at the party venue. We've arrived, young master, Theo, Remington reminded him. And the venue was the Camellia Palace. Looking at the place, Theo felt zero goodwill toward it. The Camellia Palace, the ones who instigated Rendon to interfere with my growth, the ones who devoured me, my mother, and the entire Rose Palace. He frowned, thinking, while Remington, unaware of these thoughts, smiled. Let's head inside. Ah yeah, sure, Theo replied, quickly hiding his hateful expression. Over here, as they walked in, Remington said, I heard Axion will personally greet you. He's probably waiting at the entrance, blah blah. Not paying much attention to his friend's words, Theo was focused on wondering what move Axion would pull to trip him up. The reason Axion invited me is easy to understand. Since the idiot of the Ragnar house is rising, he probably wants to crush me. But I didn't come here without a plan. I'll show him who's really stepping on whom. Theo smiled inwardly. At the same time, suddenly he was drawn to a green light flashing from a nearby window. That's the green light of a mission. Is there a mission inside the palace? Theo wondered. However, before he could think further, something came flying toward him from above, accompanied by Remington's panicked shout, young master, Theo. The words barely finished when the sack dropped right down and exploded, showering who knows how much flour. Seemed like this was Axion's first greeting amid the dust cloud. Theo calmly walked out and said, I'm fine, it's just flour. Hearing Theo say that, Axion relaxed a bit, then started yelling angrily from above, what the hell are you doing? Back to Theo, he wasn't too angry because tricks like this were already within his expectations. If this were my previous life, I wouldn't have dodged and would have taken the hit. I thought Remington was in on it too, but apparently not from his look. Remington's current status is confused by the sudden situation. Welcoming me with flour, the ones who did this are. Theo narrowed his eyes, looking toward the window, where a few trainees were snickering at their predicament. Then behind that group, Axion, seeing his hunting dogs had done their job well, stepped out to perform. How's that just a friendly greeting between buddies? Isn't that basic courtesy? A greeting you. Remington was so angry he couldn't speak. What, you're mad? Just treat it as a brotherly welcome, he said with a bright smile. And this guy's info quickly appeared before Theo's eyes. Axion Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title Black Tiger, rank apprentice swordsman, talent berserk madness, superior swordsmanship, talent status excited because he found a new plaything. Reading his info, Theo pondered for a moment, then switched to counteracting mode and smiled back. Thank you, Axion said, stunned because Theo's reaction wasn't what he expected. Of course, with the way little brother welcomed big brother, how could I not thank you? I'm really looking forward to tonight's party. Hearing those words first, Axion's face froze, but very quickly his eyes lit up with extreme interest. You've become way more interesting. Right after that, Theo and Remington quickly stepped into the grand hall. And the moment they saw Theo appear, the crowd started whispering, Axion, what is he thinking? Even though he's from the main line, inviting that idiot to the Serpent Dragon Society. He looks decent, someone said, shocked. Looks like this guy knows about the prank. Didn't you see he's treating him like a toy? Another offered. And of course those words reached Remington's ears, so he turned to apologize to Theo. Young Master Theo, I'm sorry again. They're not usually like this. It's fine. Honestly, I'm even grateful for it. Theo waved his hand dismissively, making the young scholar guy look a bit confused. However, Theo had no intention of explaining much. Just keep talking. You guys need to badmouth me at least this much so I can crush you all later. By the way, that green light I saw from outside seems to be coming from this direction. I'm sure it's a mission, but I don't have any natural way to approach it, Theo thought while casually sipping the wine in his hand. Speaking of Axion, since the earlier prank on Theo didn't work the moment he stepped inside, this little dog rushed over to bite a few more times. So how do you like the party? Seeing him appear, Theo's heart involuntarily pounded a little from the tension. It's Axion, calm down, just stick to the plan. Thinking that, he took a deep breath to steady himself and smiled back. Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sorry about what happened earlier. You went a bit overboard. Will big brother accept little brother's apology? He said while slinging an arm around Theo like they were super close. However, his face looked more like a threat than anything. From behind, Remington immediately sensed the weird atmosphere between the two and spoke up. Axion, however, before he could say more, Theo cut in. Why apologize? I remember you said it was just a greeting, Theo said, turning to look at Axion with cold eyes. And that response once again caught him off guard. What? The guy blurted out instinctively before slapping Theo's shoulder and bursting into laughter. Oh man, look at our Theo. He's so interesting. I never knew you were like this. You've changed so much compared to before. I like you now. Around them, the remaining trainees snickered without hiding it. Look at him. He just stands there grinning like an idiot, a bastard with no background, can't stand against the noble blood of Troyven. Haha. Exactly, even among Ragnar, there are different classes, no comparison between Troyven, the noble Eastern swordsmanship clan, and some random commoner woman. But why is Remington hanging around that idiot? Actually, if you look closely, Remington's a bastard too. Hey, watch what you say, someone quickly warned, since Remington was still right there. Oh right, that's a forbidden topic, they startled, saying. However, those words couldn't possibly escape Remington's ears. Hearing them, he just lowered his head and stayed silent. Meanwhile, Theo knew those words were aimed at him, but now Remington had been dragged into it too. He couldn't hold back anymore. I was planning to observe a bit more, but this won't do. Thinking that, Theo shrugged off Axion's arm and said, Axion, I should greet my friends properly too, right? Then under everyone's puzzled gazes, Theo calmly picked up a bottle of wine and walked toward a blonde guy. What, did I say something wrong? He sneered. And the reward for that answer came right after Theo smashed the bottle straight over his head, shattering it into pieces. While the blonde guy rolled on the ground screaming, clutching his head. You bastard, how dare you, he threatened. But before he could finish, Theo kicked him hard in the jaw, sending the guy's whole body flying backward. Bastard, I just gave you a little greeting, saying. That was a bit much, don't you think? Around them, the sudden brawl immediately drew everyone's attention. What just happened? What's going on? Is Theo really that stupid? Back to Remington, the protagonist's unexpected action made him worry for Theo. Young Master Theo isn't the type to do this. Wait, is it because of me? Remington thought in shock. Back to Theo, his punishment of the blonde guy wasn't over yet. I've greeted him properly now. Should I say goodbye properly too? As he spoke, he grabbed the guy's wrist while planting his right foot on his forearm. This was an extremely dangerous position, because if Theo applied just a little force, the arm would be done for. Wait, the blonde guy yelled, but it was too late, because right then a sickening crack rang out in the stunned eyes of everyone present. And that action pushed Theo's mission completion progress up to 59%. Done. Theo brushed his hair back confidently. Anyone else want to say hello? At the same time, out of nowhere, 4 knights rushed in, surrounding Theo from all sides and immediately pointed their swords straight at him. The crime of harming a young master must be paid with death. They threatened Theo as if it were only natural, unaware that their action was putting them in danger, exactly as planned. This is exactly why I came to the Serpent Dragon Society, a place full of enemies, Theo thought silently, and asked aloud, who is this guy? The third young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanabi. Oh, one of the 6 clans supporting the Ragnar family, the Hanavi clan. But so what? In his heart he thought, these guys won't just stand by when the idiot they've always looked down on suddenly acts up. The dogs of one of Ragnar's vassal clans dare threaten me. Can you take responsibility for those words, you insolent bunch? Theo glared, saying. With that, a massive pressure erupted from Theo's entire body, making the knights' faces turn deathly pale. Only now did they finally realize how stupid their action question was, what is this pressure? Is that idiot really a Ragnar? Thinking back, this guy does have the right to inherit the throne. He's direct bloodline of the Ragnar clan. Moreover, Ragnar is the Lord of the North and rules over the 6 snow clans. Declaring death to that bloodline is a crime that could lead to the annihilation of an entire clan. This is bad. We thought he was just an uneducated fool, but now it's too late. We'll have to apologize first, they thought silently. However, before they could beg for mercy, Theo said coldly, kill them. The words barely left his mouth when from above several sword shadows shot down at blinding speed, and before the 4 knights could even comprehend what was happening, their heads were already taken care of, so the guys didn't even get to gasp before meeting the Grim Reaper, and the one who acted was none other than Evelyn. Around them, the crowd, seeing her appear and instantly deal with the insolent knights, gaped in shock, while Theo's mission progress jumped to 70%. Back to her done, she turned to ask Theo, when did you notice I was following you? Oh, that's obvious, he shrugged, replying while thinking. I don't know why, but with her following me, I can turn the tables without worrying about anything. To explain this, let's go back a bit earlier when Uncle Julius met Evelyn privately popping open a bottle of wine. He said, I thought you said you wouldn't take disciples anymore, so is your new swordsmanship disciple satisfactory? Across from him, Evelyn, seeing the uncle barge into her house uninvited, complained, don't you have anywhere else to go? Before you retired, you were always out. Haha, my recent joy in life is making things hard for you, so what's your answer? The uncle said cheerfully, while Evelyn's eyes stayed glued to the bottle, reminding him, hey, that one's expensive. Ignoring her complaints, Julia straight up chugged half the bottle. So what's your answer? Seeing the big guy down half the damn thing in one go, Evelyn just sighed and answered, since it seems like if I don't give you an answer, you'll camp out here. Fine, whatever. He's far exceeded my expectations. When it comes to attitude and talent, he's the best among everyone I've ever taught. Hearing that, Julius's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked, huh, Axion went through your hands too, but this guy's the best. That's right, in terms of potential, I mean his potential has surpassed even young Master Axion's. This isn't empty talk, Evelyn said with dead serious tone, and as longtime friends, Julius knew Evelyn wasn't joking, because with her 2 eyes she sees everything clearer than me. Then why has he been hiding his strength all this time? A person can't change so suddenly, Julius said, letting out a loud burp. And Evelyn was wondering the same. It does seem that way. But it's strange for someone who's hidden his strength all along to suddenly start showing it. Hasty actions make people stumble, but it seems like he's being chased by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in this Serpent Dragon Society event. If you're worried it's probably because of that kid Axion, then just follow him, Julia suggested. What? Evelyn asked. Maybe it's different from what you're worried about, but something will happen. When wolves hunting for blood gather together, they start establishing their hierarchy. While there may be tempt Theo a little, and make him join the White Armored Dragon Knights. You think you can retire just because you can't ride a dragon anymore? Come back and take responsibility for the one you recommended. I'm off, this wine's really good. With that, the uncle left immediately, leaving behind a familiar White Armored Dragon Knight's uniform, and hearing those words, Evelyn pondered a bit, muttering, because it's expensive. Back to the story, looking at the current situation, Evelyn knew she'd been played by Theo. He'd noticed her following and deliberately set up this situation. Maybe he joined the Serpent Dragon Society with this purpose from the start. He's someone I don't need to worry about. But when did he notice my presence? Definitely not an ordinary person. Back to Theo, he'd sensed Evelyn's presence the moment he stepped onto the carriage, because as the owner of the Dragon Heart, he could enhance his perception abilities, also called the Sixth Sense. But anyway, most of the stage has been set now then. Thinking that, Theo spoke up, Evelyn. Almost everyone here has shown disrespect toward an heir. What is the punishment for such a crime? He said, while scanning the surroundings. At this point, the trainees were sweating bullets, and toward that question, Evelyn answered straightforwardly, according to clan law, immediate execution is possible. Since they're kids who haven't gone through the awakening ceremony, taking one arm from each and ending it, there is sufficient. I understand, Evelyn said calmly, and immediately charged toward the group to carry out the punishment. Wait a second, the crowd shouted in panic. But Evelyn's movements didn't slow at all. She precisely targeted their arms and severed them clean. The second son of the Puran clan, the eldest son of the Red-White Mercenary Corps, the fourth daughter of the RS Caravan Guild, the third son of the Class clan, the eldest daughter of the Walk clan. She announced each name of those who'd insulted the heir while slashing, and at the same time Theo's mission progress kept climbing steadily. Seeing that, one trainee dropped to his knees in front of Axion, begging, Axion, please save me. Please. In response to that plea, Axion just showed an extremely cold face. Why should I? That's just a greeting after all. What? The guy exclaimed in shock at Axion's blunt refusal, and before he could say another word, his arm was sliced clean off. This guy was the eldest son of the Behennik clan, and he was the last one remaining. I didn't expect to meet you like this, Evelyn. Axion greeted. Long time no see, young master. Evelyn nodded back. Then Axion scanned the people writhing in pain on the ground, thinking she only targeted those who'd commented on bloodlines. She made it so even I, as a heir candidate, couldn't intervene. He frowned thinking while Evelyn, after finishing the punishment, turned back to report, "I severed the right arms of the 14 people you ordered. Good job. How are they now?" Theo nodded, asking. "If they get to a priest right now, they could reattach them, though whether their lives as swordsmen continue is another matter." Evelyn shared her thoughts. "Excellent," Sybil said quietly, seeing those guys' paths to high-tier swordsmen pretty much ended at the same time. Remington, seeing everything wrapped up, rushed over, asking young Master Theo, "Are you all right?" From behind, Axion, witnessing the scene, laughed out of sheer rage. "Haha, Theo, Ragnar, the idiot of the Rose Palace, has really changed. I want to trample you," he thought silently. Meanwhile, after teaching the trash here a lesson, Theo left that suffocating area. "Let's go, Evelyn." Remington. Then as he passed Axion, Theo lightly brushed against him and smiled, saying, "Fun party, Axion." And with that lesson taught to the group, Theo completed the 4th guidance mission, abandoned the title Idiot of the Ragnar 100%. "See you later." His voice carried full mockery. "Congratulations, you have completed the 4th guidance mission along with Evelyn. All guidance missions are now complete. No one will call you the Idiot of the Ragnar anymore. The mission is done, but my real revenge is just beginning." Receive the reward, Theo thought silently, and the reward for this mission was experience growth potion. Effect increases level by 5, requirement under level 30. Time flew by quickly, cutting to the Camellia Palace. At this moment, Amel and Ede were hearing reports from their subordinates about what happened at the Serpent Dragon Society. And of course, that woman Amel could hardly believe her ears. "Say that again." "Axion got taken down by that idiot Theo," she said, dazed. Meanwhile, Theo, along with his followers, was celebrating somewhere else. "Haha, to celebrate young Master Theo's explosive debut at the Serpent Dragon Society." "Cheer!" Sybil shouted loudly. Looking at the group's excited state, Theo gave a light smile, something he'd never felt in his previous life. Back to the Camellia Palace, after hearing what went down at the Serpent Dragon Society, Amel immediately summoned her useless son Axion and slapped him hard across the face. "Not only did you give that idiot an excuse, but you let your own subordinates get their arms chopped off." "Yes, Mother," Axion answered softly, and that attitude only made Amel angrier. "Listen to yourself. Mother warned you over and over not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to submit. You've just handed him a perfect excuse to cause chaos. Mother told you once that bastard Theo Ragnar start standing out. Taking the Rose Palace will become much harder," she said furiously. "Mother, don't worry, I'll," Axion promised, but after that action, Amel had zero faith left in his words. "Mother doesn't want to hear it. Go reflect on what you've done. You nearly ruined our grand plan just chasing shallow thrills." Hearing that, Axion could only accept, "Yes, I'll remember that." With that, he quietly left the room. And once he was gone, Amel spoke to Ede, who was hiding in the shadows. "I don't know who that boy takes after being so impulsive." In response, Ede shrugged. "Well, he takes after his younger self, madam." "You think that's funny?" Amel frowned, saying, "Don't get so angry. This incident might not be as bad as it seems." Ede smiled, making Amel curious why. At this point, Ede calmly explained, "The Rose Palace originally belongs to the clan head's harem, so seizing it is difficult. Even though the clan head ignores it as a gathering spot for nobodies, it still has his backing. Therefore, what we need is an excuse." Luckily, he created a huge mess at the Serpent Dragon Society. "Theo is gradually becoming the representative of the Rose Palace, so we can use this as grounds. Then crush him legally." Over here, Amel, hearing Ede's words, started scheming rapidly. "The reason I worried when seeing Theo get stronger was fear that the Rose Palace's influence would spread if the clan head paid more attention. But by using Theo, who's growing more powerful, if we from the Camellia Palace use proper legal procedures to eliminate them, the Rose Palace will have no choice but to submit to Troyvan. We can manipulate them without effort." She smiled inwardly, then folded her fan. "So how long to prepare?" Amel asked eagerly. "We're already fully prepared. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, you'll hear wonderful news. So tonight, enjoy your bath and sleep well. I even prepared a scented candle from the southern Argon volcanic region." As he spoke, he took out a small wooden box. And in response to that gift came a passionate hug from Amel, as expected from my brother. "That's why I can't help but love you," she said in a way that made it feel like Theo's father might have unknowingly grown horns, and whether that Axion even carries the Ragnar name becomes a big question mark. Back to Theo's group party, while everyone was still toasting, Remington quietly sat beside him and said, "Actually, I was pretty shocked. I didn't know you cared about me that much, young Master Theo." Beside him, Theo, hearing Remington suddenly ramble like that, was puzzled. "Huh, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the Serpent Dragon Society," Remington replied. And hearing that Theo already knew, this guy was starting to get drunk even though he'd only been drinking orange juice. Ignoring Theo, Remington continued thoughtfully, "While you endured insults about yourself, the moment they started slandering me, a friend, you stood up without hesitation to protect me, young Master Theo. I couldn't do anything, it's embarrassing." Saying that, Remington turned to look at Theo with admiring eyes. Exactly, the more I look at him, the more surprised I am. He endured being looked down on, seen as a useless bastard, but eventually became strong moreover. Even against opponents he couldn't beat, he had the unbreakable will to win completely. Against the Camellia Palace, where no one dared oppose, he drew his sword without hesitation. All for me. The more he thought, the more Remington couldn't hold back his emotions, his eyes starting to well up. At the same time, the notification screen popped up reminding the current status of the white-haired young man, deeply moved, believing Theo cares greatly about him. Looking at that notification, our protagonist broke into a sweat. Haha, seems like he misunderstood something. He laughed awkwardly inside. Meanwhile, Remington came to an important decision. The clan ordered me to build a friendly relationship with Axion, but I have different intentions, I thinking that. Remington turned and said loudly, "From now on, I want to follow you, young Master Theo." Around them, everyone hearing that proposal cheered wildly. As expected, the strong stick with the strong "you two are awesome." In response, Theo quickly raised his hand to stop. "No, wait, I think you're misunderstanding something." But before Theo could finish, Evelyn's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Just go along with what he thinks. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily bad. Besides, perhaps everyone just wants to get along with you, young master." Hearing her say that, Theo was a bit surprised. Then he could only sigh, "I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window, whether returning to the past, gaining the Ragnar clan's talent, or becoming this strong. I wonder what this is. At first I thought it was fragments of regret, but looking at how detailed it is, I don't think so anymore. I have a vague feeling like I've encountered this before, but whatever it is, it's helping me, so it doesn't matter. The Serpent Dragon Society incident ended. My level also increased. Seems like each level up gives points to boost stats, so I think I can freely enhance my abilities. Terrifying. I'm scared of the brilliant future this stronger me will bring." The guy fantasized while giggling, making Evelyn behind him shiver a little. "Alright, first I should prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack," Theo reminded himself and spoke. "Remy, by the way, can you help me with something?" "Of course, young Master Theo, just tell me." "Ah, but earlier you called me Remy so intimately," the young swordsman said excitedly. But not wanting to waste time, Theo took out a piece of paper he'd prepared earlier and said seriously, "The battle for the throne between me and Axion will intensify soon. To prepare for that, please help me." The sudden request made Remington drop his carefree attitude. Meanwhile, our protagonist, when making these requests, had already calculated ahead. In the future, Remington will become head of the Nursio clan, and their forces are strong enough to rival the Ragnar clan. I should seize this chance to pull Remington to my side. "Take it, Remington," Theo thought silently back to the young swordsman after about 3 seconds of slight surprise. He happily took the paper and said, "Alright, I've sworn to follow you, young Master Theo. If there's anything I can help with, no matter what, I'll do it." "Thanks," Theo replied softly, "but earlier you called me Remy so intimately," Remington reminded once more. However, before he could finish, suddenly from outside came a loud shout, "Theo, Ragnar!" The shout made everyone turn toward the outside. Then at the main door, several knights in golden armor marched in. They were lost swords, paying no mind to those around. The leader immediately locked eyes on Theo and pulled out an arrest warrant. "Theo Ragnar, you're under arrest for threatening and assault." "What nonsense!" Evelyn exclaimed in shock, seeing the group barge in aggressively. But as if he'd predicted this, Theo turned to everyone. "It's fine, stay calm." Then he carefully examined the warrant, muttering, "Let's see. It's a real arrest warrant. The ink isn't even dry yet. They must have been in a real hurry." "Let's go," he said, extending both hands forward after verifying the warrant's authenticity. And the leader quickly slapped cuffs on Theo's wrists and led him away. "Young Master Theo," the group called out worriedly. And in response to their words, Theo just turned back with a smile, making both Remington and Evelyn startle. Then Remington looked at the paper in his hand as if realizing something. At the same moment, back at the Rose Manor, Lady Cecilia had just received the news from the butler that Theo had been taken away. What? Where did they take Theo? "The courthouse." As soon as she said it, her legs gave out completely and she sank to the floor, startling the old butler, who quickly called out in worry, "Madam." "Oh, I'm fine, but what exactly are they accusing the boy of?" Cecilia asked again. "It seems to be related to the Serpent Dragon Society. They're charging him with inciting rebellion." The butler stammered out the words, and this news left Cecilia utterly shocked. "You really think they'll actually bring this to trial?" "I believe they will. Because he completely wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society, this matter won't end so easily," the old man said with a furrowed brow. After hearing the old man finish, all the joy she felt from Theo crushing those people completely vanished. Who could have imagined that inviting the boy to the Dragon Society would lead to this outcome? "No, the boy will get through this. That's just the kind of person Theo is. My son, please come back safely." She silently prayed for her boy. Back to our main character. Following the French swordsman escorts, he was also brought to a courthouse. Looking at the massive architecture in front of him, Theo couldn't help but have a few thoughts. "It's been a long time since I came back to this place. Since I completely destroyed the Serpent Dragon Society, this won't just end with imprisonment. they'll definitely bring this case to trial. Bringing the heir of the Ragnar clan to court means they want to question my right of succession. They probably want to completely destroy me, but that's exactly what I'm hoping for. As Theo thought this, a delighted smile spread across his face at what was coming next. Then, as he was led to the front of the large doors, the two French swordsmen escorts shouted out, "The prisoner Theo Ragnar has been escorted in." Upon hearing this, a voice came from inside, "Bring him in." Looking at the slowly opening doors, Theo felt a bit of anticipation. That's right, if I want to unleash everything I've prepared, it has to be on a grand stage like this. With that, he quickly stepped inside, and at that moment, up on the high platform, there were 9 large chairs representing the 9 dragons, though currently only 4 people were present. Looking at their appearances, Theo felt a certain pressure. Truly, so many talented individuals have gathered here. First was the demon dragon Julius Ragnar, captain of the white armored dragon cavalry. Next was the heavenly dragon Ede Troivian, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. This lady is the sword dragon Osa Ragnar, mistress of the Plum Blossom Manor. The old man with glasses and a face like everyone owed him money was elder dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, chairman of the Wolfgang Council of the Ragnar clan. Scanning them all, every single one was a heavyweight, 4 of the 9 dragons protecting the Ragnar family. If this were my previous life, I'd probably be suffocating from the sheer pressure, Theo thought to himself. Then, from above, after seeing him enter, the bespectacled old man Wolfgang spoke up, "Theo Ragnar." "Yes, Chairman, I didn't expect to meet you here," he nodded while a soldier beside him removed his handcuffs. Wolfgang, the chairman who valued bloodline above all, to him a bastard like me must be utterly repulsive. He didn't even bother hiding his disgust, Theo silently assessed, and just as he thought, the old man cut him off without giving him much chance to greet. "Enough with the long-winded pleasantries. You already know why you've been summoned here to answer for your crimes, correct?" The Byron clan, the Starrett Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi family, because of your foolish actions, all of them are now screaming to sever ties with the main family. Can a bastard like you bear the losses you've caused? That's why I'm holding you responsible for dragging the honor of the Ragnar clan through the mud, the old man said, his face flushed red like he was ready to fight at any second. And in response to these words, Theo simply nodded in agreement right away. "Yes, everything you said is completely correct. I was far too careless. I should have cut off their heads instead of just their limbs," Theo said in a cold voice. And that statement made the group above flinch in surprise. "What?" Continuing on this side, Theo added, "They were our subordinates. The master grants them land and honor, and in return subordinates offer loyalty and their lives. That's the way of knights. Yet they dared to threaten their own master. If I'd known they were this insolent from the start, I would have beheaded them right away. They deserve punishment, and the principles of knighthood must be restored. How could I stand by and watch the honor of the Ragnar clan, maintained for over 1,000 years, be trampled like this?" Theo spoke with such powerful conviction that it left Ede and Wolfgang speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Julius over here cracked a wide grin, impressive, as expected. This won't end with some ordinary punishment. As for old man Wolfgang, after a few seconds of being stunned by the protagonist's words, his face twisted into a scowl as he shouted, "You dare mock me with such flowery rhetoric." Before he could finish, Lady Osa on the side spoke up, "I've heard your opinion, and logically speaking, you're right. However, no matter how powerful the Ragnar clan is, it's not invincible. If we don't listen to the voices of our vassals and knights, we will collapse. Because you can't rule this world with brutality alone," the lady said gently. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Theo nodded in response while secretly breathing a sigh of relief inside. The chief wife of the clan leader, the strongest swordswoman in the north, the sword dragon. Fortunately, she doesn't seem hostile toward me. But why would she? Theo furrowed his brow, thinking back to some future event. Unaware of his thoughts, up above Lady Osa continued, "I hope you understand that the punishment you're about to receive is justified. May I ask what that punishment is?" Theo asked back. And to that question, old man Wolfgang answered, 3 months of house arrest. But the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Theo countered, making the bespectacled old man slam the armrest in fury. "How dare you say that?" Ignoring the old man's anger, Lady Osa explained, "I've taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. I've also decided that the 15 children you injured will participate in next year's awakening ceremony." Over here, although things weren't exactly as predicted, Ede was still quite satisfied. Thanks to the demon dragon's intervention, the punishment was much lighter than expected. Still, this isn't bad at all. Delaying the awakening ceremony is a huge humiliation for anyone in the Ragnar clan. And having the representative of the Rose Manor bear that humiliation will create an opportunity for our Camellia Manor to surpass them. Once our plan goes into motion, he won't be able to do anything anymore. He'll just have to accept it. If he's foolish enough to appeal, we can deal with him. But I don't think he's that stupid, Ede thought to himself. Unfortunately for him, Theo was exactly that fool I want to appeal, he said coldly, shocking all 4 of the 9 dragons present. But right after, Ede over here burst into a grin he couldn't even contain, even covering his face with his hand. "Are you an idiot? Your arrogance really knows no bounds. This just makes everything easier for us. Up above, Uncle Julius said worriedly, do you even understand what appealing means? Of course, Theo replied while thinking to himself, I know this can't be settled with just 3 months of house arrest. It's barely even a slap on the wrist. The demon dragon must have pulled some strings. But I have no intention of accepting even that light slap. On the contrary, I'm expecting a reward. With that thought, he spoke seriously. In a proud and mighty Ragnar clan, an appeal means war. In the end, only the victor has the right to speak, and at the same time, a notification rang in Theo's ear, entering the main scenario. Through this scenario, you can uncover many hidden secrets in this closed-off world. Good luck. First scenario quest, The Path of the Air. In another development, at the secret northern branch of the Sears Merchant Guild, the place was now engulfed in flames from someone's attack. And after the last soldier fell under the assault of the cloaked figure, a voice suddenly came from behind, so they really were hiding here. Just as young Master Theo said, the voice belonged to Remington, and the cloaked figure was none other than Evelyn. It seemed this was the task Theo had asked Remington to handle earlier. Looking at the box in his hand, he shook his head and said, the Troivian Camellia Manor has completely collapsed. Back at the courthouse, after hearing Theo's proposal, old man Wolfgang was slightly stunned before asking to confirm. You're trying to turn something that could be resolved with 3 months of house arrest into a war. You're truly arrogant. Do you really think one person can stand against the forces of 15 clans? In response, Theo bluntly shut the old man up. That's something I have to handle myself. In cases with such a massive power disparity, isn't fighting through a representative battle the normal way? He said while turning to look at the group. Normally, an appeal means deciding winner and loser through war. However, when war is practically impossible due to overwhelming power difference, each side sends a representative, and the victor is decided in a one-on-one sword duel. That's the representative battle, which means the defendant's representative will be Theo, while the plaintiff's representative will most likely be Axion. If that happens, Theo will almost certainly lose, but then why would he choose this path? Does he have some scheme? If he thinks Evelyn or I will step up as his representative, he's dead wrong. Julius furrowed his brow, wondering what the hell the kid was thinking. Back to the protagonist unaware of his uncle's thoughts, he continued with the rules. We'll decide the representatives and hold the representative battle in 1 week. What do you all think? He said while observing their expressions. Meanwhile, Ede over here wasn't worried at all because he figured Theo was counting on the demon dragon or Evelyn to represent him. But given their personalities, they wouldn't do it. You'll have to fight alone, Theo Ragnar. I'll send Axion and make you understand your place through death. Theo smirked at the thought of the future and agreed. Fine then, as for the representative. Before he could finish, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside, stunning everyone. I thought you were a quiet kid, but you're really good at scheming. You've changed so much since the last time I saw you, my son. The voice belonged to a burly man with dragon-like eyes stepping into the courthouse. He was the clan leader of the Ragnar family, Kyle Ragnar. At that moment, he spoke up. Stand up, my son. I heard about your situation on the way here, and it seems you're in quite a complicated spot. I hear you want to appeal through a representative battle. Yes, that's correct, Theo answered calmly. Let's see, if that's the case, it'll be very hard for you to participate in that representative battle. Who do you plan to choose as your representative to fight in your place? Kyle asked curiously. And right away, our protagonist realized something. This is a test. At the same time, Ede up above felt the same thing. Wait, could this be? He thought anxiously. Down below, Theo quickly gave his answer. Who wants to represent me? No one like that exists. I was always planning to step up and appeal myself. Then you'll lose, Kyle stated firmly. You won't know until you try, Theo replied. Then he placed his hand on his chest and declared, even if I'm forced to bow, I will never lower myself. Hearing this, clan leader Kyle burst into hearty laughter. Haha, did you all hear that? My son's words. Even if forced, I will not lower myself. No sentence describes the Ragnar clan better than that. Your attitude truly pleases me. Thank you, father, for the praise. Theo quickly bowed his head while secretly rejoicing inside. The representative battle was just bait. I never intended to fight, so it's great that I can tell the truth without having to hide anything. The job I assigned to Evelyn and Remington, the evidence of Camellia Manor's rebellious plot. If I have that, I can win without even needing to fight, he thought to himself. Before Kyle could speak again, he continued, then I will personally give you a chance as the master of the Ragnar clan. I, Kyle Ragnar, want to test you with a single strike. Forget the trial. If you can withstand one single blow from me, I will erase all charges against you. Let's go outside right now, he said excitedly as he strode out, while Theo was still stunned by his father's proposal. However, right at that moment, Ede jumped in recklessly. Clan leader, this cannot be allowed. He hurriedly spoke up because he knew that testing with a single strike meant Kyle was acknowledging his opponent. If he survives, he'll become the one accepted by the clan leader. I don't think that damn Theo can withstand it. But just in case he does, no, I have to stop him from gaining the clan leader's favor. Thinking this, Ede quickly tried to dissuade. How dare those vassals and soldiers comment on your son's bloodline? According to the rules, we should hold a representative battle. As for Kyle, having his fun interrupted made his face turn cold as he warned Ede, Heavenly Dragon, shut up. If a vassal dares speak like that, you just eliminate him. Seeing Kyle's terrifying demeanor, Eid shrank back and reluctantly accepted. I understand, clan leader. Over here, Kyle noticed something and turned to Julius. Do you have something to say, Demon Dragon? You've been chuckling for a while now. Oh, nothing really. It's just been a long time since you showed this much interest in someone, clan leader. The uncle shook his head and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Kyle grumbled before turning back to Theo. All right, enough chit-chat. So what do you think, son? Will you do it? Hearing his words, our protagonist was racking his brain, weighing the pros and cons. A single strike from the clan leader. Everything had shifted in a direction I couldn't even imagine. My plan has collapsed. But this change isn't bad either, Theo thought to himself and replied. That would be too heavy for me. How could I compare a single strike from father to a representative battle against vassals and soldiers? So you don't dare, he asked back. No, I just mean this exchange isn't fair. Not fair, Kyle said with interest. Yes, since the trial has become more severe, shouldn't my compensation also increase? Oh, for example, Kyle asked curiously. And at that moment, Theo turned to look at Eid and stated his price. For example, the Camellia Manor. Hearing Theo's demand, Eid's eyes bulged with rage as he gritted his teeth. That bastard, he muttered involuntarily, while old man Wolfgang broke out in a cold sweat. This is insane, bargaining with the clan leader like that. This kid really doesn't know his place. A deal only works when both sides are equals. That arrogance will get him killed soon enough, he sneered inwardly. But contrary to his thoughts, Theo's old man fully agreed to the request. Fine. If you're aiming for the position of heir, at the very least you need guts like that, Kyle said with satisfaction and turned to Eid, asking, does anyone object, Heavenly Dragon? In response, Eid quickly bowed and said, everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How could I dare comment on your decision? Seeing no nonsense attitude from him, Kyle nodded in approval below. Good, then prepare the arena immediately. I will test Theo Ragnar right here, he said as he turned and left. Time passed quickly, shifting to the training arena. At this point, both father and son Theo had armed themselves with swords. While the 4-9 dragons watched calmly, only Eid felt irritated that things weren't going according to his calculations. Damn it, the trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate him. He gritted his teeth thinking before reassuring himself, no need to worry. Even if that brat has gotten stronger, there's no way he can withstand a blow from the clan leader. Even high-level swordsmen would struggle. Theo will die here, he has to die here, Eid screamed inwardly. Turning to Theo's side, Eid's intentions were written all over his face, making him notice immediately. I guess that's what he's thinking. Too bad for him, that won't happen. Thanks to the reward from the guidance screen, Theo smiled secretly to himself. As for his old man Kyle, with his keen observation, he quickly noticed something unusual about Theo. Did he take some elixir while I wasn't looking? No, even if he did, such a rapid change would. Whatever, I don't really care how the kid got stronger. After all, you're still my blood. Hearing him say that, Theo broke out in a cold sweat. He really trusts me. Even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Putting that aside, as if he couldn't hold back from giving his son a proper thrashing, Kyle continued, so are you ready? Yes, sir, Theo said seriously. Normally I'd use the greatsword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I'll use this rusty sword instead. Any objections? He asked while looking at the sword in his hand, and of course Theo wasn't dumb enough to make it harder on himself. Of course not, father. Alright then, let's begin. As Kyle spoke, his entire body erupted with unmatched aura, directed straight at Theo. And only when feeling this aura firsthand did the protagonist realize just how incredible his old man was. Holy crap, releasing pressure like this just with battle intent, he thought shakily to himself. Across from him, Kyle was surprised to see his son still standing after taking his aura. I'm surprised you're still on your feet. Of course my strength stat has nearly tripled. The reward I got from completing the guidance, the experience boosting elixir, using it leveled me up and I dumped all attribute points into strength. Pushing my strength stat up to 52, this feeling is pure freedom. Leaving the mundane behind and stepping into the extraordinary with this power. I can block one strike from father, Theo confidently told himself. At the same time, he gripped his sword tightly. Simultaneously, Kyle had closed the distance to Theo, raising his sword high and slashing down with full force. Meanwhile, the protagonist widened his eyes, using every sense to observe Kyle's incoming attack. I see it. I can see it, he murmured. Next, a massive explosion rang out, cracking the entire floor into countless pieces. And after waiting for the dust to settle, Kyle turned to look at Theo and broke into a satisfied smile. It's been a long time since I found a worthy son, the uncle admitted, while Theo's sword had shattered into pieces from that single blow. Then, as per the agreement, Kyle turned to declare to the others, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through his will. This trial is concluded. At the same time, as Theo fainted while still clutching the sword hilt, the system notification rang in his head. You have completed the emergency quest. One strike from Kyle Ragnar. You have received inventory access as a reward. You have received the green key as a reward. Shifting to some palace after who knows how long, the protagonist slowly woke from his daze and asked, where am I? Beside him, Lady Camellia heard his voice and quickly grabbed his hand in panic. You're finally awake, my precious son. You passed out. Do you know how terrified I was hearing that you got hit by the clan leader's sword? How's your arm? Are you hurt? Try moving your shoulder. Do I need to call a healer if it's broken or dislocated? She said with tears welling up, while Theo beside her quickly reassured her, seeing her so frantic. I'm fine, mother. Please calm down. But where am I exactly? In response, Uncle Julius outside saw him awake and came in to inform, by the clan leader's order. The former mistress of Camellia Manor, Axion, and the intelligence chief have all been expelled. That means Theo widened his eyes asking, and the uncle smiled brightly. That's right. This is Camellia Manor. Scenario updated. First scenario quest, The Path of the Air. Take over Camellia Manor and uncover its secrets. Camellia Manor takeover 1-1 secrets, not 1-1. In another development, at some corner of the palace, that woman Amel had received the news and was being ordered to relocate, but unable to accept the outcome. She started fuming. Why should I, the rightful owner of this palace, be forced to leave my own property? As she spoke, Amel stomped her foot in frustration, leaving the guards beside her awkwardly trying to calm her. Lady Amel, please calm down. We beg you to stay calm. From afar, Heavenly Dragon Eid, witnessing this scene, fell into a slight contemplation. Then he turned to remind Axion beside him. Axion. Yes, Uncle, Axion replied. You must kill Theo Ragnar, he said coldly. Yes, I was planning to cut off his arm during the awakening ceremony. Axion stated his intention, but that still wasn't enough to satisfy Eid. No. His head, you must take his head, Eid said in an icy voice. It seemed hatred had completely clouded the man's reason. Back at Camellia Manor. While wandering around exploring the palace, Theo reflected on everything that had happened. Things were unfolding completely differently from his original plan. But this outcome was far better. He'd secured Camellia Manor without even needing to play his trump card. On top of that, he now had a second special privilege, the inventory, as he thought to himself. And right away, a simulated inventory screen appeared in front of Theo. He reached into the screen and pulled out an apple. I have no idea how stuff like this even exists, but it's definitely going to be super useful. And there's also this green key, Theo said as he took out a key from the inventory and looked at it with delighted eyes. This is the green key, miscellaneous item effect. Opens the gate to hell. Requirements compatible with the gate to hell. This key has to be connected to this place somehow. As he spoke, the protagonist turned his gaze toward a nearby door. And what was special was that right below the door handle, a glowing lock symbol had appeared. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Theo quickly used the key in his hand to unlock the door. And the moment the door opened, a gust of wind blew straight into Theo's face from inside. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What stunned him even more was that behind the door lay a deep, bottomless cavern. What this, Theo said in astonishment at the sight before him. And as if to explain it to him, right after, the system popped up a few notifications. You have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained inside the dungeon will be doubled as a reward. Reading this, though still a bit puzzled, Theo's eyes lit up with excitement. A cavern inside a room in Camellia Manor. This has to be some kind of special quest. But no matter what it is, I'm going to clear it. I can't pass up the chance to double my experience. Thinking this, Theo quickly stepped into the cavern. However, after just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped as he realized he wasn't prepared at all. Oh right, I shouldn't go in empty-handed, should I? Time flew by after filling his inventory with countless different swords. Theo was finally ready to conquer this dungeon. All right, let's check it out, he said excitedly, gripping his sword and shield as he ventured deeper into the cavern. Inside the cavern, every so often a lamp with a green flame was mounted on the walls, lighting the path for conquerors. Back to Theo. Not long after entering, he encountered his first opponent and was a bit surprised. Right in front of him stood a white wolf with an extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious appearance. Ha, a wolf. Pretty big one, the size of a beast, he furrowed his brow and said. But before he could wonder too much, in just 1 second, the white wolf's figure suddenly vanished, and instantly reappeared right in front of Theo. Fortunately, the protagonist's reflexes were sharp enough. The moment he saw it flash, he quickly raised his shield to block the bite coming his way, successfully stopping it. Then both sides fell into a deadlock as the wolf stubbornly clamped down on Theo's shield. You're pretty strong, you stray mutt. But I'm not losing a contest of strength, Theo gritted his teeth and said while swinging his sword, slashing straight at the wolf's body. Forcing it to release the shield and back off to keep distance, however, even after being pushed back by Theo. The white wolf still snarled ferociously, baring its teeth and roaring at Theo to show its dominance. Ignoring the dog barking like crazy while it was throwing a fit, Theo charged forward with his sword to seize the advantage. But the moment his sword clashed with the wolf's fangs, sparks flew everywhere. Its hide is thick and its fast 2 half-hearted attacks won't be enough to hurt it. This definitely isn't a normal wolf. It might even be as strong as a beast from the northern wilds beyond the northern wall. That explains why its power isn't easy to deal with, Theo judged inwardly. At the same time, the white wolf across from him raised its paw and swiped straight at him. Seeing this, Theo leaped back to dodge, then used the ground to launch himself forward again for another attack. If only I could recreate that flash, the flash I saw when facing Father's single strike. That pure white, beautiful, and perfect arc, he said while recalling the memory during the fight. However, this reminiscing didn't make him any stronger with this slash of his. The wolf simply turned its head aside and easily evaded it. Then both sides jumped back to maintain distance, and after a while with neither gaining the upper hand, Theo started feeling a bit frustrated inside. Of course copying it wouldn't be that easy, he said dejectedly. The single strike, a shorthand way to say one ultimate blow that delivers instant death, if its key is putting everything into one single sword strike. I'll focus on sword techniques and secret arts, using the speed Evelyn taught me and thrust. Thinking this, as if to challenge himself, Theo tossed his shield aside. And right after, with his body now lighter without the shield, Theo's figure flashed once and instantly vanished from the wolf's sight, leaving it momentarily stunned. And by the time it snapped back, Theo's sword tip was already right in front of the wolf. The result was a pitiful, agonized howl from the wolf right after, as its left eye was pierced blind by Theo's sword. Seeing this, a smile spread across his lips. Nice. I can do this. With that said, both sides charged at each other once more. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, at the 4th training ground, just like any other day, Theo's subordinates were training there. But today seemed a bit special when one guy looked around and said, "There are way more people now." In response, Sybil nodded and agreed, "Yeah, at this rate we should switch training grounds." Now the rumor that the clan leader personally taught the young master the single strike has spread, so more and more people keep coming to spar with him. Even though the young master, at this point, Sybil felt a bit annoyed as one after another came challenging Theo, and right after he finished speaking, sure enough some arrogant jerk from behind piped up, "Hey, you lot. When is your so-called super elite young master showing up? It's been 2 months, where the hell did he run off to? I thought he never missed a single day of training. I bet that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. Maybe it's all a lie because he won the trial, but with no witnesses, probably exaggerated. And the news about him defeating the Serpent Dragon Society is the same." The owner of that voice was Henry Modred, an apprentice swordsman from Plum Blossom Manor, and before his mocking words could fully leave his mouth, young Sybil charged forward and landed a punch square in his face, caving it in. Then by momentum, the idiot's body flew out like a sack of trash, making the short black-haired guy beside him turn in panic and question Sybil. "Henry. Sybil, how dare a lowlife like you," he said furiously. And in response came countless cold stares from Theo's subordinates, silencing him instantly. Next it was Sybil's turn to argue heatedly with them. "You ugly-faced bastards, you're nothing compared to the young master," he shouted, making the brown-haired friend beside him roll his eyes and remind him, "Sybil, you really shouldn't comment on other people's looks. Whatever, I hate these jerks coming here to stir trouble, but now they're even insulting young Master Theo. Draw your swords, this is war," Sybil yelled, and at his command the whole group gripped their swords tightly. Meanwhile, the guys from Plum Blossom Manor seemed eager for a fight too, so they drew their weapons in response. "These lowborn idiots really want to die, huh?" the short black-haired one shouted. However, before the two sides could clash, suddenly a wave of cold air swept over the crowd, instantly freezing the swords on both sides. And somehow, a girl had silently drawn her sword and stood between them, and this cold air had come from her all along. "Ray Ragnar," they shouted in unison, as this girl was one of the 4 hounds, Ray Ragnar. At the same time, a loud laugh suddenly rang out from behind, drawing everyone's attention. "Haha, how could you leave me out of the fun like this?" The owner of that voice was a burly, dark-skinned guy with red hair, wielding a greatsword and dressed in a completely wild style. He was also one of the 4 hounds of the North, Black Bear Hulkus Lang. Seeing him appear, the crowd grew even more shocked. "Even Hulkus is here," 2 of the 4 hounds. Back to Hulkus, after scanning the group, he looked a bit surprised and asked, "Huh, just you guys? Where's the mysterious tiger?" "Who?" the short black-haired guy asked back. "You deaf or what?" I said. "The mysterious tiger, the owner of this training ground. I came here to fight Theo Ragnar," Hulkus roared fiercely. Back to our protagonist. At this moment, he was still training inside the secret dungeon. "You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have hunted 170 beasts remaining in the dungeon. 171. At this point under Theo's feet lay the corpses of countless white wolves. And here was his status after 2 months of grinding. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, level 15, stats. Strength 91, Dexterity 25, Magic Power 198, Luck -6, Vitality 20, Intelligence 19, Attribute Points. None. Access denied. The protagonist took out a recovery potion from his inventory, and the moment he drank it, his entire body was enveloped in a red glow, rapidly healing his wounds at an astonishing speed. "I almost died a few times, but this saved me," he murmured. "This is a beginner recovery potion, consumable effect. Restores 10 vitality points and heals wounds." Looking around at the wolf corpses once more, Theo muttered, "It was pretty tough at first, but things got easier after a while. Time really flies, 2 whole months already. Now there's only one left. Usually that means the boss is about to appear." As he spoke, he looked toward the staircase at the end of the cavern. Then, after resting up, the protagonist decided to head toward that staircase to deal with the final monster. Entering the 5th floor, the system alert sounded, while Theo looked at the broken sword in his hand and tossed it aside. "Looks like this one's done for." As he spoke, Theo reached into his inventory, pulling out another sword, and it was his last one. "This is all I have left. a ceremonial sword mother gave me for my birthday. In the previous life, there were so many conflicts between me and mother before the awakening ceremony, so I just threw it aside in my room and let it rust. Looking closely now, it's a fine sword forged from white snow steel, he evaluated while gazing at the gleaming blade in front of him, at the same time recalling some past memories. When Lady Cecilia led countless servants carrying all sorts of big and small gifts to meet him. "Happy birthday, my precious son. Mother waited until midnight to give this to you," she said excitedly. But in response to her enthusiasm came a rather harsh reply from her son. "Mother, the awakening ceremony is coming up soon. I don't have time to waste on birthday gifts. You should know that better than anyone, good equipment can't change bloodline. Please leave." The cold words left Lady Cecilia stunned, while the guards behind her looked awkward. Back to Theo, thinking of this, he felt a pang of regret inside and silently promised himself, "No matter what, I won't repeat the mistakes from my previous life." With that, he quickly headed toward the end of the cavern, and to keep him from going in unprepared, the system kindly reminded, "This is the boss room. A powerful beast will appear, please be careful." The notification had just ended when Theo spotted his final opponent. It was a massive dragon sleeping ahead. The only thing was it seemed to have no wings. A dragon. "Oh no, it's just a low-grade dragon," Theo murmured. But a dragon is still a dragon. He couldn't rush in recklessly without a proper strategy. They say the Ragnar clan are descendants of dragons, and the boss of this strange quest is a dragon. Is this just a coincidence? I don't know anymore. But one thing's for sure, I need to defeat this thing to complete the quest. But can I even win? It's still a dragon after all. Thinking this, Theo assumed his thrusting stance. Because he wanted to try using his strongest attack, I have to test the flash strike I practiced on those wolves. It might not match Father's dragon flash yet, but if I make full use of my dragon heart, I can inflict serious damage on it. As he spoke, Theo entered his highest state of focus, then immediately poured every ounce of strength he had into charging straight at the dragon with blinding speed. At the same time, the dragon suddenly snapped its eyes open as it sensed the danger. But it was still a fraction too late, because right after, its right eye was blinded by Theo's piercing sword thrust. Looking at the dragon howling in agony in front of him, Theo smiled inwardly. All right. Thinking this, the pained dragon went berserk and whipped its tail toward him, instantly cracking the ground with massive fissures. Fortunately, Theo dodged to the side in time, otherwise he'd probably have been smashed into pulp. Seeing the sheer power of that attack, Theo felt a twinge of regret inside. I'd hoped to drive the sword all the way into its brain. But it seems my thrust didn't reach far enough. Still, I've spotted the opening. I can win. With that thought, Theo activated his secret technique, Jester's footwork, turning his body into a streak of light that dashed toward the earth dragon and unleashed countless slashes across its body. While attacking, Theo kept moving around nonstop and thought to himself, if I can distract it first with a normal strike, then go for the weak point. However, this dragon wasn't pushover either. Realizing it was blinded and couldn't easily catch Theo's figure, it reared its head back and let out a deafening roar toward the sky, creating a stacking debuff on Theo's body. Low-grade Dragon's Fear, Battlefield Dominance Effect, Fear status applied, reducing movement speed by 10%. The notification had barely finished when Theo's whole body suddenly felt heavier and less agile, forcing him to grit his teeth. Damn this body of mine. At the same moment, seeing Theo forced to stop by its skill, the dragon seized the chance and swung its massive arm straight at him, leaving Theo no choice but to raise his sword in front of his chest to block. But the difference in weight was overwhelming. The instant they clashed, his small frame was blasted away like a cannonball into the cavern wall, leaving a small crater. After taking that hit, Theo finally understood why this was the final boss, probably because if the fight dragged on it would be bad news. I need to target its weak point and end this quickly, and a dragon's weak point is. Thinking this, he gripped his sword tightly again and charged once more, while the dragon opposite him mirrored the action. At that moment, just as its sharp fangs were about to clamp down on Theo, he widened his eyes, observing with utmost precision before ducking low to evade the bite and thrusting his sword straight into the reversed scale on its chest. And just as Theo had predicted, the moment his sword struck the weak point on the monster's body, the scale cracked into fragments, allowing the blade to easily pierce through. Agony shot straight to its brain, making the dragon let out a miserable scream. Got it, Theo thought joyfully. However, it seemed things weren't over yet, because right after, the dragon inhaled deeply and glared at him with eyes full of deadly menace. Back at the fourth training ground, for some reason Ray and Hulkus had started arguing under the confused stares of everyone around. What did you just say, Ray Ragnar? Theo Ragnar fights me first, the big guy bellowed so loudly that Ray had to cover her ears and complain. the loser should stay out of it. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve over time, and 3 years is plenty to close the gap, Hulkus roared. But Ray just replied coolly, the loser. At this point, even a saint couldn't hold back Hulkus's anger anymore. Fine then. Let's settle it one-on-one again. Winner gets first crack at Theo Ragnar. The big guy shouted and swung his massive greatsword in a sweeping arc aimed at Ray's slender frame. Yet with that attack, she lightly deflected it aside with her sword, easily stopping it cold. Then the continuous clang of metal clashing rang out, leaving the Rose Manor and Plum Blossom Manor folks stunned as they watched their duel. What the hell is going on? I don't know, but I'm scared, Henry stammered. And right as the fight was building to its climax, young Remington rushed in to break it up, blocking both their attacks with his drawn sword and scabbard. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's territory. I won't allow you two to cause trouble while he's away, the Silver Tiger warned. But upon seeing him appear, Sybil's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned toward him. Oh, it's Remington. Perfect timing. I've been wanting to spar with you too. Hey, Hulkus, didn't you hear me? Remington grumbled. But right after, all three suddenly froze as they sensed an intense aura heading their way. What is this killing intent? Remington wondered inwardly. Then all three turned toward the source of the pressure, where a dark figure was slowly approaching the group. This pressure, what's going on? Remington said in confusion, while Hulkus broke into the widest grin imaginable. Finally, the man himself has arrived, Theo Ragnar. At this moment, Theo was unleashing the low-grade Dragon's Fear skill to blanket the entire training ground. Back a few minutes earlier, finally, due to the severe wound at the reversed scale, the monster had died with its tongue lolling out. The moment it collapsed, the system's final congratulatory message rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-grade dragon. Over here, seeing it finally down, Theo let out a long sigh of relief. It started thrashing wildly when I hit the reversed scale. I really thought I was done for back then. Luckily, over time, it wore itself out. After all, the reverse scale is its weak point. As he spoke, he flopped exhausted onto the dragon's body. While the system notifications kept coming, you have obtained low-grade Dragon Fang. You have obtained low-grade Dragon Claw. Low-grade Dragon Fang material type effect. Reinforcement material for forging weapons increases durability. Low-grade Dragon Claw material type effect. Reinforcement material for forging weapons increases sharpness. As the notifications played, 2 items appeared before Theo, making him jump up to inspect them. Forging materials, huh? I should use these to repair my sword. After all, it was a gift from Mother. Hunting that dragon really wore it down a lot. As he spoke, Theo looked at the birthday gift from his mother. But now it was chipped and battered from all the abuse. However, it wasn't over yet. After the dragon died, it gifted Theo a few more rewards. You have obtained the skill Low-Grade Dragon's Fear. Low-Grade Dragon's Fear skill D+ rank, mastery 1%, effect. Amidst the characteristic killing intent of a low-grade dragon, overwhelms nearby targets, inflicts fear on targets weaker than the user. Reading this, Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. What a skill, dragon's killing intent, but I heard only the chosen ones can use that. I never thought I'd get a chance to try it. As he spoke, Theo tossed all his gear back into the inventory, then shook his head. Wait though, even so I'm not sure if it'll be useful in Ragnar. After all, that place is full of experts, he muttered as he quickly left the dungeon. Camellia Manor dungeon cleared. Closing the dungeon door behind him, Theo let out another relieved breath. Anyway, with this I've completed the quest. Main quest 1, The Path of the Air. Take over Camellia Manor and uncover its secrets. Camellia Manor takeover 1-1, secrets 1-1. Congratulations, you have completed the first main quest. For completing the quest, you will receive rewards. The notification had just ended when a gem resembling the eye of some creature appeared before Theo. It was the Nest Compass multi-purpose item effect. Guides the holder toward the nest. Looking at the description, Theo's eyes filled with curiosity as he brought it closer to examine. Nest Compass, what is this? Could it be related to the next quest? Well, I'll just keep it for now. As he spoke, he casually tossed the reward into his inventory, then staggered toward his room. I should head back and rest. I'm dead tired, he said while breathing like he was on his last legs. But before he could take more than a few steps, a maid rushed up from behind. Young Master Theo, I finally found you. There's an urgent situation. Hearing the call, though Theo felt utterly exasperated inside, he still turned back to see what she wanted. Seeing his bloodied state, the maid froze in shock. Oh my God, look at you. Where have you been? She exclaimed, but Theo had no time for explanations, so he just asked, It's nothing, so what's going on? Hearing this, the maid remembered her purpose and hurriedly said, There's a brawl happening at the 4th training ground. Back to the story, that's why Theo appeared at the training ground and began using the low-grade Dragon's Fear skill to cover the entire area. Get lost, I need rest, Theo said irritably with eyes like someone who hadn't slept in 3 days. And under this overwhelming conqueror's haki of his, a bunch of Plum Blossom Manor trainees couldn't withstand the pressure, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed unconscious. Turning to Hulkus, seeing the trainees dropping like flies, made him even more excited. Haha, such overwhelming killing intent. I knew it. I had a feeling you'd be interesting. You're mine, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you really are. As he spoke, the big guy gripped his broad greatsword and charged at Theo with full force. One might think this strike would at least give our protagonist some trouble, but in reality it was the complete opposite. The moment Hulkus lunged and swung, Theo casually swung his own sword at the same time and instantly sent the giant body flying. In the stunned eyes of everyone present, my attack got blocked so easily, not just him. Even Theo himself was shocked I blocked it. Across from him, after being sent flying in one hit, Hulkus felt his pride wounded and went full berserk mode, charging again. No way I'm backing down, Black Bear Hulkus Lank. He's always considered the weakest among the 4 hounds of the north because he lacks skill variety and isn't the smartest. But as a member of the Lank clan, he's never been bested in raw power. That was what Hulkus prided himself on before meeting Theo. At this moment, the big guy charged with his sword raised for an overhead cleave. Try blocking this, Theo Ragnar. He roared, and facing the attack, Theo's eyes turned serious. Instead of blocking head-on, Theo used his sword to redirect Hulkus's blade, letting it slide along his own as he parried it aside. Then, while Hulkus was still recovering his sword to defend, Theo didn't hesitate and unleashed a lethal slash straight across the young man's stomach. I blocked it and even countered. All that leveling really paid off, Theo smiled inwardly. Seeing his efforts bearing fruit while on Hulkus's side, after taking a critical hit to the gut, he rolled over and passed out. Looking at the bloodied state of the Black Bear youth, Theo let out a heavy breath. I swung with full power without realizing. Luckily, Hulkus is known for his durability, so he only fainted. Around them, Sybil's group stared blankly for a few seconds after seeing Hulkus go down before Theo. Then they erupted in cheers. Wow, young Master Theo defeated the Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike. Over here, seeing them making such a fuss, Theo quickly said, "Hold on, Hulkus is still alive." The words had barely left his mouth when his sword suddenly let out a cracking sound. And right after, in the delighted eyes of the crowd, the blade snapped clean in two. "Wait, the sword mother gave me," Theo said in shock, while the people around who didn't understand just saw their young master break his sword and cheered even louder. Wow, as expected of young Master Theo, he even snapped his sword in one strike. "Hey, why are you all so happy about this?" Theo shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, Ray behind him, watching the crowd cheer for Theo, fell into quiet thought, recalling some distant memory from the past when a little boy asked her, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around here? Aren't you cold? Let me put this on you. Oh, you're still cold. This won't do. Better come to my house first. When the snow stops, I'll take you back." As she spoke, the little girl wrapped her scarf around Ray and led her by the hand home. Remembering that memory, Ray unconsciously broke into a faint smile and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, it seemed Remington caught that smile and froze. Did she just smile? Ray Ragnar smiled. The silver-haired guy thought in astonishment, feeling like he might be seeing things. Right after that evening at Camellia Manor, a celebration banquet for Theo was held. "Congratulations, mysterious tiger, young master. Congratulations, you did great. You've trained incredibly hard this whole time. Now just keep up the momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it," the servants said joyfully, seeing their young master achieve such results. And the happiest of all was none other than Lady Cecilia. To celebrate her son, she brought out a whole basin of abalone, placing it in front of Theo and feeding him like a machine. "My son, try this abalone. These are limited catch abalones from the sea, slow roasted with butter we only get from farms around the Fuha Mountains. We gradually increase the temperature to, try this too. This is chicken raised solely on western Lazirian desert dates. These chickens are carefully slaughtered at just the right age, then stewed with ginseng imported from a far eastern country called Jusian." As she spoke, her arm never stopped for a second, forcing Theo to swallow before he could even chew properly. "Mother, please stop," he thought desperately inside. But thinking back to some sad moments from his previous life, Theo widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and said, "It's delicious, mother." Time passed quickly. After his stomach was bloated like a drum, he finally brought out the broken sword and confessed to his mother. "My son, what happened to this?" she exclaimed, seeing the birthday gift she'd given Theo snapped in half. "It broke during training. I'm sorry, it was the precious sword you gave me for my birthday, but now," he said sadly, but before he could finish, Lady Cecilia exploded in anger. "That damn old hag. She swore up and down that this sword was made from white snow steel and moonsteel wood so it would never break." Beside her, Theo's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Moonsteel wood from the southern thorn forest?" "Yes," she said. "She used only the rarest and most precious materials, but as you can see, that was a complete lie. If what she said was true, it wouldn't have broken so easily," Cecilia growled, still fuming. Back to Theo, hearing it was made from those materials, he started marveling inside. Moonsteel wood is a special tree that grows by absorbing iron. It's considered rare because it keeps the flexibility of wood while being as tough as steel. "I knew it was a good sword, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. Where did mother even get this sword from?" he wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Lady Cecilia seemed to have made up her mind and shouted, "This won't do. Mother is going to confront her and get answers. This time she'll make a perfect sword for you, my son." Seeing his young mother's fiery determination, Theo looked bewildered. I'm fine really. I can use another sword. Hearing this, Lady Cecilia shook her head to correct her son. No way, people are finally recognizing your true worth. We need to prepare more carefully than ever, especially now. And besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, right? I can't let you go to the ceremony with an old sword. Speaking of which, let's go right now. As she spoke, she strode out the door, leaving Theo dumbfounded. Mother, where are you going? To the best forge in Winterra. Pasquare Forge, Cecilia said with a smile. Back at the Basque Forge, one of the 3 major weapon production workshops in Winterra, its reputation was tied to its colossal scale, more like a factory than a traditional smithy. But that wasn't all. The most striking thing about Basque Forge was its master, a figure ranked special by the intelligence agency, and a blacksmith bearing the title of Master Craftsman, a title held by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. People also called her the goblin incarnate of capitalism. The demon blacksmith Curson. At this moment, both mother and son Theo had arrived here to meet this master craftsman. Upon seeing them, Curson's expression turned to astonishment. Oh, look who it is, Curson said in surprise when she spotted Cecilia. Meanwhile, Theo himself was even more shocked. He never expected to meet this person. But why does mother know the demon blacksmith? He wondered inwardly, while Cecilia, seeing the elven aunt still fiddling with her pipe irritably, said, you still haven't quit smoking, huh? Beside her, Theo's eyes nearly popped out hearing his mother call Curson mother. He turned toward Curson. In response to Cecilia's words, the elven blacksmith waved her hand dismissively. Mother, please, I'm sorry, dear customer, but our mother-daughter relationship ended the day you decided to leave. Without paying any mind to those words, Theo behind them was still frozen in his own thoughts. I always thought mother was an orphan with no family. But now you're telling me the high elf Curson is mother's mother. Wait, so that means I have a quarter elven blood? Is that why I'm so handsome? Theo thought, getting so excited his face flushed red. Unaware of her grandson's wild thoughts, Curson didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. So what brings our dear customers here today? In reply, Cecilia tossed the sword straight at her and demanded return a defective product. Across from her, Curson caught the sword irritably. What defective? Ha, how dare you call a sword forged by my own hands defective? Before she could finish, the elven aunt's voice stiffened. The moment Curson drew the sword from its sheath, only the hilt remained. This is, she said in shock, having just confidently vouched for her own sword, only to be slapped in the face, while Cecilia continued complaining, if it's not defective, then what is it? Hearing this, Curson pondered for a moment, then turned back to ask, who used this sword? My son, of course. Who else? That child behind you, Curson said, glancing toward Theo. Hey mother, watch your words. That's the genius who will rule Ragnar from now on, Cecilia reminded her again. Meanwhile, Theo, seeing his grandmother notice him, politely greeted Theo. Ragnar of Camellia Manor, it's an honor to meet the renowned master of Pasquare Forge. In response to her grandson, Curson nodded in greeting. Yes, I've heard of you. She raised you well, but back to the main issue. Did you really use this sword? Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Theo asked back. I already told you it's defective, Cecilia complained. Next, Curson's eyes showed a thoughtful look as she spoke to both of them. This will take a while. Follow me inside. Even though they didn't quite understand what Curson intended, both followed the elven blacksmith into the forge. As they walked, Theo turned to ask his mother, what exactly is your connection to the demon blacksmith? Beside her, hearing this, Lady Cecilia no longer hid it, just as you heard. So she really is your mother? Theo asked in shock. I didn't know, because you rarely talk about the past. But even though it was only for a short 6 months, she was the foster mother who took care of me. Cecilia smiled and explained more specifically. This instantly shattered all of Theo's illusions about his elven bloodline. Oh, so she's your foster mother? He thought, a bit disappointed inwardly. Unaware of her son's thoughts, Cecilia continued gazing fondly at Curson's back. Ahead, mother loved everything she considered beautiful, whether jewelry, music, theater, or even people. That's why she took me in as her foster daughter. She must have liked me a lot. Ahead, hearing these words, the elven aunt turned back, a bit embarrassed. HMPH, enough about the past, it's pointless. Haha, I bet mother doesn't really think that. Cecilia covered her mouth and teased, making Curson huff and turn away in irritation. Back to Theo next, he asked curiously, so why did you leave this place? Then about that, Cecilia began to explain. However, before she could say much, Curson ahead answered for her. The girl left on her own, saying she'd become the wife of the Ragnar clan leader. I never thought she'd willingly go to that miserable place. Truly foolish, but credit where it's due, she managed to survive that long. Curson grumbled. Meanwhile, the young mother was still lost in her own delusions. The clan leader is just too handsome and masculine. He loves me so much. Over here, unaware of just how much Cecilia adored Kyle, but the fact that his daughter ran away to chase her love still left Curson endlessly annoyed. Yet even after leaving like that last year, she still came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen anyone with such thick skin, Curson said, while clicking her tongue in reluctant admiration, making Cecilia a bit embarrassed in front of her son mother. "How could you say that in front of our son? What did I say wrong?" Kirsten shouted, and before their bickering Theo unconsciously broke into a light smile. "I've never seen Mother talk like this before. It seems I never really understood Mother in my previous life. I really was an ungrateful son. Was I too obsessed with the clan, too controlled by it? Moreover, the demon blacksmith seems to care a lot about Mother, so why didn't she do anything in my previous life?" Theo wondered inwardly, but found no clear answer. Time passed quickly at this point. Aunt Kirsten led both of them to the front of some door and said, "We're here. This is my room, the master's office." Hearing this, Cecilia's eyes flashed with confusion as she turned to ask, "Why did you bring us this deep inside?" "You should forge the boy the best sword to make up for it. Wait outside for a bit," Cecilia Kirsten instructed. Before the young mother could react, she had already pulled her grandson inside the workshop and slammed the door shut. "Mother, my son," Cecilia shouted. Meanwhile, Kirsten, the moment she pulled Theo inside, her expression instantly changed. "Hey Theo, I'll be direct. You have a relic of the primordial dragon, don't you?" Hearing the question, the protagonist's face froze for a few seconds. Then he asked back, "Primordial dragon? You mean the ancestor of the guardian dragons protecting our clan? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the primordial dragon's treasures across Winterra to Ragnar descendants, but..." However, before he could finish, Kirsten teased, "Legend, haha, pretending you don't know. If you really didn't have the relic, how could my sword end up like this? I poured my heart and soul into forging this child's spirit. It couldn't possibly break from anything else but a relic. Do you know how valuable this is?" As she spoke, her eyes welled with tears. Seeing this pitiful sight, Theo's eyes widened and he apologized. "But it only broke when fighting a dragon. Why does she keep mentioning the relic?" Theo thought inwardly. Back to Kirsten. After a moment of regret, she snapped out of it and barked, "Enough, forget it. It'll be faster if I just show you instead of explaining." With that, she led Theo in front of a coffin wrapped in chains and asked, "What do you see?" Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes flashed red. As he focused his gaze, it was green light. The same kind of light he saw at the gate leading to the dungeon in Camellia Manor. Theo furrowed his brow thinking. But before he could answer, Kirsten added, "I can't see or sense anything from it, but judging by your reaction, you see something. I've tried countless times to open this box and take what's inside, but it's useless. A relic from the primordial dragon, long ago in the Age of Myths. The primordial dragon plucked one of its fangs and forged a sword from it, the monster sword Moon Blade. If you break the seal on this coffin and successfully draw the sword, I'll give you this Moon Blade. But you might lose your life. Wanna try?" she said, turning to Theo with a challenging look. And of course, with an offer like this, the protagonist couldn't possibly refuse. "That sword is mine from now on," Theo said, smiling at the same time. He also received the next quest, main scenario quest Ragnar, the path of the heir chosen by the primordial dragon's relic Moon Blade. Moon Blade, that was the sword of the Black Snow Leader, one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon, but very few people knew its true appearance, because almost everyone who had seen or heard of this sword had either died or gone missing. However, by chance, I had seen the true form of the Moon Blade. But why did the Black Dragon spare me? The Black Dragon's Moon Blade is here, and it's really a relic of the primordial dragon. Kirsten kept it all this time, Theo thought inwardly. If that's the case, then I have to get it no matter what. This is similar to the Camellia Manor situation. Then, with this green key, thinking this, Theo took out the key from his inventory and began using it to unlock the coffin's lock. The moment he turned the key, something strange happened. Suddenly, the coffin itself emitted a beam of light, and all the chains wrapped around it automatically loosened. Then, before the two could observe what was inside, the coffin itself began emitting black smoke, sucking Theo inside. What's happening? He choked out. Then Theo's vision slowly changed to the scene of Rose Manor, engulfed in flames. Rose Manor, why am I here? Oh right, I forgot I was too weak. Because of that, I need even more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camellia Manor, Theo told himself inwardly. At the same time, while his memories were still somewhat hazy, behind him, the massive silhouette of some crow appeared, extending its sharp claws and beak toward Theo. However, right at that moment, the protagonist noticed this black crow sneaking up on him, so the instant it attacked, Theo spun around, grabbing its beak tightly, making its face freeze in shock. Next, Theo looked at the crow and tasked manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No wonder you're a monster sword. In response, the crow's eyes flashed with anger. You insolent human, how could you? Before it could finish, the protagonist explained, I've long overcome the despair you once showed me. Fool, do you think I'd be tempted by your mediocre power when I have quests to complete? What are you saying? Let me go, human, the crow screamed while struggling desperately to break free, but Theo's hand clamped like a vice on its beak, leaving it unable to move. Turning to Theo while holding the crow, he also took the chance to closely examine its form. You're completely different from the griffin I recall you were at least 10 meters tall. Now you're barely my height. Perhaps because you've been sealed for too long, Moon, but either way this benefits me. You're mine now, Moon Blade. As he spoke, the guy raised his fist, preparing to use pure physics to discipline this griffin, making the griffin hurriedly call out for peace. Hey, let's talk civilized, it cried out in panic. Turning toward the outside upon hearing Theo's screams, Cecilia rushed inside, and upon witnessing the protagonist lying motionless, their Lady Cecilia's eyes welled up with tears. "My son, please wake up," she said while shaking Theo's body, but it had no effect whatsoever. With no other choice, Cecilia turned to look at Curson and asked, "Mother, what is this? Why is my son like this? I told you to forge a sword for him. I never asked you to do something like this to the boy," she shouted, while Curson's eyes also showed worry. "The monster energy has linked with his meridians. I've never seen anything like this before. Since he possessed a relic, I thought everything would be fine. If anything terrible happens to my son, I will never forgive you," Cecilia said in an extremely furious voice. But fortunately for both of them at that moment, Theo's hand began to move and tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Then suddenly countless black energy bands like whirlwinds appeared around him, slowly converging at Theo's chest and slipping straight into his body. Once this was over, Cecilia anxiously called out once more, "Theo." Hearing his mother's call, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes, making her overjoyed as she hugged her son tightly. "My son," Cecilia said while shedding tears. Meanwhile, Aunt Curson, seeing Theo safely awake, also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "Looks like I worried you a lot. I'm fine, no need to panic," Theo reassured her. At the same time, the system's final congratulatory notification rang out. "Congratulations, by hunting a griffin, you have successfully completed the second scenario quest. Reward obtained, Moon Blade." Hearing this, Theo finally paid attention to the sword in his hand and thought, "I'm really lucky the griffin was easily defeated because it had just been unsealed. And also because its psychological attack no longer works on me." The guy sighed at his negative luck stat, but it still helped him this much. However, the rewards weren't over yet, because right after Theo heard even better news. By absorbing monster energy from the Moon Blade, your mana has increased significantly. Plus 30 mana, your mana has exceeded 200. Your mana has begun to possess divine power. Divine type special ability, effect body enhancement, mana recovery 1.5 per second. The notification had just ended when Theo immediately felt an explosive surge of power gushing within his body. His mana had risen to the level of a high-rank swordsman. "It's a shame I can't fully utilize this mana right away. I have to hold back until the awakening ceremony." Back to Curson after the mother and son had their emotional moment. The elven blacksmith puffed on her pipe and said, "You really surprised me. Congratulations, you truly succeeded." Hearing this, Theo smiled and turned to ask, "You'll keep your promise, right? Don't you know elves can't lie?" Curson grumbled. Next, suddenly the sword in Theo's hand began shaking violently, making him a bit puzzled, and with her experience, Curson explained for her grandson, "It's resisting." Hearing her explanation, Theo's eyes fixed on the sword in his hand as he growled, "So you're saying you still haven't acknowledged me as your master, huh?" From behind, Curson also explained on behalf of the sword, "Not exactly. Perhaps it's feeling resentful after being sealed for hundreds of years now that it's out. It wants to vent all the pent-up frustration. Why don't you try swinging the sword at that wall over there with all your strength?" As she spoke, Curson glanced toward a metal wall not far from the group. It seemed to be a sword-testing wall with a few marks left by swords on its surface. However, upon hearing the request, Theo felt a bit worried and turned to ask, "Is this okay?" In response to her grandson, Curson smirked contemptuously, "Worrying for nothing, even if it's the Moon Blade. A swing from a kid who hasn't gone through the awakening ceremony won't damage the Basque Forge." Hearing that was really irritating, Theo grumbled inwardly, seeing his grandmother not quite believing in his strength. "Huh, is that so?" the protagonist muttered while thinking inwardly, "Since I can hide my dragon heart anytime, why not take this chance to test the Moon Blade's power and use my mana?" Thinking this, he calmly walked toward the wall. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, he said, "Then excuse me for the trouble." With that, the guy assumed an attack stance, and right after, an intense surge of energy erupted from his body, making all of Curson's earlier confidence instantly vanish. "Hey, huh. Wait a second," she shouted, but it was too late, because right after, Theo swung the sword, unleashing a lethal slash, cleaving the wall in front of him in two. Or rather, not just the sword-testing wall, but an entire section of the workshop was sliced apart, making Lady Cecilia's eyes behind him sparkle in disbelief at the scene before her, while Aunt Curson's eyes also sparkled, but in a regretful way. "My workshop, my money!" Curson shouted loudly upon seeing the massive hole Theo had created. Patching this mess up would cost who knows how much of her money. Ignoring this, Theo began looking back at the sword in his hand in shock. "This thing is probably a bit too dangerous. It absorbed all my mana." Just as he thought this, suddenly Curson appeared in front of Theo, reaching out to touch his abdomen to check, since when she's so fast, Theo thought in a daze. Meanwhile, after checking, Curson could only force a wry smile. "Good heavens, you really have zero proficiency in magic. You really did this just relying on the blade's sharpness, huh?" With that, Curson turned to look at Theo and confirmed in her mind, "This kid is a genius." And this genius is my grandson thinking. This countless complicated math formulas began appearing in the old lady's head. Alright Theo Ragnar, from now on, I will be your sponsor. You just need to soar high and show the world your skills. You'll become a living billboard for Basque Forge. As she thought, her eyes had already turned into dollar signs. Mother, I can see money in your eyes, Cecilia reminded from behind, making the aunt startle a bit. After that, having obtained his new sword, both mother and son bid farewell to Curson and quickly boarded the carriage to return to Camellia Manor. And before leaving, Theo also handed over the fang and claw from the earth dragon he had obtained earlier back to Curson. Consider it compensation for the wall I destroyed. Use this to repair the wall, a trophy from a dragon. He must have gotten it when obtaining the relic. HMPH, my daughter really raised an excellent son, Curson said with a smile while puffing out a long cloud of smoke. However, right as she turned around suddenly, a voice rang out from above. Long time no see, demon blacksmith. The somewhat familiar voice made Curson narrow her eyes and turn her head. Why are you here? Following her gaze at this moment, that voice was coming from atop some crow. Time passed quickly. 5 days before the awakening ceremony. At this time, Theo was still actively training hard with Evelyn to improve his skills. And the more they fought, the more surprised Evelyn became. Your swordsmanship has become much stronger and more agile, Evelyn praised. It's great to hear Master Evelyn praising me, Theo said with a smile. Meanwhile, the group of trainees, seeing Theo sparring head-on with Evelyn, were practically stunned, speechless. On the other hand, Evelyn was delighted to have trained such a disciple. It's been half a year since the young master started changing, and now he's strong enough to push me back. Moreover, if in a few days he awakens his mana, that will be the birth of a monster. Thinking this, Evelyn stopped the training session and said, you're doing very well. You could aim to be the top of the awakening ceremony, young master. I'll pray for your success, she said with utmost sincerity. Turning to Theo, he didn't forget Evelyn's teaching efforts and thanked her. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become the top, I'll mention your name in the speech in front of everyone, the guy promised. But this promise didn't seem to make Evelyn very happy. Why would you? She asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, some other trainees, hearing Theo talk about mentioning names in the speech, also volunteered. Oh, me too, young master, please mention me too. The enthusiastic group made Theo both delighted and annoyed. Gosh, being loved by so many people is really troublesome, he said with an extremely smug face. Alright, I'm off, he waved his hand and said. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the central headquarters. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, so Theo had dressed up nicely and arrived early. Theo Ragnar of Camellia Manor, he announced to the gate guards. The awakening ceremony is an important annual event for the Ragnar clan. Every participant hopes to achieve good results at this ceremony, and as swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place they can receive recognition and honor. Because the entire Ragnar clan is watching, including the clan leader, the 9 dragons, and even the former clan leaders of the 2 previous generations, Lady Hilda Ragnar. Looking at the youthful woman seated on the chair, Theo truly found it hard to believe his eyes. The more he looked, the less she seemed like someone 150 years old. Anyway, it's a relief that she's here to attend. Up on the high platform, after seeing all the trainees had gathered, the referee, swordsman Dragon Gate, Valhalla Ragnar, struck the gavel beside him hard and shouted loudly. Attention, we will begin with the preliminary test. The preliminary test requires grasping a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall with your abdomen. To inform you, the wall is forged from white snow steel. Ordinary steel swords cannot scratch it at all. But everything changes if you infuse mana into the attack. I will distribute Soma to you. 1 Soma will provide you with 10 years of mana. It's a kind of elixir that will help you open your mana meridians. Swallow the Soma and open the mana meridians in your dantian. Only then can you cut the white snow steel wall with these swords. The depth of the cut will determine your result. From now on, participants whose names are called will take a Soma and step onto the platform. First participant, Theo Ragnar, step forward, he shouted loudly. And upon hearing his name, the protagonist confidently stepped forward, receiving the elixir from a soldier's hand, while thinking, in my previous life, Axion was the one at the top. But this time it won't be, he told himself. At the same time, the 3rd scenario quest was also issued by the system. The winner of the awakening ceremony becomes the top of the awakening ceremony leaderboard. At this moment, Theo casually picked up a sword stuck in the floor and silently advanced toward the wall. At this moment, Theo casually picked up a sword stuck in the floor and silently advanced toward the wall. Meanwhile, former clan leader Hilda, seeing him step up, curiously said, "Oh, so that's the boy Kyle, the one you mentioned before." Hearing this, Kyle nodded and turned to reply, "The boy must have caught your interest. Of course, I became curious after you said you were keeping an eye on him. Then let's watch and see just how talented this kid really is," Hilda said with a smile full of interest. Back to Theo, although he had gone through this once in his previous previous life doing it again, he still couldn't hide his nervousness. Hugh, the awakening ceremony, huh? I'm a bit anxious since it's been so long since I last did this, he said with a sigh. Meanwhile, to make sure Theo didn't forget, referee Vahana also reminded now swallow that elixir. Yes, I understand, Theo nodded, and quickly tossed the elixir into his mouth. In my previous life, I swallowed soma, but couldn't control the mana, causing severe damage to my danchan. But this time that won't happen, Theo smiled thinking, and right after swallowing the elixir, his entire body erupted with intense mana, making Vahana behind him a bit worried about him. That idiot causing such a huge mana wave, he can't control it properly. When swallowing soma, you need to be extremely careful to stabilize the mana pathways in the danchan. But Ragnar clan members have more talent than mana, to the point that if not careful, they can become crippled. He'll probably end up the same, the uncle frowned, thinking worriedly for Theo. However, his worry was unnecessary because very quickly afterward, the violent mana inside Theo's body began to be controlled by him, forming an energy membrane enveloping his body. He withstood it, Vahana said aloud in shock. Back to Theo looking at the energy source he had suppressed. The guy couldn't help but smile smugly. Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana reservoir. This makes me feel a bit disappointed. It's not like my previous life. This time I succeeded way too easily. Anyway, from now on, I can officially use mana now with this massive amount of mana. I just need to unleash it to my heart's content. Thinking this, he began gathering mana into the sword in his hand, then directly swung it forward toward the sword testing wall. In that instant, it seemed everyone saw the phantom of a roaring dragon in the sky. The pressure he created was so strong, it made the three Remingtons feel dizzy. Then in their eyes, the dragon head phantom charged straight toward the wall, creating a massive cut on it. This is the ultimate technique, shadow severing slash. Behind him, the arrogant Axion, witnessing this scene, frowned in displeasure. The result was, after the shockwave completely dissipated, Theo left a huge slash nearly spanning the full height of the wall, making referee Vahana stunned for several seconds before declaring the result. Theo Ragnar passes. The surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, impossible. Since young master Thorkel, we haven't seen anything like this. Is this really a slash from someone awakening mana for the first time? After excellently completing the preliminary test, the system displayed notification: luck stat 0, curse of misfortune has been lifted. Now your fame begins to spread across the world. Reading the notification, Ragnar felt delighted. Finally, now I can truly reach the starting line like everyone else. Many people expressed interest in Ragnar's spectacular performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants to take him as a disciple. Julius Ragnar is displeased with the attention he's receiving. Robber Ragnar becomes wary. Turns out he is the crow that appeared at that bizarre alchemist's Basque workshop the night before. Lady Hilda Ragnar shows interest in Ragnar. Looking toward Lady Hilda, he thought inwardly, but most importantly, I'm thrilled to have caught Hilda's eye. She has the heart of Garuda. If I can obtain that heart. One by one, they stepped forward, slashing at the steel wall. When it was Sybil's turn, the referee announced Sybil passes. Sybil was emotional, thinking inwardly Theo also succeeded. The four members of the Northern Four Hounds also participated, one after another. Each of their slashes left enormous cracks, completely different from the apprentice swordsmen. Seeing their results, people felt chills. All four Northern Four Hounds produced terrifying results, but none of them left a mark as large as young Master Ragnar's. Now only one person remained. He was advancing forward. No one else, it was Axion. The referee called Axion. Ya stepped forward. His eyes looked truly terrifying at this moment. The crowd below discussed, with this speed, the competition will be between Mysterious Tiger and Black Tiger. No, even Axion can't do that. I never thought Mysterious Tiger was at that level. Hearing their words, Axion's rage boiled even more. He stepped forward, proudly demonstrating his level. Vahana requested, please swallow the soma. As soon as he swallowed the soma, Axion immediately charged toward the steel wall at extreme speed. Vahana angrily shouted at his action. Wait. Axion's body erupted with an incredibly powerful aura. He swung a sword, instantly creating the phantom of a massive dragon with sharp fangs. That slash struck the wall hard, causing violent tremors not inferior to Ragnar's earlier. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Vahana froze in shock, exclaiming, these guys have surprised me too many times already. Axion's slash cut across Ragnar's, creating an astonishing result. The crowd once again gaped in horror. How is this possible? They're almost identical. Who is the winner in this case? Precision will decide the winner. After finishing, Axion stood observing, thinking for a moment, then turned back to his original position to await the result. Everyone was eagerly waiting to know the results of the competition, whether Ragnar or Axion would be the winner. Referee Vahana announced the first stage of the awakening ceremony has concluded. You all did very well this year. I'm very satisfied to see many of you achieve significant scores. Those who passed, please prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. And finally, we will announce the leaderboard everyone has been waiting for. The top of the first stage leaderboard in the awakening ceremony is Theo, in the first awakening ceremony. The person ranked first is Theo Ragnar. He stood there stunned, unable to believe he had actually taken first place. The referee announced his score as 10-10, magical technique, speed control, nothing was wasted. The result left the crowd in shock as they kept shouting names. Axion. Axion isn't first, Axion lost. Even the depth of the sword mark is almost the same as Lord Theo's. What? Similar to Lord Thorkel's. Theo Ragnar is now one of the top 5 candidates considered the closest to the position of heir. The referee announced second place is Axion Ragnar. Regrettably, he also achieved a perfect 10. But the length of his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's, so he was ranked second. At this moment, he was furious beyond words. Third place Remington Nazio, fourth place Ray Ragnar, fifth place Hulkus Rank, sixth place Erica Rang, 32nd place Lizzie Zigger, 33rd place Rico Edit, and 87th place is Sybil Drea. Everyone performed very well in the first preliminary round. The second awakening ceremony will be held 3 days from now at the Eastern Mountain Range. All 87 outstanding participants this time prepare thoroughly. Alright, today's ceremony concludes here. Returning home, they held a celebration banquet for Theo Ragnar's victory. Congratulations to the top 2. This is the true power of our training grounds. Cheers to Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass thanking everyone for their congratulations, but this isn't the end yet. Our goal is to conquer the second awakening ceremony together. Theo put his arm around Remington, then said, "We'll claim both top spots." Evelyn was also present, joining the celebration with everyone. She sent her congratulations to both of them. "You two will definitely do it. Congratulations on taking first place, Theo Ragnar. I'm happy your hard work paid off. But at the same time, I feel ashamed for falling so far behind." Seeing Remington look dejected, Theo humbly said, "Hee, this time I just got lucky with friends' rankings don't matter, right?" Hearing him say that, Remington felt somewhat comforted inside. "Thank you, Theo, the heavy feeling in me is gradually lifting." The two clinked glasses, toasting their close friendship. "We'll give it our all in the second ceremony." Scene shift to the Eastern Mountain Range, where snow-covered peaks stretched endlessly. Theo Ragnar had arrived here. He walked forward step by step while saying, "I took first in the first awakening ceremony. In my previous life, that was an achievement I never even dared to dream of. Even though this wasn't a real battle, beating Axion is something I still find hard to believe." Theo Ragnar clenched his fist tightly, but this is only the beginning. Taking down Randon before was just a small matter. My real enemies are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon. I'll use every plan to repay them tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life." He reached into his pocket, pulled something out. It was the compass he received from the previous quest nest. Compass, a multi-purpose item that guides the holder toward the nest. The compass was pointing toward the Eastern Mountain Range. "In the second awakening ceremony, I'll find out what the nest really is." Suddenly at this moment, he noticed someone behind him. Immediately he vanished, making the other person confused and exclaim, "Ha, who is it?" Before he could react, Theo Ragnar's sword tip was already at his throat. "Who are you?" He panicked. Wait, please calm down, I'm not suspicious. "I'm Gatsby Yachten from the Wind Sword Unit. My captain watched the awakening ceremony and sent me here." Theo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "A scout, huh? I guessed as much, but I didn't expect them to be this fast." Theo Ragnar asked him specifically what it was. He said, "Theo has been offered the opportunity to participate in the unit entrance exam." Theo spoke up, "Not scouting, but requiring me to take a test." "That's right, you must know the reputation of the Wind Sword Unit, just being invited." Before he finished, a voice rang out from afar. "I think the entire Wind Sword Unit is a bunch of idiots." The newcomer was a girl with a great blade on her back. She said, "Prince Theo Ragnar isn't like those fools." Yachten, hearing her, spoke up. "What did you say? Who are you to talk like that?" She ignored him and spoke only to Theo Ragnar. "We're inviting you to join the Black Iron Cavalry. What do you think?" Her name was Ayan Sasari, Vice Commander of Black Iron, nicknamed Fire Demon. Yachten muttered her name. Fire Demon." She replied, "Yes, now you've recognized me. Get out of my way." Suddenly, a group of people rushed past her at extreme speed, heading straight for Theo Ragnar. They spoke up. "Honored to meet you. I'm from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee you'll have a captain position within 3 years. This is the legal bureau. The captain personally came. The security bureau is here. If you agree, we'll provide full support. The numbers are quite large." They overwhelmed Sasari, leaving her breathless. She grew angry, shouting loudly, "Hey, line up, don't crowd. What line? You're the one who should stand back. Whoever drags him back first wins. Got it." Theo was dumbfounded, thinking inwardly, "This is ridiculous. Best to leave before things get more annoying." At this moment, another person arrived looking for Theo. He was surprised by the sudden appearance of that person. She approached Theo Ragnar and said, "I know this might seem ambitious, but to obtain such talent, do I really have to stoop to that level?" She was the mistress of Plum Blossom Manor, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus. Those around looked at her in shock. the mistress of Plum Blossom Manor. She personally came here. She looked at Theo and said, I'm the same as you all. I came to meet Theo Ragnar to take a stroll and see that child. Scene shift to training ground number 4. Axion had slaughtered everyone here. Not a single survivor. He sensed someone approaching from behind. Immediately swung his sword, continuing to attack with full force, launching his sword like a bullet. With just 3 fingers, the person caught his sword successfully. The newcomer was Heavenly Dragon Troyvan. He spoke truly pathetic. Venting anger in the wrong place won't change anything, will it? Axion now recognized his uncle. He threw his sword to the ground, turned his back, and said, while walking, in a moment like this you need to stay calm and plan. Axion, follow me. The second awakening ceremony. I'll show you how to turn it into Theo Ragnar's grave. He walked away with eyes full of killing intent. Back to the scene, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus approached Theo. Those around were extremely surprised by her appearance, saying, the mistress of Plum Blossom Manor personally here. This makes our side look too weak. Fire Demon Ayan Sasari shouted loudly, Mistress, please wait. Before she finished, a sphere of power enveloped the two of them. Inside, impossible, the space has been disconnected. Could she be planning to personally teach him? The sphere gradually vanished into space. Theo Ragnar had now stepped into the Sword Dragon's spatial imprint. The two looked at each other. He thought inwardly, I've entered the imprint of Plum Blossom Manor's mistress, a space completely isolated from the outside. I never thought I'd witness something. I've only heard about it. Seems my reputation has truly taken shape now. Sword Dragon spoke at this moment. The Dragon Lord will surely be furious, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo asked, puzzled. A gift. She drew her sword and said, the Dragon Lord's sword is very strong, like dragon breath falling from the sky, burning everything to ashes. The space immediately transformed into a poetic flower-filled forest. But I'm different from him. I infuse my sword with countless transformations. Theo watched her in a daze. The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation. As soon as she finished, Plum Blossom Manor's mistress unleashed her techniques continuously, teaching Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar watched her every move intently, trying to absorb everything into his mind. All within a single breath. I call this Plum Blossom swordsmanship, the first reign of heavenly flowers. Theo Ragnar hearing her speak. His hands and feet trembled as he thought inwardly, unbelievable, 120 steps and sword techniques all in a single breath. Could the Dragon Lord really have to retreat before her swordsmanship? If I can combine what I've just seen into a single slash and unleash it all at once. Theo Ragnar looked at her and said, I don't know if I'm allowed to accept it. Sword Dragon nodded and said, if you've seen enough, then that's plenty. Right after she finished speaking, the space shifted and warped, and the two of them were back in the original area they started in. She told him, if you want to see more, come find me anytime after the second blooming ceremony. The people around them stared in confusion at the pair, still completely clueless about what had just happened. Theo, I hope you'll become a fresh new wind in this place. As soon as she said that, she vanished, leaving behind a shower of cherry blossoms drifting down to the ground. Theo thought to himself, this really is an incredibly huge gift. Whether I accept it or not, I still feel like I don't deserve it. But becoming a disciple of the Plum Blossom Lady and a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry at the same time, isn't that way too much? I'll think it over carefully after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, the scene shifts near the northern Great Wall, in the mountain range where the second blooming ceremony is taking place. This winter mountain range is a vast stretch of land that runs from our winter stronghold all the way to the Demon Sea. And we, the Ragnar family, have protected humanity from that cursed land, the Demon Sea, where endless hordes of monsters lurk on the other side of the wall for more than 1,000 years. All of you will one day have this duty to carry on. That's exactly why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blooming ceremony. The one speaking was the overseer of the second blooming ceremony, Senior Swordmaster Jackie Ragnar. However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are allowed to step into the Demon Sea. The trial area is strictly limited to inside the Great Wall. Be careful, don't cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The test is very straightforward. Over the next 15 days, hunt beasts from the Winter Mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color in the spectrum, the higher the points and the stronger the beast. In particular, the beast carrying a violet bell is at a level none of you can possibly defeat. But taking it down would give you an absolutely staggering amount of points. You're free to use any method you want during the test, as long as you bring the bells back before time runs out. Theo Ragnar thought to himself, no restrictions on methods, that means it's allowed to steal prey or bells from others. He's openly encouraging conflict, but that's just the survival rule of our world. Finally, Jackie Ragnar said, we've set up supply outposts at various spots to keep monsters from breaking through. Supplies are hidden in those safe zones, so use them wisely. Now the test begins. Everyone scattered after hearing the overseer's command. He thought to himself, since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is top priority. We need to stock up first and make sure we support young Master Theo. The black bear charged forward excitedly, shouting, "This is gonna be fun, really fun." Axion recalled the instructions his uncle had given him. "Stick to the plan, Axion, and that place will sooner or later become Theo Ragnar's grave." Sword Dragon followed behind Axion, keeping a close eye on his actions. Theo Ragnar started moving, with someone trailing behind him. The person called out, "Young Master Theo." It turned out to be Remington. He looked at Theo and said, "You once said we're friends, right?" Theo asked, "What's up?" Remington replied, "After thinking it over for the past 3 days, I realized I see you as both a friend and a rival. So I've gotten ambitious. I really want to surpass you, young Master Theo." Hearing that, Theo Ragnar gave a small smile. "I get that feeling. I see Remington as a friend and a rival too." Remington burst out laughing. "Haha, that's such a relief. I was worried I was the only one thinking that way. That's why I can't hold back in this second blooming ceremony. That's what I wanted to say." Theo Ragnar wished him well, then good luck to you. Right after Theo spoke, Remington left the spot. Theo thought to himself, the fact that Remington set me as his target, could anything be more exciting? My heart's racing, I've gotten a lot stronger now. Anyway, let's put the emotions aside for now. First things first, find the dragon's nest. With that, Theo pulled out the dragon compass and held it in his hand. The Dragon Nest Compass is a special artifact that guides its holder toward a dragon's lair. The compass immediately spun and pointed the way for Theo Ragnar. The direction it indicated was the eastern mountain. Inside that mountain was a cave emitting the green glow of a quest, the very place Theo Ragnar was heading toward. At that moment, on the edge of the winter mountain range, Theo arrived at the spot guided by the dragon compass. He said, "It's definitely around here somewhere. I didn't expect it to be hidden under all this snow. Wait, do I really have to dig through this whole pile? Yeah, I probably should have brought a shovel. Using my sword to dig feels kinda weird." Theo drew his sword and muttered, "Well, if you don't have teeth, chew with your gums." As soon as he finished speaking, Theo swung his sword, sending electric sparks flying and blasting the snow pile in every direction, revealing a clearing with just trees and a cave entrance. Theo lowered his weapon and said, "All right, you guys can come out now." One of them stepped forward chuckling, "When did you notice us? We thought we were tailing you perfectly in secret." Hearing that, Theo looked surprised. "You guys, what are you doing here?" The fat one in the trio spoke up, "See, I told you idiots you were too loud. We're screwed. I think this kid's way stronger than we expected. Nice to meet you, number one." The three were the infamous Buck Mountain thugs, Hai Cow and Lun, the bandits of Buck Mountain. They were the ones who massacred civilians under the guise of accidents during missions, the dark consequence of Theo Ragnar's relentless pursuit of overwhelming power. Especially, Theo could never forget the Buck Mountain Village massacre. Back then, he worked with Huxial and resolved the case, so he knew better than anyone just how horrifying it truly was. Officially 761 dead, plus another 220 missing. The terrifying part was that none of the victims could be identified, because every single one had their heads crushed beyond recognition. Theo looked at them and thought, "I was planning to deal with these scum sooner or later because of their vicious nature, but now I have to face them like this, and they've been tailing me." He spoke up, "You're after Axion's fortune, aren't you?" The three glared at Theo with murderous eyes. One laughed loudly. "You think we'd let ourselves be puppets for a fellow disciple?" Theo asked. "No, then what?" They shot back. "A lapdog like you wouldn't understand anyway." Theo immediately thought of the elder dragon and said, "So you were sent by the Merchant Council chairman." Hearing that, they flinched hard, stammering, "What? How? Damn it, how does he know?" Theo replied, "It's obvious from what you just said, and since the overseer isn't following, looks like he's on your side too." Realizing Theo had figured them out, they sneered. "Look at you, pretty sharp for someone like that." Cow asked Hai, "Are we in trouble?" Hai answered, "Nah, he's as good as dead anyway." Hai grinned smugly and shouted at Theo, "Nothing satisfies me more than ruining pretty faces like yours." Theo stared at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Before the three thugs could even move, Theo's technique closed in on them at blinding speed. The scene happened so fast they couldn't react, their eyes wide with shock and terror. In an instant, the strike took one arm from each of them. That single slash shattered the surrounding rocks and earth into ruin. Theo Ragnar said in an icy voice, "I'm not going to be like you guys. Instead, I'll leave your heads intact." With a second slash, Theo Ragnar took their heads clean off, killing them before they could even close their eyes. And just like that, in a matter of moments, he swiftly cut down the three arrogant thugs. Theo said aloud, "Guess since they're still young, they were that hard to handle." He thought to himself, the heavenly cherry blossom technique from the plum blossom lady after 3 days of practice. I can finally pull it off 3 times in a row by drawing curves with circles and arcs, allowing flexible transformations and applications. Of course, I can't do 120 consecutive ones like she can. He grabbed each severed head and said, "Time to clean up their mess. I need to figure out how to get into the basement." With that, Theo tossed their heads down the mountain. As he turned away, a strange sound came from below. Theo wondered, what's that noise? He approached and looked down to find a hidden staircase. The system displayed a hidden quest: find the invisible staircase and explore the green actions, discovering the entrance. Theo jumped down to continue uncovering whatever secrets lay hidden inside. At the same time, Robber Ragnar was silently watching Theo Ragnar from behind. Current number 1, Axion Ragnar had captured 41 demons with a team of 21 people. Number 2 was Remington Ragnar. In the Demon Dragon meeting room, a soldier spoke up. What about Theo Ragnar? In the Demon Dragon meeting room, another soldier asked, what about Theo Ragnar? He reported Theo Ragnar currently has 0 demons and no teammates. Hearing that, the Demon Dragon looked shocked and said, what? I bet he's either hiding or setting up an ambush. Sword Dragon spoke softly. If it's just a guess, that means there's no confirmation. Yeah, that's right. The Elder Dragon thought to himself, just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll shine in the second. Maybe he'll hesitate when facing real combat. He laughed out loud and said, haha, especially since he's just a bastard child. In his mind he thought, looks like those thugs did their job right. Heavenly Dragon looked at him and transmitted his voice. Could the upper council be involved in this? The Elder Dragon replied, yes, I couldn't give any advance warning. Heavenly Dragon said, yeah, as you can see, everything's going smoothly, so don't worry. Heavenly Dragon was startled, his eyes widening in shock. Cursing inwardly, damn it, this crazy old man just went ahead and did it without asking me first. Heavenly Dragon thought, after the Camellia Hall was taken over, I took the chance to check out the Crimson Flower Hall. But I couldn't find any records of the ancient dragon. The clue leading to the Crimson Flower Hall must be held by that Theo kid. I have to kill him after I get the clue. Heavenly Dragon turned and transmitted to one of the soldiers. Tell Axion to hurry up. Sword Dragon noticed their gestures and grew suspicious, saying to the Demon Dragon, the upper council and the secretary are probably plotting something. We should set up our own safety net too. The Demon Dragon replied, no. Theo isn't the type to fall for tricks so easily. He's definitely up to something, so interfering in the test won't help at all. Besides, I can't overlook the fact that you met with Theo without telling me. Sword Dragon chuckled and said to him, when it comes to that matter, is Theo's feelings the most important thing? Back with Theo Ragnar, he was gradually venturing deeper into the mysterious cave. In front of Theo were piles of eerie, dried-up skeletons. Theo walked past each one and said, these have incredibly strong mental attack traps. Ordinary people would lose their minds completely. After passing the Blue Moon Sword's trial, this is nothing to me. I didn't expect the compass to lead me here. Theo placed his hand on the cave wall, and instantly his vision expanded thanks to his divine power. Divine power is a special ability that alters physical capabilities, using mana to extend the senses. Before Theo now was a cave entrance glowing with a mysterious golden light. That's right, that's the direction. Theo looked ahead and smiled. This place is the lair of a young dragon. In 3 more years, this is where Huxial will hunt the young dragon and find the legendary item. I feel bad toward Huxial, but I have to take it first. By now Theo was standing in front of the gate, and inside was a young dragon. Theo Ragnar stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. No way, this isn't the lair of a young dragon, it's the lair of an ancient dragon. The entire view was piled high with gold, and atop that mountain of gold lay a dragon. A dragon deep in slumber, completely unaware of Theo Ragnar's presence. Theo's face paled as he thought, this is bad. If I have to fight a dragon, forget about getting Axion's relic. I'm definitely going to die here. Why is this dragon here instead of a young one? Did Huxial spread false info, or is it because I came 3 years early? Either way, this is way too unexpected. I have to retreat this time. With that thought, Theo turned to leave. What a shame, but I need to get back before Huxial arrives. While he was thinking, the dragon suddenly awoke, its fierce eyes locking onto Theo Ragnar. Theo jerked around in surprise, and looked back to find the ancient dragon already standing right in front of him without him noticing. It gazed at Theo and said, you are the first chosen one after a very long time. Its name is the ancient dragon Roadbroke. I am Roadbroke. Its eyes brimmed with killing intent, its form truly terrifying. The one your Ragnar lineage calls the guardian dragon god, the master of the winter mountain. Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened in shock, his mind flooded with question marks. Theo immediately knelt, bowed his head and said, greetings to my ancestor. Roadbroke looked puzzled, tilting its head. Ancestor. Theo explained, isn't the guardian dragon god the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedreif? The dragon understood and said, oh, it seems that little rascal Friedreif has been spreading nonsense. The truth is Sigurd and I were once companions, but that was only out of respect for the one who signed the soul contract. We never had any emotional bond from the start. How could a human possibly be a life partner to a dragon? Theo stood up, looked at it, and asked, so the rumor that our family lineage carries dragon blood is just propaganda? Roadbroke replied, yes, exactly. Through the contract between me and Sigurd, dragon blood was passed down. Theo stammered as he tried to ask more, but was cut off. That's enough greetings. I will now begin the guardian dragon god's duty with the chosen ones. From this moment on, I, Roadbroke, will uphold the original oath and allow the chosen to face my trial. Allowed 3 questions, Theo Ragnar froze at the ancient dragon's words. Theo was thrilled and thought to himself, it's not a combat situation. Thank goodness, my goal is to stand at the peak of Ragnar, and to do that, I need to understand Ragnar more deeply. I have to make the most of this chance to gather as much information as possible. Outside, Axion was still relentlessly hunting down beasts one after another to collect the bells around their necks. With just a single slash, the beast fell easily under his blade. The bell he obtained this time was a green one. He stepped forward, picked it up, and said, "That makes 57 now." Then he tossed it to the soldiers trailing behind him and asked, "What's the latest on Theo Ragnar?" They answered, "Still no word on where he's hiding. Maybe he's scared to face the monsters, haha." The one speaking was Bang, Axion's ally along with Orion Gardner. He looked at Axion and thought to himself, he takes down monsters that easily. Axion really is impressive. I have to stick close to him no matter what happens. Even if he gets stronger, he still lives like an idiot. Axion suddenly lifted him up and said, "You don't know because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? With power, you fear nothing at all." His eyes filled with murderous intent, he growled, "What are you scheming?" Axion's fury terrified him and he screamed, "No, I'm sorry." One of the soldiers approached and said, "Pardon me, Lord Axion, there's a message from above, urging you to carry out the plan quickly." Only then did Axion release him, dropping him, and replied, "Got it. Tell my uncle to stop rushing me. The one who wants to kill that bastard the most is me. I'll strike him the moment he shows up." Axion spoke with eyes full of killing intent. Back inside the secret staircase, Theo Ragnar stood pondering the questions posed by the ancient dragon. "Now I will ask the first question." Theo Ragnar took too long thinking, making it sigh and complain. "I've been waiting for you forever. What do you want to know?" Theo Ragnar asked it, "Why are you here?" It said, "You're asking basic questions to dig for hidden info. Huh, that's a good one. The reason I'm here is because there exists a monster at the very edge of the world, beyond the sea, called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I've stayed here on the mission to protect the world. The Winter Mountain is just a rumor." Hearing that, Theo thought to himself, my gut feeling was right. The look in Roadbroke's eyes just now was definitely fear. The existence of that nameless king brings terror even to an ancient dragon who's ruled for over 1,000 years. "I want to ask about that, but there are more important things I need to learn first." Theo spoke up, "I'll ask the second question. What is the relic of the ancient dragon?" Note, from now on, the ancient dragon's divinity will be renamed to Ancient Dragon Relic. It answered, "Oh, there are about 3 relics, but I don't know the details well. You seem quite lucky." Theo asked, "There are 3. Theo thought to himself, one is the Camellia Hall dungeon, the second is the Moon Sword, so what's the last one? That's the Ancient Dragon Relic, the result of the Ancient Dragon's soul being split into 31 parts, given to humanity to protect you from the Nameless King. The Ancient Dragon Relic has no fixed form. It can be an item, experience, or even a strange phenomenon." Theo was stunned by what it was saying. Then he recalled his own memories and realized, the final relic I have is regression, so it's me. If this happened because of the ancient dragon Roadbroke, that makes sense. But something feels off. There's always an ancient dragon relic guardian protecting the ancient dragon relic, but there wasn't one in my previous regression. Theo continued asking, "I'll ask the final question, why was I chosen?" Theo looked at it and thought, why would someone as mediocre as me be chosen to fight the Nameless King? The ancient dragon approached him and said, "I'll answer you with a question. What do you think? You're the only one chosen." Hearing that response, Theo froze for 5 seconds, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I'm not the only one, it's the relic choosing." Theo Ragnar began to speculate. Eid Kursin, Black Dragon, they know about the relics and want to collect them. If they were also chosen by relics, maybe they received these messages too and have also regressed. I'm one step closer to the truth of the world, but everything just got way more complicated. The fact that there's a nameless king, even ancient dragons fear. And now there are other regressors besides me. The ancient dragon said, "Now I've answered your 3 questions. The task is complete, so I will grant you your reward." Theo replied, "Oh right, I came here to take Axion's relic. But I've changed my mind. I need something much bigger, something that can't even compare to a single item." At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest. The reward is the opportunity to claim the ancient dragon's treasure hoard." As you can see, this lair contains all kinds of treasures gathered from across the world. Precious gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons. Whatever you desire, it's here. Choose anything you want, and I will grant it to you. So what do you desire? Theo got excited, boldly shouting, "I want Roadbroke." The ancient dragon was stunned by his words. "What, you want that?" It roared in anger. "It seems my reputation is truly eternal. What an amusing joke. Now tell me seriously, what do you really want? Say it again." Theo said firmly, "I already told you." His answer left it speechless. "You just said that, were you really not joking, but serious?" Theo said sternly, "Exactly, I'm dead serious. I want the dragon Lodbrok." As soon as he finished speaking, it let out a furious roar, its aura forming a shockwave blasting forward. It was enraged. "You insolent brat," it bared its jagged fangs, bellowing, "are you trying to seize all my treasures and knowledge with just a few words?" The dragon's released aura carried the terror of the guardian dragon. Theo Ragnar coughed up blood, but he had to stay resolute to the end. without hesitation. He activated the low-level Dragon Fear skill to counter Roadbroke's power. It shouted, "You fool, do you really think a mere inferior dragon skill can stand against me?" Theo, mouth full of blood, yelled right in its face. "You, the guardian dragon, declared that I could take any treasure of yours. You never said Lodbrok couldn't be one of them." He thought to himself, this is a gamble where I've bet my own life, but if I win it, the reward is absolutely worth it. He looked at it and thought, the guardian dragon once stood with our ancestor Sigurd to build the Ragnar family. Nothing proves legitimacy more than becoming her companion. That way, the past I've lived through won't repeat itself and the Ragnar clan won't be destroyed. This is an opportunity I can't pass up. Theo shouted again, "Please grant me Lodbrok, you've already sworn your sacred oath. So stand by now, fight alongside me." Its eyes fixed on our protagonist. Seeing the image of the Ragnar lineage's ancestor come alive, his aura was strikingly similar to that man from long ago. The great dragon sighed and relaxed. "Very well, I accept." The aura around its body began to steam and dissipate, transforming into human form right in front of him. A human body gradually took shape as wind howled through the lair. The dragon turning into a woman with 2 horns on her head, proving to everyone that she was indeed a dragon. She said, "Theo Ragnar, you've made me quite curious. I will give you a chance." She slowly walked toward him, her figure graceful, alluring, and mysteriously captivating in a way hard to see through. Theo Ragnar stared at her in a daze. She confidently said, "Have you been captivated by my beauty already? After all, I'm over 2,000 years old, oh great guardian dragon." Theo noticed not her beauty, but the massive hole right in the middle of her chest. He blurted out, "Wait, you mean this wound?" She replied, "To be honest, my heart was lost 50 years ago, and since then I've patiently waited for death. At best, I only have 3 more years to live. That's also why I couldn't leave my lair. In other words, even if I follow you, I can't help you directly." She asked again, "All right, now that you've seen it, I'll ask you once more. Do you still want to choose me as your reward?" Theo looked at her and smiled. "Of course my answer will never change. I want to choose Lodbrok as my reward." At that moment, the system displayed, "You have selected the Ragnar Guardian Dragon, Lodbrok, as your reward." She laughed and said, "You really are a fool, but perhaps that's exactly what makes the chosen one special." The system announced again, "The title Companion of the Guardian Dragon has been created. The title Descendant of the Ancestor has been created." He looked at the Guardian Dragon and declared, "I will become stronger than anyone else and I will claim even more ancient dragon relics." A soul link with Lodbrok was established. Through it, Theo also gained a massive amount of experience. Theo looked at her and said, "I'll find it for you, something that can replace your lost heart. Among the relics of the ancient gods, there's bound to be one that can do it." Theo Ragnar leveled up, thinking, "I think I at least need to do that much to be worthy of the title Companion of the Guardian Dragon." She heard that and smiled happily. "Please take care of me, my new companion. But as I explained earlier, I can't leave this place until you find something to replace my heart. I'll hibernate here and wait. Besides, I have one more task for you to complete so we can truly establish the soul link. Take this book, read it, and awaken your mind gate. You can do it within a month. There's simple food around my lair. Use your time wisely." Theo Ragnar opened the book. It was an additional reward. The system congratulated, "You have received the Grimoire of Axion." This is Axion's book, a hidden being. It contains the magical principles related to echoing sounds from the dawn of creation. Sacred sound holds the entire truth of the universe. He thought to himself, "It's amazing that I could get this book." Theo replied, "That's right, the second phase of the awakening trial is ongoing, but the whole test only lasts 15 days. I've got less than half a month left." She looked sharply at Theo Ragnar, thinking, "Even so, that might be possible. But I won't allow it." Theo exclaimed in surprise. "What?" She said, "It simply wouldn't be interesting if I let you go now. Awaken your mind gate before the second phase of the trial ends. And of course, I won't let you leave until then. The time remaining until the second phase concludes is only about 13 days and a few hours." Flashing back to before the second phase intelligence report. That person said, "As you all know, the reason the ancestral pillars could create safe zones against demons is thanks to the demon summoning gems sealed inside them. By amplifying the sealed demon energy in the gems, it kept other demons from approaching. But if we destroy those gems, you can summon demons whenever you want." Right after that, shadows appeared beneath his feet. Demons emerged. Just looking at them made it clear they weren't ordinary. His dragon bit one of the demons to death. He continued, "You already know, the second goal of this test is to hunt demonic beasts and collect points. So that Theo has no choice but to go out hunting demons." One person replied, "I understand, you want me to use that gem to lure Theo here." He nodded, "Exactly, but that alone isn't enough. You can't just lure him in and kill him outright. If you do that, we might fail to retrieve the clue to the Crimson Flower Hall relic." Another asked, "Then why not torture him before killing him? He'd probably spill everything." He answered, "You already know why that won't work. The power gap between you and Theo isn't that huge. Could you even capture and torture him? However, he's very emotional. Use his subordinates as hostages, the group that got eliminated and is gathered at training ground number 4. Capturing them as hostages will be much easier, then force him to reveal the relic information. The other nodded. Got it. He clenched his fist, trembling with rage. This is because Theo is no longer as weak as before. That's the plan we set. But unexpectedly, instead of hunting demons, he never showed up until the very last minutes of the test. At this point, only 12 hours remained. Axion was in first place with 860 points. Someone said, "What a waste, we even carefully planted your people among the overseers. Up to now, that Theo still hasn't appeared, young master. Maybe those 3 worthless council bastards already caught him. Otherwise, there's no reason he hasn't shown up yet." This was Phillips, a disciple of the Plum Blossom Hall, a second-stage swordsman, currently ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat pondering, then glared at the other. "You're supposed to be one of Plum Blossom Hall's brightest talents, yet your vision is this poor. Now I understand why the Plum Blossom Hall master pays more attention to Theo than to you." Philip scowled in irritation. "What did you just say?" "Damn it, I'm out here helping him catch that Theo guy, and he still mocks me, this bastard." He was furious. At that moment, Axion spoke up. "Enough already, I didn't expect much from you anyway. That damn Theo Ragnar, if you won't show yourself, I'll force you out." His face twisted into a vicious grin. "The Dragon Scale Society people and the Plum Blossom Hall people are all here. Everyone, follow me, it's time to go hunting. We'll wipe out every last one of those eliminated losers at training ground number 4, kill them one by one and see if he shows up." This scene was accidentally witnessed from afar by someone. That person was Ray Ragnar, a second-stage swordsman, currently ranked 3rd with 561 points. Somewhere else, a group was taking down demonic beasts. One of them was a low-grade ice lizard god. These were the subordinates following young master Theo Ragnar. One said, "We finally took it down, finally got a demonic beast and snagged a golden demon bell." Another chimed in, "See, I told you if we teamed up we'd pull it off. I've got to brag about this to Lord Theo." These were all people Theo cherished. But one looked worried. "Guys, there's only 12 hours left until the second phase ends. No idea where young Master Theo is. He hasn't shown up since the test started." Another comforted him. "We've gathered a ton of supplies for him already, so don't worry. He's probably aiming for something way bigger. He must be doing something more important than just hunting beasts like this. Let's keep collecting stuff and hand it over when we see him." One nodded. "Yeah, probably, since just surviving gets you through the second phase, rankings don't matter that much, right?" Someone else said, "Sure, but I still really want to see young Master Theo take first again. He promised he'd mention me too." Another laughed. "Yeah, he said the same to me." While the two were chatting, a sharp sword suddenly pierced straight through Sybil's heart. "Ha ha ha, you guys are killing me." The attacker was Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The others shouted, "Sybil, that's the Dragon Scale Society. What the hell is this?" Orion laughed. "What do you think it is? You're just sacrificial lambs meant to summon out that precious young master you all worship. We're dying to meet that damn young master of yours too, so don't blame us for playing dirty." At the same time, back in Lodbrok's lair, she said, "This is quite a surprise. You actually managed to open your mind gate in less than half a month." The system also popped up. "You have partially grasped the magical principles within the grimoire of Axion and created a new skill." Theo thought to himself, "Good thing the info I heard in my previous life was correct. The most important factor in learning this magic is the quantity and quality of mana. Since I have mana capacity and a dragon heart, it makes sense that I learn twice as fast as normal people." The system announced again, "Your current state is too low. A low-level skill has been revealed. C-rank skill, Minor Dragon Synchronization. Freely manipulate and read residual thoughts from objects through spiritual contact." Theo thought, what a weird name for a skill, Minor Dragon Synchronization, like syncing with a hatchling or something. Lodbrok spoke. "I figured you'd at least reach this level before you could be called my companion. With this, you've mastered the basics. The rest you'll only improve through real combat. Once you reach a higher level, you might even hear my voice from anywhere. And you could even borrow my power, a power like our ancestor." Theo Ragnar was thrilled. And she continued, "Of course, to do that, my recovery has to come first. Don't forget, I only have 3 years left." Theo replied, "Don't worry, I'll finish it before the 3 years are up. I'll definitely find something to replace your heart." Lodbrok smiled happily, looking at him. "I hope you won't disappoint me in the future." Then she reached out toward Ragnar to do something. She said, "With this, I declare the original contract between us has been formed. I'll wait until our next meeting, my new companion after 1,000 years." Turns out she had used magic to send Theo Ragnar outside. He said aloud, "That's great, really great that I've formed a contract with the Guardian Dragon, but I haven't made any progress on the awakening ritual yet. Now I've only got 12 hours left. It feels like I'm making things harder on myself. Starting to earn points after everyone else has had over 10 days is brutal. If I just hunt demons the normal way, there's no way I can hit first place in 12 hours. In that case, there's only one strategy, robbery, from anyone. In my previous life, Axion took first, so this life he'll probably do the same. In other words, the fastest way for me to take first is to take him down. Even so, beating him won't be easy at all. Right at that moment, someone was behind him. The figure slowly stepped forward. Theo stopped, turned toward the person, hand gripping his sword. "I've finally found you." Theo was startled, staring blankly at the other person in confusion and asking, "You?" The person's mouth was full of blood. Theo looked at her in alarm. "You are." It was none other than Ray Ragnar. "What happened to you? Were you attacked by a monster?" Theo said in shock. What kind of monster could possibly beat you up this badly? Theo suddenly froze. Noticing the wound on her body, it was a clean sword slash. She had been attacked by a human. "Ray, what the hell happened?" She collapsed to the ground, gasping weakly. "Go head west first, hurry." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell completely into our protagonist's arms. "Careful." Theo grasped her sword. "And read the most recent memories using the minor dragon synchronization skill." Hidden thoughts within the blade were transmitted directly to its wielder. "You have read the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar." He was horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was the memory he saw. Still no sign of Theo, but since we've gone this far, he'll show up soon, right? "I've left plenty of traces from his followers at training ground number 4, and there are monsters that can lure him here. Everything's set up." A voice said, Hey, should I kill some of them?" The one facing him looked confused. "Kill? Did I do something wrong?" No, I mean, should we thin out this group a bit? Why bring 9 people when 2 or 3 hostages would be plenty?" Another voice replied, "You mean these guys? Go ahead, feel free to kill a few." At that moment, Ray Ragnar couldn't stand by and watch anymore, so she stepped forward. "What's going on here?" "Ray, you're trying to stop me. This isn't right, you're crossing the line." Axion replied, "Whether it's crossing the line or not is my business, not yours. I don't want things getting more complicated. Go your own way and stay out of mine. Everyone here is Theo's friend, let them go." She drew her weapon. Axion sneered coldly, "So that's how it is." His eyes turned icy. "You're actually siding with that guy." Right after Axion spoke, Ray charged at him with her sword. He stood his ground, slowly drawing his own blade as a deep crimson killing aura radiated from him. Clang, one clash, the light from the impact lit up the sky. Somehow no one could be seen anymore. Ray Ragnar was knocked back, coughing up blood. Clearly no match for him. Notification: due to insufficient status, some thoughts could not be read. Seeing the scene, Theo Ragnar felt horrified. What the hell is going on? Why is Axion holding 4 of my teammates hostage? Ray Ragnar was stunned. "How do you know that?" Theo grabbed her shoulders and shouted, "Tell me right now what happened while I was gone." Ray gritted her teeth and said, "From the moment the test started, Axion has been doing everything to capture you. But since he couldn't find you all this time, he went after your teammates to force you out." Theo was shocked. "What?" Ray continued, "I wasn't looking for you just to tell you that." Theo Ragnar roared in fury, "All of you, even now you won't leave me alone, but you'll pay for this. I'm no longer the weakling you could push around." "Ray, where are they right now? Where's Axion? Tell me quickly." Not long after, a voice rang out. "That's Theo. Theo's appeared." "He's shown himself," another said. "Young Master Axion, he's here. He suddenly appeared at the northern cliff edge." Axion asked, "You sure?" "Positive. Right now he's talking to Ray. I think he'll head this way soon." Axion grinned wickedly. "Haha, Theo Ragnar, I'll prove to you that someone like you will never surpass me." Right after he spoke, a voice transmitted from afar behind the tall trees. "Don't forget, young Master Axion. You don't need to face him directly, just get the relic information through the hostages. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll handle him carefully and thoroughly. While we're dealing with him, use the summoning orb to distract the overseers around here." Axion replied, "Got it." Back on this side, Ray said, "No, you can't go meet Axion. The Intelligence Bureau overseers are on his side too. You have no chance of winning. No matter how strong you are, you can't hold out against that many for long. They're everywhere." Ray cried out in anguish, "This isn't a fight. It's a massacre orchestrated by him. It's a trap to kill you. You can't go alone. That's suicide. Let's find other overseers, convince them, and go together." Theo gritted his teeth. "There's no time left. I'm really grateful for your help. But while we're hesitating here, something bad could happen to my teammates. Tell me where they are right now. I have to go immediately." Ray shouted, "Are you crazy? Don't go. If you go, you'll die. What's the point if you die? Even if it means sacrificing a few people, you have to." Before she could finish, Theo yelled right in her face, "I don't want to lose any more teammates. Do you understand? I won't." Recalling the time before the second test began, Theo had said, "Our goal is to get through this blooming ceremony together." Ray remained adamant, "Remember, this is the Ragnar family. Sacrifices are inevitable." She added, "Didn't I also intervene to try saving them? And that's why I'm this badly injured. Do you really want to just stand by and ignore it too?" Theo replied, "I'm sick and tired of always enduring things miserably." He looked at Ray and poured out, "I can't repeat the mistakes of the past." His face suddenly turned deadly serious, and behind him faintly appeared the silhouette of the guardian dragon. "Now tell me where that damn Axion is." The scene shifted to somewhere else, where items were scattered everywhere. Someone approached and picked up a carefully tied box. "These are the things Sybil's group collected, along with a golden belt and bloodstains." Something terrible happened to them, didn't it? He said while glancing at the two remaining members of the Northern Four Hounds. If you've forgotten, this big guy was Hulkus, one of the Northern Four Hounds, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica with 521 points, ranked 8th. Hulkus said, "I'm really sorry, but could you help me with something?" The one he asked was Wellington, currently ranked 2nd with 688 points. Back to Theo Ragnar, he was being attacked by a massive snow ape. Our protagonist drew his weapon. "I really don't have time for this. Get out of my way." With one slash, Theo struck and finished it instantly. Taking it down, he immediately headed straight for the place Ray Ragnar had mentioned. He wanted to rescue his captured comrades alone. There was a chance Cow, Sybil, and the other hostages were still alive. Eid was the one guiding Axion, so he probably arranged everything to kill him cleanly without causing chaos. Since this was during the test, the path to Axion was blocked by many large snow apes. He couldn't take a detour, as that would waste too much time. The fact that overseers were with Axion was proof they were Eid's people too. One slash from Theo quickly cleared the pack of apes without taking much time. Ordinary monsters simply couldn't trouble him anymore. Those overseers were definitely planted by Eid to kill me, and they'll cover up Axion's abnormal behavior. Even so, I have to act faster because Axion is the most unpredictable variable. But thanks to that very variable, I'll be able to catch Eid. Theo leaped up, spinning a sharp blade, and drove a straight thrust into its skull. No matter how big and tough, one hit like this was game over. "Ray Ragnar," he said. "Yes, Theo, from childhood you were always like this. Let's head home first." She stood up, recalling memories of their childhood together. Then she tried to run after him. "When we were kids, you saved me from freezing to death. This time I'll help you." Wherever she went, blood trailed behind. Her wound still hadn't stopped bleeding. Back with the people captured by Axion, they were being brutally beaten by him. Then Axion stomped hard on Sybil's head, pressing it firmly into the ground. "I already told you. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Didn't you hear me, or are you not afraid of death?" At that moment, the overseers transmitted from afar. "Young Master Axion, don't forget the Intelligence Bureau Chief's advice. You can't change the plan on your own." HMPH, Axion was annoyed but complied. He sheathed his sword, then sat down right on top of Sybil. He sat there staring ahead, where the overseers were watching. 4 prosecutors have been sent to kill that Theo. Does that mean my uncle doesn't believe I can beat that useless Theo? He thought angrily to himself, how could that idiot be so highly regarded by my uncle? He trembled with rage. Right then a foot stepped forward, and seeing who it was made, these guys panic and shock. Axion immediately changed his attitude right after that. "You finally showed up, Theo Ragnar." The one who arrived was our protagonist, his body covered in bloodstains that sent chills down anyone's spine just looking at them. His gaze shot out, locking intensely on his teammates, seeing them in such a pitiful state, clearly having been brutally beaten. Theo shifted his eyes to the right, where Axion's followers stood, having massacred so many people, including those who wanted to kill him. Theo just gave a light smile, his eyes ice cold, radiating killing intent. In front of him was an entire gang. Axion spoke up, "You kept me waiting way too long." Theo looked toward Sybil lying unconscious, his anger making his hands and feet tremble. Axion stood up, hand resting on his katana, just about to charge when the overseers reminded him. He stopped. "You must already know the situation before coming here, right, Theo Ragnar, so I'll get straight to the point. If you want to save your friends, then you have to." Before he could finish, Theo cut in. "Are you scared of me?" Axion was stunned. "What did you say?" Theo continued, "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Theo put on a provoking attitude and his words successfully struck a nerve. Axion yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Theo replied, "It's not wrong. If you weren't afraid of losing to me, there'd be no reason for you to do all this. You gathered a whole crowd, all staring at me with eyes full of resentment. And you even pulled off this utterly shameful and humiliating hostage-taking stunt. Isn't all of this just because you're scared of losing to me? That strongest in the North title of yours must just be empty hype." Hearing that, Axion gritted his teeth in rage. "You bastard, HMPH. If not, how about you duel me right now? Fight like a true Ragnar, a proper sword duel to the finish. Of course, only if you still have even a shred of pride left." Axion was furious, his demeanor shifting. "A decisive duel. If I lose, I'll give you everything you want, including my life. But if I win, then you." Before he could finish, Theo interrupted. "Haha, a sword duel. The foolish Ragnar heir wants to duel me with swords now. Theo Ragnar, don't you realize your arrogance has reached the skis already? Do you really think I'm scared of you?" As he spoke, he unleashed a deadly aura, thick with murderous intent. The overseers transmitted reminders again. "Young Master Axion, he's just provoking you, don't respond. Don't fall for his trap, stick to the original plan." Axion shouted, "Shut up, all of you. Don't you trust me? Fine, Theo Ragnar, let's fight." Theo had successfully provoked him, and he smiled. Over at the overseer's side, one said, "Things are getting complicated now. What do we do?" Another replied, "It's fine, still within our expectations, just a bit more work. If the young master goes too far, we just follow the plan." Back with them, Axion declared, "This is a proud Ragnar decisive duel. No one interferes until it's over. You don't touch the hostages either because they're part of my bet with him." As soon as Axion finished speaking, Theo Ragnar accelerated and charged straight at him. Clang, a single spark flew. Though a bit surprised, Axion still easily blocked that one strike from our protagonist. The collision created a trail of sparks etched right onto the blade. Theo said, "Thanks, but stop wasting time already, come at me." Theo spun his body, built momentum, and swung his sword in a powerful reverse slash from behind. Axion closed the distance in a flash, and the two swords clashed again, grinding and screeching against each other. Axion spoke up, just as expected from some lowly move made by the son of a concubine. The force from both of them radiated outward, sparks flying far with every colliding strike. Axion shouted, "You damned bastard. I'll show you what the true power of the Ragnar bloodline really looks like." With one swing from Axion came the roaring form of a red dragon charging forward with its jaws wide open. Facing it head-on, Theo felt a surge of shock. How the hell was he supposed to deal with something like this? But with the power our protagonist had recently gained, he didn't hesitate and unleashed a strike of his own, meeting force with force. His sword erupted with blue light, slicing straight into the dragon, and the dragon gradually shattered apart. This left Axion with nothing but question marks in his head. Theo stood there staring at him with a mocking smirk, gripping the precious sword he'd obtained last time in his hand. "Do you even have what it takes to lecture me?" Orion Gardner, witnessing the scene, was utterly stunned. He was the president of the Dragon Scale Guild after all. Back in the early stages, I still had my doubts about him, but is Theo really this skilled? That last strike he landed carved 3 deep claw marks. This is getting way too complicated. Axion might actually lose here. Should I betray him and switch to Theo Ragnar's side? That arrogant prick Axion has always been so damn insufferable. He sank deep into his thoughts. No. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau's judges are right here. They'll definitely handle everything. All I need to do is focus on distracting the other judges. Right after that, he turned and shouted loudly, "Dragon Scale Guild, scatter from this place. We don't want to get dragged into this mess. We'll move out individually and leave. Let Axion deal with it here." The scene cuts back to when Axion was still a small child. An adult said, "Axion, you absolutely must seize the Ragnar throne for your mother and your uncle, for the prosperity of the Troyven family. The name Ragnar is just a shell for you. You are truly a Troyven, do you understand?" At that moment, Axion gritted his teeth, looking truly shocked. He leaped up, shouting loudly, "Theo Ragnar." He unleashed a powerful downward slash. Theo raised his sword to block. Clang, sparks flew. Axion ground his teeth furiously, while Theo just kept smiling like there was nothing difficult about it at all. "Thanks for acting exactly the way I expected." A report came in. Theo Ragnar has finally shown himself. He's facing off directly against Axion. "Haha, it's over. You finally made your move, Theo Ragnar. I knew you were still safe and sound." Another voice, "What? That guy wasn't taken care of by the others. So he's still alive, thank the heavens. I really don't know what he's been up to all this time, but my plan can finally get started now. Once Axion gets the performance data, the elite swordsman I've selected will personally chop his head off." At that moment, another update arrived. Theo Ragnar and Axion are currently locked in a one-on-one duel. Hearing this caught him completely off guard, his eyes shifting as his plan went completely off track. What the hell? Over here, the battle between the two of them was incredibly fierce, more than 50 exchanges and still no clear winner. Every sword strike they unleashed was ferocious, aimed straight at the other. He's too strong, he's improved at an insane speed. But there's no way he can be this fast. Axion had already taken a wound across his face, his eyes locked on Theo Ragnar with pure killing intent. He watched every single movement Theo Ragnar made. "I've already read all the moves of this trash." He hurled his sword forward with full power, sending it flying straight toward Theo, who was now in grave danger. It was the sword-throwing technique. Theo suddenly recalled his own death in his previous life, and that move looked exactly like the technique Axion was using right now. Axion sneered, "You should know that using a secret technique with predictable motions only lets your opponent read your next move." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. Blood already flowing, dripping from the tip of the sword onto the snow. Theo had blocked it, he'd caught it directly with his bare hand. "So it was you. You're the one who killed me in my previous life." The person Theo Ragnar has been investigating all this time is Axion. He's the one who ended Theo Ragnar's life. "You're the bastard who did that." Theo's eyes glazed over with murderous rage, a twisted, delighted grin spreading across his face. "The moment I died, I was destined to die without ever knowing who burned down the Crimson Flower Hall. Because back then I had no power. Luckily, that scum just revealed his face to me, so now I know who he is. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I discovered the deep connection to the Camellia Hall. So the most logical conclusion is that the ones who killed me back then were people from the Troyven clan. And among those Troyvens, there was one who used a rare technique, the sword-throwing technique, and that was Axion Ragnar. Only someone insanely arrogant would dare use a move that so easily leaves you without a weapon. Before this, I wasn't 100% sure it was you, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes again, this time I'm 100% certain." Theo Ragnar, furious, crushed the sword in his grip. "Back then and even now, why the hell do all of you bastards want to kill me so badly?" Axion froze at the sight. He just crushed the sword barehanded. "What? This isn't anything like my previous life. This time I'll save myself and all my comrades." Theo gripped his sword tightly, his eyes razor sharp, suddenly more serious than ever before. floor. With that said, he hurled Axion's sword right back at him, the blade flying like an arrow straight toward Axion's face under the force of Theo's throw. Axion barely tilted his head and dodged it effortlessly, then mocked, "Hey, where the hell are you aiming? What kind of half-assed imitation is this?" Theo glared at him with eyes that looked ready to tear apart the man who destroyed House Ragnar in his past life, the one who plunged the Crimson Flower Hall into flames. Rage boiled over, his killing intent erupting in a terrifying wave. Even though Axion was quite far away, he instinctively took several steps back. What the hell is this? This killing intent is no joke at all. Power surged within swirling rings of murderous aura, the faint silhouette of a ferocious beast, a guardian dragon flickering in and out. Axion broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me this guy was hiding his talent during the first selection round. With one strike came a resounding boom, and at that moment Theo closed in on him at extreme speed, almost like teleportation. Axion was caught completely off guard, unable to react in time. Boom boom, a massive explosion blasted chunks of ice and snow dozens of meters into the air. Axion managed to block the slash, but Theo's sheer power forced him to stagger back dozens of meters. Without letting up, Theo immediately followed with a second strike. Theo Ragnar gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust straight forward. Axion wasn't weak either. He quickly dodged the direct stab aimed at his face. "Hey Axion, when are you finally gonna show me your real strength?" Constantly provoked by Theo, he snapped in rage, "You damn bastard." Axion grabbed Theo's thrusting arm tightly with his left hand, yanked him in close and swung his right hand to point the sword tip straight at our protagonist's face. Theo was in extreme danger. How the hell was he going to handle this move? In less than 1/100th of a second, he tilted his head to the side, the blade just grazing his neck and cheek, leaving a thin cut. Right after, Theo reversed his sword in an upward slash, then leaped back to create distance. Both of them were unleashing incredibly lethal attacks in a fight so fast that the other rookies couldn't even follow their speed. Theo stopped and took up a defensive stance while Axion watched his every tiny movement. Suddenly, he vanished right in front of Axion. What kind of technique is this with such terrifying speed? Like a bolt of lightning, Theo Ragnar closed in on Axion with sword in hand, and with one strike he directly disarmed him, knocking the weapon away. In a cold voice he said, "Axion, do you know what it feels like? The feeling of getting stabbed right through the gut." The words sent chills down the spine, his killing intent thick and heavy. Theo held his sword, aimed straight at Axion's body, and thrust downward with full force. Switching over to the other side after examining the traces on the ground, Remington gave his assessment. "These aren't claw marks from a beast attack, this is evidence someone dragged them away. The only person with enough guts to pull this off is Axion." Hearing that, the big guy Hulkus asked curiously, "Axion, but he's ranked first, why would he do that? Is he trying to recruit more followers or something?" Remington shook his head slightly. "No, from what I can tell, he probably captured Theo's teammates to force him to show up. He's planned to eliminate Theo Ragnar right here at this second awakening ceremony." Hearing this, Hulkus couldn't hold back and roared like the place was on fire. "What the hell? He should fight fair. What the fuck is he doing? That's shameful. That cowardly, despicable bastard Axion deserves to die." In contrast to Hulkus's burning anger, Erica beside him stayed completely calm. "So what? This is the Ragnar clan's awakening ceremony. Situations like this are totally normal." Wellington looked at them thoughtfully. "This is exactly why I can't stand the Ragnar family. No matter how much they glorify strength, I can't accept things like this." At his words, Erica's expression slowly shifted as she warned him, Hey, you're talking dangerous stuff here. If someone overhears, it won't end well. Are you being serious right now?" Wellington nodded. "Yes, so I have to save my teammates. That's exactly what Theo would do too. If you join me, that'd be great." For Hulkus, as long as there was fighting involved, he was instantly thrilled and agreed. "Sure, I'll do it. I'm in with you. You coming too, sis?" Erica sighed. "Oh, what a pain. I'm not going. I don't care. I only tagged along with you guys hopping. I'd run into Theo Ragnar, but there's no sign of him anywhere. Besides, I really look down on weaklings. I have zero interest in going to save them." Hulkus teased, "Damn, sis, you're ice cold." Erica snapped back. "What did you just say, you little punk?" Wellington cut in. "All right, Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo." She paused thoughtfully and looked at him. "I promise you, if you help me this time, he'll help you get what you're after." With that, the three of them successfully reached an agreement, and they immediately rushed at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Leading the way was Wellington, dead serious. "Everyone, push a little harder, we're almost there." While they were moving, someone blocked their path. "Stop right there. You can't go any farther." It was the Dragon Scale Guild group. They were blocking anyone from passing. Hulkus was shocked. The Dragon Scale Guild people. One of them smirked. "Well, if it isn't Wellington, long time no see. After you ditched us to chase after some trash, now you're hanging out with these brainless musclehead bears." Hulkus flared up. "What the hell, you bastard, you dare call us idiots with nothing but muscle for brains like a bunch of dumb bears." The guy laughed. "What? No way, I didn't say that at all." Wellington spoke up. "Step aside, Orion. I really don't want to fight old friends even a little." Orion replied, "Is that so? I decline. If you really won't move, then I'll have no choice but to make you." With that said, the three of them drew their weapons at the same time and charged forward. Cutting back to the other scene, Sybil was panting heavily, struggling to pick up the broken sword, clamping it between his thighs to cut through the ropes binding him. That sword was the one Theo had thrown over when he grabbed and crushed Axion's weapon earlier. He hadn't missed the throw, it wasn't a lack of accuracy. He'd done it on purpose. Everything was part of Theo Ragnar's original calculation. Sybil thought to himself, this is the chance Theo gave us. Right now I have to end this. He started putting all his strength into sawing through the ropes. From a distance, it was clear that the downward thrust Theo had made was blocked by someone. We could see that now there were 3 people involved. What kind of new variable was this? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared, intercepting that sword strike. He was probably one of the overseers Eid Troiven had planted. He said, "You've finally shown up," Theo thought to himself. "I'm sorry, young Master Axion. I'll take my punishment after the awakening ceremony ends." This guy was the high-rank swordsman overseer, Liam Troiven. He swung his sword and sent Theo Ragnar flying backward, then shouted loudly, "Everyone escort the young master now." Right after he charged forward, attacking relentlessly, "My lord, young Master Axion, you've fought enough. Leave the rest to us to clean up. We picked up the sword you dropped." Axion took his katana, gripping the hilt tightly. Axion looked toward the 2 who were clashing. That guy was a high-rank swordsman with real power, launching ferocious, deadly strikes at Theo. One clean hit and it was over. Theo Ragnar was basically completely outmatched, overwhelmed to the point where he could only desperately defend. In a split second, he spotted an opening. His eyes shifted instantly, and he swung his sword, clang, one clash, sparks flying between the blades. Liam blocked it effortlessly, then immediately countered with a powerful downward chop. Theo raised his sword to parry. "I really have no choice but to admit it. Not only young Master Axion, but even the high-rank swordsmen he brought today aren't weak at all." His eyes locked on Theo Ragnar as he thought, "He's no match for me. The only chance is right now while no other overseers are around. It's truly a shame to kill a genius like this. But it's all for the Troiven family." He gripped his sword with both hands and leaped up. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar." Our protagonist couldn't react in time because his speed was just too fast. At the moment of extreme danger, Liam was suddenly pierced from behind straight through to the front, blood spurting from his mouth. He never expected this could happen. "It's the young Master Axion, why would you?" Axion's eyes burned with fury. "I already said no one is allowed to interfere." And just like that, the guy was done for, bro. A clean sword through the chest. The scene left even Theo Ragnar stunned. Axion coldly withdrew his sword, and the overseer collapsed forward. The people behind were shocked by his action. "Young Master, what are you doing?" Axion glared at them furiously. "You interfered. That means you think I'm not his match. You think I'd lose to some illegitimate bastard like him? This is a huge insult to me, the heir." Theo Ragnar thought to himself, "This guy's seriously insane. He's willing to kill his own people. Truly ruthless." Axion then turned to Theo Ragnar and said, "I acknowledge you're really strong." He recalled what his uncle once told him. "The weak are just useless trash, but you, Axion, you have real talent. Crush everything and stand at the top. Only then can you claim the Ragnar throne." Back in the present, veins bulged on his face. "You're strong, but you have to stay weaker than me forever. That's the natural order. I was destined to be the strongest. I'll take the throne, and there's no way I'll lose to someone like you." He gripped his sword tightly, a terrifying aura radiating from the blade. "Anyone who stands in my way, I'll kill them all, no exceptions." As he spoke, he swung his sword and charged straight at Theo Ragnar's face. Our protagonist narrowed his blood-red eyes and stared him down. Boom, one slash shattered the ground into pieces, clear sword energy ripping through. He was surprised to see only rubble in front of him. Theo Ragnar was gone. He was up above. Theo Ragnar had jumped high to dodge, weapon in hand, ready to face him again. Using the momentum of his fall, Theo Ragnar unleashed an incredibly powerful downward slash with the razor-sharp Than Ngu Y letter 1E C7 TKI letter 1E BFM in his grip. He cut straight through Axion's sword, then carved a long gash across his body, fresh blood spraying out. The guys behind quickly rushed to where Liam had been impaled earlier. "Senior Liam, are you all right?" Liam coughed violently. "Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but I never thought he'd go this far," Liam shouted. "What are you all hesitating for? Forget about me, go help young Master Axion. Kill him now, kill Theo Ragnar immediately." One of them worried, "But he's resisting so fiercely, I'm afraid if we..." Liam roared, "What are you thinking? If young Master Axion dies, do you think we'll survive? Hurry up and kill Theo Ragnar." Back on this side, Axion let out a furious yell, swinging an upward reverse slash that pushed Theo backward. "Haha, no way, this is impossible, absolutely impossible." His eyes glazed over as he remembered earlier. Even with the faintest glimmer of hope against Ray Ragnar, I still couldn't predict what was happening. Even a weak candle in the wind can suddenly burst into flames. Snapping back to reality, Axion broke out in a sweat and muttered, "This can't be happening. Why do you keep worrying about that damn bastard? He's just a useless, talentless worm. You can definitely handle him easily and make him realize his place. You know that, right? The gap in strength between you and Theo isn't as wide as it used to be anymore." He recalled what his uncle said before setting out, and in rage he rolled his eyes white. Trash like you can be torn apart and killed in an instant. I am Axion Ragnar, the one destined to rule the North and the rightful heir to the Ragnar throne. He charged forward like a ferocious beast unleashed from its chains, attacking Theo Ragnar once more. Facing Axion head-on, Theo showed zero fear. You talking about that damn throne? Because of your ambition, do you even know how many of my people have died? If you won't give up that obsession, I'll crush it myself with my own power. He gripped the Than Nguy letter 1 EC7 TKI letter 1 EBFM tightly, and channeled every ounce of power he had, pouring everything he'd learned into this one strike. The form of a guardian dragon faintly appearing along the blade, thick sword aura swirling around it. He roared loudly, "Dragon Claw." Axion was horrified at the momentum of that strike. His eyes said it all. "I'll become even stronger and wipe out anyone who dares threaten my clan." Axion's red dragon was shattered into pieces, and everyone around them stared in stunned silence. That one slash from our protagonist sent shockwaves so powerful that even Wellington felt it clearly from afar. Axion's mouth hung open. He took the full force of that strike with no way to counter. The two stood about 2 meters apart, Axion clutching his broken sword in hand, frozen in place. Then boom, a earth-shaking impact. His body was sliced clean across by Theo Ragnar's sword aura, and our protagonist claimed his head. The shockwave from that single dragon claw move didn't stop there. It rippled out hundreds of meters behind, kicking up clouds of dust and snow. Axion dropped to his knees, streams of blood dripping onto the snow-covered ground. And he breathed his last, the end of an arrogant, overconfident fool, his severed head tumbling through the air several times, before thudding down to the ground. Theo stepped forward and kicked the head of the man who'd killed him in his past life, Axion. He stood tall like a war god, the proud stance of the victor, a gentle breeze blowing through his long hair, making it flutter lightly. Liam stood frozen for 5 full seconds. Young Master Axion is dead. After decapitating Axion in that previous clash, Theo's blade was drenched in blood, which dripped steadily onto the still furious face of Axion's severed head rolling across the white snow. The overseers around them, witnessing the scene, couldn't believe their eyes. Liam's eyes widened in sheer horror, fixed on Axion's mangled corpse as he stammered, "Why, young master?" At this point, he was like a cornered dog with nowhere left to run. Liam roared in fury, "Kill him for me, hurry up and kill that bastard now." All 4 overseers charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Theo remained standing there, completely unshaken even as enemies burned with intent to take his life. His face stayed calm, a faint smile lingering on his lips that hid the growing worry scorching his mind. "Looks like I'm in deep trouble now. From here on out, it's all just one big gamble. Even at my absolute best, it'd be tough to hold off 4 high-rank overseers, let alone in my current state where everything feels even more hopeless." His stamina had hit its absolute limit, and his mana was nearly depleted after that last attack. His eyes locked intently on the overseers rushing toward him, their sharp blades aimed straight at his neck, brimming with killing intent. But hasn't it been about time for him to show up already? From behind came the sound of hurried footsteps rushing in, and it was Wellington's group. They'd broken through the Dragon Scale Guild and arrived just in time to help. Theo's eyes widened in shock. "You guys." Right in front of Theo now were 3 people desperately holding back the overseer's attacks. Turning toward Theo, he asked in confusion, "How did you all get here?" Wellington glanced back and replied, "We're saving a teammate in danger. Isn't that just the obvious thing to do, young Master Theo?" Erica chimed in beside him with a grin. "In real life, you look even more impressive than I imagined." "Damn it, Theo, this is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. No way you're dying here." Theo's freed subordinate stood up and joined the fight. "We'll back you up with everything we've got, young Master Theo. We can't just run away after causing all this trouble." Wellington's sword clashed powerfully against one of the overseers. He shouted, "Direct interference from overseers is strictly forbidden. You know, intervening personally in a candidate's fight is a grave crime, right?" His eyes were stern, his voice cold and resolute. Hearing that, the overseer's face twisted in panic, and he immediately transmitted a message to the leader. "Lord Liam, what do we do now? This has gotten way too serious. Should we just eliminate them all?" "Please give the order." Liam struggled to stand with his severely wounded body, his face darkening in utter despair. "We're finished. We couldn't find any information about the Crimson Flower Palace relics. We couldn't even take out Theo Ragnar. And young Master Axion has fallen here too. Right now, the situation is beyond salvage. There's no way to recover or fix this failure. So the best course of action now is..." His voice rang out with menacing finality, like a man with nothing left to lose. "Kill them all." We'll claim an abnormal monster wave, and mana outburst occurred, leading to the deaths of all candidates on site. "That's the best cover we can pull off now." As he spoke, he pulled out a pouch filled with monster seeds. "If I make it look like an accident, it'll erase any trace linking back to the Troyven family." With that, he immediately dumped a bunch of monster seeds from the pouch. 2 level 5 monsters should be enough to pass this off as an accident, right? His subordinate, though stunned in shock, quickly adapted and followed the command. "Yes, my lord. Everything is for the Troyven family." As he spoke, he hurled the monster seeds toward the battlefield. But life isn't a fairy tale. From behind, a fatal stab came flying in, piercing Liam's body once more and making him cough up blood. Getting stabbed in the back like this must sting like hell. With a cold expression and overwhelming presence, the attacker barked, "Liam, what the hell are you doing here?" It was the Dragon Armor Cavalry Overseer Selp, with Overseer Aaron right behind him. They were joined by Overseer Natasha from the Plum Blossom Hall and Sally from the Waterwheel Hall. Liam, taking the direct stab, sprayed blood everywhere. Damn it, why does one after another keep showing up to block my way? He collapsed to the ground, dying in utter frustration and rage. Selp warned the three remaining, "You lot stay right there. If you value your lives, surrender quietly. Or if you want to end up like Liam, go ahead and keep resisting." They all glared at Theo with seething hatred, but at this point, none of them could touch him anymore. After seeing the overseers arrive, Theo fainted from exhaustion, but Ray caught him just in time. "Wow, you really know how to time your entrances, huh?" Theo thanked her for stepping in to protect them, but Ray shot back, "Theo, that was way too reckless. Why'd you push it this far?" Theo's gaze shifted toward the three captured overseers, and Axion's headless corpse. Suddenly, Wellington rushed over. "Young Master Theo, what you did was insanely dangerous. Why didn't you call me for help?" Erica and her sister came up to brag a bit. "Hey, I helped you out there, don't forget it, got it? Theo, you're not allowed to die until we have our rematch." Even the subordinates Theo had saved came running with tears. "Young Master Theo, you went this far to save us. Even if we die, we won't regret it." Theo leaned into Ray's embrace and whispered, catching her by surprise, "This is the kind of strength I'm chasing." Hearing those words, Ray felt like she hadn't misjudged him after all. "Oh, by the way, mind picking up those bells for me? I still need to snag first place." She smiled secretly to herself in quiet happiness. "You really haven't changed at all from back then." The scene shifts back to the main castle manor, where the higher-ups were listening to the latest battlefield report. Ead's face showed utter shock, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The soldier holding the report was trembling with surprise too. Every face in the meeting room filled with doubt and confusion over the new information. "Axion is dead." Ead's eyes burned with insane hatred. Everything he'd planned had failed, and now he'd even lost his beloved grandson. Finally, the closing ceremony of the Second Awakening ritual had arrived. All the surviving candidates gathered in one place, with murmurs and whispers spreading around them about the brutal test they'd just endured. A leader stepped forward to declare the end of the exam. "Everyone, you've worked hard. And based on what you've accomplished, I hereby announce that the Second Awakening ceremony has concluded." That was Feral Ragnar, the Nine-Dragon Ascendant, one of the 9 most powerful and influential figures in the Ragnar clan. Seeing him, all the candidates stared in awe and amazement. Is that really Lord Ascendant, the man who rarely shows himself? Why is he here? Out of the 87 candidates, 45 had successfully passed the Awakening test. Not a bad survival count. Truly, the talents of this batch are the best in history, especially the top scorer's points. They're impressive. His eyes narrowed meaningfully, and a direct gaze landed on Theo, making the boy quite startled to be under such scrutiny. All those who have passed the second maturity ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to beginner swordsman. You can take pride in that. Now, as qualified Ragnar swordsman, you're officially permitted to act as such. Everyone here has been approved. With that said, I'll now announce the scores for the second maturity ritual. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. Hearing the result, those around him were stunned. Sure enough, it's Theo Ragnar, 1000 points. He had 0 points until near the end. How is that even possible? Hey, haven't you heard? He defeated Axion and took the top spot. Theo's face remained calm despite the waves of gossip surrounding him. From up high, the Nine-Dragon continued reading the list. Second place, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus Rank. 45th, Ian Lehman, 28 points. That's everyone who passed. You've all worked hard. However, the ceremony isn't over yet. There's still the final part, the third awakening ritual. His eyes turned icy and extremely stern. Those who have earned the right to participate in the third awakening ritual, raise your hands. Remington asked, "Did you collect enough of them? I see quite a lot, but I don't really get what they mean." One by one, Remington raised his hand, followed by Erica and Ray, who had also gathered enough and managed to decipher them. Finally, Theo slowly raised his hand, a quiet affirmation of his top position. Farrell explained, "The hidden piece of the second maturity ritual is the attribute-based breathing technique. Candidates had to collect magic sprouts engraved with random passages and comprehend them. Collecting them is extremely difficult, but understanding them is exponentially harder. That's why they're called hidden fragments. Only those who mastered them during the test can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual." In his previous life, Theo had struggled to comprehend those passages. But now, with his cheat ability, things were different. Synchronization with the young. It allowed him to read the thoughts of objects, and vivid images of fierce battles flashed clearly in Theo's mind. The core of those passages was a recounting of the ancestors' ancient battle, the war against the dragons, so Theo could instantly grasp everything, even without fully understanding the text's literal meaning. The Nine Dragon immediately burst into loud laughter. What a surprise! Even one success would be great news, but here we have four. Theo smiled inwardly. In my previous life, neither Ray nor Remington achieved the attribute breathing technique. Is this the butterfly effect I caused? But it's really interesting. He continued, all right then, each of you, show the judges what you've collected. Starting with Theo Ragnar, now that Axion was gone, everything was going to change dramatically. Theo stepped forward with calm, unshakable confidence, his smooth, silky hair gleaming like threads of silk. But there's no need to be afraid. This will definitely lead to a better future than before. Suddenly, a powerful magic circle appeared beneath Theo's feet. What I've achieved is lightning. Surrounding Theo were fierce bolts of electricity crackling, but this is only the first step in the 5 stages of attribute mana control. First, channeling mana with the lightning attribute, then manifesting it externally. His eyes blazed like unstoppable lightning. Thunderbolts with unmatched power struck down right where Theo stood, as if he had transformed into the legendary thunder god everyone knew. This is the second step. Witnessing the scene firsthand, Theo's subordinates gaped in shock. As expected of young Master Theo, not just channeling, but fully manifesting it. Normally, people would stop at this point, but for Theo, this was far too basic. Inside his chest, his dragon heart pounded with incredible force. Theo had successfully controlled his attribute mana, compressing it into a small energy orb in front of his chest, his face beaming with supreme confidence. That's the third step, energy control. From the sidelines, Remington felt genuine joy at Theo's talent. Ray was utterly stunned by how powerful he'd become. Even Erica couldn't help but praise and marvel. That musclehead back there has probably turned into a hardcore fan already, haha. That's seriously amazing. I never expected you'd reach the control stage, just like the rumors said. But before she could finish, Theo continued, leaving even the Nine Dragon wide-eyed once more. His heart beat even more powerfully than before, radiating fierce energy all around. The entire area was enveloped in light from the energy he released, looking incredibly intense. Theo's eyes widened with murderous intent, like a dragon staring at its prey. Attribute breathing technique, Thunder Light. With that, Theo instantly drew his sword, unleashing a single strike packed with full power. Aimed straight ahead, its name is Thunder Dragon. A dragon born of lightning swept away everything in its path, charging straight toward the judges. Shocked gasps rang out again. He's daring to attack the overseers, facing the unrelenting Thunder Dragon charging at him. The Nine Dragon's face remained perfectly calm. Haha, interesting, you've already reached the expansion stage. His hand slowly rose toward the incoming attack. Attribute breathing technique, water pressure cross. An effortless counter strike sliced the dragon into 4 equal parts without breaking a sweat. You've made me far more interested now, Theo Ragnar. If you wanted to test the judge, here's my answer. The crowd below could only gape in disbelief. What kind of monster level is he at? The Nine Dragon laughed. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'll add 1,000 points for you. Theo replied. Thank you, my lord, the crowd murmured. As expected from the Ascendant, he's always generous with bold candidates. The scoreboard now showed a massive gap, with Theo ahead of second place by 1,000 points. 2,100 points, that's total domination. At this level, is he really on par with the ancestral bones? Could it be? Farrell continued, all right, you three, show me what you've got. Right after came the performances from Remington, Ray, and Erica in turn. Remington Nasio earned 500 bonus points for his water attribute control display. Ray Ragnar received 300 points for her ice crystal mastery. Erica got 300 points for her blazing flames. Holding the updated scores, the Ascendant couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha ha, what an outstanding batch. Usually exceeding 1,000 points already makes you the undisputed leader, but here we have 4 top scorers, truly worth looking forward to. Final tally, Theo Ragnar, 2121 points, Remington, 1426 points, Erica, 1143 points, and finally Ray with 1089 points. You've all worked hard. Except for those participating in the Third Awakening ritual, everyone else may leave. Prepare thoroughly for the designation ceremony in 1 week. Standing before him now were only the 4 who had passed the hidden challenge. Suddenly, the mountain behind emitted an extremely strange aura, forcing all 3 others to buckle under the overwhelming pressure. The Nine Dragon's eyes turned cold, his voice low and grave. Now then, shall we begin the Third Awakening ritual? Theo's face twisted with anger. Why does this feeling? Why is Lodbrok's energy appearing here? With the Second Awakening ritual concluded, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray now faced the most crucial challenge in their journey, the Third Awakening ritual. This wasn't just a simple meeting with a clan head, it was a brutal test where every decision rested in his hands. The outcome of this encounter would determine whether they earned a nomination to the clan head's manor, a key milestone confirming their potential as heirs to the Ragnar clan. Inside Theo, emotions churned chaotically as his eyes narrowed with fierce determination. The one waiting for him was the Ragnar clan head himself. And he whispered, Why am I sensing Lodbrok's energy here? That's impossible. But if you've taken Lodbrok's heart and you're the clan head. Cold sweat beaded on Theo's forehead, his face paling, eyes flashing with red fury and bulging veins. No, this is something I have to verify myself. Right at that moment, a cold, authoritative voice rang out. Now, overcome the dragon's might and greet the clan head. The 9 dragons' voice boomed like thunder, shattering the silence. Instantly, a terrifying pressure enveloped all 4 candidates. They felt crushed under an invisible mountain, forced to their knees, breaths growing labored. Damn it! Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with rage. How the hell are we supposed to climb that mountain in this condition? Theo stayed silent, regulating his breathing while feeling the pressure crushing every muscle. I think I know how to overcome this trial. He spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone needs to sync with the mana wavelengths if you want to go any farther. Hearing that, Erica's face went blank, brows furrowing. Wavelengths? What are you talking about? Beside her, Remington didn't hesitate and quickly explained. He means we need to create counterphase waves to interfere with and cancel out the pressure, right? Theo nodded, eyes sharp. Exactly. You're always so sharp, Remington, but theory is one thing, actually doing it is another. This is how they select those truly worthy. Anyone who can't control their magical power has no right to meet the clan head. Remington nodded thoughtfully. You're absolutely right. Meanwhile, Erica sat there dazed, still not quite getting it. Counterphase, waves, interference. What ancient language are you two speaking? She bit her lip, face full of confusion. Remington just shook his head with a helpless smile. Patiently elaborating, listen, magical power is a form of wave too. These waves vibrate similarly to sound or water waves. The clan head's aura creates specific mana wavelengths. To overcome the pressure, we generate an opposing magical wave to neutralize it. Got it? After the simplified explanation, Erica's eyes lit up. So you're saying I just need to create a magical force that counters this pressure, right? Remington nodded, pretty much. But instead of thanks, Erica yelled in frustration. You muscle-brained, rule-obsessed idiot. Why didn't you explain it simply like that from the start? Remington shrugged with a light chuckle. I just helped you figure it out and now you're yelling at me. Ray, though not joining the argument, had already realized what she needed to do. Erica kept ranting. Exactly, you're just a walking rulebook. Are you really only 17? You talk like some old geezer. Despite the ongoing bickering between Erica and Remington, Theo remained fully focused on controlling his mana. Powerful yet fluid streams of mana flowed out, forming a stable energy field around him. Both Erica and Remington stared in astonishment at what was happening. He's already done it? Theo not only neutralized the clan head's pressure but did so with such finesse and mastery that it commanded respect. Standing calmly amid the still magical wind, he smiled confidently, his presence as majestic as a war god. His cold voice cut through the tension. I will become the next clan head. That's only natural. Theo's bold, arrogant declaration left everyone stunned. Even the 9 dragon, the epitome of stern authority, couldn't hide the spark of interest in his eyes. Truly interesting. With that said, Theo quickly turned and left, leaving Erica and Remington standing there stunned behind him. The two hurriedly called after him, but nothing could slow Theo down. The 9 dragon reminded them, his voice full of authority. You two shouldn't just stand there gawking either. The scores will be calculated based on the order in which you reach where the clan head is waiting. His words hit like a wake-up call, and Erica, Remington, and Ray instantly realized that any delay could cost them failure in this crucial test. All 3 dashed off at full speed, vanishing from the 9 dragons' sight in the blink of an eye. Truly interesting, the 9 dragon murmured, a rare smile flickering across his face. I never thought at my age I'd still want to take on such talented disciples. The scene shifts to the Camellia Palace, where the ghost artisan's booming laughter echoed through the castle. Ha ha, my beloved youngest daughter, where are you? Come out, my precious lucky charm. She flung open door after door, her face beaming with joy. The servants trailing behind just shook their heads and whispered, Oh dear, the ghost artisan's here again. The Camellia Palace, usually serene and regal, had been filled with noise ever since Theo, the young master of the clan, became a rising star among the nobility. Inside one room, Theo's mother, Cecilia, was giving special instructions to a designer about a new outfit. The door suddenly burst open as the ghost artisan charged in excitedly. So this is where you are, my dear Cecilia. Cecilia turned around and sighed wearily. Mother, please try to maintain some decorum within the palace grounds. The old woman burst into loud laughter. Decorum? Who cares about all that fancy etiquette nonsense? I'm about to get filthy rich. Cecilia shook her head and gently countered. But aren't you already very wealthy, mother? Yes, but not rich enough to make the walls crack. Now I'm finally at the peak of my career. Thanks to Theo becoming a shining star, my workshop is flooded with non-stop orders. At last, I'm getting the fame I deserve. Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy. But deep down, she couldn't shake her worry. I've always believed he would succeed, but seeing him act like this now makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and all the attention? Cecilia clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. I can't just stand by helplessly like this. The only thing I can do now is support him with everything I've got. But I wish I could help him in a more practical way." Behind her, the old woman kept rambling on about her past achievements, back when she focused solely on crafting weapons just to survive. But now she declared she was shifting to making and selling accessories, as if opening a whole new chapter in her life. Those carefree words seemed to plant a bold idea in Cecilia's mind. "And then my revenue will multiply tenfold, hee," she laughed confidently. Cecilia suddenly cut in, shattering her smugness. "Mother, have you ever tried making a prosthetic arm?" The air froze for a moment, then shifted to an eerie foreshadowing. Is Theo about to become the next Yang Yu? The story quickly cuts to where the clan head was waiting. He burst into delighted laughter as his loyal crow relayed Theo's bold declaration. "Haha, he said he'll be the next clan head. What an arrogantly interesting kid." The clan head turned to the crow, his eyes a mix of amusement and warmth. "I know what you're worried about, but even parents have no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams. Youthful ambition is unstoppable. Understand, back in our day, we were just the same." He pointed toward the sword graveyard, a place filled with endless challenges, thousands of swords embedded thickly everywhere, vivid proof of life and death battles. Despite the reassurance, the crow still couldn't hide its irritation. It clearly disliked Theo and made no effort to conceal it. The clan head just smiled, his voice steady like an underground river. "I told you not to worry. What I want is the prosperity and growth of Ragnar. Anything that stands in the way of that, I'll deal with just like this." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, then softened like a passing breeze. "Nothing's happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy, even if my son Theo Ragnar is a regressor." After the second awakening ritual, the clan head had a quiet conversation with his crow. He'd been sitting in the sword graveyard, waiting for the worthy children to overcome the final trial. When Theo finally arrived, the clan head's face lit up with a broad smile. "You've finally made it, my son." His eyes narrowed with caution. On the opposite side, after pushing himself to get here, Theo was quite exhausted. Standing before him now was an overwhelmingly powerful figure. The aura radiating from the man alone was enough to make breathing difficult. The clan head's strength was on a completely different level. The pressure the clan head exerted was truly terrifying for candidates still in the awakening phase. The clan head suddenly asked, "First things first, do you know what these are?" After glancing around for a moment, Theo easily recognized it. "This is the sword graveyard. I've heard these are the swords of everyone the clan head has defeated." The clan head closed his eyes, his voice echoing Theo's earlier words. "That's right, the position of clan head demands exactly that. It's a place where you face countless threats and challenges alone, a position where you can't rely on anyone else. A position that follows the law of the strong. You must stand above everyone through your own power if you want to lead this clan to prosperity." The clan head's eyes cracked open. "Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position?" Theo's face remained perfectly calm, his voice brimming with confidence. "Of course, sir." In response came the clan head's dissatisfied expression. "Don't answer so lightly. I had to slaughter thousands upon thousands of lives to stand here. Can you still give that answer after feeling their hatred?" With those words, the accumulated grudges in the sword graveyard surged forth, rushing toward Theo. "I'll curse you forever. How dare you do something so cruel? I'll tear you to 100 pieces." Facing the lingering hatred, Theo's resolve remained unshaken. He stood calmly before them without the slightest waver. "Why, what's your reason?" The clan head's simple question carried deep implications, forcing Theo to think carefully. A flood of thoughts raced through his mind. To avenge his past life, to become clan head and end this cursed fight for the throne, Theo was ready to overcome any trial to fulfill his mission. Slowly, he drew his sword, though right now he wasn't sure if this was the answer the clan head wanted. If that's the case, then there's only one way. He gripped the sword tightly with fierce determination, pointing it straight ahead. "I'll answer with my sword." The word struck right at the clan head's soft spot. He smiled broadly, utterly satisfied, his cold gaze enough to send chills down anyone's spine. "Excellent. From now on, I won't treat you as my son, but as an arrogant challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings." Hearing that, Theo's face instantly filled with shock. Did the clan head just say her? Just as he suspected, the clan head was the one who had taken, before he could finish the thought. A single slash effortlessly cut Theo's body in half. Even the sword in his hand split like an ordinary piece of firewood. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been taken down without even realizing it? The clan head remarked, "A single ordinary slash was more than enough to fell this immature child, truly overambitious." Theo's final thought swirled in his mind. Am I dead now? His consciousness gradually grew hazy and indistinct. This is the Heart Sword, a realm only absolute masters can create. For an awakening trial, this is more than sufficient. Even so, the crow kept objecting. HMPH, are you worried our little protagonist might actually die? Exactly. It's a brutal test for an immature child still awakening. Only those with unbreakable will and determination can escape the heart sword. But if his resolve is only half-hearted, then it's better he dies here as an empty husk. That way, I won't have to deal with a regressor who could only bring harm to the clan. Inside the heart sword, Theo's soul floated in some undefined void. I'm dead. I guess it's normal to get taken out by someone as strong as the clan head, right? This time, Theo felt no regret like before. He'd done everything he could. He'd secured the Camellia Palace, avenged Randon and Axion, the ones who'd betrayed him in his past life. Everything had just been a stroke of fate's luck, but at least this life had been far happier than the last. Maybe this is the end of the journey. Hands clung to Theo's drifting soul, trying to drag him down and extinguish all hope. Time to rest now, huh? Pieces of his soul faded into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a bird appeared from somewhere and spoke. Hey kid, that's enough, get up already. If you're going to collapse over something like this, then you might as well have let me swallow you back then. Those words acted like a stimulant, snapping Theo awake. His determined eyes returned. You're right, thanks. Once again, his hands gripped the sword, but everything felt different this time. Theo couldn't let this be the end. After struggling so hard to reach this point, how could he give up now? He'd promised himself, even if this body shattered, even if this soul was crushed, his unbreakable will would never vanish. This second chance at life was for revenge. A single slash infused with all his power and unyielding fate, built across 2 lifetimes, was unleashed straight ahead. It acted like a key, guiding him out of the darkness. The heart sword's barrier officially shattered, and Theo returned to the world he desired. The sword in his hand swung down, proving the path he'd chosen, one full of thorns and hardship. On the opposite side, the clan head slowly approached his son. Satisfaction clear on his face, eyes filled with expectation for the future. Well done, you've passed. Those words marked the conclusion of this grueling awakening ritual. The scene shifts to the day of the nomination ceremony at the clan headquarters. After resting, Theo arrived here with his sister and said, "It feels so crowded here, it's making me a little nervous." Beside him, Erica quickly teased, "What, you're all grown up and still acting shy like a kid?" He shot back angrily, "I'm not being shy, it's just that there are way too many powerhouses here. Unit commanders, the 9 Dragon, the former clan head, and even the current one." Hearing that, Erica shrugged casually. "Yep, total kid. Relax, no one's gonna be interested in someone who didn't even achieve attribute breathing like you." Huh, what did you just say? He gritted his teeth in frustration, but couldn't do anything to this fiery woman. "Can't you just tell me, what exactly did you get from the clan head in the 3rd awakening ritual?" Her response was still that indifferent face. "That's a secret. You don't need to know. You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he'd have shared it already." Hearing that, Erica felt a twinge. "My Theo? Are you delusional or something? What the hell are you talking about? You know a soldier's life means becoming a sword for the Ragnar clan. We have to bet our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a cool, strong lord with all the power, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that perfectly. I'm betting my life on him. So that's why I call him my Theo." "Huh, so he already agreed to that?" Hulkus replied with a deadpan face. "He has to agree, so I'm planning to join the same unit as him. I don't know why, but the clan head said he won't bring Theo to the clan head's manor, so I can follow him into some unit instead." From the stands above, a drum sounded, signaling the start of the ceremony. "Attention, everyone, the nomination ceremony will now commence. The top performer of the awakening ceremony, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." Around Theo now were cheers and shouts of encouragement from all directions. He'd successfully won over the crowd. Standing in the vast plaza under a clear blue sky, a place his past life self wouldn't have dared dream of, Theo's face radiated joy, his eyes filled with belief in a bright future awaiting him. "This time, I won't let things end in regret." Up in the stands, Evelyn looked overjoyed. "Everyone's watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose to go?" She'd be thrilled if he chose to join the White Dragon Cavalry, but Evelyn knew that was just a selfish dream. "Congratulations on achieving the highest overall rank, Theo Ragnar. Your extraordinary abilities across all fields are something for other candidates to aspire to. Now, your choice is." Before the words could finish, Eid Troiven stood up, shocking the announcer. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Eid Troiven's sudden move left the candidates below stunned. What's he doing? Is he trying to avenge Axion? No way. Even the clan head was closely watching Eid's every move, and the unit commanders didn't take their eyes off him for a second. "Central Director, I don't know what your intentions are, but please sit down." Ignoring everything around him, Eid spoke calmly. "Theo Ragnar, the Central Intelligence Bureau." Theo's face showed suspicion. A heavenly dragon, he's likely still reeling from Axion's death. But even he wouldn't dare cause trouble at the nomination ceremony. Contrary origins, however, Eid's warm smile and gentle voice contrasted with everyone's expectations. "I'd like to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. What do you think?" In Theo's past life, he was seen as a failure, so his top ranking after the awakening ceremony was extraordinary. Even among the Ragnar family, he was always at the bottom. It seemed a new dragon had just awakened its hidden power. His rise to the top was a story that shook many apprentice swordsmen, a journey so many envied and dreamed of achieving. Even if he'd grown stronger, who could have predicted he'd kill Axion? They say he even took down an overseer. If no one had intervened, did he really have that kind of power? They said Theo completely dominated Axion. These stories spread like wildfire through the clan, and more people began to admire and want to follow Theo. It was truly a positive shift. Now no one looked at him with disdain anymore. Instead, their gazes were filled with envy and admiration. Theo was no longer the Ragnar clan's failure. He'd claimed first place in the awakening ceremony. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've completed the main storyline mission, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. Your reward is 1 ether core. The reward has been stored in your inventory. Theo glanced at the system panel, curiosity on his face. Oh right, I had a mission. What's an ether core? Since it's a long-term mission, it's probably something really good. Suddenly, Eat's voice broke through, interrupting his thoughts. The Central Intelligence Bureau wishes to appoint Theo Ragnar as deputy director. His fake smile was obvious to anyone watching. Theo stood there deep in thought, calculating, what's this guy plotting? Theo immediately activated his observation skill, targeting Eid Troyven. The system displayed all of Eid's information. Eid Troyven, 46 years old, title, Heavenly Dragon, talents, scheming, strategy, tactics. A hidden dagger full of ambition, aiming to use Theo Ragnar as a hunting dog to uncover the secrets of the ancient dragon's relic. Of course, that's it, he's after the ancient dragon's relic. He must have learned I have it from some intelligent source. But from now on, things won't go his way, Heavenly Dragon. Theo's fists clenched, rage surging. The Troyven family, I'll destroy them all myself. The grudge from my past life, this time I'll repay it tenfold, just wait and see. Nearby, the ghost dragon immediately objected. What's that supposed to mean, Central Intelligence Director? I'm just recruiting talent per the nomination ceremonies process. Is there a problem? His voice grew sharper, clearly irritated. Do you think everyone here is an idiot? Even a 3-year-old could tell you're trying to avenge your grandson's death. Eat's face remained calm. Haha, understandable, but you're mistaken, Ghost Dragon. As a grieving uncle, I may be furious, but as the Central Intelligence Director, I only want to recruit exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, the ghost dragon gritted his teeth in anger. This venomous snake, he's only out for his own gain, even after his grandson's death. Both paused as the judge below spoke up. I understand your desire to recruit outstanding talent, but please wait until the process officially begins. He turned back down and addressed Theo. Now, Theo, have you made your decision? Actually, I haven't fully decided yet, so I'd like to hear the reasons from everyone first. Does anyone here have an offer for me? A sly smile spread across Theo's face, his eyes full of calculation as they drifted toward the 9 dragon. From the high noble seats, a woman's hand rose, kicking off a series of enticing offers. It was Osa Ragnar Prunus who spoke. Theo, I want you to become my disciple, and I promise you the position of Young Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. Hearing this, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Young Lord of Plum Blossom, the palace head has no children. Does that mean they'll adopt Theo Ragnar? If that happens, he'll become the heir to the Sword Dragon, one of the most powerful sword techniques among the very top. Even Remington couldn't hide his amazement. 2 of the 9 dragons have made recruitment offers. That's seriously impressive, young Master Theo. Erica added, with this, other team captains and leaders won't dare speak up. Suddenly, a giant bird silhouette appeared in the sky, its voice booming. I'd like to join in on this too. Immediately after, a landing shook the ground, shattering it and kicking up clouds of dust. A man wrapped in black bandages slowly emerged. None other than the Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robber Ragnar. The Black Dragon, even the Black Dragon is joining the recruitment. His voice was soft but resolute. I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony. It seems the clan head was right. You have many qualities that draw people in. Join Black Snow, I promise you a spot in Snowless. That was an incredibly tempting offer. Snowless was the highest rank in Black Snow's covert intelligence organization, where Theo could operate openly and gain prestige. In his past life, Theo had been in Black Snow, and only 8 people ever reached Snowless. No matter how hard he tried, he could never touch that rank, but now it was being offered so easily. Right after, the next to speak was the Ascendant Dragon. Master of the Ascendant Dragon Hall, Feral Ragnar. His voice was calm and gentle. Theo, your performance in the 3rd awakening ceremony was truly impressive. Don't forget that the Ascendant Dragon Hall is always open to you. Witnessing this, the other candidates couldn't contain their shock. What? Even the Ascendant Dragon Hall is stepping in? That makes 4 9 dragons offering recruitment. It's not over yet, you're forgetting one more. That was the Ghost Dragon, captain of the White Armor Dragon unit, Julius Ragnar. Despite the incredibly tempting offers from other units, the Ghost Dragon's face remained cold and stern. The White Armor Dragon unit offers Theo Ragnar a position. no special privileges. Huh, why is he so stubborn about this? As expected of the captain, he believes proving yourself is the true honor, not meaningless privileges. I genuinely want to recruit you into the White Armor Dragon unit, but I won't offer any special treatment. That'd be unfair to other members. The only thing I can give you is my full support to develop your strength and make you the strongest, worthy of a Dragon Knight's honor and pride. That's all I can offer. After hearing all the offers from the units, Theo flashed a satisfied smile. I understand. In that case, my choice will be. Before he could finish, a mysterious figure's smile from the stand seemed to snuff out his thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The words jolted Theo's instincts. What? He immediately turned his gaze toward the voice echoing in his mind. Waves of majestic power radiated, all emanating from one person in the stands. None other than the former clan head, Hilda Ragnar. Though shaken and anxious, Theo tried to act unfazed. I don't know what you're talking about. The former clan head's smile persisted. This kid, I don't know how you lived in your last loop, but your acting skills aren't half bad. Theo's eyes widened in shock. Loop, what does that mean? Could there really be multiple regression cycles? Suddenly, the judge's voice snapped him back. Theo, is something wrong? You seem anxious. Could I have a moment to organize my thoughts? Of course, it's a big decision, but don't take too long. Back to the conversation, the former clan head continued via mind transmission. No need to hide it, I'm a regressor too, but my designated loops are over. A chaotic flurry of thoughts raced through Theo's mind. So she's regressed multiple times before. How's that possible? If so, how many regressors are there? My opponent now is a former clan head. It's better to answer honestly and ask the questions I have. Theo's first question to Hilda, does a loop mean you can regress multiple times? HMPH, you don't know anything, do you? So the clan head didn't tell you. Well, that makes sense. He despises regressors. It's surprising he's even let you live. What could those brutal trials I went through be because he hates regressors? The former clan head's face remained calm, her smile smug. Looks like you've got a lot of questions, but we don't have much time now. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the clan, come find me after the ceremony. We'll settle everything then. Theo stood there deep in thought, silent, not saying a word. During the third awakening ceremony, the clan head hadn't provided any answers, only showing him the heart sword. He was someone who hated regressors. If so, the aura Theo felt from him back then and the stolen heart of Lodbrok led to one final explanation. The clan head was the one who took Lodbrok's heart, because she was an ancient dragon who accepted ordinary regressors. No human could ever defeat an ancient dragon. That was simply impossible, but the clan head was truly an extraordinary existence. He was the only one capable of such an unimaginable feat. The reason his name resounded across the world, earning him the title of demigod, was his overwhelming strength and unassailable authority. Theo forced a wry smile. If that's the case, there's no other way to uncover the clan's secrets about regressors. Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you'll go? Theo replied, yes, I've made my decision. I will join. After taking time to think and weigh the benefits each of the 9 dragons offered, Theo finally decided where he belonged. His voice rang out strong and resolute. I will join. The scene cuts to a moment later with the author still holding back the reveal of Theo's choice. Damn, that's frustrating. We get to hear the wish of the second place finisher, Remington. I will join the Ascendant Dragon Hall. Hearing that, Farrell's face lit up with genuine pleasure. Finally, someone talented enough to earn his full recognition and interest. From this moment, Remington officially became the disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason he chose that place was probably because they shared the same water attribute. It's pretty straightforward. In his previous life, Remington didn't stay with the Ragnar clan. Instead, he returned to his own Narcio family to build his strength. After achieving everything he wanted and gaining considerable power, he led his soldiers in rebellion against the Troyven family. Though the uprising failed, Remington's name spread far and wide as a formidable swordsman who could not be underestimated. But this time, he chose to remain with the Ragnar clan. This is undoubtedly the butterfly effect caused by Theo's presence. The two stepped forward and exchanged a farewell handshake. Looks like we won't see each other for a while. Do your absolute best and let's meet again when we're both even stronger. Of course, young Master Theo, I look forward to that day. Remington's eyes burned with determination, a happy smile spreading across his face. Across from him, Theo bid farewell to his friend with the same expression. Both had goals they needed to strive for and achieve. Next came Ray's turn to choose, and just as Theo had predicted, she returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. Honestly, Theo had already guessed it 8 or 9 times over before she even spoke. There was no place more suitable for her than the Daffodil Palace. There, she could maximize her potential. Back to Theo and the group in the training hall, everyone wanted to follow him no matter what, but unfortunately, their scores weren't high enough to qualify. Even Theo felt regret at parting with his loyal subordinates, but it was fine. As long as they remained within the Ragnar clan, they'd meet again somewhere down the line. That wrapped up the main content of this year's nomination ceremony. The event came to an end. Everyone, you've worked hard, return to the units you've chosen. From this moment forward, give everything you've got for the dreams you pursue and for a brighter future. While Theo was still lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out, snapping him to attention. Hey Theo. I didn't expect we'd end up in the same unit. It was Hulkus and Erica both had joined the same unit as Theo. It really wasn't a coincidence at all. Hulkus walked over with an awkward grin while Erica beside him just sighed at her foolish little brother. Well, at least Theo's got some new friends now. Theo stepped forward, his face bright with excitement and joy. Great to see you both, Hulkus, Erica. I'm truly grateful for your help in the second round. You guys really came through for me big time. Yeah, don't forget that, Erica said, blushing slightly for her strong people were incredibly attractive. I really like you too, young Master Theo, Hulkus quickly jumped in, and you like strong people too. Both burst into loud laughter at Theo's bewildered expression. These siblings are so weird, but why are they suddenly so into me? Just then, a soldier in the unit shouted, attention, everyone, the captain is coming. No matter what, if given another chance, Theo would still make the same choice. He was certain this was the most honorable unit in Ragnar, and the perfect place to take his first step toward becoming clan head. No other place was more perfect than the White Dragon Corps. From afar, the ghost dragon approached slowly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Welcome to the White Armor Dragon. This is where you'll reach the peak of your strength. Theo thought to himself, guess I'll go find Hilda later. He stepped forward and stopped, his sharp eyes paired with a confident, sly smile. Now then, shall we hear the hopes of our new recruits? Tell me about your ambitions. The first to speak was Hulkus. I want to become the coolest knight everyone respects. I want my name known far and wide, Erica declared, to become the strongest of this generation. I want the captain to acknowledge my strength. After everyone shared their wishes, all eyes turned in one direction. Theo stood there relaxed and composed, his face calm and cold. And he spoke softly, I want to become the captain of the White Dragon Corps. He refused to let the world fall into the same tragedy as before. To prepare for the great war ahead, he had to become truly powerful. Hearing Theo's bold words, the members of the White Dragon Corps couldn't help but admire him. That guy got guts, saying something like that right in front of the captain without hesitation. Feeling the immense potential in this batch of recruits, the ghost dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent, you all have big dreams. If that's the case, then you've come to the right place. No matter why each of you joined the White Dragon Corps, there's only one thing you need to remember here. The ghost dragon clenched his fists, his voice firm and resolute. Every drop of blood, every bead of sweat from all of you will write Ragnar's history. Today's hardships will become tomorrow's honor, so never let your shield break or your sword bend. Your comrades will guard your back, so guard theirs in return. We are a powerful unit because of our unity and resilience. So never give up, because at the end of a path paved with sweat and tears, even blood, lies the honor of a mighty swordsman of the Ragnar clan. The rousing speech ignited the new recruits with inspiration. Welcome to the White Dragon Corps family. From this day forward, I will guide you on the path to becoming strong. Right after he finished, a dragon descended from above behind the ghost dragon, shattering the ground and creating an epic, cinematic scene. Seeing a real dragon, the recruits were stunned. Is that a dragon? The captain's partner. The ghost dragon's voice rang out with joy and excitement. This is my partner, Gulla, the leader dragon of the White Dragon Corps. In the sky above, more dragons slowly approached. They were the other members of the White Dragon team, ready to greet the new recruits. One by one, they landed with tremendous force. Now, climb onto the backs of your seniors' dragons. Hearing that, the recruits' faces went blank. We're riding dragons right now. With that, the ghost dragon leaped onto Gulla's back. The official initiation ceremony begins now. It's time for you to find your own partners. Everyone, gather at the dragon's lair. I'll teach you the first lesson of the Dragon Knight Corps there. Instantly, Gulla stomped, launched into the sky, and spread its wings, soaring toward the lair, leaving behind a group of dazed recruits and the newly arrived seniors. Theo and his friends' faces were filled with curiosity and excitement. This is what a real Dragon Knight is. Now I'm going to have my own dragon. This is way too awesome. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up beside him, catching Theo completely off guard. Let's go too, young master. So you finally chose to join the White Dragon Corps. Honestly, I'm really happy about that. Theo stammered, still in disbelief. Evelyn, why you're back in the White Dragon Corps? Evelyn smiled warmly, her voice gentle. Yes, that's right. Theo's eyes widened as he noticed something he hadn't seen before. Evelyn, your arm, it's healed. Before him stood Evelyn with a perfectly crafted prosthetic arm, likely the gift Theo's mother had given her for taking care of her son. Let's flash back a few days to the meeting between Theo's mother and Evelyn. Hello, I came to express my gratitude for everything you've done. Hearing that, Evelyn was shocked. The Lady of Camellia Palace, you came all this way yourself. She planted her sword upright and replied seriously. If you're here because of young Master Theo, there's no need. Even without my help, I believe his talent would have shone just as brightly. The lady quickly interrupted. Yes, that may be true, but knowing someone truly supports and acknowledges you can become a huge source of motivation for him. Above all, that person is incredibly reliable. I've heard you're exactly that kind of person to Theo. Around them, the trainees who overheard were stunned. Even the experienced Evelyn felt flustered, stammering shyly, "No, I'm just a retired swordsman. I even lost an arm. How could I possibly help the young master?" The lady gently stopped her. "Please don't belittle yourself like that. Sometimes the light that guides someone out of darkness doesn't realize how brightly it shines. You are that light. Instead of empty words of thanks, I'll help you shine even brighter in this vast world." Back to the present, Evelyn had received a priceless gift she never dared imagine. "Thank you, young master. I heard you were especially concerned about this, right? Thanks to your help, I was able to return to the White Dragon Corps. Truly, I'm so grateful." Hearing that, Theo looked confused, still piecing it together. "I should have handled this sooner. Looks like Mom took all the credit for herself. She really hasn't changed from my past life. Thanks, Mom." "I, Evelyn, swordsman of the White Dragon Corps, swear eternal loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever." Theo's face lit up with happiness, a wide smile spreading across his lips. "Thank you, Evelyn, it's nothing. Please guide me well." Right after, the two headed straight toward the mountain range, the dragon's lair of the White Dragon, to find their partners. All around, the area was shrouded in floating clouds and flocks of dragons flying from afar. This was the lair of the White Dragon, home to the wyverns. As you know, the White Dragon Corps carries out missions alongside wyverns, so the initiation ceremony is held here. Theo gazed at the vast space, his heart racing with excitement. "If I can't find a partner here, that means I can't join the White Dragon Corps, right?" "Yes, that's correct. Though it's rare, there have been a few cases like that." A flood of thoughts ran through Theo's mind. In that case, will Erica and Hulkus be okay? I don't think this suits their abilities, but whatever, they'll figure it out. Evelyn pointed ahead, her voice soft. "You can observe around first. Usually you'll sense right away which wyvern will be your partner." The two walked around together, searching for a suitable dragon. The first they encountered was the Ademan optrex species, storm-hunting predators with gigantic size up to 15 meters and brown scales. Next came the venomous aviali, dragons that spewed deadly purple mist, snake-like bodies with a venomous stinger tail as a lethal weapon. Then the Sigisaur dragon, a gentle herbivorous earth dragon that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below when it senses threats. Finally, the high-speed velociraptor dragons, small but agile pack hunters with high intelligence and fire-breathing ability. The two had to run for their lives after accidentally entering the nest of these dragons. "We almost got roasted." Those are the wyverns currently managed by the White Dragon Corps, mainly divided into those 4 types. "So, have you sensed anything with any of them yet?" Theo looked puzzled. "Sensed? Not yet." Theo had his eye on one particular dragon before coming here, but he couldn't find it. Recalling memories from his past life after the cataclysmic dragon war, a mutated wyvern had invaded the White Dragon Corps lair. Alone, it massacred hundreds of carefully raised wyverns. Its name was Shadow Black Dragon. That day, 8 villages were burned to ashes and dozens of swordsmen slaughtered. No one could take it down quickly. The entire Ragnar clan classified Shadow Black Dragon as a second-tier disaster and ordered its immediate extermination. In the end, it was defeated only after the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon arrived in time. Its death was a great loss, but there was no other choice. The name Shadow Black Dragon was its nickname, earned from its extraordinary ability to hide in darkness. "If I could have a partner like that, it would be incredible. The traits I saw in that dragon back then are beyond question." Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened in shock. "Found it. Far off in the distance, there are 4 or 5 dragons gathered doing something. That must be the one I'm aiming for." The scene shifts to a certain cliffside where the ghost dragon and his partner were still casually sitting, observing the recruits searching for their own dragon. Abruptly, a shadowy figure appeared and spoke. "You look awfully pleased with yourself, Captain of the White Dragon Corps." The ghost dragon turned to the woman with a smug grin. "If I didn't look happy, I wouldn't have a single dragon under my command, one that everyone desires." "That's good then, I was just about to talk to you about that very thing." It was the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, approaching slowly with a gentle voice. "Captain of the White Dragon Corps, you're planning to make Theo Ragnar the future center of the unit, aren't you?" The ghost dragon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "As I thought, you're very careful with your words, my lady." "Of course, words are the root of all trouble. If I'm not cautious, things get complicated fast. It seems you're aiming for a much bigger picture, aren't you?" In response, the ghost dragon answered coldly. "I don't recall saying anything like that." The Plum Blossom Palace lady stepped closer. "Don't worry, I came here to make an offer for that boy." "HMPH, what exactly are you scheming?" "Theo Ragnar has already chosen the White Dragon Corps. That kid won't be going to the Plum Blossom Palace. What kind of offer could you possibly have in mind?" Ignoring the ghost dragon's suspicion, the Plum Blossom Palace lady continued. Let him come with me. What do you think of that proposal, Ghost Dragon? His eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell is she talking about? Back at the cliff with the dragon flock, 4 dragons were now circling a white one in the center. Both Evelyn and Theo rushed over to intervene. It's starting again. HMPH, do you know about that wyvern? Yes, it's been isolated for a long time. I've tried to do something to improve the situation, but it was useless. It's not originally a wyvern, so the others probably reject it. Huh, it's not a wyvern. That's right, it was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. Hearing that, Theo was stunned, his eyes widening. Isn't a biffer a first-tier sea-bottom monster? How could? Evelyn turned and explained, that's the mystery, it shouldn't be possible at all. First-tier monsters have power on par with natural disasters like storms or tsunamis. Even one breaking through human defenses would cause massive damage. Biffers are powerful, shadowy creatures that live hidden in the depths of forests. They rarely appear, but their strength is not to be underestimated. If everything is as suspected, the abilities of Shadow Black Dragon must have been inherited from its father, a biffer. When it was born, it became a huge problem for the White Dragon Corps. At first, we planned to observe it after letting it stay in the lair. But the other wyverns refused to accept the little one and isolated it from the herd. Still, that wasn't a good solution, so we've been very worried. Feeling a shared sense of fate with the dragon before him, Theo felt a pang of sympathy. It's being rejected just for being different from the others. What's the little one's name? Its name is Umbra. In an ancient language, that name means shadow. Theo's smile shone brighter than ever, giving him even more reason to choose this little one as his partner. Shadow, huh? That's a really cool name. Theo spun around, ready to leap straight down, startling Evelyn. Young master, what are you doing? Looks like I've found my partner. With that, he jumped decisively, ignoring her protests. What do you mean? I'm going ahead. Theo plunged straight down without hesitation. He had already made up his mind. From above, Evelyn still didn't fully understand and called out, Young Master Theo. As he fell, Theo thought to himself, this time I'll give you a different life, Umbra. A different life, just like the one I have now. A massive explosion rang out as Theo crashed straight into the cliff, dramatically rescuing his future partner in an epic display. He reached into his inventory to pull something out. Immediately, Theo hurled several short swords forward. His eyes widened as he activated his synchronization skill. You can use psychokinesis to move designated targets. The short swords he threw were instantly enveloped in powerful energy sources. Theo stomped the air to propel himself forward like a master cultivator, resembling sword flight. Every movement was incredibly fluid and agile, his strides long and graceful through the air like a true master. Each step wasn't just precise but carried terrifying power. At his age, few could achieve such feats. From behind, Evelyn, witnessing everything, was utterly shocked. My God, when did he learn psychokinesis? The way he uses it, I've never seen anything like it. His growth speed is unbelievable. On the cliff, Umbra was still surrounded and threatened by the 4 dragons. It roared furiously as if shouting at them, get lost. The scene before him stirred memories of Theo's own past. In his previous life, he was constantly mocked and belittled. Is he really a Ragnar? Haha, so pathetic, truly the son of some ordinary woman. Those contemptuous words echoed endlessly in Theo's mind, reminding him never to repeat the same mistakes. Theo quickly gathered his swords, lightning characteristic of his power crackling from them. His eyes widened, breath ragged as he activated his strength. Breath of the Thunder Dragon. The swords transformed into powerful lightning bolts. They shot toward the enemies at blinding speed, unstoppable. When the swords converged, their power multiplied exponentially, forming a dragon seal, strong enough to drive away the entire group of dragons. After all 4 flew off, the swords embedded in the ground still crackled with residual lightning, even though the attack had ended. There, Theo's feet slowly touched down, his voice calm and gentle. They ran off after just a little scare. Those dragons are nothing but cowards. Theo quickly approached, concern on his face. Are you okay? One would think Umbra would be grateful to its savior, but no, Umbra turned its gaze toward him, eyes full of suspicion and wariness. Before Theo could say anything, Umbra flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Theo stunned. Wait. Theo braced himself, a bit disappointed. HMPH didn't even get a chance to speak. From behind, Evelyn landed and advised, it's under a lot of stress right now, so approaching it won't be easy. Maybe wait a bit and try again. Theo turned back and countered, no, this is the perfect moment. Why do you think it keeps lingering near the nest even after being ostracized? The answer is simple, it's lonely. Mental wounds hurt far more than physical ones. It's definitely hurt and can't go far, help me chase after it. Evelyn looked bewildered, clearly not fully convinced. Just as Theo predicted, Umbra had returned to its nearby nest. Its breathing rapid. It seemed the injuries from the earlier dragons were causing it pain. Both Theo and Evelyn quickly caught up. She warned, many knights have tried to tame it, but none succeeded. Umbra is extremely cautious around others, and its current state makes things even worse. Theo turned away, ignoring the warning. Can you get me some food? While you do that, I'll try to understand it. Anyway, this is my initiation test. The two entered a relentless battle of wills. Theo knew one thing clearly: wyverns fear less than drakes. This was a fight he was sure to win. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared straight at Umbra without hesitation. Across from him, Umbra seemed to realize it was Theo's match, but it still refused to yield. Seeing that, Theo increased the pressure even further. Now Umbra could only struggle in despair, yet it refused to give up. One might think Theo would beat it into submission for its defiance, but no, he poured a healing potion onto the wound on Umbra's neck to treat it. All the injuries healed rapidly as his voice came out warm and caring. How do you feel now? The pains eased, right? Umbra's eyes widened in confusion, letting out a few cries as if asking why Theo was doing this. Theo's hand gently touched Umbra's neck, stirring a flood of thoughts. Perhaps because of the dragon heart. But I can sense Umbra's emotions right now. Deep in its subconscious is rage toward the herd that rejected it, sadness, and a longing that always conflicts. It still wants to belong to the pack, persistent, painful loneliness. Its feelings toward me right now are conflicted too. It's suspicious of me, this sudden person offering warmth and care. But at the same time, Umbra doesn't want me to leave at all. Theo gently stroked its head. It's okay, I won't betray or abandon you, so don't worry. Also, there's this. As he spoke, Theo reached into his inventory and pulled out a dazzling gem. I know you like shiny, glamorous things like this, right? Umbra's eyes widened with delight. Theo had hit the bullseye. He brought the gem closer, teasing, do you want it? Though it clearly loved it, Umbra shyly turned its head away, pretending to refuse the irresistible gift. But when it opened its eyes again, something it never expected was right there. Theo had already fastened the sparkling gem around Umbra's neck, leaving it stunned and bewildered. This is just a little gift from me. If you come with me, there'll be even more shiny things. So what do you say? Will you agree? Standing before such an incredibly tempting offer, Umbra became flustered, unsure how to respond. Not letting the opportunity slip away, Theo continued using his signature bribery technique. I heard you don't like wearing reins or saddles, right? But I can make something different for you, studded all over with gems like this. It'll definitely shine super bright and look stunning. Hearing that, Umbra couldn't stop fantasizing about how magnificent it would look wearing them. Meanwhile, Theo was thinking to himself, how am I going to steal some gems from Grandma? What a filial grandson I am. At the crafting workshop, the ghost artisan seemed to sense it too. Her whole body trembled violently. Are you all right, ma'ams? You don't look so good. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose another fortune. What sharp instincts! Umbra suddenly stood up, its posture majestic and powerful. It let out a mighty roar as if officially acknowledging Theo as its master. You have been recognized by the flying dragon Umbra as its master. You have acquired a new skill. Dragon Taming, Grade C, Proficiency 1%. Higher proficiency will increase the trust of tamed dragons. While mounted, both rider and dragon gain a 10% boost to strength. After Theo successfully tamed Umbra, Evelyn returned with her spoils in tow, each hand dragging a wild boar looking effortless. Meanwhile, her own partner was panting heavily behind her. When she arrived, Evelyn realized she had missed the most exciting part. Right now in front of her was the sight of Theo and Umbra cuddling up incredibly close and affectionate. Evelyn was overwhelmed, speechless. How did you manage that? That little one has never opened up to anyone before. Theo turned toward her with an incredibly happy smile. Oh, you're back, Evelyn. The two had a short conversation afterward. Seeing Umbra eating heartily, Theo said, it really likes that. Thanks for bringing those two boars, Evelyn. Still in shock, she asked urgently and seriously, how on earth did you tame Umbra? HMPH, it was simple really. I just took care of its psychological wounds. Once Umbra's heart wavered, the gift sealed the deal. As long as the wounds are healed, anything can happen. Hearing that, Evelyn still couldn't fully comprehend it. She was so astonished by the person in front of her that she couldn't speak. You want me to eat that? It's fine, I've eaten enough. Eat as much as you want, no need to save any for me. Evelyn closed her eyes, a smile spreading across her lips. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win over people's hearts, but even wyverns fall for him. You always manage to surprise me, young master. She clapped in congratulations for Theo. Umbra has acknowledged you as its partner. When a flying dragon willingly lowers its head for you to ride, that's the ultimate sign of trust. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice turned urgent. Wait, no, what are you doing all of a sudden? Across from her, Theo replied calmly. HMPH, Umbra told me to climb on. No way, even though it's accepted you as its partner, you haven't trained in flying yet. Plus, riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is extremely dangerous. If you take off now, that's the fastest way to get yourself killed. Hearing that, Theo just flashed a confident smile. It's fine, I have my own way. With those words, Theo immediately activated the dragon taming skill to compensate for his lack of riding experience. Umbra flapped its wings powerfully, soaring straight into the sky, leaving Evelyn watching from below. Haha, this is really interesting. Alright, I get it. You want to show me something cool, right? Let's go. Sitting on Umbra's back, Theo's face was filled with pure joy, but memories from his past life flooded back once again. Something doesn't feel quite right. How could a pure dragon like Umbra end up becoming such a terrifying demonic monster monster known as Shadow Black Dragon. There has to be some hidden story behind this that I need to uncover myself. The scene shifts to a certain waterfall. A stream of dark mana was slowly seeping out, carrying an ominous omen. At that moment, Theo and Umbra were still happily soaring through the sky toward the place Umbra wanted to show him. It flew toward a massive waterfall, beside which was a hidden cave that would be easy to miss if not paying close attention. Theo stepped forward, his voice gentle. Wow, I thought I knew the eastern mountains pretty well back when I was in Huxial. I never expected there'd be a crystal cave like this right next to the waterfall. You really love shiny things, huh? Umbra let out joyful cries in response. Theo walked in, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed some suspicious-looking flowers on the ground. Those are. He approached and gently picked up the eerie purple flower. Just looking at this, I already know why you turned into Shadow Black Dragon. You've been eating these all this time, haven't you? This is really surprising. I never thought I'd find demonic shadow flowers full of demonic energy in a place like this. They're called evil spirit flowers, a plant that only grows deep in the demon sea. They absorb pure demonic chi and thrive under moonlight. For monsters and demons, they're an incredibly valuable elixir. However, dragons and demons are natural opposites. How could you absorb something like this? Could it be because Umbra has two bloodlines in its body? Still, this stuff is extremely dangerous. I'll have to burn them all. As he spoke, Theo used lightning to incinerate the evil spirit flowers into ashes. Umbra panicked at the sight and let out sad, protesting cries. Theo stood up, his voice cheerful. Don't worry, I won't touch your pile of crystals. With that said, his gaze drifted to something ahead. Right now in front of Theo was a corpse bound to the distant wall. It looked extremely dangerous. Theo approached, his eyes filled with shock. A human? No, more like a corpse. This body has been here for a very long time. As he got closer to the corpse, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Even after all this time, the body is still perfectly preserved. The low temperature here is one thing, but that's not enough. This person must have had tremendous mana while alive. What on earth happened? Why was someone this powerful locked up here to die miserably? Something's seriously off. When I get back, I'll have to investigate this later. Theo turned away, his voice calm. First things first, I should get rid of all these evil spirit flowers. Before he could finish, the seemingly dead corpse suddenly flared with hatred. It opened its mouth wide, its empty eye sockets pitch black yet brimming with immeasurable rage. Caught off guard, Theo's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, I let my guard down. Fortunately, from behind, Umbra charged in and kicked the corpse hard, saving Theo's life. Theo's face lit up with joy. Umbra. It let out a powerful roar. Having finally found a worthy master, Umbra would protect him with everything it had. Across from them, the pinned corpse seethed with fury. It opened its mouth again, trying to bite Umbra to infect it with deadly poison. Theo's eyes flashed with alarm. This is bad. He rushed forward and used his own arm to block the monstrous bite. The force was so strong that Theo's arm bled profusely, the entire limb going numb as excruciating pain spread. Word by word, the living corpse roared in rage. Kyle, robber, you two bastards, I will never forgive you, damn dogs. Hearing those words, Theo's face filled with shock. Did I hear that right? Those are the names of the clan head and the Black Dragon. What the hell happened between them? While everything was still in chaos, a familiar figure appeared. The sword technique of the white armor dragon, sword thrust, it was Evelyn. She charged in with a barrage of powerful stabs, blasting the corpse's head apart and freeing Theo from danger. Young Master Theo, are you all right? Answer me. Theo collapsed to the ground, his hand now soaked red with fresh blood. Hey, it's you, Evelyn. Sorry for causing trouble. Before he could finish, intense pain surged through his entire body. He gritted his teeth in agony. It hurts like hell. The poison in that corpse is full of demonic energy. It's draining my power. If I don't drink an ether core antidote soon, things are going to get critical. Evelyn's voice became extremely worried. I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment right away. It'll hurt a bit, so bear with it. Beside her, Umbra cried out as if objecting to something. It stepped in front of Evelyn and desperately blocked her from taking Theo. I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm trying to protect the young master. Stop it, Umbra. If you keep this up, even if you're the young master's partner, I won't hold back. Theo's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down, his voice weak and trembling. Wait, Evelyn, hold on a second. He turned to Umbra. Do you have a way to save me? It roared a few times, signaling agreement. Despite his body growing weaker by the second, Theo forced a bright smile. All right, I'll trust you. Hearing that, Evelyn panicked. But young Master Theo, if we don't get back immediately, your life is in danger. You've already been infected with demonic poison from that corpse. Calm down, Evelyn. Demonic poison has less than a 30% survival rate, even with proper treatment. If that's the case, then I want to trust Umbra this time. Umbra once evolved into a second-tier demonic dragon by eating evil spirit flowers. If so, it must have encountered this corpse before. The result is that it learned how to absorb demonic energy and poison from dead bodies. So please just trust Umbra. With that said, Theo fainted, leaving Evelyn extremely worried as Umbra immediately set out to find a cure. It bit off some evil spirit flowers, then gathered crystals from the cave. It brought everything to Evelyn. You want me to mix these and feed them to him? Umbra nodded vigorously in agreement. Still, looking at the ingredients in front of her, Evelyn wasn't sure whether she should do this. Time was extremely critical, Theo's life hung in the balance, and she had nothing else she could do right now. Evelyn closed her eyes tightly, steeling herself. Fine, I'll take the gamble. She took the ingredients in hand and used her mana to blend them together. From Evelyn's palm, a dark purple liquid slowly flowed into Theo's mouth. She had done everything she could. Whatever happens next, it's up to fate now. Both Evelyn and Umbra held their breath, sweat dripping down their faces, the atmosphere frozen in this life or death moment. Suddenly, Theo's dragon heart began beating powerfully, signaling that something was about to happen. This is unbelievable. Theo's entire body was enveloped in a surge of mana. Is he actually recovering? From his body, lightning began radiating outward uncontrollably, yet it seemed the power Theo possessed was gradually changing and being profoundly affected. The color of the lightning slowly shifted to black. I've never heard of anything like this before. What the hell is going on? Theo's body was lifted into the air. Inside him, an incredibly chaotic battle for power must have been raging. A system notification rang out, beginning body purification process. The individual will absorb the characteristics of Shadow Black Dragon. A new power is about to be born. The scene shifts to Julius's command office. After hearing the report from his subordinate, the ghost dragon's face filled with deep suspicion. Has Huxial approved this report yet? They have approved it, sir. The information has been verified at 89% accuracy. Hearing that, the ghost dragon exploded with rage, smashing the table in front of him and roaring, "Damn it. What the hell is going on? I already thought bad news was coming our way. But this is completely beyond anything I predicted. The 5th squad captain of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry and 15 others have all perished on the battlefield." After Evelyn fed Theo the antidote concocted from the ingredients Umbra suggested, a process of purification and rebirth was now taking place inside him. It was an ancient, secret technique that cleansed impurities from the body and transformed it to accumulate mana more easily. This was an extremely rare ancient art known to very few. However, it required immense mana from the caster and inflicted excruciating pain. Even when performed perfectly, it had only ever been proven effective on children under 5 years old. The fact that this purification process was happening to Theo right now was the result of countless coincidences aligning perfectly. To put it bluntly, it was downright impossible. Extreme Yang monster essence gradually accumulated in his body, strengthening his muscles. Extreme Yin corpse poison had invaded Theo's body, enhancing his mana capacity. Condensed mana built up from digesting shadow demonic poison. With Umbra's help, the dragon had mastered neutralizing that deadly toxin. All of it felt like destiny aligning, everything falling into an eerily perfect balance. Instead of being destroyed or expelled, the demonic poison was absorbed. Theo's body took in the very essence of its power and made it his own. Back in reality, once his body completed the purification, Theo's eyes snapped open as he woke up. Beside him, Evelyn and Umbra were still extremely worried. "Are you okay, young master?" Theo struggled to sit up. His body hadn't fully recovered yet and spoke softly. "Evelyn, Umbra. Sorry for making you both worry." His face was full of exhaustion. Clearly, the purification had taken a heavy toll. Both Evelyn and Umbra let out relieved sighs. "We almost lost it back there." Theo looked at his personal status panel. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, title: Greatest Prodigy in a Millennium, Ragnar talent, Observer player inventory, Guardian Dragon, Purification Rebirth, Phantom Dragon, status: Drowsy from an unexpected encounter, absorbed demonic poison creating the first Phantom Dragon. If not controlled properly, may become the second Phantom Dragon. After reading everything, his eyes narrowed at the line about Phantom Dragon power. What? A total of 85 stat points added? This is absolutely insane. The crystals in this cave were pure condensed energy. Their power had diluted the toxicity of shadow demonic poison, and they even acted like a healing medicine. Theo looked at Umbra, inwardly amazed. "I'm so lucky I trusted him." The Ragnar physique was already perfect. Now, with the added purification rebirth and Phantom Dragon traits, what could be better? Theo clenched his fists with determination. "My growth speed from now on is going to be unimaginable. But first, there are still a few more important things." He stood up slowly and walked toward the corpse that had bitten him earlier. The crucial question was, who the hell is this old monster? Hearing that, Evelyn quickly stepped closer to examine it further. Her eyes locked onto something. "HMPH, what is it, Evelyn?" "Young master, there's something engraved on the wall. Are these diary entries?" "But carving such intricate words into the cave wall like this isn't easy." This person must have been a true master. I was defeated by Kyle and Robber. Now I must hide here to prepare for revenge, but my body is now. Reading up to here, memories from earlier flooded back into Theo's mind, finally confirming what he had heard. My body is decaying at an alarming rate. Was it because Robber damaged my mana core? The shadow demonic poison I absorbed is probably what's killing me day by day. My consciousness is fatting, demonic nature is slowly taking over everything. Damn it, I haven't even started my revenge. How did it come to this? The more time passes, the more I lose myself. It seems I must make my own decision. I've accepted there's no hope left. I'll abandon everything and melt my beloved sword, Jade Serpent Blade, to seal myself here. I hope someone finds this place someday. I hope they fulfill my wish. I hope they complete the vengeance I couldn't. I pray my successor can overcome them. I leave my entire legacy here and await someone worthy. Reading this far, both of them were utterly stunned. Wait, the next part isn't this illusion, Shadow Sword Technique and Thunderstorm God Wind. Sword Technique and Thunderstorm God Wind? That means this person is a legend. He freely manipulated wind power and was the tragic hero who once fought the current clan head for the throne. Exactly, he is the Wind King Hector Ragnar. I heard he died in that battle, but it turns out he's been sealed in this cave all this time. Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes widened as if she realized something. Immediately, she dropped to one knee and bowed deeply before Theo, leaving him completely shocked. Theo stood there calmly and asked, "What are you doing, Evelyn? Why the sudden formal bow?" Evelyn spoke slowly and solemnly. Though he was defeated by the clan head and exiled here, he is still the Wind King, a legitimate heir of Ragnar blood. For a clan subordinate to harm a rightful heir is utterly unacceptable. This is a grave crime punishable by immediate execution. Before she could finish, Theo cut in to stop her. Don't talk nonsense. The one you just killed is no longer a Ragnar, he's just a maddened corpse. Besides, you did it to save me. Was there any better choice? But the rules. It's fine, everything that happened here will remain a secret forever. Theo turned back, his voice firm. If you're still worried about that, then take the Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You're the most suitable person to inherit them. Hearing that, Evelyn's face filled with shock. Are you serious? The Wind King's secret arts are on par with the 9 Dragons' ultimate techniques. Why would you give them to me? HMPH, isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor and grow even stronger. And you must inherit his legacy. If you do that, the Wind King can finally rest in peace, right? Now that you've become his heir, no one can call it a crime anymore. Theo looked straight into Evelyn's eyes, his gaze urging forward the courage she had always kept hidden. Didn't you say you'd become my sword? Those words unlocked something deep within Evelyn. Thoughts flooded through her mind. I, Evelyn Nerevel, senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, swear eternal loyalty to you as your permanent subordinate. I humbly beseech the great and noble lord to accept this oath of allegiance. Theo smiled. You really haven't changed at all. You're still so rigidly rule-bound. He stood up, drew his sword, and prepared for the ceremony. I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of loyalty from Evelyn Nerevel. I engrave it into my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I swear to turn you into my vanguard sword. Both of them shared satisfied smiles. It felt like an unbreakable bond had just been forged. Umbra, though probably not fully understanding, looked quite pleased as well. The scene returns to the White Armored Dragon headquarters. Many recruits had already returned after finding their partners. Hulkus was brimming with confidence and shouted joyfully, "Ha ha ha, Theo Ragnar still hasn't come back. Looks like I'm the most talented one in the White Armor Corps now." Before he could finish gloating, footsteps slowly approached from the distance. Hulkus and his partner's smug expressions vanished, replaced by utter shock. Hus, Theo Ragnar, what the hell is he bringing back? Right in front of everyone now stood the majestic Umbra. Theo's arrival instantly silenced any bad rumors about him. Even the instructors were stunned. What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How could he possibly tame that ferocious dragon? So this is why Theo is called the greatest prodigy in a millennium. Seriously, even this is talent. What the hell? Hulkus collapsed to the ground, finally realizing just how vast the gap was. Evelyn stepped forward and reported, "Senior Knight Evelyn and apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the aptitude test and returned. But where is the captain? Why isn't he here?" "Ah, he just received an urgent letter and went back to his office," another swordsman replied. "HMPH, an urgent letter, what's going on?" Suddenly, something appeared in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. It was the captain of the White Armored Dragon. He arrived with his partner, looking extremely rushed. "I know everyone just finished the initiation ceremony, but sorry, this is an emergency. I have an order for all of you. The entire unit is being mobilized to Jackie Fortress for a live combat mission." Hearing that, murmurs erupted everywhere. Mobilizing us into battle right after joining? What the hell is happening? Among the confused crowd, only Theo remained calm and cold. He had already known this was coming. So it's finally here, the series Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Jackie Fortress. A plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword Bomung and launch a rebellion. Of course I know who's behind it, no one else but Ed Troyven. The White Dragon Corps captain appeared with a serious, furious expression. His voice was calm yet commanding. Everyone present will be dispatched to Blanky Fortress. Hearing that, the faces of the swordsmen in the corps grew anxious. Whispers spread rapidly. Commander, what's going on? What kind of mission is so urgent that we're deploying even recruits who haven't finished basic training? The ghost dragon clenched his fists, his voice bitter. 5th Squad Captain Triner Isbin and 14 of his subordinates have gone missing without explanation. Theo caught every single word. He knew exactly who the captain was referring to. Triner Isbin was the oldest knight in the White Armor Dragon Corps. Even the Ghost Dragon often sought his advice. Though his strength wasn't at the level of the 9 dragons, he was definitely not someone who could be taken down easily. Theo thought to himself, could this be another butterfly effect caused by my presence? The Ghost Dragon continued. According to Huxial's report, there's an 89% chance they're dead. Even if they're still alive, they can't continue the mission. The current forces will form a temporary 5th squad to carry out their duties. The temporary 5th squad captain will be Evelyn Naravel. Since the mission is being deployed immediately, complete basic training right away. He gritted his teeth. I don't believe they're dead, but if they are, we will avenge them. The ghost dragon's face was filled with fury, veins bulging in his eyes. With that, he immediately left, leaving Theo standing there deep in chaotic thoughts. Looks like things are about to get really tough. Memories from the past flooded back into his mind once again. The Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the Ceres Merchant Guild was an event with 0 casualties thanks to the White Armor Dragon Cavalry's efforts. It should have been that way, but this time things had changed. Yes, but this time it was different. The real target of the event was elsewhere, stealing and transporting the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Eid Trivan used the stolen Bamung in a coup to overthrow the Ragnar clan. But now everything had shifted differently from his previous life. If all of this is my fault, then there's only one way to fix it. I have to see it with my own eyes. A hidden mission panel appeared before him. Collect the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. The scene shifts to a watchtower in the frigid mountains. A guard was complaining, with this weather it's freezing, I can't get used to this climate. His eyes drifted into the distance as he muttered, HMPH, why does the moon look so strange today? It was the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. They were charging forward at breakneck speed, led by Evelyn, the temporary captain of the 5th squad. He immediately leaned forward and shouted down below, it's the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, they're coming, sound the alarm now. Before he could finish, a devastating strike slammed into the guard's face, sending him flying without even a chance to scream. Dust and debris exploded from above as Evelyn ordered. Quickly drop the bombs, don't give them time to react. A barrage of bombs rained down on the fortress without mercy. The entire battlefield was now covered in a storm of explosions, earth and stone torn apart, smoke and dust blanketing everything. The enemy leader quickly ordered his soldiers, everyone, get inside the walls, don't die pointlessly. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, high above, a shooting star streaked down. It was Evelyn and the Night Corps. She effortlessly slammed the idiot's head into the ground. Now is the moment of purification. She pointed her sword forward, her voice clear and full of power. Kill them all for me. Instantly, every swordsman charged forward with absolute confidence, swords gripped tightly, eyes burning with determination. Show them all the price of daring to touch the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. We'll turn them into a costly lesson for any fool who thinks of opposing us. The entire fortress was now engulfed in smoke and flames. Even from far away, the scale of destruction was obvious. While the battle raged fiercely, somewhere else, a soldier clutching the dragon-slaying sword Bamung had escaped safely. Damn it, they said they'd handle the cavalry. If I'd been even a second slower, I'd be dead. He looked at the sword in his hand with glee. But whatever, I just need to deliver this and my job's done. After that, I'll head somewhere remote and live the rest of my life in luxury. Before he could finish fantasizing, a blade silently sliced across his throat, sending him to his final rest. It was a swordsman in a black cloak, clearly the mastermind behind everything. He calmly wiped the blood from his sword, his eyes cold and ruthless. How's the goods? A subordinate respectfully presented the dragon-slaying sword. Here it is, my lord. He took the precious blade, satisfaction evident on his face. Excellent, this is exactly what we needed. He turned and ordered his men. We've secured the objective, prepare for the next phase of the plan. Yes, sir. Now only one final step remained. As he spoke, he glanced toward the burning castle. I'll wipe out every last insect. Behind him, soldiers slowly pushed forward massive cannons. It seemed this was the trap he had set from the beginning. Back at the fortress, the White Armor Dragon Cavalry had completely taken control of the situation. All resisting soldiers were carefully bound. Haha, that was way too easy. You were right, everything went too smoothly. Theo's eyes narrowed with suspicion. It's hard to believe a squad led by a veteran like Triner Isbin was wiped out by these guys. Not to mention, he slowly lifted the commander's head and activated synchronization to read the memories. He knew they'd stolen Bamung, but he never saw it with his own eyes. What the hell happened between them? The small fry don't matter, but how could even the fortress commander know nothing? Did I miss some crucial detail? Suddenly, a senior approached from behind. What's wrong, Theo? Something bothering you? Nothing, just thinking. Even if you're called lightning speed, a rookie is still a rookie. Just admit you're nervous because this is your first real mission. We've rescued the hostages. Let's regroup with the rest of the team. Yeah, I'm coming. I just want to get home quick. I reek of gunpowder. That casual remark unlocked something Theo had overlooked. His eyes widened in shock. Without a word, Theo shoved the senior aside and sprinted toward the cargo piles. What's wrong with him? Maybe he hates the smell on himself. You serious? Who knows? Theo swung his sword in a powerful, decisive arc across the nearby cargo. Finally, Theo confirmed his suspicion. I knew it. The senior quickly ran over. What are you doing, Theo? What's going on? Both stared ahead in utter disbelief. This whole pile is explosives. Those bastards, they plan to blow us all to hell with them. Theo turned back and shouted, no time to waste. We need to get out of here right now. Got it, everyone, gather up, we're evacuating immediately. Before he could finish, a cannonball streaked toward them at unimaginable speed, forcing Theo to whip around. He roared, tearing through the air, everyone run. Explosions erupted one after another across the fortress. The mysterious swordsman's bombardment had begun. On the other side, following the man's orders, his subordinates reloaded the cannons. Continuous barrages rained down relentlessly, sweeping across the battlefield and leaving only ruins in their wake. His face showed smug satisfaction. I'll wipe them all out, not even an ant will escape. This is all for him. The scene shifts back to the Ragnar clan castle. Inside a luxurious room, a woman cradled something under the moonlight. It was the clan head's wife, Axion's mother. She seemed to have gone mad after her son's death. There, my sweet Axion, does it hurt? It's okay, mommy will bring that filthy worm's head to you soon. Her face twisted in insanity, bloodshot eyes wild. Back before the fortress bombardment, the white armored dragon cavalry held complete dominance over the guards. Evelyn swept across the battlefield alone. No one could stop her blade. Don't let a single one escape, kill them all. Every swordsman charged forward at her clear command. Standing amid the chaos, Evelyn thought to herself, a squad led by veteran trainer Ispen wiped out by these guys? No way, there has to be something more to this. While everything remained unclear and Evelyn tried to find answers, a cannonball suddenly flew straight toward her. With her sharp reflexes, she barely dodged it. Captain, are you all right? Though unharmed, her cloak was scorched. Evelyn's expression tensed, sweat dripping down. This is insane. She pointed her sword backward and ordered, it's large-scale artillery fire. Everyone, take defensive positions. Hearing that, not just the white armor dragon cavalry, but even the fortress guards fell into chaos. They fled instinctively to save themselves. Unfortunately, a cannonball slammed straight into one guard's face. He didn't even have time to scream. The fate of side characters, At that moment, Theo's swordsmen rushed over to regroup. Captain, how's the situation over there? Evelyn turned and replied, you came at the perfect time. This is heavy bombardment. We need to get out of here fast. If we don't, everyone dies. Theo agreed. Understood. Head to the outer wall in the opposite direction of the artillery. Before he could finish, a system panel suddenly appeared. You have unlocked the mind gate, activating full brain food processing function. Seeing that, Theo was stunned. A new skill unlocked at a time like this. It boosts thinking speed and eliminates doubt, a vital skill on the battlefield. Instantly, his eyes were flooded with information. Maps and fortress structures appeared before him, as if reminding him of something. Now it was information processing time. He'd use everything he had to choose the optimal path. While still analyzing, Evelyn ran up and grabbed his shoulder. Why are you standing there, young Master Theo? We have to escape now, snap out of it, or everyone's in danger. In response, Theo quickly grabbed Evelyn's hand. She was shocked, unable to understand. What are you doing? We really don't have time. Theo's face turned serious, mixed with worry. No, we need to go deeper inside. Evelyn froze, unsure if she'd heard correctly. Debris continued collapsing as the two slipped through every nook and cranny deeper into the fortress. The swordsman behind them couldn't help but question. He wants us to go deeper into the place we almost got blown up. Our 21 lives are in his hands now. Damn it, shouldn't we just run outside? Now Theo carried the lives of his comrades on his back. He explained, if we run outside now, we'll walk straight into another bombardment or ambush. That's exactly what they're counting on. While running, Theo used synchronization to read lingering thoughts around him. They must think we can't survive inside the fortress during a large-scale bombardment. But right now, with my abilities, we have a real chance to make it. With Mind Gate open, synchronization spread rapidly. Around him, he scanned every position. Left side rigged with explosives. Right side under artillery fire. In that case, we take the stairs downward. The group sprinted at full speed, explosions roaring behind them. A single moment of delay could mean death for any of them. Evelyn stayed at the rear to ensure no teammate was left behind. They thought the path would lead to some exit, but no, what awaited them was a solid wall. Wait, this is a dead end. Theo, you told us to trust you and follow. You have a plan, right? We can't go back now. Time was running out. The ceiling above them began to collapse. Evelyn shouted clearly. Everyone brace for impact. Every face showed panic. They were now in a life or death moment. Theo gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination. I won't let anyone die in a place like this. His body erupted with power. He was betting everything on his decision. The entire fortress was swallowed in flames, completely collapsed under the mysterious swordsman's bombardment. He stood there, eyes cold, observing everything. Report, Commander, all artillery has expanded its range. He slowly drew his sword and spoke. Always keep this in mind. This is revenge for young Master Axion, so we must act with utmost caution. No mistakes will be forgiven. Whether they're crushed or not, bring me their heads. Beneath the rubble, something struggled to rise. It was the white-armored dragon cavalry. They had survived the collapse. I thought we were dead for sure. Just as expected, Theo, you really had a plan. You destroyed the floor at the last second before the bombardment hit. If not, we'd all be gone by now. While they celebrated their survival, enemy guards suddenly rushed in from somewhere. What? Who are you? How did you get here? Theo stood up, dazed. Black Skull remnants. Why are they here? We investigated this place before and found nothing. Before he could finish, what appeared before him left Theo stunned. Behind the guards, slowly coming into view, no one else but the 5th Squad Captain, Triner Ispin. He was tightly bound, beaten, and covered in wounds. The group quickly rescued them without much resistance. I'm glad you're still alive, Triner. But this is truly shocking. I never expected the mastermind behind everything to be the Ragnar Intelligence Bureau, Evelyn spoke calmly. The 5th Squad Captain looked surprised. You say that, but you don't seem too shocked. He had lost a leg, the other swordsmen had lost arms or similar. Evelyn slowly stood, her voice lowering. I suspected something like this. A place this chaotic was bound to have insiders. But I never imagined they'd stab their own comrades in the back. Behind her, senior swordsmen protested. This is blatant betrayal. We can't just let it go. Exactly, we need revenge. In response, the 5th Squad Captain remained calm. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Acting rashly now is the worst thing we can do. They were fully prepared to capture us from the start. With our current forces, we can't gain the upper hand in a direct fight. The best option is to report this to Huxial outside. No, that's impossible. Theo quickly interjected. The truth is we got no support from Huxial earlier. That means they've already wiped out the Huxial ambush team outside. That's why we went deeper into the fortress instead of rushing out recklessly. But that doesn't mean we'll lose. There's still a way to win this tough battle. Both Evelyn and Triner looked at Theo expectantly. He pointed at the guards. They buried all their comrades under that opening bombardment. They're trying to end this fast and can't drag it out. That means they'll come back soon to check our corpses, convinced of their victory. The moment they drop their guard. If we ambush them from the rubble, victory will belong to the white-armored dragon cavalry. That will be the end of this battle. Hearing Theo's bold declaration, Triner's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, he unlocked Mind Gate at that age. He smiled and nodded. Maybe I've gotten old, thinking of giving up my life in a place like this. Looks like we've got some outstanding new talent in this operation. He reached for a nearby staff, then slammed it into the ground. You're right, the white-armored dragon cavalry won't sit idly and take this. After carefully discussing the plan, the white-armored dragon corps immediately set their ambush into motion. The enemy soldiers were scattered across the battlefield, searching through nothing but rubble and debris. They scoured every corner, hunting for the bodies of Theo and the white-armored dragon swordsmen. One fortress guard, caught in the earlier bombardment, lay dying on the ground, gasping out feeble cries for help. Save me. Please, just this once. In response came only the ruthless coldness of the enemy commander. Without hesitation, he stomped down, crushing the defeated man's head underfoot. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across his own face. He turned and barked, "Subordinates, have you found anything yet?" "Not yet, sir. We're still searching. We've cleared the west side and are moving to the east." Hearing that, suspicion flickered across his face. No unusual reports from the outer ambush team either. That means they definitely haven't escaped yet. He walked among the scattered corpses, but something's off. Why haven't we found a single body from the white-armored dragon corps? Wait, everyone stop. Has anyone seen even a trace of them? Before he could finish, from the piles of rubble, the swordsmen burst forth with decisive, lethal strikes. Heads rolled, stomachs were pierced, bodies dropped before they even understood what was happening. Even the commander's position had an ambush lying in wait. A sword erupted from the ground beneath him, aimed straight at his throat. It was Evelyn. She thrust without mercy. Fortunately, his sharp instincts allowed him to narrowly dodge. Though a scar now marred his eye, it was far better than a blade through the skull. Instantly, he drew his own sword and blocked. In the face of this sudden reversal, the honed instincts of a high-ranked swordsman remained completely intact. Evelyn kicked hard against his body to gain distance and leap back. A direct thrust came straight at her, but with her agility, Evelyn flipped several times through the air and evaded effortlessly. Each leap and twist was like a dancer performing mid-flight. graceful, unpredictable, and deadly. She landed lightly on the ground, only a few steps away from the commander. He immediately roared, "It's an ambush. The enemy is the white armored dragon corps. Everyone prepare for battle." Behind him, despite the warning, the situation had already spiraled out of control. Thanks to the terrain and their pre-planned ambush, the white armored dragon swordsmen easily overwhelmed their foes. One by one, enemies fell swiftly. Most didn't even realize what hit them. Theo swept through the battlefield alone. Unless something truly unexpected happened, this victory would undoubtedly belong to the White Dragon Corps. Evelyn gripped her sword tightly, voice thick with fury. "I had hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau, but it seems I was wrong. According to Ragnar law, traitors are to be executed on the spot." She raised her blade high, eyes devoid of mercy as she stared down her opponent. Now is the time for judgment. She charged forward, the two swords clashed with ferocious power and blinding speed, sparks flying in every direction. Each strike was masterful and precise, colliding again and again, lighting up the entire area with flashes of steel. Though the duel was intensely fierce, the commander was visibly rattled. How the hell did they survive those explosions? How is this possible? Veins bulged in his eyes, his painstakingly built plan had collapsed entirely. Cleaning up the aftermath would not be easy. In a single moment of distraction, Evelyn seized the opening and knocked his sword aside. Her left arm flicked outward. A hidden dagger sprang free like a concealed weapon. She swung it toward him, but he stepped back just in time to avoid the slash. Still, he had lost his balance and couldn't regain footing. This was the perfect opening. A devastatingly powerful slash tore through the struggling commander. He was sent skidding backwards several meters. Evelyn rose to her full height and declared loudly, "Members of the Intelligence Bureau, further resistance is pointless. The moment the ambush succeeded, you lost all chance of victory. Surrender wisely and we'll spare your lives." Before she finished, the defeated commander refused to accept defeat. If he escaped now, only death awaited him anyway. He bellowed, "Everyone listen up, activate the forbidden technique." His command echoed across the battlefield. Even the 5th squad captain was stunned by it. "Forbidden technique, what is that?" From behind, the bodies of the enemy soldiers began to undergo grotesque changes. They charged forward like frenzied beasts consumed by endless bloodlust, eyes burning with complete loss of reason. This is reverse flow annihilation, a forbidden art that burns all life force for a brief surge of power. He launched a devastating punch straight into Theo's side. The force far exceeded anything they had shown before. It sent Theo staggering back a considerable distance. The impact was beyond imagination. Theo had calculated it. He gave himself no time to recover. Several enemies with sky-high killing intent rushed forward like moths to flame, eyes filled with nothing but endless madness. Unexpectedly, a senior member of the White Dragon Corps stepped in front of Theo, shielding him. Dozens of swords pierced through the brave swordsman's body. With his last strength, he forced out final words, "Rookies run." Each word etched itself deeply into Theo's mind. A stranger had given his life to protect the next generation, such nobility. Theo clenched his teeth in fury, eyes blazing with murderous intent. "You bastard, how dare you!" Dragon Claw third form, a slash carrying immense power swept across the area, sending enemies flying like leaves in the wind, their bodies disintegrating into smoke and dust. Without pause, Theo turned to his comrades and activated Thunder Gate, death opening to further sharpen his precision. Every enemy was locked in his gaze, positions, strengths, everything laid bare before him. He lowered his stance, channeling power into his body for a sweeping battlefield-clearing strike. "I won't let anyone die here anymore." Dragon Claw third form. Hundreds of sword strikes roared across the field with pinpoint accuracy, weaving together into massive walls of death. Everywhere they passed, only corpses and shattered remains remained, limbs scattered, leaving behind a tragic, ruined scene shrouded in smoke and dust. When the smoke finally cleared, the marks left on the ground were perfectly square and strangely beautiful. The commander, though still alive, was utterly horrified. How could he neutralize reverse flow annihilation so easily? "My entire force has been wiped out. No, this can't be. I won't let that bastard live." With that, he charged straight at Theo without hesitation. The senior swordsmen in the Corps, having witnessed that earlier strike, couldn't hide their astonishment. "Theo, when did that kid learn to do something like that?" "I don't know either, but looks like we've got to step up our game." After unleashing that sweeping strike, Theo's body ached intensely. "I forced Thunder Gate to amplify my power, but it seems it's still a bit too much for me right now." From behind, the commander had also activated reverse flow annihilation. He charged with suicidal intent. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me no matter what." Theo turned back, eyes filled with alarm. His mana core is distorting, no way. The commander's face had lost all reason. He was clearly intending to self-destruct. But things were never that simple. Evelyn appeared instantly, shielding Theo, Wind, Thunder, Divine Art, Furious Storm, Fury. His arms were severed like autumn leaves, his body launched into the air, suspended helplessly. Evelyn stomped hard against the ground, then leaped skyward. Streams of mana fused into her power. Wind, Thunder, Divine Art, Chaos, Storm, Fury. She poured the full might of the secret art into his distorted mana core, forcing all the accumulated energy to erupt outward. Theo's eyes widened in shock. The explosion from his mana core stopped. In the blink of an eye, Evelyn's strike landed with devastating force. The commander's body crashed into the rubble, blood pooling around him. The long battle finally ended. Seeing that, Theo let out a relieved breath. That was close. Voices rose from behind. You've worked hard. Theo, you really live up to the recognition I gave you. Don't even dream of taking young Master Theo's top sword spot. That's mine. Thanks to you, we survived. Thank you so much. The senior reached out toward Theo. Theo turned back, still a bit dazed, but his expression quickly melted into a satisfied smile. Maybe this is something I never got to experience in my past life. It's called camaraderie, right? The group turned toward the 5th squad captain and the surviving members. By the way, when did you learn those techniques? That's something you shouldn't know about. You might get in trouble. The whole group embraced tightly, filled with camaraderie. The scene felt strangely familiar. It was likely the beginning of a truly formidable corps. Watching the sight, the 5th squad captain felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps this is the new generation that will carry the burden of the White Dragon Corps. The long night had passed. Once again, a brilliant dawn rose over the land. After the failed campaign to eliminate Theo in the previous chapter, the atmosphere inside the Crimson Flower Palace was now extremely tense. Axion's mother was being lifted into the air by the throat. Her face twisted grotesquely, tears streaming as panic consumed her. No one else, it was Eid Troyven. He was furious beyond measure over what had just happened. You damned wretch. He hurled her to the ground, voice thick with rage. How dare you do something like this without informing me? From afar, a subordinate rushed over in worry. Master. He stared at the paper on the table and spoke coldly. Where did you get the nerve to steal my seal? Kill that bastard Theo Ragnar and the white armored dragon cavalry. You dare say that? Do you even realize what you've done? Eid Troyven threw the scroll in front of the Crimson Flower Palace lady. How dare you interfere with the grand plan of the Troyven family? Before he finished, she covered her ears and screamed. I just wanted the head of the scum who did this to my Axion. Is something that simple really too much to ask? As she spoke, she sobbed in utter despair. That bastard and everything connected to him. I'll tear them apart, burn them to ashes to soothe my rage so Axion's soul can finally rest. Only then will I feel even a little relief. Hearing that, Eid Troyven's face filled with fury, but he said nothing. Just because one brat died, you forgot your own role. Instantly, Eid Troyven kicked down, crushing the rotting corpse of Axion right in front of his mother. A bunch of useless trash, you lot really amount to nothing at all. Eid Troyven turned to glare at his sister with utter contempt. You lost the dragon-slaying sword, the key to the entire plan. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Troyven family. That look, it was painfully familiar. Yes, it was exactly the same gaze her father had once used on her, pure disdain for something utterly beneath him. With those words, Eid Troyven turned and walked away without a backward glance. She's useless now. Lock her somewhere no one can see her. Eliminate every insect connected to this mess. Make sure not a single word leaks out. Yes, master. Eid Troyven's face twisted in rage. Why do all my carefully laid plans get ruined by useless trash? Please, just this once, show mercy. If you spare me, I'll do anything. His sister's pleas echoed behind him, but they were now meaningless noise. Eid strode through the mansion filled with screams of agony. Please, spare me. The rebellion he had painstakingly orchestrated had turned to ash. All this disaster was because of that damned Theo Ragnar. I swear on my life I will end you with my own hands. Back in Theo's room, he was now examining his own status panel. The dragon-slaying sword he had obtained after the recent great battle was truly a priceless trophy. Dragon-slaying Bomung, heavy mysterious greatsword, level 82, requirements unknown, effects unknown, current status, sealed. The seal must be broken and its hidden mystery solved before it can be used. Holding it in his hand, Theo couldn't help but marvel at the legendary blade's exquisite craftsmanship and razor sharpness. It truly lives up to its name. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the sword. It instantly wounded him, forcing him to drop it to the floor. As expected, it's not called the dragon-slaying sword for nothing. There has to be a reason behind it. His hand was covered in countless cuts even though he'd only held it for a moment. It's clearly a hard counter to the Ragnar bloodline. If that's the case, then the information I had in my previous life was correct. I won't be able to use it unless I unlock the mystery sealed inside. It was a relic from the ancient mythical era, mysterious like an illusion, not something easily wielded by mortals. But if someone could unravel the secrets hidden within the blade, it would grant them legendary power, an incredibly mighty treasure. In his previous life, Eid Troyven must have unlocked Bomung's mystery, which allowed him to carry out the coup. If he recalled what that man had done back then, one particular place immediately came to Theo's mind. For now, I should store it in my inventory. Until the mystery is unlocked, it's just a useless lump of iron. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Hey, who is it? Theo quickly opened the door to find Evelyn standing there. She bowed respectfully and spoke. Forgive me for disturbing you at this hour, young master. Do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you. Meanwhile, in his office, the White Armor Dragon Corps commander was speaking with the recently rescued 5th Squad captain. It's good to know you made it back alive. His expression suddenly darkened. But is what you said true? You really want to retire? It's embarrassing to admit this to you, sir, but as you can see, I've lost my legs and Rocinante, my closest comrade, in that battle. Besides, with this old body, I won't last long on the battlefield anyway. I'd rather spend my remaining time back home, honoring the memory of my fallen comrades. Hearing that, the Corps commander could only sigh. Who can stop that stubborn old man? Do whatever you want, haha. Thank you, Commander. I know this isn't a worthy replacement, but there's something I must say about the rookie Theo Ragnar. Go ahead. At such a young age, he has already opened the Thunder Gate. The ghost dragon's face lit up with excitement. What? The Thunder Gate, that boundary separating ordinary people from transcendent beings. Honestly, I was shocked when I first saw it. Clearly, he wasn't born with it. It felt more like he forced open a door that was always meant to stay shut. The sensation was unmistakable. That door was violently pried open. No matter how it happened, the potential space within him has suddenly expanded enormously. Compared to what he currently possesses, there's still an absurdly vast amount of hidden potential left to unlock. Haha, if that's the case, isn't this great news? We need to fill that newly opened space. He could become a pillar of the White Dragon Corps in the future. Yes, that's all an old senior like me can say to the next generation. The rest depends on him alone. At the White Dragon Corps training arena, the commander met Theo as summoned earlier. From now on, you must learn everything and grow in your own way. Theo looked somewhat anxious. He still didn't fully understand what the ghost dragon meant. At that moment, the two stood facing each other in the arena, under a high moon and cool breeze, with no one else around to disturb them. Hey Theo, I heard you played a major role in this mission, right? Theo bowed slightly, voice calm. Not really, it was all thanks to my comrades' support. HMPH, is that so? Don't be too modest. Then tell me, how far has your path of martial arts progressed? Theo pondered for a moment before replying. Martial arts, are you asking about my combat strength? Fighting now feels much easier than before. No, I'm not asking about your fighting techniques. What I really want to know is, what kind of world is your sword trying to express? Theo was caught off guard by the sudden question. He fell silent, showing a hint of hesitation. If that's what you mean, honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself. I've only trained with one desire, to imitate the clan head's swordsmanship. The ghost dragon nodded in satisfaction and drew the sword from his back. That's how everyone begins. Instantly, the ghost dragon unleashed his domain. Waves of aura exploded outward, carrying an overwhelming pressure that was nearly impossible to resist. The entire surrounding space was quickly engulfed in the crimson color of blood. The river beneath his feet became a literal sea of enemy blood. So this is the ghost dragon's domain. Theo recalled the images from the Second Awakening. It was completely different from the domain the sword dragon had once shown. What he just said, could it be that this world is shaped by each individual's martial path? Every word from the ghost dragon carried terrifying pressure. My sword represents the demon. A terrifying pillar of power shot straight into the sky. If it were an attack, no one could possibly stop it. Theo tried to observe closely everything happening before him. So this is the ghost dragon's power. Without wasting more time, the ghost dragon began unleashing a series of his techniques. Each slash carried destructive power capable of annihilating everything. They were exquisite, masterful, and flawless in every strike. Every swing of the sword displayed accumulated experience, the crystallization of countless life-or-death battles, forged by constantly pushing forward, breaking every limit, even at the cost of life itself. Theo's eyes widened. He couldn't tear his gaze away from these perfect sword paths. This is an opportunity that doesn't come often. A massive wall of blood rose before him. It twisted inward, then split apart, covering everything in its path. The ghost dragon stopped his sword and slowly walked toward Theo, voice filled with expectation. What do you think of what you just saw? What did you perceive in the ghost dragon's martial path? Theo thought for a moment. The vision before him made him answer instinctively. Power and destruction. The commander smiled. Exactly, that is the essence of the demon. Direct, instinctive, head-on. Even if it ultimately shatters, it remains a straight line, piercing through and destroying everything it touches. Violence, destruction, and raw power, all directed toward death. Then what do you think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's domain? Her domain is elegant and beautiful. The ghost dragon crossed his arms in thought. Beautiful, huh? The Plum Blossom Lord's swordsmanship embodies the essence of life, so that makes sense. A seed sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower. That is life. It's slow, gentle, ever-changing, never ceasing. It never stops its own development. That is martial arts. Hearing that, Theo tried to organize his thoughts. So this is the martial path she once mentioned. Even though both were among the 9 dragons, their interpretations of swordsmanship were so different. Life and death, existence and extinction. Do you think the meaning of these two swords is completely opposite? How isn't it? Haha, if I told you now, where would the fun be? As he spoke, he dispelled his domain. Right after, the ghost dragon tossed Theo a strange book. It looked like some kind of secret manual. Here, what's this? It's a conversation between me and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord about the truth of swordsmanship. Theo's face filled with shock. You're serious? Though this is extremely rare. Theo Ragnar, you have now become the disciple. Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon are chatting on the edge of a cliff. In the previous exam, Demon Dragon had recorded their entire conversation in a notebook that he handed over to Theo. Holding it in his hand, Demon Dragon's expression darkened with deep thought, as if he had his own private concerns weighing on him. After a moment of silence, Demon Dragon grumbled, "Come on, seriously. That kid's already one of mine, but now you want me to share him like some kind of joint disciple." Hearing that, Sword Dragon burst out laughing. "Don't be so stingy. The whole point of this is for Theo's benefit in the end, right? You're not gonna turn down my offer, are you? I'm sure you already know, but Theo's starting to draw some serious expectations from a lot of people. The boy's ready to compete with anyone to become the next candidate for family head. Just look at his talent. The speed he's growing at is completely unprecedented. That also means the kid's gonna hit a wall way sooner than most people. That bottleneck everyone trying to break through has to face, and he'll slam into it a lot faster than normal." Holding the notebook in her hand, Sword Dragon spoke with full confidence. "This thing will help Theo get past that wall, so this partnership is definitely gonna mean something big." Suddenly, Demon Dragon's voice cut in like he was trying to stop her. "But what happens? If Theo ends up becoming the head of the Ragnar family, wouldn't that make him an enemy of the Ragnar family at that point? And who's gonna take responsibility for it?" Hearing that, Sword Dragon's face showed real shock, like the lady had never even considered that possibility before. This kind of thing has happened plenty of times in the past. Almost everyone who grows that fast usually ends up with a pretty bad outcome. Exactly, if history repeats itself with Theo Ragnar, then everything we're trying to pass down to the kid will turn into a deadly blade that brings ruin to the entire Ragnar family. Sword Dragon gave a light smile. "You actually surprised me there, Demon Dragon. I thought your head was only full of nice things for the boy. But after hearing the fear in your mind, now I'm more convinced than ever." She spoke with complete trust. "Julius, you're really the best person to hold on to this. Watch the kid very carefully, and when you feel the timing is right and you're absolutely sure about your decision, then give it to him. You have to make sure the boy doesn't get led astray by greed. He needs to grow into a true sage, someone who can carry the weight of this whole family on his shoulders." Remembering those words from back then, Demon Dragon hesitated over his decision to hand the book to Theo. On the other side, after receiving the precious book, Theo's face lit up with joy. "The two of you, who are supposed to be among the strongest in the 9 dragons, created this book together. Am I dreaming right now? Am I seriously about to become a disciple of both Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon?" He spoke up toward them. "Do I really deserve something like this? It's fine, you don't need to be so humble. I'm only telling you because I think you're worthy of it, that's all." Theo lowered his head and gave a soft smile, thinking to himself, "If I'm growing this fast, it's all because of their help. And I haven't even done anything to repay them yet, but they're still helping me unconditionally like this." Theo bowed deeply in respect. "Ever since the Rendon incident, you've helped me so many times. I swear on my honor that one day I'll repay your kindness." Meanwhile, no one knew what Demon Dragon and Evelyn were talking about, but her face looked exhausted. Demon Dragon stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his whole body erupted with heavy, oppressive aura. "Haha, there's a way for the kid to repay that favor right now." As he spoke, he walked toward Theo. "Come here and let's have a match, Theo Ragnar. It's been way too long since I had a fun toy, no, I mean an outstanding disciple like this. I can't just call myself a commander and sit around doing nothing, right? Ha ha ha, the real lesson is only just starting now." Theo looked stunned. "Do I seriously have to fight him?" He charged forward with everything he had, the sound of impacts echoing everywhere. "Good, faster, even faster." Behind them, Evelyn quietly slipped away in silence. She quickly locked the gate shut. "Looks like she got bought off by the commander. Help me, Evelyn. I'm really sorry, young master, but this is the commander's order. I can't go against it." And just like that, Theo was locked inside the arena all night with the commander, the two of them fighting until Theo couldn't even stand anymore. The next morning, Evelyn came and unlocked the heavy chains on the door. She slowly stepped inside with a guilty look on her face. Evelyn's eyes widened in total shock, like she never imagined it would go this far. Right in front of Evelyn was the pitiful sight of Theo after his training battle with Demon Dragon. The boy slumped there looking completely drained of life. "Young Master Theo, are you okay?" She slowly approached with a comforting voice. "I think the commander might have gone a bit too far this time. A bit too far, huh? More importantly, just like you told me before, I've already locked up that ringleader from earlier in the underground prison." Finally, some news that made him smile. "But is it really okay to just keep him locked up like that? He's not the type to betray his master no matter what we do, but leaving him sitting pretty like this isn't exactly smart either. Don't worry, everything's already part of my plan." Theo leaned close to Evelyn's ear and whispered something. Clearly, he already knew how to make use of this pawn. Even though she didn't know what it was, Evelyn's face still showed surprise after hearing it. Scene shift to the Rose Palace. Theo slowly walked into the training area. Welcome, Theo. Theo bowed low in respect. It's an honor to meet you, Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace. Sword Dragon slowly descended with perfect elegance. I've been waiting for you quite a while. Did you receive the gift that Demon Dragon and I prepared for you? Theo answered calmly in a gentle voice. Thank you so much, the book has really helped me a lot. Hearing the answer she wanted, the lady used her inner energy to pull a sword that was resting in the training area toward her. Instantly, she leaped straight to where Theo was kneeling, the whole space filled with fluttering rose petals, just like being on Flower Mountain. Sword Dragon's feet landed lightly and gracefully, her voice warm and soft. I'm very glad to hear you say that. As she spoke, she slowly walked toward Theo. I want to keep teaching you about sword techniques that most people overlook so easily. This is the true root of the original swordsmanship. The foundation for all future development. We'll start with this and finish with how to make the flower bloom through swordsmanship. The Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace pointed her sword toward Theo. Now let me ask you one more time. Theo Ragnar, do you truly want to become my disciple, Sword Dragon? Before I answer your question, may I ask one thing? What you're saying right now, are you asking as a heavenly dragon sword master? That reply left Sword Dragon quite surprised. Oh ho, I didn't expect you to know a secret that very few people are aware of. She planted the sword into the ground and began to explain briefly. Yes, I won't deny it. The Heavenly Dragon Sword is a secret school that only passes its teachings to a single disciple. I'm the only one who inherited it, and I am the Heavenly Dragon Sword Master. You want to know my real intention for wanting to take you as a disciple, right? I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's fine, I won't blame you for something like that. Honestly, I don't have any deep ulterior motives. From the technique that makes plum blossoms shine to the Heavenly Dragon Sword's worldly grace. Right from the beginning, I planned to pass it all on to you. Theo's face filled with shock, speechless. Is she serious? Scene shift to a little later, Theo slowly walking away from the Crimson Rose Palace, with elegant pink cherry blossoms lining both sides of the path, incredibly beautiful. Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere, making Theo stop. There you are. Someone standing in the distance shouted arrogantly. You're the new recruit of the white-armored dragon knights, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned around. You're not exactly someone who lets these guys push you around. It's me, what's the problem? The captain's eyes narrowed in annoyance. That's your reaction? You can't even bother with a proper greeting. Now that you're part of the Crimson Rose Palace, a disciple under Sword Dragon, you should at least show the bare minimum respect to your seniors, right? Hearing that, Theo gave a mocking smile. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out it's just a childish act to protect your fragile little pride. Seniors, you're not even my direct superior, so what rank are we even talking about here? He roared in fury after Theo hit him with that spicy comeback. What did you say? We're not your superiors, you're already a disciple of the Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace. If you're not a junior, then what are you? Theo paused, clearly out of patience with these idiots. Looks like you guys have a serious misunderstanding here. I already turned down Sword Dragon's offer to become her disciple. Hearing that, the faces of those so-called seniors went completely pale with shock. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt in the middle of the arena floor, his mind wrestling with the weight of the offer from the Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace. She wanted to pass on to him the entire legacy of the Plum Blossom and the legendary Heavenly Dragon Sword techniques. She looked at him coldly and asked directly, Are those things tempting enough? Theo stammered. Of course they're tempting. But I still can't understand why you value me so much. Theo had never done anything truly meaningful for her. The lady simply told him to stand up. She gently touched his cheek, lifted his face, and explained there wasn't any grand reason. It's just, you remind me of the current Ragnar family head, the clan leader, back when he was young. Theo was stunned, wondering if he really resembled the family head. Sword Dragon confirmed it, saying he was exactly like her husband in his youth, not just in appearance. The young family head had relentlessly chased his dreams and ideals. The lady paused, her eyes distant and dreamy. Maybe the family head is still dreaming of those things even now. That relentless pursuit is exactly why he never fell into despair. He worked tirelessly to overcome every challenge. Every day was a brutal battle against massive enemies in harsh lands. But no matter what, the family had never yielded or compromised on his core principles. She smiled warmly and revealed, When I look at Theo, I see that same fierce idealism in the family head, the part of him I fell in love with back then. Seeing that spirit burning again in Theo, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After satisfying Theo's curiosity, Sword Dragon declared that it was time for him to give his answer. Theo took a deep breath. I admit this is an incredibly tempting offer, more tempting than an all-you-can-eat luxury buffet, but I'm going to have to turn it down. Can you tell me the reason? Theo explained straightforwardly that right now, he already has way too many mentors. Besides the lady who has taught him so much, there's commander of the white armored dragon Julius, the high-level swordswomen Evelyn and Ayan Sasari, along with his friends and teammates, Wellington, Hulkus Rank, and Erica. He's even learned from his own rivals, Axion, Skydragon, and especially Ed Troivan. Hearing that, Sword Dragon couldn't help but look puzzled. She raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. You're calling even Ed Troivan a mentor? I really didn't expect that. I heard you had some conflicts with him, right? Theo was certain in his answer. That's exactly the reason. He affirmed that the hardships created by his enemies had helped shape the stronger Theo standing here today. Every word he spoke seemed to awaken something deep inside the lady. Theo continued explaining that his swordsmanship style draws from so many sources and it will always evolve rapidly, so he can't faithfully uphold and pass down the pure traditions of a single school to future generations. Sword Dragon pondered for a moment, then smiled. You can't maintain the tradition because your sword path is always changing. Both aspects were admirable, yet a little bittersweet. Theo met her gaze seriously. Even though I can't become your disciple, it would be my greatest honor to be your son. As he spoke, Theo bowed deeply with full respect. The lady's eyes widened, real surprise flashing across her face. Then like the bright dawn breaking, pure joy bloomed on Sword Dragon's face. Scene shift to another time, under the gentle moonlight in a garden adorned with brilliantly blooming plum trees. The lady of the Crimson Rose Palace sat on a chair, sipping a glass of wine while her attendant poured more. She smiled, savoring the flavor of the wine. The attendant spoke cheerfully. The lady seems to really cherish him, doesn't she? Sword Dragon didn't hesitate to confirm. Of course. She explained that fate, or perhaps destiny, had never allowed her to have a child of her own, but now she has one, a man so much like the one she loved, who just promised to become her son. How could she not be overjoyed? The attendant smiled, expressing her happiness at seeing the lady so joyful. Knowing you're this happy makes me happy too, Lady Osa. You should thank Theo because in the end he made you a mother. Right after that, Sword Dragon asked the attendant to prepare a letter to her husband to inform him of a few things. What would the lady like me to write? It's about Theo's promotion exam. Hearing that, the attendant's face showed surprise. Excuse me, but Theo is still just a fresh recruit who recently completed the initiation ceremony. If he draws too much attention at such a young age, I'm worried Theo might face lurking dangers. The lady must surely understand that. Sword Dragon set her wine glass down, her expression turning resolute. That's exactly why I need to act quickly, before the big storms hit the Ragnar family and swallow everything. I want to give Theo as much power, knowledge, and support as possible because he will be the key to this family's future. Deep beneath the white armored dragon headquarters, in a cold underground prison, the captured commander Sigurd slumped against the wall, heavily chained at the neck and limbs. He had already lost one arm. His remaining eye widened as the sound of footsteps echoed louder and louder down the corridor. A cloaked assassin wearing a cold mask and sharp claws stood outside the bars. Sigurd recognized his visitor and spoke, finally here. The masked assassin advised Sigurd not to hold resentment. Everything is according to his will. I would never question anything he does. He pulled up his collar and ordered the assassin to kill him immediately. The assassin hurled daggers straight at the prisoner without hesitation. Everyone thought the crucial lead had been severed, but no, right as the daggers reached Sigurd's throat, streams of green energy appeared from nowhere and shielded him with solid barriers. The assassin stepped back in shock. What is this? From above, Evelyn swiftly smashed through the ceiling and leaped down. She dashed toward him with her voice ringing out. I've been waiting for you here for quite a while, you little rat. The assassin hissed, realizing who she was, but it was too late. The whole situation was a trap. Immediately, he blocked her relentless barrage of attacks, stunned in his heart by Evelyn's astonishing skill. He cursed his misfortune. Is she always this strong? With just a few sword strokes, Evelyn easily overpowered the assassin in moments. Though regretting that he couldn't eliminate Sigurd to tie up loose ends, he knew getting captured would bring far worse consequences. He had to escape and plan for the future. Sensing his intention, Evelyn wasn't about to let him leave easily. A gust of swirling wind energy shot straight into his escape path, blocking his advance. She declared coldly, he won't get out of here that easily. Without hesitation, Evelyn summoned another technique from Hulkus Ragnar, the secret art of the Tempest God. A whirlwind erupted, an emerald storm of wind exploding outward. It swept away everything in its path and slammed the assassin hard against the cold stone wall. He struggled, throat choking, blood gushing from behind his mask. In panic, he began gathering energy in his palm, preparing to self-destruct to erase all evidence. But Evelyn had anticipated it, with razor-sharp reflexes. She grabbed his cloak and struck him square in the stomach to disperse the bursting energy. Why do you guys always do this whenever your plan fails? Evelyn hurled him down the corridor, declaring, that trick won't work on me a second time. Scene shift to another place. In a secure cabin deep in the snow-covered forest, far from the Ragnar complex, an important meeting was taking place right now. Evelyn Naravel had captured an assassin who infiltrated the prison. A swordswoman with a mask pointed at the map. She presented her findings. This assassin belongs to an organization called Serpent Demon, under the Troyven family's command. This is clear evidence that the Troyven clan is involved, most likely with a direct connection to Troyven. Demon Dragon Julius, sitting at the head of the table, declared gravely, this pretty much fully confirms our suspicions of a mole inside the Ragnar ranks. Cleve agreed. She emphasized that this meeting was held in a remote location to prevent any further intelligence leaks. Based on our intel, the Serpent Demon's base is in an ancient castle in a harsh region. Within the next few hours, if the assassin doesn't return, they'll consider the Sigurd assassination mission a failure. They'll definitely burn all evidence and flee. So the objective is clear: ambush the enemy base before they can escape and seize every piece of information possible. This is the core of our newly assigned joint mission. Finishing her report, Cleve stated her name and rank. My name is Cleve, a Snowless. Hearing that, Theo couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected to meet a spy of this level here. Demon Dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Both Cleve and Evelyn looked surprised. Theo himself wondered if he was really ready for such a challenging promotion test. Julius sighed and confirmed, Theo meets the criteria, but be warned, this isn't a path of roses and glory. In this mission, every challenge is tied to blood and real danger. The difficulty of Theo's promotion exam has been significantly increased. Even though promotion tests are normally adjusted to rank, assigning a mission that could spark an internal war as a test for a mid-level swordsman is extremely rare. Demon Dragon leaned forward, revealing, I know Theo ordered Evelyn to monitor the prison because he predicted an assassin would be sent to kill the prisoner. Evelyn coughed lightly, looking quite awkward. Since Theo had initiated this chain of events, Demon Dragon demanded he see it through to the end. Theo apologized for acting on his own initiative. He accepted the apology, but warned, even as the heir, acting without consulting superiors is unacceptable. Now that things have come this far, Theo must complete the mission flawlessly. He leaned in, grabbed Theo's collar, and knocked his head lightly with a firm voice. Pass the exam and officially get promoted to mid-level swordsman. Then you'll have the right to take on solo missions. Got it? Yes, sir. Theo regained his composure, affirming with a resolute tone. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he realized this whole situation was revolving around him more than he thought. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen appeared in his vision. Quest number 4, Dark Ties from the Previous Life. Objective: this is your chance to sever those dark connections from your past life and stop their sinister schemes. Theo reflected on the notification, wondering if some invisible thread had bound him to these people across timelines, leading to all this chaos. Noticing his distraction, Cleve asked, is something wrong? Theo Ragnar, no. He answered with a determined gaze, I won't just do this mission, I will complete it at any cost. Good, if you're ready, then let's get started. It's time to put an end to everything. The snake hunt officially begins. In the forest where a palace loomed in the distance, surrounded by dense woods, Evelyn and Theo crouched low to the ground, hiding in the shadows. Cleve turned back to face them, her voice serious and urgent. There's a chance there's a snake in our own team, so this mission is limited to just the 3 of us. You 2 who are already involved, and me. She narrowed her eyes, speaking with firm confidence. Our target is an assassin organization. As swordsmen, we'll have the advantage in direct combat, but we're at a disadvantage in numbers. She glanced toward the assassin's hideout in the distance, the weight of the mission clear in her voice. No matter what happens, never let your guard down. Theo nodded, full of determination. Understood. Scene shift inside the assassin's hideout, where 2 figures hunched over a table, examining documents. One of them squinted at the papers, tone urgent. We've finished sorting all the documents. Yeah, let's leave as soon as he gets back. But how long has he been gone? About 2 hours, he should be back soon. While the conversation continued normally, from the corner of the room, a small orb rolled in out of nowhere. Before the assassins could react, the orb released thick smoke that engulfed the room in seconds. One assassin's eyes widened in shock, covering his mouth to stifle panic. This is an ambush. Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the darkness, moving at supernatural speed. She flashed through the room like lightning and killed them all, each strike precise and ending everything with graceful motions. 2 other assassins were gravely wounded before they could even react, their weapons barely raised in defense. That was Cleve. The masked assassin was stunned by the incomprehensible speed of the attack. How were we discovered? blood dripped from the wound on his neck. He muttered in pain, "Damn it, how is this possible?" Cleve's gaze swept over the assassin trying to flee, cold and determined. She glanced down at the table in front of her. With a powerful kick, she sent the table flying and charged straight at the escaping assassin. Cleve effortlessly snatched the documents floating in midair, her eyes scanning the entire room once before declaring, "This area is cleared. Evelyn and I will handle everything here. Theo, you take the basement." Theo nodded without hesitation, voice firm, "Yes." He couldn't help but be amazed at Cleve's swift and decisive actions. She had taken down 3 assassins in the blink of an eye. Wasting no time, Theo rushed down to the basement, ready to eliminate any enemies lurking there. His mind raced with details from the earlier meeting. If the blueprint is accurate, the stairs to the basement should be straight ahead. Determination drove his steps. But as he neared the entrance, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Theo didn't notice a tripwire stretched across the ground. His foot caught it. Before he could realize what was happening, Theo's eyes widened in shock. An arrow shot straight at him, missing his face by mere centimeters. His body reacted on instinct, gritting his teeth. He tilted his head at the last second, dodging the arrow by a hair. But before he could regain balance, multiple arrows rained down from every direction, aimed straight at Theo. Theo realized the danger lurking, his attitude shifting instantly. A wave of frustration and urgency surged through him as he grasped how serious the situation had become. Wasting not a single second, Theo activated his synchronization skill, instantly analyzing the surrounding area. The entire layout of the room appeared before his eyes, revealing all the hidden traps, and the enemies lying in ambush could no longer conceal themselves. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory and drew multiple swords. The object transfer skill flared up, controlling the blades with pinpoint precision. Right after, he activated Dragon Thunder Breath, charging the swords with lightning energy. Theo then unleashed Dragon Seal, releasing everything in a flash and severing every trap in an instant. All the traps along his path were neutralized and the waiting enemies were taken down. Everything was handled in the blink of an eye. One of the assassins, still dazed, weakly muttered, How is this possible?" Theo pressed forward, leaving the fallen assassin behind on the ground. Each step downward made his thoughts grow tenser. If security is this tight, there has to be something extremely important in the basement. But before he could finish thinking, he reached the bottom of the stairs. Theo's eyes widened in shock as his gaze locked onto the scene before him. The floor was soaked in blood, and in the distance, a figure in red stood motionless. The moment the man sensed Theo's presence, he spoke with twisted excitement, his voice laced with dark delight. "Oh my, I can smell the stench of corruption all the way over here. I can't believe a massacre is happening right in the middle of this sacred prayer." The man wore a hood that obscured most of his face as he turned to face Theo. The aura radiating from him was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying, like that of an evil priest. Behind him, piles of skulls lay stacked, and a grotesque symbol drawn in blood was clearly visible on the wall. "You're quite the impatient believer." Theo gritted his teeth, his heart pounding with tension. A name echoed in his mind, the Demon Holy Church. Memories of the Demon Holy Church flooded Theo's mind, sending a chill down his spine. The Demon Holy Church. An apocalyptic cult proclaiming the end times were near, and that a savior would descend. A fraudulent religious organization that specialized in luring the gullible. His thoughts darkened. They're the ones behind the Great War that destroyed an entire empire. The evil priest grinned widely, looking at Theo with gleaming eyes. "You seem to know who I am." He spread his arms wide, his voice filled with joy at being recognized. Theo's expression grew even more strained, sweat beading on his forehead as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Without delay, Theo activated synchronization again, reading the mana flows around him in hopes of better understanding what he was facing. But what appeared before him made his heart race in disbelief. This can't be. A mysterious mana stream that defied basic mana rules flowed from the shattered mind of the priest, like a gateway straight from hell. Is this what the priests call divine grace? The blood priest narrowed his eyes, his tone sinister and dripping with contempt. "How pitiful, it seems you're someone without faith in the Savior." He clasped his hands together, his voice growing even darker, "But that's all right." A massive pressure flooded the room, the haunting aura from the priest enveloping the space and creating a suffocating fear. "I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God." Theo stood firm, quickly drawing his sword and preparing for battle. The priest moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Theo, lunging with a chilling shout. "I hope you won't refuse this grace from the Lord." Theo's expression hardened. He tried to block the priest's first attack with the sword in his hand. The man's strength was utterly absurd. Is this really the hand of a human? The battle erupted with complete dominance. Every one of Theo's attacks was countered or blocked with undeniable precision. No matter how agile or skillful Theo was, the priest was always one step ahead, dodging or parrying effortlessly. The blood priest pulled his hand back, channeling all his power into a lethal strike toward Theo. Theo tried to tilt his head to evade, but the moment he spotted an opening, he absolutely wouldn't let it slip. he swung his sword, channeling energy into the blade with his skill, preparing a powerful counterattack. Theo unleashed his strike, pouring every ounce of strength into the blow, but what stunned him was that the Blood Priest blocked the full-force attack with his bare hand. Sparks flew, the clash shaking the entire basement. No matter how hard Theo tried, his attack was completely futile. The Blood Priest easily deflected each blow, his hand absorbing the force like an iron wall. Theo's mind went blank with disbelief. He blocked my full power strike with just his bare hand. Before Theo could process it, with one brutal motion, the priest punched him into the wall with terrifying force. A deafening crash echoed, blood sprayed from Theo's mouth, pain shooting through his body. Even a mid-level blood priest from the demon holy church is this powerful. The blood priest approached slowly and deliberately, the air growing heavy with the promise of cruel torture. I can't use Dragon Claw third form here unless I want to get buried alive with him. But a simple attack won't work. So what the hell do I do now? Theo loosened his grip on the sword, staring at it for a solution. What can I do with this sword right now? The voices of Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon echoed in his head, their teachings cutting through the fog of despair. Explosive, destructive power is the foundation of swordsmanship. It's death. The root of swordsmanship is death. The basics of sword aura and the technique he wanted to teach me, how to bring life through the sword. Life and death, living and violence. Do you think these two principles are completely opposed? He understood the answer was always within reach, the perfect balance between life and death. With a wicked smile, the priest mocked Theo. "Oh Lord, this little lamb is spilling its precious blood." His grin widened, eyes blazing red with malice. "Please accept this pitiful lamb as a sacrifice. It will surely please you." The blood priest slammed his fist down with terrifying power, the impact exploding, cracking the ground, a violent shockwave ripping through the basement. But at the very last moment, Theo sprang up, dodging the attack by a hair. He rolled aside and just managed to stand, his eyes locking onto the blood priest. The priest's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with annoyance. "You're one persistent little lamb, aren't you?" Theo felt the energy concentrating around his sword. "Now I get it. These two swords aren't opposed at all. Life and death are a natural cycle. Death always awaits the end of life. And life sprouts from death. They're not two separate things but one unified whole. If I apply that principle, focus the wasted energy, gather it into a single beam of light, I can win this." The blood priest watched with amusement, raising his hand mockingly. "Don't be so foolish. Haven't you realized your sword has no effect on me?" But before he could finish, Theo delivered a direct slash straight into the blood priest's palm. Dragon Flash, that was the name for the lightning-fast strike he had just unleashed. Instantly, the entire room erupted with energy, shockwaves from Theo's attack spreading through the basement, the air thick with crackling electricity. The blood priest raised his hand to block, a smirk on his face. This new sword technique is quite interesting. But his expression changed quickly after those words as his body took damage. He felt the terrifying power from Theo's strike. Though he had blocked before, this time was completely different. The blood priest's face shifted entirely, eyes widening in shock as the energy from Theo's attack began to overpower his defenses. Blood started seeping from his hand, flowing down his palm and fingers. The strike felt like an attack on life itself, so powerful that it sent the blood priest flying backward, crashing into the wall with immense force. The pressure from the blow was too great. The wall cracked, blood pouring from the priest's body. His voice trembled with a mix of rage and disbelief. "I never thought I'd achieve enlightenment before death. You truly are a seed of evil. I can't let you defile the Lord's world any longer." Not letting him finish, Theo charged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. Theo immediately activated his synchronization skill, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memories. "I need to use this chance to uncover the source of the strange power the demon holy church uses." But the moment his hand touched, something bizarre happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he was being pulled out of this spatial dimension. Theo was dragged along in an instant. He was yanked out of reality and thrown into another space. The environment around Theo changed violently. He could barely comprehend what was happening. His thoughts spun in confusion. "This is completely different from every previous memory read. It's like I've been transported to an entirely different place." Suddenly, Theo's gaze fixed on the system screen that had just popped up in front of him. The notifications were distorted, glitching from the ominous energy of this place. He tried to make sense of it, but before he could fully process, multiple warning windows appeared in rapid succession. One was a red alert. "Warning, you have encountered an enemy far above your level. Please run." Theo's expression froze, the warning sending chills down his spine. What the hell is this? But before he could think further, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. An oppressive pressure squeezed Theo from every direction, the crushing weight making his presence shrink under its absolute power. A voice echoed, shaking the space. "Who are you?" The voice roared, the pressure intensifying. "What are you?" Theo's vision blurred from the force, but he fought to stay focused. A colossal eye appeared before him, opening wide, an evil, vast gaze locking onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo looked no bigger than an ant in comparison. The voice boomed louder, more ferocious, shaking Theo to his core. "How dare you disturb my slumber?" A gigantic creature materialized before him, its form immense and constantly shifting, with countless eyes staring down at Theo. Theo's mind reeled as he found himself in a twisted, alien realm dominated by this horrifying presence. His eyes widened in astonishment, facing the colossal being. "Is this what those demon holy fanatics have been hiding?" he thought to himself, heart pounding like it would burst. "Answer me, what are you?" At that moment, he still couldn't stop thinking. Their god, the so-called grace those fanatics always talk about, turns out it wasn't a lie after all. The creature had just awakened, its eyes scanning the space in rage, the voice thundering as it sought the intruder. "So it's you are Theo Ragnar." Theo's eyes widened in shock. "It knows who I am." He struggled to grasp this unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the creature's massive tentacles wrapped around his legs, squeezing as if to crush him. "I have found you." The protagonist of this world, before it, Theo was tiny like an ant, helpless as the tentacles tightened. Overwhelmed and bewildered, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. His eyes darted around, searching for escape, but the tentacles bound him too quickly for any resistance. His body sank into their grip, completely powerless. Fear surged up, threatening to swallow him whole. But just when hope seemed to fade away, something miraculous happened. A burst of brilliant golden light exploded from the tentacles, illuminating the dark void. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blindingly intense. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, shattering the grip with earth-shaking power. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Lodbrok broke free and soared upward. Theo, still dazed and stunned, carried Theo away from the colossal creature's crushing hold. "How did you get here?" The dragon's eyes remained locked on the strange entity without wavering. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok replied, "My companion, that thing is still something you cannot face yet. Even with your tremendous power, both of us are insignificant before that colossal being." Lodbrok continued, voice grave yet resolute, "Even if you reached Sigurd's level, I wouldn't be certain you'd win." Theo's face showed clear shock. "What the hell is this?" The dragon's tail whipped powerfully, yanking him away from the battlefield with immense force, sending him flying backward. "You have to leave this place. Theo Ragnar, it's not time for you to confront this yet. Leave it to me." The world around him shifted abruptly. With a violent pull, he was dragged back to reality, crashing into the assassin's hideout. He collapsed to the ground, body trembling, eyes wide in disbelief, heart pounding as he tried to process what he'd just witnessed. Theo's hand instinctively went to his head, mind in chaos. "What was that? I'm back. What just happened?" His thoughts spun wildly. Lodbrok is facing that thing alone. But when his eyes landed on the blood priest in front of him, reality slammed back. The priest dropped to his knees, clutching his head, face twisted in pain, rage, and utter disbelief. He muttered in agony, How could an atheist meet the Lord?" His hands clawed at his own face, mind fracturing as he screamed in madness. "I sacrificed my entire family to the Lord, yet an atheist gets to meet him." But before he could say more, in that very instant, the blood priest's life ended with a swift, clean slash. Theo's eyes turned icy cold, expression resolute. "Even I would reject a god like that," he muttered under his breath, mind still reeling, body shaking from the intensity of the encounter. Was that really the god those demon holy fanatics have been hiding? Could that be the nameless King Lodbrok once mentioned? He recalled the conversation during the exam when Lodbrok explained that for 1,000 years, she had been tasked with guarding the world from the entity sealed in the solitary cave. But having lost her dragon heart, Lodbrok only had 3 years left to live. Memories from his previous life flooded his mind in disarray. 5 more years until the great war sparked by the demon holy fanatics. The death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the evil cult, and Troiven's rebellion. All these consecutive events can't possibly be coincidences. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, making him clutch it tightly. Everything is connected. He staggered, body weakening from the mental strain, but before he could collapse, Evelyn suddenly appeared, catching and supporting him. "You did great, young master." Her voice was full of pride and resolve. Soon after, Cleve descended into the basement, eyes narrowed as she scanned the surroundings. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed down here because I heard there was a hidden priest, but it looks like that's no longer necessary." She glanced over the scene, eyes lingering on the priest's corpse. "He took down a priest on his own." Evelyn and Theo turned to Cleve as she spoke, voice brimming with pride. "You're truly amazing, Theo Ragnar," she said, eyes shining with admiration. "I can't believe you defeated a priest single-handedly. You don't need to prove anything more." Scene shift as the three gathered around a table, examining the documents. Cleve's voice grew serious as she checked. "I think this is all the documents they had, just reports, nothing usable as solid evidence." Theo stepped forward, holding a box with a contemplative look. "I found this in the basement, take a look." Evelyn's eyes sharpened with gravity when she saw the box, recalling the memory of retrieving it with Remington on the young master's orders before the awakening ceremony. That's the secret ledger of Ceres and Troyven. She thought, why hasn't he used it yet? Did he predict this would happen? Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through the pages, her brows furrowing tightly. She paused at one page, eyes scanning the details. This is the ledger of the Ceres merchant conglomerate, with transaction records to Troyven stamped with their official seal. She closed the book and turned to Theo. Excellent, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, we can prove Troyven's treasonous plot and their ties to the evil cult. Theo and Evelyn's faces darkened at the heavy implications. The proof was right there. Cleve continued, this is more than enough to bring them down. As they left the hideout, Cleve's words echoed in his ears. I'll confront the Ceres Merchant Guild. His mind flashed to Troyven. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with determination. Just wait, Eid Troyven, this time it's your turn to be crushed. Scene shift to the White Armored Dragon Knight's headquarters. Julius sat behind his desk, slamming a document down, face twisted in fury, teeth grinding as he muttered. I knew it, Eid Troyven, I knew that bastard would betray me someday. In front of him, Robert calmly sipped tea, expression unreadable. It's not certain yet, there are suspicious activities, but he's still just a suspect. Julius crumpled the paper in his hand, voice full of frustration. You think I'm an idiot? Robert didn't blink, face still calm. The Black Dragon has shown me this, meaning it goes beyond mere suspicion. This isn't just a hunch, stop guessing pointlessly. Julius's face darkened further. From your reaction, you must have known and ignored it anyway. Robert gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, then suddenly changed the subject. Theo Ragnar, I heard from Cleve's report that he single-handedly took down a priest without any help, right? Julius's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Now's not the time for that. Robert enjoyed QU letter 1EF7 Long's reaction and teased further. That kid suits my Black Snow far better, let him go to me. Julius looked openly annoyed. Why are you always like this? Robert narrowed his eyes, voice serious. Outstanding reasoning, perfect analysis and planning skills. From just one small clue, he pinpointed the key issue. It's almost like he was trained in Black Snow's way. It's as if he has prior experience. Julius waved it off dismissively. Anyway, I've already chosen him, so hands off. Hey big bro, you and Lady Osa Ragnar really act like bandits. Robert set his teacup down, expression suddenly solemn. It's been a while since I heard that name. He paused, lost in thought, then continued. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It feels like just yesterday we were brothers. Julius cut in irritably. Your sentimental stories won't sway me. If you steal Theo, I won't forgive you. Robert's eyes darkened, voice mysterious. It seems you still haven't realized. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Robert appeared behind Julius. It's normal for a big brother to steal from his little brother, right? With that, Robert turned to leave, casually grabbing a few bottles of liquor from Julius's shelf with a playful laugh. Next time, prepare something more expensive, little brother. Before Julius could react, Robert dashed out, leaving an annoyed shout echoing down the hallway. Fortunately, there were no snake spies in the White Armored Dragon Knights right now. Nowhere else had escaped the Heavenly Dragon's reach. Robert's body gradually faded into the air as he thought, it's better to leave this plan to Julius. Today is the day we strike the Ceres Merchant Guild. There's a lot to do. Things are getting more interesting by the day. Scene shift to the main hall of the Ceres Merchant Guild. The atmosphere heavy with anticipation as a man approached the ceremonial platform where several figures waited. Upon reaching it, he bowed respectfully. I am Navin Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus family. The bald man in front with a long beard stroked it thoughtfully while observing him closely. I am Quadrac Sears, leader of the Ceres conglomerate. He replied. I formally propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadrac gestured toward his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke calmly. I am Lily Ceres, fourth daughter of the Ceres family. The atmosphere grew solemn as Quadrac continued. From now on, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be bound by marriage. The two of you will forge a lasting union. With a subtle smile, Quadrac thought to himself, finally, I've achieved it. He glanced at the emblem on Navin's chest, noting its prestigious design, the mark of a noble family. This is just the beginning, House Ragnar, you who always look down on us. His smile widened, eyes narrowing with satisfaction and malice. Soon, we'll have our rightful revenge. Behind him, a bald man stood silently, face flushed red with rage, fists clenched tightly, eyes cold as he watched the ceremony. His mind grew darker. How dare that merchant mention my family in front of House Bacchus? He hissed inwardly, one of the 6 great noble families, yet treated like this. His body trembled with fury, but he forced himself to hold back. I have to endure. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the family. His expression darkened further, thoughts turning bitter. Who cares about that bastard child anyway? Meanwhile, Navin Bacchus stood confidently before Quadrac Series, a smirk tugging at his lips as he recognized the old man's obvious intentions. So predictable. He thought, eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. These merchants really think they can help us. He glanced at the other series members, each face revealing malicious schemes. They think they're gaining an advantage. But they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even know their own guild is being used as collateral. Anyway, I don't have much time left to live. His smile turned dark as he contemplated the gradual downfall of the series' merchant guild. He extended his hand toward Lily, voice gentle. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily. I'll treat you well as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband." Lily stood before him, face stiff with distrust, only suspicion in her eyes. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Navan, voice firm. "How can you prove it?" Navan looked momentarily flustered, but quickly flashed a sly smile. He chuckled softly, realizing her intent, his expression softening as he replied, "It seems you already have a plan. My family is bankrupt, and even I'm being sold off in marriage. But if you, my bride, wish it, I can offer you the daughter of House Bacchus." The bald man, witnessing the exchange, nearly exploded with rage, eyes flashing with fury. "Damn bastard child, what the hell does he think he's doing?" Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a scar on her arm, her voice trembling with rage as she shouted loudly, "Bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm right here." Navan's smile widened, eyes narrowing with intrigue. "She's asking me to publicly kill the heir of another family." The murmurs from the large crowd grew louder, shock evident in their voices. Quadrak Ceres, Lily's father, stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder and whispering, "Lily, I told you not to say such things in public." Lily bowed her head in silent acceptance, then suddenly turned back, her face lighting up with excitement. Seeing Navan standing there with a confident smile and determined eyes, he stood tall, voice serious and authoritative. "My young bride wants it, so I'll bring his head to her." Outside, the sky blazed with the silhouette of dragons circling above the city. People looked up in astonishment, voices full of confusion. "What is that? I think it's a wyvern, right?" Before they could comprehend, the dragons began descending and 3 figures leaped from their backs. "What? People are jumping down!" Shouts of surprise echoed across the square. With an earth-shaking boom, the 3 landed perfectly, striking heroic poses. The crowd froze in stunned silence, eyes widening as they recognized the emblem on the flag. "That's the Ragnar crest." The realization sent chills down spines. The flag wasn't just cloth, it was a declaration of war. Cleve, face stern, planted the Ragnar flag into the ground, her voice low but commanding, ringing out over the crowd. "From this moment, we will deliver justice in the name of Ragnar." She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd. "We have discovered that attackers on Ragnar are deeply connected to the Ceres Merchant Guild. The investigation begins immediately to trace acts of treason. Anyone who obstructs will be considered complicit and executed on the spot." The crowd gasped in horror, faces tense, breaths caught. "Execute on the spot." Someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang out again, echoing into the guild building. "If you claim innocence, allow Ragnar forces to investigate." Inside, Quadrak Ceres felt his blood run cold, face twisting, jaw clenched. "Damn it, they've figured everything out. No, impossible, I have to stay strong, no weakness." As Quadrak tried to compose himself, the bald man stepped forward, voice heavy with worry. "Treason, what is this about, Ceres?" Outside, the voice cut sharply, unrelenting. "Quadrak Ceres, come out now." Inside the building, sweat poured down Quadrak's forehead, the pressure crushing him. In panic, he began clawing at himself but quickly suppressed it, focusing. "Clan leader, what do we do now?" Quadrak clenched his fists, face contorted in fury, roaring, "Don't joke around. A single piece of paper can easily be forged." His eyes burned with rage as he shouted loud enough to carry outside. "Someone is framing us, no matter how dirty your tricks. How Ceres will prove our loyalty to Rey Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. Ceres soldiers, eliminate anyone who dares disrespect Ragnar, anyone who dares point a blade at Ragnar and the loyal." Tension hung thick in the air as both sides prepared for the storm about to erupt. Hearing the guild leader's words, the bald man's face tightened with anxiety. He placed a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, voice low and worried. "Lord Ceres, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation?" Quadrak jerked his hand away, face darkening as he snarled, "This wedding is off." He pointed directly at the bald man, frustration clear. "You're truly foolish. Do you think we'll let you leave after everything that's happened? The charges emerging are treason, do you understand?" Quadrak leaned in close, inches from the bald man's face, teeth grinding, smile devoid of warmth. "You, a member of the 6 Pillars, should know exactly what treason means. Did you think I'd face this alone?" Glancing out the window at Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's eyes darkened. "Think about it. If they had solid proof, there wouldn't just be 3 people down there. An entire army would blot out the sky." Confidence returning, Quadrak turned to the bald man and his entourage. "Got it. They're not even certain of their evidence. If we hold them off this time, we'll come out clean." Before the bald man could reply, a sharp voice cut in. Navan stepped forward, wedging between them with overwhelming presence. "What are you saying to an old man who can barely make it to the bathroom?" He mocked, voice dripping with sarcasm yet firm. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder, flashing a sly smile. "Right, elder." The bald man's eyes narrowed, teeth grinding in rage. "You brat, how dare you?" Unfazed, Navan turned and walked away, smile unwavering. He waved casually. Isn't this better? He continued taunting. Striding to the window with fluid grace, such a quick chance to bring a wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide in shock. Damn it, that bastard child, what is he thinking? Without hesitation, Navin leaped through the window, landing lightly, racing across rooftops straight toward Theo and the team. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, face shifting to panic. Damn it, that bastard child. The moment he draws his sword, we're accomplices. Turning to his subordinates, his voice cracked like a whip. We'll join to support House Ceres. The order was clear. Soldiers moved instantly, armor clanging as they assembled. Scene shift outside. Ceres soldiers formed a terrifying encirclement around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed precisely. Meanwhile, the three stood firm, swords drawn, ready to retaliate. Cleve, face stern, pointed her sword at the soldiers and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand down or you'll be executed on the spot for treason." Her words hung heavy with the promise of death. The soldiers hesitated, tense, standing frozen for a moment, sweat streaming down their faces, teeth clenched, unsure what to do. From above, Navin observed, closing in on the group. With a precise leap, he landed right in the tense boundary line, leaving the three Ragnar members stunned. His confident smile in place, voice mocking. Ragnar people really love executing others, huh? Evelyn and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman slip through the line and insert himself right in the middle of their formation? Before they could react, Navin struck. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword in a full 360-degree arc, the force pushing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, feet skidding across the ground. Navin's voice almost teasing, eyes gleaming with delight. A pleasure to meet Ragnar's entourage. Especially you, Theo. Never thought I'd say this on our first meeting. Theo's eyes widened, heart nearly stopping as he recognized the man before him. No way, it's really him, he thought. Memories crashing in like a train. In the Great War, the one who caused chaos for Ragnar alongside Ceres and Troyven, the sword demon Navin Bacchus, second son of House Bacchus. Navin smirked, face smug, pointing his sword straight at Theo, voice dripping with mockery. "I'll take your head." Theo's heart pounded, barely processing the situation, as Navin charged at a paralyzing speed. The power and precision of the attacks far surpassed anything he'd faced before. The sword demon moved like a phantom, a streak of death. "I have to use knowledge from my past life." Theo's mind raced as he blocked another strike. This was the moment. Resolute, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, voice firm despite the chaos. "I'll handle this guy." Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, that guy is." Before she finished, Cleve cut in calmly but resolutely. "It's fine, trust him. The others are probably destroying evidence right now. We can't wait any longer. We have to end this fast." Blocking another blow, his body screaming in protest. "I'll catch up with you later." Navin's laugh echoed, dark and provocative. "I don't mind if they interfere, but are you sure? Even looking like this, I'm pretty strong." Theo gave a faint smile despite the danger. "I could say the same." He muttered, eyes narrowing at Navin. "Can I ask you something?" Navin's eyes sparkled with interest, posture relaxed as he closed his eyes and nodded lightly. "Go ahead." Theo's smile widened, pointing a sword at Ragnar is clear treason. "Are you the traitor, or do you want to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this revenge for your mother?" At the mention of his mother, Navin's face hardened, his grip tightening on the sword. "Oh, that's really something, young Master Ragnar. You're dragging up the memory I want buried the most." His eyes flashed with rage and pain, voice ice cold and venomous. "Now I have even more reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll cut it off nice and clean." Sweat streamed down Theo's face, breath short but voice steady. "Hear me out for a second." With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword, extending a hand toward Navin, expression calming despite the tension. "Let me help you get your revenge. I can help you bring down House Bacchus." In front of Theo, Ragnar stood Navin Bacchus, the man known as the unofficial strongest sword of House Bacchus, a title adorned by the proud, ferocious wolf emblem of his family. He wasn't just a brilliant swordsman, he was the embodiment of tragedy, a story etched deeply into every cold, sharp strike of his blade. Theo knew Navin's painful history all too well. Despite possessing talent rivaling the greatest ancient warriors of House Bacchus, Navin had never been acknowledged by his clan. The reason lay in his origins, a bastard child born in a brothel, an indelible stain on their noble bloodline. Instead of nurturing his extraordinary power, the family saw his existence as a threat. His mother, the pitiful woman who had sacrificed everything for her son, was forced to leave this world, leaving young Navin kneeling beside her cold body, tears mingling with the dirt. That profound resentment had ignited a burning flame of revenge in Navin's heart, one ready to consume all of House Bacchus, even himself. If Theo could strike the right weak point, he believed he could pull Navin to his side and turn him into an ally. "Let me help you get your revenge and bring down House Bacchus," Theo repeated, his voice firm as iron, eyes unwavering. Navin stood opposite him, brushing back his disheveled hair, face weary mixed with suspicion. He let out a soft chuckle, voice low but laced with mockery. I don't know where you got your information about my mother, but one thing is certain. Before the words finished, Theo's eyes tensed like a drawn bowstring, bracing for an attack ready to pierce through anything. Without hesitation, Navan swung his sword, unleashing a long-range slash that tore through the wind, hurtling toward Theo at terrifying speed. The blade gleamed, carrying a killing intent that seemed to freeze the air solid. Theo, with his battle-hardened instincts, raised his sword just in time to block, pouring every ounce of strength into the clash. The impact created a shockwave, cracking the ground beneath their feet, shards of stone flying everywhere. The sheer force of Navan's strike pushed Theo back, his feet skidding across the broken earth, leaving deep furrows. Navan stood motionless, face cold as ice, voice dropping low. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without your cooperation, House Bacchus will fall for treason anyway. Theo listened, eyes narrowing as the truth hit him. That's right, even without my help. House Bacchus will destroy itself, but you, Navan, you'll vanish along with them. Navan sighed, rolling his eyes with casual indifference, voice almost bored. Pointless worry, I have nothing left to regret in this world. I don't mind disappearing with that cursed family. But before he could finish, Theo's voice cut in sharply. That's dragon vein fever, right? A disease that appears when a young body can't handle overwhelming talent. If treated early, it can be easily cured. But if the golden window is missed, it becomes a terminal illness, cruelly shortening lifespan. Navan's head dipped slightly, jaw clenched tight. Theo's words stabbed straight into the deepest wound in his heart. House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so your remaining lifespan is. Theo trailed off, but Navan interjected. 5 years, exactly what I'd expect from a noble young master. You've dug up every filthy detail of my past, haven't you? Without another word, he charged forward, rage exploding through every sword strike, each one carrying lethal killing intent. But knowing my illness changes nothing. Today, right here, House Bacchus will vanish and I'll die as Navan. Their swords clashed, the sound piercing like thunder, sparks flying brilliantly through the air. The blow was so powerful it knocked Theo back, but he quickly regained balance, smile never fading. What if I can cure your illness? Navan froze, eyes flashing with confusion. Nonsense, dragon vein fever has no cure. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, each slash tearing at space itself, forcing Theo into a desperate defense. Theo blocked them all, but Navan's power kept pushing him back. Yet Theo's eyes still burned fiercely, mind racing with past life memories. In my previous life, the cure for dragon vein fever was discovered. Right after his death, an arc reactor-like device was the key to solving it all. Right now, only I know that secret. He stood firm, voice brimming with confidence. No, it can be cured. His smile turned into an arrogant smirk, eyes narrowing and glinting red in the dim battlefield light. I'm absolutely certain. Navan stood stunned, eyes wide, mind reeling as he tried to process the words. Theo pressed the advantage, reminding Navan that House Bacchus would fall even without his cooperation. Just like you said, House Bacchus will vanish even if you don't team up with me. But if you take my hand, even if House Bacchus disappears, you can live on as a hero, one who helped House Ragnar fight the rebellion. Won't you trust me just once? Navan stood frozen, eyes locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind churned with a storm of doubt and faint hope. Is it really possible? Can dragon vein fever actually be cured? The thought gnawed at him, igniting a fragile spark amid the darkness of despair. Scene shift to another corner of the battlefield, where Ceres soldiers were loading massive siege crossbows, aiming enormous spear-like arrows straight at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground trembled as the volley launched, arrows ripping through the air at deadly speed. Cleve darted forward, hand outstretched, catching one arrow mid-flight and tossing it aside like harmless driftwood. Beside her, Evelyn deflected another with her sword, steel ringing out, her movements graceful yet powerful. She sighed softly, muttering, "This is starting to get annoying." Cleve narrowed her eyes, irritation clear in her voice. Yeah, really annoying. She glanced toward Theo, frowning. Is he still not done? Evelyn turned, searching for Theo's figure amid the dust. It looks like they're talking about something. Cleve lost patience, slamming the captured arrow into the ground. Eyes darkening as she surveyed the chaotic battlefield. HMPH, can't I just kill them all? The thought lingered. But Demon Dragon's earlier warnings held her back. Memories of the previous conversation flashed through her mind. Robber Ragnar sat across from her, opening a bottle of wine with a relaxed smile. Don't act unless you can handle the consequences. Our priority is evaluating how far his potential goes, so recruit him early. Cleve stood before him, face serious. You mean I should just observe? Robber nodded. Exactly, he took down a blood priest, but you didn't witness it firsthand. That's why we need confirmation. Our mission is to accurately assess those who will lead Ragnar's future. Remember that gathering more evidence is Theo's role in this operation. He still had doubts, but asked, what exactly is the limit of the if necessary you mentioned? It involves dark magic, right? I'll allow intervention at the level of oversight and above. Back in the present, Cleve sighed inwardly. She knew Robber would complain if she intervened at this level of threat, but the thought of delaying and missing her break made her furious. With immense power, Cleve blocked the arrow volley, shockwaves rippling across the square, debris flying everywhere. Evelyn, startled at Cleve's sudden shift, suddenly noticing Navan raising his sword as if to attack. Is the young master losing to him? But Theo acted first, rushing after Navan with a joyful expression. Both of them flashed past her, leaving Evelyn stunned. Navan had now joined their side. He charged forward, blocking the Bacchus subordinates attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordsmanship was like a deadly dance, blade flashing through the dust and smoke. He bowed slightly, voice carrying a hint of apology. Sorry for my earlier rudeness toward you too. Does this action earn forgiveness for my initial discourtesy? Navan grinned, eyes brightening. Now we're on the same side. A system notification appeared, clear and exhilarating. Hidden quest completed. You have successfully recruited the sword demon Navan as an ally. The battle's momentum reversed in an instant. Navan became a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the Bacchus soldiers' ranks, leaving them screaming in despair as they tried to stop him. He leaped onto a massive siege crossbow, causing the soldiers to panic and shout instinctively. But it was all too late. With a few precise slashes, Navan shattered the siege weapon, ropes snapped, wood splintered, explosions echoing like thunder. The Bacchus subordinate leader looked up at Navan silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, roaring in fury. Navan, you betray the family that raised you. How dare you turn your sword against your own clan? Navan landed lightly, retorting with mocking tone. Is there really a family that would accept a filthy bastard child? He charged forward, sword gleaming, ending the enemy with a clean, decisive slash. Evelyn watched Navan, eyes full of admiration. He really is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient god young master. She turned to Theo. How did you convince him? Theo replied simply, voice calm. I just promised him what he wanted. Don't stand still, we should follow. Navan, it's time to capture Quadrex series. Inside the chapel, Quadrex stood by the window, watching his forces being pushed back step by step. A subordinate rushed in, voice trembling as he reported the dire situation. Quadrex roared, eyes bloodshot. You think I don't know? Time is running out. The rest of you order the destruction of every document that could serve as evidence, especially anything related to Troyvan. But Quadrex suddenly shouted in fury, no, don't touch those documents. The subordinate looked confused, stammering, what's wrong? We should destroy them as soon as possible to minimize casualties, my lord. Quadrex grabbed him by the collar, face twisted with uncontrollable greed. If we burn the documents, how do we recover the money invested in House Troyvan? Are you telling me to give up that fortune just because of those Ragnar bastards? Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently behind Quadrex like a ghost from the void. He spoke in a low, mocking voice. You're saying we should abandon that money just because of those bastards? Quadrex jolted, turning around, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, you've arrived. I was just needing your help. This really is perfect timing. Outside, Theo led the team charging into the chapel, sensing the battle was about to wrap up. He urged his teammates onward, their momentum unstoppable. But when the chapel doors burst open, he froze, a deep fear surging up and spreading through his whole body. A figure in the bishop's robes of the Holy Demon Church stood imposingly in the doorway, surrounded by twisted homunculi like they'd crawled straight out of hell. Rejoice, faithful ones, the time has come to carry out what you've been taught. Cut to moments earlier, two shadowy figures stepping silently from the darkness. The first was a tall, burly guy, trailed by a bishop in a majestic black robe radiating authority. As they got close, Quadrex Series' eyes lit up with relief. You guys showed up right on time. I really need backup now. Quadrex turned to face the two shadows, voice tinged with confidence. I figure nothing in this world can kill you guys, right? Hell, they even sent a bishop from the Holy Demon Church. You and Troyvan aren't allies anymore, huh? So you're on my side. Please, I beg you, help me out. The two kept closing in, steps slow but deliberate. The bishop spoke in a low, menacing rumble. I'll help you, but only for Judgment Day. First, those documents on Troyvan. Quadrex's eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring. He locked eyes with the bishop, voice icy and guarded. Why do you want him? Those docs are my cash cow. Think I didn't hide him good enough. If you want my money, just do your damn job. But before he could get another word out, the bishop's goon shot forward like lightning, grabbing Quadrex's face and squeezing hard. Quadrex's mug twisted, breath snagged in his chest. The bishop leaned in closer, eyes flashing malice. You arrogant dumbass. You really gonna defy the great lord's plan, you pathetic heretic. With a bored calm, the bishop turned away. Enough, kill him. He tossed over his shoulder. Plenty of suckers lined up to cough up the cash already. The goon clamped down on Quadrex's throat right away, the crushing force making it damn near impossible to breathe. Vision blurring, body shaking. Blood dribbling from his mouth. In his last gasping moments, Quadrex's voice cracked with desperation. I'm sorry. The bishop halted, catching the raw despair. Wait, hold up. I'm sorry, I was way too rude to you, bishop. If you kill me now, Troyvan'll suspect you even more. You can't let that happen. With a casual wave, the bishop signaled his goon. The chokehold eased off Quadrex's neck, dropping him to the floor in a gasping heap. The bishop spun back, tone flat but lethal. Burn every damn document on Troyven right now. Don't even dream of running, the Lord's watching it all. Better hustle if you want to keep breathing. Quadrak went ghost white, the threat burrowing into his bones. Every gut instinct screaming for him to bolt. Scene shifts outside, Theo's eyes razor sharp on the chaos ahead. He's finally here. Gaze locked on the distant Holy Demon Church bishop. Lips twisting into a wicked grin, words booming with power. From our blood, the Lord descends on this place. The air thickened with bloodlust as the bishop's fanatics roared in unison, voices thundering over the battlefield. Worship our Lord, worship our Lord. Theo's heart hammered as the full Holy Demon Church army surged at him and his crew, eyes feral and empty. Theo plunged into the melee, sword blazing like lightning, carving through followers with deadly precision. I figured the Holy Demon Church was pulling strings, but damn, sending a bishop to the front lines? Wild. He dropped a whole squad in one slick move, barely slowing as replacements swarmed in, piling on him without end. Dead set on one thing, ending him. One after another, they got hacked to pieces, but the horde never thinned out. Meanwhile, Evelyn was smack in the middle, voice dripping irritation. You fucking lunatics. Navan struggled to hold the fanatics back, worry creeping into his tone. They just keep coming, we good if this drags on. In the heart of the madness, Cleve hung back behind Theo, Evelyn, and Navan, eyes cool and scheming. She watched them scrap, their grit shining as they took on the army solo. She shot a glare, face flickering disbelief toward the bishop in the building. So the bishop's really here. This'll be messier than I figured. Her hand drifted to her sword hilt. Wait, actually this might work out better. And in one fluid draw, the blade caught the dim light, ready to roll. She eyed Theo and the rest. Now I've got a real reason to mop them all up. Blink and you'd miss it. Cleve blurred into motion, too fast for anyone to clock. Boom, enemies right in front of Theo, Evelyn, and Navan exploded into chunks. Blasts hurled cultists everywhere, some diced to shreds. No pause, with a mighty leap, she rocketed skyward, dual blades gleaming. Explosions hammered the field, ripping the cult's formation apart. She touched down soft, power surging around her. I'm leading now. Eyes slitting at the enemy swarm, face hard and locked in. We ain't standing around for these trash to block us. I'm tearing this place down. But bucking Cleve's play, Theo yelled to halt her. Whoa, don't forget why we're here. Gotta snag those docs before they torch him. Cleve froze a beat, sighing with bored disappointment. Theo, I think I gave you too much credit. She twirled her sword like it was nothing, slashes flying. Holy Demon Church showed their hand. We don't need Jack for proof now. Theo charged right up beside her, face pure steel. Nah, it's the total opposite. Them jumping in this hard means there's something they don't want us near. The cult's moves ramped up, desperate and deadly. Whatever they guarded, no way they let it go. Cleve's eyes narrowed. Got it, so what's your move? Enemy ranks kept pushing, but Theo's squad held firm. Every swing dropped more zealots. Cleve pressed. Whatever, we gotta bust through first, Yeah, but by then the evidence'll be ash. He carved through a few foes in a seamless arc. Jaw set fierce, I got a plan. Theo fired up mind gate skill synced with Blood Dragon, maxing both out. His eyes blazed blue as it kicked in. Now Theo scanned the whole battlefield crystal clear, everything in range laid bare. The skill blanketed a huge zone, nearby buildings too. Cleve kept slashing away, drifting into her head. No smoking gun yet, but Black Dragon tipped us off, so maybe keep eyes peeled. Out of nowhere, a shadow loomed behind her. A blood priest charged, fist cocked, bellowing, dare to zone out. But Cleve snapped into action first. Flash hundreds of cuts shredded the priest before he knew what hit him. He crumpled, mangled mess. Cleve's eyes burned bloodthirsty, face iced over as she faced her team. All right, Theo, I'll buy it this once. We got this mess, you grab that proof, whatever it takes. Theo didn't blink, he vaulted up, stomping an enemy's face, to launch himself higher on it. But hovering there, something weird snagged his attention. Holy Demon Church zealots walled up human style, eyes glowing creepy as they rushed him. Shit hit critical, but Navan and Evelyn sliced through the frenzy to cover Theo. Navan's special lit up blue fire while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, a vortex skill crackling green energy. Their combo attack shredded the lines, paving Theo's way. Navan beamed and hollered, "Path's clear, master, go get him." Evelyn fired back, eyes icy, tone pissed. Since when you tight with a young master to call him that? Blood Dragon Sync still humming, he popped his inventory, summoning a bunch of swords via remote control. Theo levitated him midair, hopping blade to blade with killer agility. Soaring by, he glanced back at Navan and Evelyn, grinning thanks. Appreciate it, you too. Done talking, Theo hit Thunder Dragon speed for a burst, weaving attacks like a ghost toward the building. Brain locked on the mission, they ain't handing a big op like shredding top secret docs to randos. If anyone's running it, it's some high up commander. Enhanced scan sweeping the building, something pinged. I zeroed in on a silhouette. Grin spreading wide, gotcha now Quadrak. System window flashed in his sight, clue to past life's evil, chance to settle old grudges, thwart their plot. Back to the fight, both touched down on the battlefield, moves sleek and lethal. The second their feet hit dirt, enemy heads rolled, blood splattering everywhere. Navin cocked his head with an even smugger grin. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Navin Bacchus, the first sword of my master." Hearing that, Evelyn gritted her teeth, pissed. "First sword, you're taking your jokes way too far." Unfazed, Navin shot back with a playful tone. "Judging by your reaction, you must be the first sword. Guess I don't gotta worry then." Navin's gaze flicked to Cleve, the one shredding enemies with killer sword strokes. His voice softened. "If she's the first sword, I'll happily be second." Feeling stabbed, Evelyn narrowed her eyes, rage flaring. "You saying you're better than me?" No hesitation, Navin charged, sword gripped tight, eyes blazing red with excitement. Damn right. His blade whipped up, slicing through a few foes like butter. Evelyn froze as his sword halted inches from her throat, perfect control. Navin grinned smug. "Lucky we're on the same side, huh? How about this? Whoever drops more cultists is the top sword." Evelyn sighed, annoyed. "I'm on a mission, not playing your dumb games." Navin burst out laughing, thrilled. "Scared you'll lose?" That hit Evelyn's last nerve. In a flash, she parried his sword with expert skill, eyes burning determination. Navin stunned by Evelyn's sudden shift. Before he could react, Evelyn pierced dozens of cultists sneaking up behind him. Precise, deadly strikes at insane speed. No stopping, Evelyn blasted past Navin. Lightning fast, unleashing Storm God in a whirlwind that swept enemies away. "Let me show you why I'm the young master's top sword. Better not regret those words." Navin snapped back confident, hands clenching his sword. "Can't wait." Both dove into the cultists with fierce rivalry, refusing to lose. Scene shifts to a quiet city corner. Empty streets, total contrast to the central chaos. A lone tavern appeared, dim torchlight casting long shadows on the walls. Inside, a secret passage led to the basement. Quadraxeres approached, sweat beading on his forehead, heart pounding. He took a deep breath, unlocked the hidden door, lock clinking in the silence. Torch lit, illuminating a small room with a wooden chest in the center, surrounded by shelves crammed with books. No delay, he went to the chest, trembling hands flipping it open. Inside, docs he'd slaved to collect, proof on Troyvan. Mind racing with what went down. "Just torch this and I'm done. That'll cut my trees and wrap some slack." But doubt held him back, torch shaking as he eyed the massive value. "Do I really gotta burn all this? It's insanely valuable and irreplaceable. Especially the deals I cut with Heavenly Dragon. I gotta reclaim it all, no matter what." But the bishop's warning echoed in his head. "Don't destroy these docs and death's unavoidable." He sighed bitterly. Better this than dying. He dropped the torch, watching flames drift toward the docks. But right before it hit, a black lightning bolt flashed, energy flooding the room. A shadow zipped by Theo, lightning quick, snatching the torch midair before it wrecked everything. Quadrack whipped around, eyes wide in horror at him. "Theo Ragnar, how the hell'd you get here?" Theo's eyes burned bloodthirsty, voice low but commanding. "Looks like your fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough, huh?" Quadrack paled, blood trickling from mouth and nose. He forced a shaky smile. I'm sorry, I'll do anything, just spare me." But mid-sentence, Theo's sword swung, black lightning trailing, cloaking the blade and lopping his head clean off in a blink. Quadrack's head hit the floor with a gruesome thud, body collapsing before it registered. Theo's face twisted, furious, voice icy and ruthless. "Traitors to Ragnar get one end, execution." Done. Theo quickly checked the docs. System chimed, "Congrats, quest complete. Past life's evil karma settled." Flipping through, Theo wondered, "This worth mobilizing the whole Holy Demon Church? The secret ledger I gave Cleves enough to nab Troyvan, but that's not all. Even with Heavenly Dragon ties, Troyvan House could ditch him in a pinch. So need full proof to bag not just Eid Troyvan but the whole damn clan. With these docs I can drag them all down." Eyeing the massive bookshelf, Theo felt beat. Everyone's key evidence. What do I grab first? Gaze swept up, locking on a book titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. Theo cracked it open, first line chilling him. This is. "Watch out for Black Dragon surveillance hunting relics." Troyvan's handwriting. "So far, 2 relics found. I suspect the rest are hidden in Rose Palace." Reading that, fists clenched, rage. Relics in Rose Palace? What the hell? All the discrimination, false charges, my bullshit past life end starts here. Per their plan, Theo Ragnar had to go down. Fury scorched him, eyes blazing hate. All for some relic maybe stashed somewhere. He roared, crumpling the page. "Eid Troyvan, you bastard." But Theo reined it in quick, snapping the book shut. "Airing these reports now changes Jack. I'll get revenge slow but sure." Eyes locked on 2 glowing cubes on the shelf, poolsing ancient energy. "To spice things up, I'll snag the 2 relics you busted ass for." Touching them, system pop. "You've discovered 2 ancient dragon relics." Cut to Merchant Guild HQ, air thick and tense amid clashing swords. Holy Demon Church forces still dominating, but Navin and Evelyn held firm, backs together. They dropped countless cultists, but the fight dragged. Navin panted, body bruised and bloody from non-stop brawling. Evelyn caught her breath, breaking silence sharp. "I remember you now, Navin Bacchus." Holy Demon cultists unflinching, advancing with murder in their eyes, no breather for the duo. Evelyn swung, dropping another, tone dead serious. "Last year, second in Awakening right, then poof, gone right." Navin, drained but slashing fast to fell cultists, smirked. Honored you remember Evelyn. Charging another foe, he yelled determined, but not chit-chat time now. Keep this up, I'll be top swordsman. Suddenly green energy exploded midfield. Navin froze as it swirled into a massive vortex, wiping everything. Navin gawked in awe, he eyed Evelyn. She met its stern eyes flashing green. This move, we're tied. Navin gasped, nodding respect. Yeah, agreed. But as Navin dropped guard, a huge shadow blitzed at insane speed. The bishop's burly goon gripped his war mace, winding up. Navin eyes widened at the overwhelming aura, but dodged sideways last second. Mace smashed ground, cracking it wide, fissures spreading. Giant rose, eyes red furious. Don't celebrate yet. You punks think you can wreck the great spirit god's plan. Navin smirked, facing him. Finish this guy, Evelyn. She narrowed eyes, nodding. Good call, we'll settle it with him. No more talk, both charged the giant in blazing auras. Evelyn wrapped in brilliant green determination. Navin glowing blue, focused sharp and will unbreakable. But as the giant swung back, a new shadow dropped from above. High-ranking white-armored dragon knight on dragonback landed. Dragon dove fast, claws snatching and slamming the giant flat. Navin and Evelyn halted, backing off. Dragon talons dug deep, pinning him with shockwaves rippling the field. Dust cleared, revealing the giant crushed immobile under dragon. White-armored dragon member, blonde guy stepped up, grinning pleased. How's that, Lieutenant Evelyn? Good timing. Navin and Evelyn stunned and pissed. Yelling in unison, how dare you steal our kill? Both fuming, eyes aflame. Guy paled, flustered, thought I was helping. Suddenly sky darkened as dragon swarms appeared. Full white-armored dragon knights rained on rooftops, diving in. Impact crushed cultists instant. Another high rank bellowed orders crisp. All squad, 5th company white-armored dragon knights, engage, wipe every merchant guild and holy demon church member. White-armored troops surged, obliterating all. Dragons fire-blasted foes, spewed poison choking them, or shredded like paper with claws. Battlefield drowned in fire toxin screams. Inside Merchant Guild HQ, air somewhat calmer. Bishop sprawled on floor, dozens of weapons skewering him, blood pooling. Despite mortal wounds, he smirked satisfied. I truly hope the new sun rises on a blood-red sky, that the true end comes. Help them resist temptation and embrace our worship. God's blood guides us, may survivors find peace. Cleave nearby, drained but aloof. She rolled eyes, sighing sarcastic. That scheming crap ain't my style, after all that frenzy. She glanced at the bishop, his body shredded by swords, limbs hacked off, but he kept that maniacal grin, like the weight on his soul was finally lifted. Scene shifts outside, now weirdly quiet post-battle. White-armored dragon knights set up temp claim booths, crowds lining up long to report damages. Evelyn stood in the chaotic fringe, bombarded by questions. A guy with a report stepped up. Can I bounce now? Evelyn visibly pissed. Yeah, flash your merchant guild card and you're good. Damage comp? Claims desks far left. Chaos ramped up. White-armored members hustled back and forth, yelling orders. Captain, need that report. Another voice boomed. Hurry, bring it here now. Someone chucked a report at Evelyn. Scrawled bold, someone ate the flying dragon's cargo. Who the fuck? She snagged another from a soldier. Captain, overtime for this crap. Evelyn gritted her teeth, eyes clenched shut in rage. Suddenly she lost it, eyes fiery slits, veins bulging on forehead. Why the hell you keep yelling for me, you assholes? She snatched the nearest table and hurled it sky high. Toss flung members flying too. Then she roared bloodthirsty. Handle it your damn selves. I suck at paperwork anyway, got it? She scanned around, hunting someone. Huxial, where's Huxial? Where'd she ditch us after dumping this shit? Scene to peaceful city nook, simple tent, Theo and Evelyn in serious huddle. Theo eyed the docs. This is what the Merchant Guild boss wanted torched. Relic traces, leaked intel, betrayal plots detailed to hell. Cleve skimmed the docs and set him on the table. Proud grin, damn good job, mid-tier swordsman Theo Ragnar. Theo shocked, eyes bugging. Thanks, Cleve busted out laughing at his reaction, then got serious. You operate like a Huxial vet, so what do you think of Black Dragon's invite? Theo scratched head, awkward eye roll. About that. Cleve sighed, soft chuckle. No need to squirm, just messing. Theo laughed sheepish. Hard to tell if you're for real. Cleve shifted gears. One more thing, got good news. Heavenly Dragon arrest ops rolling. Last ledger nails his treason. You bagged him. Theo's eyes lit up, beaming grin. So that means. Cleve cut in firm. Yeah, Huxial elite squad's on it. Probably hauling him to the capital now. Right then, tent flap burst open. Huxial member rushed and frantic, panting. Major issue, sir. Theo and Cleve whipped around, faces stiff with worry. Cut sharp to battlefield, soldier steadying. He hid his real power. Troivan swung sword, slicing air at freakish speed and precision. Huxial elite from arrest team decapitated in a blink, body dropped as Eid stayed ice cold. Only morons show their hand. He scanned the field, high-rank Huxial all dead, head severed. Evil grin spread on his face. Congrats, Theo Ragnar. T-Rose Palace Axion. Dragon Slayer Swordsman, Series Guild, everything I slaved over. Voice trailed low but seething rage, face distorting, mad cackle. You really fucked it all up, Theo Ragnar, nothing left. Eyes narrowed, resolve hardening. Fine, party hard, go as wild as you want, Troyven's plan marches on. Gripped his sword tight, muttering, lost dragon slayer sword, but I snagged this, good enough. Trudged into thick snow, fatting away, whispering to the wind, almost time. Scene to T. Rose Palace, usual hustle cranked by big event prep. Courtyard jammed, everyone moving purposeful, air buzzing excitement. Inside hall, nobles clustered, chatting lively, tailors measuring precise for fresh gowns. Vibe thrilled anticipation as Lux Fits prepped for top VIPs. A lady squealed, oh man, this design's exquisite. Another beamed, you've waited forever, right? Amid teeming crowd, lone figure stood silent in hall corner, sharp contrast to lavish frenzy. Demon Smith, calmly puffing pipe, eyeing nobles detached, overheard, when those spell seals ready, just fresh, gotta QC. Eyes narrowed as scene busied more. Suddenly, familiar voice cut her thoughts. Mom, you finally here? Cecilia chirped, delighted, approaching radiant. She turned to daughter, what's up with those tailors? Cecilia pumped, new store opening soon. High-end brand, luxe fabrics and dazzling jewels. Her face froze, staring at daughter blank. After a beat of silence, Cecilia spilled details, excitement surging. Smile crept on Demon Smith's face, eyes brimming love and pride. Haven't seen this smile in forever, huh? Prettier than any gem or jewel. Sudden, Cecilia grabbed mom's hand, beaming, so don't sweat the price. Huh. Cecilia surprised, you didn't come for that, Smith tusked, light smile, you catch on quick. But not just that, here for big news on Rose Palace. Hearing Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes bulged terror, sweat beating forehead. Gripped mom's hand hard, nothing bad with my son, right? That bastard strike again. Looked at daughter, eyes softening pity. What have you endured all this time? Gently hand on Cecilia's head, soothing. Easy, no freakout, actually total opposite. Puff pipe smoke curling around continued. Brace yourself, sweetie. That woman, Cecilia's face pure shock, eyes wide horror. Scene to Rose Palace, horrific tableau unfolding. Air heavy with death reek. Blood-smeared walls, floors. Corpses strewn courtyard, witnesses frozen wide-eyed terror. Gate draped severed heads, chilling message. Each marked Ragnar clan traitor. Hearing that, Cecilia crumpled to knees. Mom's words echoed, no solace. Looked up, teary, frail voice. Sorry mom, just relieved it's finally done. Demon Smith knelt by daughter, heart aching. Hugged tight, sweetie, she needs you now more than ever. Cecilia leaned into mom, sobbing hard, unleashing bottled pain. It really happened, right mom? Looked at daughter, eyes misty, warm but tinged sad. Ever seen a fairy lie? Cecilia's sobs quieted, words waited. All this time. Kept it buried but daily felt like blade walking. Framed, baseless blame, even hits. Told no one but nearly died tons. Each time, begged him to spare my boy's life. Cecilia looked up, tear-soaked face. All that pressure vanished. Really over now, right mom? Seeing that, Demon Smith teared up too. Looked at daughter, pride-laced pity. Never fully grasped your solo burden, Cecilia. Yeah, done, love. Endured way too much alone. You nailed it, my girl. Scene to Theo's mansion, him and Navin fresh off battle. Heavy gig but vibe lighter. Navin, signature nonchalance first. Heard your big time now, huh? Theo pouring tea, cheery smile. Later than I figured, all squared away. Navin sprawled on sofa, chill. Huxial said shut up, but you know right. Spot on House Bacchus collapsing. From the top, signers lose titles minimum. Deserve it for their crap, House Bacchus kaput. But Theo not satisfied, that enough. Navin surprised, what do you mean? Theo locked eyes, confident. Navin, I nominate you House Bacchus head. Navin stunned, what me? Theo hand slammed table, determined. Everyone else stripped titles, you're the takeover guy. Be my muscle in the Troyven War ahead. Navin briefly shocked, but snapped back nonchalant. Troyven War, this kid's eyed that from go. Theo sipped tea, confident smile. Power grab between us now public. Troyven War unavoidable. Troyven and Demon Church linked to Heavenly Dragon revolt confirmed. So what's your northern plot? Everyone's tense, basically war declaration. Navin pensive, yeah, post-Troyven cult exposed, they won't chill. Lounged back, easy grin. For a doomed guy like me, war small potatoes. Don't I need action? Theo grinned at that. Instant, Theo pulled something, plopped before Navin, shocking him. What's this? Told ya I can cure you. Handed paper, ether core fever cure formula, and ether core key ingredient. Not public yet, but fevers from internal mana chaos. This neutralizes yours. Navin floored, mind spinning, unreal. Figured half cure to leash me. Theo baffled, what? Navin dead serious, give me all I snag and split. Theo unfazed, if you bolt, cool. Power fixation breeds trouble, we're both victims. Eyes flared, voice soft firm, don't wanna rule by force. Building trust, not crush or threats. Navin stunned at the depth. What I want ain't crush or force, but trust. Short laugh sigh, meant not to lowball you for youth, but damn, naive romantic. Theo grins, no team up then. Navin eyed tea reflection mulling. Finally sipped tea. Set it down. Quick stood. Drew sword, knelt it before. Solemn, I House Bacchus hid Navin Bacchus. Swear to be Theo Ragnar's sword. Theo beamed, pleased with his score. Navin back nonchalant, that do it. Theo raised cup, cocky, way more. After Navin dipped. Theo solo in hall. Musing, Troyven War. Faster than last life by miles. Eyed relic laden table to self. No sweat, all on track. Hand on relic, first pop this treasure chest. Notification, side quest conquer 2 relics obtain progress, 02. Theo decided it was time to open the treasure ring he'd gotten. he recalled the relics he'd absorbed before. The little dragon and the griffin, along with the immense power they'd granted him. The thought of the power this new relic might bring filled Theo's mind with excitement. He quickly slipped the Mimao ring onto his finger. A system notification flashed up. The scenery around him shifted as Theo was teleported into a new dungeon. Theo found himself standing in a barren landscape, with sand and rocks stretching endlessly. He realized this was a desert, a place he'd only seen in books. The scorching heat hit him immediately, making Theo wonder if anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared announcing that Theo had entered the Guardian's territory. The objective was simple yet challenging: survive the next 72 hours. He was stunned at the idea of enduring 3 full days in a place so hot he felt like he might melt any second. The ground beneath Theo's feet started shaking violently. Something massive erupted from the dunes, sending sand flying everywhere. Theo could only think that this was totally insane. The system announced the boss's arrival, a desert worm. Its body was gigantic, like a dragon of death. The monster let out an annoyed hiss, identifying Theo as an intruder. With a deafening roar, it charged at him, mouth wide open, revealing its terrifying razor-sharp teeth. Theo quickly tried to escape. He spun around and unleashed Dragon Gate Thunder Guardian straight at the beast. A bolt of black lightning struck the creature's head, but it only cracked its armor, not even leaving a scratch. Theo's face filled with shock. Dragon Gate barely scratched it. Before he could think, another attack came flying. Golden lightning crackled across the worm's body. With crushing force, he gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing the problem. This monster shared Theo's lightning attribute, making his attacks almost useless. It was like trying to put out a fire by adding more fire. The monster's emotionless voice echoed, "Intruder, die!" The worm roared, firing a blast of lightning energy straight at him. Luckily, Theo dodged just in time. He watched the beam carve a trench in the sand, which scared him pretty bad. Damn, it just wrecked my escape route. The worm burrowed back underground, then burst up right under Theo's feet, mouth agape with its toothy maw. It slammed into where he'd been standing, obliterating everything in the area. Theo had to keep leaping backward to dodge its relentless assaults. He landed and slid across the sand. His body was starting to feel the strain, breaths coming in heavy gasps. Theo checked his mission timer, only 5 minutes in and it's already like this. I can't last 72 hours like this. He knew he couldn't hold out. That sandworm was too hard to hit when it kept burrowing underground like that, and his lightning skills weren't working. This terrain gave the enemy way too much advantage, but that sparked an idea in Theo. Maybe he could turn the terrain against it with this. Theo quickly rummaged through his inventory and pulled out another relic from his previous mission, the Ice Flower Butterfly relic. He wondered if he should use it right now. It was a gamble, but he felt it was worth a shot. He tried activating the relic to enter its dungeon. A system panel chimed, Ancient Dragon Clan Relic Ice Flower Butterfly equipped, teleporting to the 3rd dungeon, but then, a red notification flashed in front of Theo. The system blocked him, stating he couldn't start a new dungeon mission while one was active. Just as expected, not everything went according to plan. Right then, the world itself started cracking. Frosty fissures spread across the desert sky. An unnatural blizzard raged, tearing a rift between dimensions. The system warned of an anomaly, 2 dungeons attempting to invade each other through the icy rift. A massive golden eye peered out as the Ice Flower Butterfly dungeon's boss appeared. A dragon with elegant white butterfly wings emerged from the storm. Its body wasn't huge, but its beauty and majesty far outshone the sandworm. Its gaze was icy cold, freezing breath filling the air. It spoke, its voice carrying ancient, dangerous power laced with chill. It's been a while, Chosen One, you just did something pretty reckless. This was the Relic Guardian Dragon Fairy, its power saturating the with glittering razor-sharp ice shards. It fixed its gaze on Theo and declared coldly, "You'll pay for your arrogance." A barrage of ice shards flew straight at Theo. At unimaginable speed, their path curving like they had GPS locked on. Theo did his best to block with his sword swings, luckily avoiding injury. He cursed at his situation, never imagined it'd turn out like this. Stuck between 2 guardians at once. This was the result of the gamble Theo had taken. He sighed thinking, he should have just tried to tough out the 72 hours, that might have been better. He really should have picked endurance, but with things this far gone, Theo had no choice but to try surviving. But contrary to Theo's thoughts, the sandworm's attack flew straight at the Dragon Fairy Guardian. It let out an incomprehensible screech after the surprise hit. "What are you doing?" The sandworm guardian replied dryly, "Intruder, kill all." Hearing that, the Dragon Fairy agreed. 2 guardians can't coexist in one place. Theo stared in confusion, not getting what the hell was happening. They're attacking each other, both charged in fury. "Die, sandworm." "Intruder, I'll kill you." A system notification popped up, 2 ancient relics clashing for dominance. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the massive desert worm roared ferociously as it lunged at the Dragon Fairy. The ground quaked under the clash's power. As the sandworm charged at horrifying speed, jaws wide with massive teeth aimed at the Dragon Fairy, but the dragon's shimmering shield held firm against the brutal strike. Theo watched from the sidelines in awe at the chaos unfolding. The air crackled with massive lightning bolts, the ground trembling from the battle's might. He muttered to himself in shock and worry. Just thinking about jumping in there is terrifying enough. Theo glanced at his sword, a strange black energy starting to emanate. The black energy coalesced into the form of a griffin, ready for battle. Theo grinned, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Looks like you're itching to tear into something, huh, Moonblade? The battlefield turned into a chaotic arena as the sandworm and dragon fairy collided viciously. Massive sandstorms whipped through the air while ice and lightning attacks filled the sky. Each clash shook the earth. Theo stood firm, unfazed by the surrounding destruction. His voice steady as he watched the epic fight. Hang in there a bit longer, looks like they're almost done. As the battle raged on, the sandworm's attacks began overwhelming the dragon fairy's defenses. Lightning bolts struck the dragon, shattering its protective shield. A particularly powerful bolt of lightning struck the dragon guardian's wing, tearing through its fragile structure. The dragon guardian let out a pained roar, blood pouring from its mouth as it hung suspended in the air. Unable to maintain balance because of the wound, the dragon guardian crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion. Dust and debris settled, the dragon guardian growling slowly as it struggled to stand up. But the desert worm showed no mercy. It gave the dragon no chance to recover and charged forward with murderous intent. The dragon guardian, sensing the relentless pursuit of the worm, narrowed its eyes in pure irritation. Then, in a decisive moment, it unleashed its true power. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a fierce radiant aura as a massive snowflake-like shape bloomed outward from the dragon guardian. Instantly, enormous ice spikes erupted from the ground, surging upward at terrifying speed. There were so many and they came so fast that the desert worm had no way to dodge them. The ice spears sliced through the air, slamming into the colossal monster with brutal force. One spike drove straight into the worm's mouth, shattering its teeth. Blood gushed from the wound as the worm roared in agony, thrashing violently. Even wounded, the gigantic beast refused to submit. With raw primal strength, the desert worm crushed the ice spear in its jaws, pulverizing it with absolute power. Both injured guardians stood drenched in blood and exhausted, staring each other down, neither showing any sign of backing off. Hatred and determination burned fiercely. With a primal roar, the desert worm charged again, clamping the dragon guardian between its massive jaws. The dragon guardian gritted its teeth against the pain, retaliating by summoning even more ice spears, stabbing into the worm's body with unrelenting force. Despite the continuous assault, the desert worm tightened its grip even harder. The creature's roar became a symphony of pain and fury. Yet the desert worm still refused to let go, its jaws clamping down with greater force. Watching the ferocious battle unfold, Theo saw the dragon guardian's desperate situation as his perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged forward, sword gripped tightly in his hand. Determination etched clearly across his face. The dragon guardian spotted Theo advancing, with his sword aimed straight at them and could hardly believe its eyes. Theo swung his blade back, voice booming with authority. You'll be the first one. Theo swung the sword forward, a massive surge of green energy exploding from the blade, tearing through the air and piercing the desert worm's body. The strike ripped clean through the worm with terrifying power, sending shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. The worm let out a scream of agony, its body convulsing as Theo's attack carved through it. But Theo wasn't done. He charged in again for another finishing blow. Go wild, Griffin, from the moonlight blade. The griffin burst forth in a torrent of power. It dove toward the desert worm with lethal precision. The worm, still dazed from the previous strike, roared in defiance, but it was already too late. The griffin tore through the air, razor-sharp claws slicing the desert worm's head clean off in one effortless motion. Standing off to the side, the dragon guardian watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with shock as it witnessed the desert worm's defeat. What the hell is this? The desert worm's gigantic body collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash, blood pouring from the wound as it sank into the sand. Theo landed calmly on the ground, then shifted his attention to the system window that appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have conquered one of the 2 restored relics. Theo smiled, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Just as I expected, hunting the worm is basically the same as conquering the relics. One of Theo's eyes turned a deep crimson, brimming with intense bloodlust. Only you're left now. But before he could continue, the dragon guardian hurriedly interrupted. Wait, let's talk for a second. Theo turned toward the dragon guardian with a relaxed expression. What do you want to say now? The dragon guardian tried to persuade him. Theo, this isn't the right way to conquer the relics of the ancient dragon. Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. The dragon guardian closed its eyes, voice growing more solemn. I am the wisest guardian of them all. I exist here to test your intellect. But before the dragon guardian could finish, Theo's dark aura flared up again. His eyes glinted as his voice turned cold and sinister. Perfect timing. Theo began walking toward the dragon guardian, steps slow and deliberate. I've already proven my intellect. The dragon guardian realized there was no time left to negotiate and started sweating nervously. Wait, I haven't. But Theo didn't let it finish. I'm the one who made both of you fight each other, right? Theo swung his sword back to unleash a devastating strike, eyes blazing red as he released the full power of the griffin once more. if you really are the wisest guardian, then just accept the end that's coming for you. As Theo unleashed his full power, the Dragon Guardian's final words echoed desperately through the air. Hold on. Let me give you a riddle. A massive explosion erupted from Theo's attack, the sheer force so overwhelming that the visible shockwave could be seen from miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the Dragon Guardian. Before Theo could even process the notification, everything around him began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported back to his room. Theo's hand slamming down on the table as he still clutched the ring tightly, the remaining relic, shaped like a snowflake, clearly visible on his ear. Theo could feel the weight of both items, the power surging inside them. A slow smile spread across Theo's face as relief washed over him while he gazed at the relics in his hands. Finally, I've completed both of them. Another system window appeared, confirming his victory. You have completed the side quest by conquering both relics. But before Theo could finish speaking, a strange sensation hit him. Black mana began spreading, dark tendrils creeping out and enveloping the entire room. Theo turned his attention to the moonlight blade still gripped in his hand. It radiated darker energy than ever before. Confused, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the edge of his vision and Theo's heart sank. The shadow took the form of a griffin, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The creature's voice came low and vicious, slicing through the silence. Theo Ragnar. I want to devour you alive. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura began to twist and warp. Theo gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull back the black substance spreading across his hand. It was as if the darkness had come alive, rapidly wrapping around the sword and his body. Theo's eyes widened as realization hit him. Damn it, I suppressed it once before, but I forgot. The moonlight blade has always craved flesh and blood. And if I'm not mistaken, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians before we came back. The black substance now resembled sticky thread, coiling around his arm then his torso, dragging him deeper into the darkness. Theo fought back, but the energy moved too fast, binding him tighter with every struggle. His body tensed as the darkness squeezed harder. It was far stronger than before. I have to do something fast or I'll be swallowed whole. From the darkness, the griffin fully materialized, its blazing eyes locked onto Theo. The creature's form grew larger as it approached, body wreathed in black energy. Theo's heart pounded as he grasped the true danger. The griffin's voice rumbled low and mocking. Theo Ragnar, I'm going to devour you right here. And with that, I'll chase the moonlight once again. The room seemed to shrink around Theo as the black energy completely engulfed everything. In an instant, Theo was fully encased in a sphere of dark energy. The room fell silent and pitch black with no escape in sight. He gasped for breath, chest aching as if crushed, desperately clinging to whatever clarity he had left. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a colorless void where faint ripples drifted past like a strange, dreamlike haze. Where the hell am I? The question echoed in his mind with no answer. Shadows around him began to stir, slowly taking shape into ghostly figures carrying the stench of death. They were the guardians he had once faced and defeated in bloody battles. Now they surrounded him, cold eyes ready to devour his soul. A chill ran down his spine as the horrifying truth sank in. He was trapped inside the belly of a colossal monster, where darkness reigned like a cruel king. The Dragon Guardian appeared, eyes burning like hellfire. Its cold voice declaring that the griffin had swallowed him whole. Its words cut through the air like a blade, warning that the beast would soon tear out his heart. Fate that Theo, despite the unease in his heart, seemed mentally prepared to face. The other guardians laughed mockingly, voices dripping with contempt, calling him a foolish chosen one. They ridiculed his ambition, daring to dream of claiming their power while unable to even tame a single griffin. But Theo, with astonishing calm, stood firm against the taunts. He looked straight at them, voice low but steady. If my heart gets devoured, what happens then? The Dragon Guardian replied, voice icy enough to freeze all hope. You will die. The Desert Worm cut in, voice deep and arrogant. We are immortal, we never die. Only you face oblivion. The Dragon Guardian nodded, adding that they would return to the sacred relic, waiting for the next chosen one, even if it felt somewhat boring for immortal beings like them. Silence fell heavy as a curse. Their words hung in the air like sharp blades, stabbing at Theo's pride. But he didn't falter. Suddenly he spoke, voice sharp as a blade. Have you all forgotten the duty given by the ancient dragon? The question struck like a surprise blow, leaving the guardians stunned, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. He reminded them of their sacred duty to support the chosen one in confronting the nameless king, the threat that could bring the entire world to ruin. He warned that if he failed, the world would descend into chaos and their own irresponsibility would be the cause. His words burned like wildfire, scorching the arrogance of the Dragon Guardians and leaving them speechless. With a challenging smirk, he stared directly at them. You only care about your own interests, don't you? Or do you actually want to fulfill your duty? The Dragon Guardian erupted in rage, massive wings trembling as it roared that he dared insult their master. It threatened, voice thick with killing intent. It seems you really want to die. But Theo didn't flinch. He met its blazing eyes head-on, voice low but powerful. Then kill me. Stop threatening and just do it. If you want to watch the world collapse because of your own failure. The space fell silent, only Theo's heavy breathing echoing. The Guardians looked at him, their gazes shifting, as if seeing him clearly for the first time, not as a weak chosen one, but as an unyielding warrior. Not as a weak chosen one, but as an unyielding warrior. The desert worm spoke first, its deep voice rumbling like cracking earth. The crystal prison that once held it shattered, dissolving into dust within the void. Both Guardians, though reluctantly, acknowledged his courage. The worm called him brave, while the Dragon Guardian, with slight hesitation, admitted it was impressed by his confidence. You're pretty good, it said, voice no longer as arrogant as before. It declared it would open the gate to let him out. The worm agreed as well. And a gate slowly materialized in front of Theo, shimmering with faint light like a promise of freedom. They told him opening the gate was the only thing they could do, the rest depended on him. Without a moment's hesitation, Theo dashed toward the gate, heart blazing with determination to teach the monster a lesson it would never forget. He plunged through the swirling void, feeling as though he were being pulled through an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in another corner of the strange space where darkness and light intertwined. There, the griffin's soul had found its core consciousness. It was preparing to swallow the sphere of light, convinced that Theo's body would soon belong to it. But right at that moment, a roar of pain tore through the space. Theo erupted like a burst of light, bursting out from within and piercing the monster's soul with his very essence. The beast writhed and screamed in agony, while Theo stood atop it, eyes blazing with triumphant joy. The griffin's physical form collapsed, eyes wide with panic as it saw him crawl out from its own belly. It roared, accusing the other Guardians of betrayal. But Theo quickly grabbed its beak, forcing it to shut up. He coldly reminded it, the first time we met was through submission, not words. The griffin stammered, begging to be released so it could talk. But Theo firmly refused. He warned that if they kept fighting for dominance, both sides would only end up exhausted. The Guardians fell silent in contemplation, the fierce glow in the griffin's eyes gradually dimming as it yielded, realizing that opposing Theo was pointless. He acknowledged it as a wise choice. But the appearance of Drake, his first sacred relic, interrupted his thoughts. Drake materialized with a mysterious smile on its lips, greeting the Chosen One and asking if the other Guardians had forgotten about it. It explained that letting the souls battle for control of the power was how past Chosen Ones had used it. When Theo curiously asked about the others, Drake dodged the question, saying he didn't need to know yet. It only promised that they would all help him grow and that they looked forward to what he would do next. Back in the room, a notification rang out, confirming that the new powers now belonged to Theo. The Dragon Guardian's power enhanced his immunity, while the Desert Worm's power granted him superior resistance and overwhelming attack strength. The dark energy that had once gnawed at him now completely dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable sense of relief. Theo staggered slightly, his body exhausted from the grueling battle. But the final trial had come to an end. He was surprised to realize that the Guardians hadn't died but still lived somewhere inside him, like eternal specters. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the moonlight blade lying silently on the table. The malevolent aura that once surrounded it had vanished. Fragile peace had finally returned. He stepped toward the dragon relic, deep in thought. Everything had turned out better than expected now that he understood the ancient dragon's power more profoundly. He picked up the relic box, feeling the weight of destiny in the palm of his hand. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he was still bound to them. Far away, in a snow-covered graveyard where swords were plunged deep into the earth like silent tombstones, two majestic figures stood facing each other. Robber Ragnar, the black dragon with eyes as cold as ice, asked Julius if he truly acknowledged Theo as a successor candidate. Julius nodded but didn't hide his doubt. Of course, right now he clearly has enough talent to stand alongside the other 5 candidates. He asked back, "Are you worried because Theo is a regressor, aren't you?" Robber admitted it, his voice low and haunting, carrying memories of bloody battles. Julius noticed the deep-seated hatred in his eyes. Hatred toward the regressors whom Robber himself had personally eliminated one by one. Without any emotion, Robber confirmed and said that was exactly why he wanted to test him personally. Julius was stunned, but Robber emphasized that to become an official candidate, Theo had to go through the proper, unrelenting trial. Julius's gaze drifted down to the sword in Robber's hand, sensing the dangerous aura radiating from it, as if it were alive and thirsting for blood. Robber nodded, revealing that it was the sword of the former Ragnar clan head, the Mad Dragon King, whom he himself had slain in a fateful battle. Back to Theo's side, the demon dragon stepped out of the room and spoke. "Theo Ragnar, you should head out quickly. The family head has summoned you to the sword graveyard." In the biting cold of the sword cemetery, each snowflake fell like a silent, icy whisper. Theo's feet crunched on the frozen ground, creating crisp echoes across the desolate field, filled with swords embedded deep in the earth. Each step he took fell heavy, carrying a grim purpose as he passed the memorial stones for fallen warriors. An invisible pressure weighed down on his shoulders, heavier than any time he had stood here before. Now he understood that the lingering resentment here felt even denser because of the new burdens he carried. The family head's final words from their last meeting echoed in his mind, a bitter smile touching his lips as their meaning finally became clear. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully greeting the great clan head standing imposingly before him. He waved a hand, dismissing the formality. "That's enough, Theo Ragnar." With a cold, precise voice, he began listing Theo's recent achievements, from the treacherous instructor to his own older brother, Axion, and then to the master of the Rose Palace executed for treason. But that wasn't all. The entire series' merchant guild had been wiped out, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was nearly completely destroyed. He ended with a sentence that hit Theo like a punch to the gut. All of them, in their final moments, screamed your name. Those words pierced his heart like a sword, leaving Theo stunned. Before he could offer any defense, Julius ordered, voice sharp as a blade, "No more useless excuses." He explained that a family head must silently bear such heavy responsibilities. Then, with icy eyes, he handed Theo a menacing greatsword, the Mad Dragon Sword. Theo stared at it in shock, recognizing the name, that of a former brutal clan head who had once massacred thousands, and whom the current family head had personally defeated. Seeing Theo's reaction, the family head realized he knew something. Theo quickly bowed and answered carefully, "Isn't that the sword of the previous family head? That's all I know." He had to be cautious since information about the Mad Dragon was currently classified. The family head fell silent, eyes sharp and contemplative. He asked, voice deep like thunder, "Don't you have enough information about your previous family head from your past life?" The question struck like a slash, shattering Theo's composure. His secret had been discovered. Julius's eyes flared with killing intent, carrying overwhelming pressure, making Theo struggle to breathe. "I extremely despise regressors. They change this world according to their whims, greedy and foolish creatures. They treat this world like a chessboard they can flip whenever they please. That's why I swore to personally eliminate any regressor I discover." Killing intent poured from the family head, flooding the space with terrifying oppression. Theo's face tightened in fear. This wasn't a test, he was dead serious. Theo sensed the horrifying power from his father, a being so strong he was nearly a demigod, and not even a regressor. He ordered Theo to take the Mad Dragon's sword. If he could overcome its resentment, he would be recognized. But Julius declared he would only accept Theo Ragnar as a human. The regressor within him would be erased forever. Theo hesitated and asked, "What does that mean?" The family head coldly explained, "Everything you've ever met, saved, or achieved through regression will be erased, as if it never existed." Theo's mind flashed through familiar images. People he hadn't met in his previous life, those fated to die, those he never knew. All of it would vanish. Clenching his fist, the darkness of past failures loomed over his mind. He turned to leave. "If that's the case, then I refuse." But the family head's voice echoed, "No, you don't get to refuse. I told you I would kill all regressors. You have two choices in front of you. Refuse my offer and die right here, or survive as the sixth heir after purging your past as a regressor." Theo stood on the razor's edge of a brutal decision, his mind raging in fierce conflict. He admitted his desire for his father's recognition, but if it meant achieving it that way, he would reject all of his power. Before he could even draw his sword, the family head swiftly severed his arm in the blink of an eye. "Did you really think that position could be taken so easily?" Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you think you could reach it without any sacrifice or loss?" He slammed the sword into the ground, amplifying the pressure until Theo could no longer stand firm. "An immortal monster like me cannot be stopped." Theo's face showed shock. "The gap in strength is too vast. Do you think you'll get another chance to regress?" Theo angrily shot back, "Don't misunderstand, father. The reason I regressed and came this far is because I wanted to protect and take responsibility for everything that was destroyed because of me. If you intend to stop me, if I have to throw away everything just for your recognition, then right now, right here, I will surpass you." He channeled all his power to command the surrounding swords to rush forward in attack. Right after, Theo lunged forward with his remaining left arm. The family head stood motionless, his hands moved lightly. His entire domain expanded and swiftly seized control of Theo's sword. With a simple downward gesture, the swords reversed course, attacking Theo, forcing him to struggle desperately to defend. Theo unleashed his strongest sword technique, a raging dragon charging straight toward the family head, but the man remained utterly calm as if nothing was happening. And just as expected, the Mad Dragon sword plunged into the ground, suddenly shot upward. It stabbed straight into Theo's chest, halting his attack and sending him crumpling to the ground. The other swords scattered around him in a rain of steel, while Theo lay there with the sword buried in his chest. The battle was decided, and the family head simply looked down at him calmly. From the shadow behind him, the black dragon slowly emerged. "I didn't think he'd charge straight at you like that right away. Yes, it's been a very long time since anyone dared to come at me head-on like this." The black dragon continued, "He's very different. All the regressors we've encountered before treated others like tools and discarded them in the end. Yes, this kid is really different." He broke into a satisfied smile and recalled, "A regressor swinging his sword to protect and take responsibility for everything that collapsed because of him. That's truly interesting. There are things beyond even my imagination." He stepped forward and placed his hand on the sword embedded in Theo. "Regressor Theo Ragnar, now I officially recognize recognizes you as the sixth heir. As a reward, I grant you the mad dragon sword which belonged to my father, a regressor just like you. Both of you were regressors, yet you walked completely opposite paths. I look forward to what comes next. The sword buried in Theo began to glow, pouring energy into his body. I will watch you very closely in the time to come. His entire body floated up into the sky, shining like a brilliant star, marking the end of the trial. Inside Theo's mind, he awoke in some unfamiliar place. Outside the window stood towering skyscrapers, with crowds of people dressed in strange clothing, humans from the future. Theo walked over, placed his hand on the glass, and reflected. This scene was a reflection, and the face staring back from the mirror was an old, frail one. So that's how it is, it's all over. With that, Theo suddenly snapped awake and returned to reality. He clutched his head in pain and muttered, "What was that I just saw?" Suddenly his mother's voice rang out, "You're awake, my son." He turned to look at her in surprise. "Mom, haha, I slept in too late, I must have really been exhausted." Theo spoke up, "Are you okay, Mom? You're not hurt anywhere, right? That's something I should be asking you. Last night the family had brought you here unconscious and completely drained. I was so shocked. Seeing you worry about me like this means you're feeling better now." Theo pondered quietly. Could it be that everything he said to me was just part of the test? Suddenly the door opened and two figures stepped in. "You're awake, young master." It was Evelyn and demon dragon Julius. He spoke in congratulations. "Well done, Theo Ragnar. I heard you passed the family head's trial." "Huh, trial? Yes, you're the talk of the town right now." Hot news, hot news. The sixth heir of the Ragnar family has been officially announced. Somewhere else, two heirs of the family held newspapers in their hands. With excitement, well, this is interesting. We've got another rookie, a new heir, huh? Each previous heir reacted differently to the news. At a frozen battlefield, someone stood amid the falling snow, deep in thought. "Captain," a girl rushed over breathlessly. "That kid has become the next heir after you, Captain." She shouted in frustration. "Og, this is so annoying. I should have dragged him to the Black Cavalry back then. I'm really sorry, even the master of the Rose Castle failed." "You don't need to blame yourself like that, Ian." He held the paper and smiled. "Theo Ragnar. I think it's time I paid you a visit." He was the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar. At the same time, outside the Grand Hall, the rank siblings appeared, blending into the lively atmosphere of the party. Hulkus, looking annoyed, tugged at his uncomfortably tight tie and grumbled, "This suit is way too tight, I just want to rip it off already." Erica immediately scolded him, "Just endure it. It's exactly because of behavior like that people keep saying the rank clan is full of barbarians." From behind them, a voice cut through their conversation. "Looks like everyone's here now, huh?" Spotting Remington, the rank siblings instantly lit up with joy, their faces brightening. Remington flashed a friendly smile and asked, "How everyone doing?" Hulkus turned around and spoke up, "You've been making quite a name for yourself out west lately. I heard you're on par with the Heavenly Dragon Peak." Remington laughed modestly. "Haha, rumors always get exaggerated way too much." Glancing around the banquet hall, he added, "By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I wanted to ask him a few things about the White Armor Cavalry." Right then, Ray appeared from behind, her voice soft but laced with meaning. "You're asking about Theo." Remington looked flustered and quickly apologized. "How could I dare look for someone else right in front of the star of this party?" Ray smiled back. "It's fine, I know exactly what kind of event this is." She suddenly noticed the wine glass in her hand trembling slightly, as if mirroring the tension hanging in the air. Then everyone's attention turned to the confrontation between Theo and Thorkel. An intense, silent test of strength. Hulkus asked in surprise, "Is that Theo?" Remington nodded confidently. Who else would pull something like that right here? The power struggle dragged on for a moment, the banquet hall's atmosphere feeling compressed under the pressure of their two clashing auras. Finally, Thorkel suddenly gave up, laughing loudly. "I concede." Theo smiled back. "What are you talking about? You were clearly holding back for me." Thorkel didn't deny it but added, "I won't argue with that. But being too humble can sometimes come off as mocking your opponent. Still, everything I said is the truth. If we went back to when I was your age, I'd lose without question." Theo replied softly, "You're giving me too much credit." Thorkel turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "Seeing such an impressive little brother makes me genuinely happy." He raised his glass high and shouted, "To the new era of Ragnar." All the guests raised their glasses in unison, cheering, "To Ragnar." Thorkel turned back to Theo. "A successful debut for the new succession candidate, right?" Theo thanked him, but inwardly thought, Thorkel really knows how to play this. He showed off his strength to solidify his position, while publicly acknowledging his rival to win over the crowd. The atmosphere Navan and I built has now completely shifted in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar, you can't underestimate him just because of that mild-mannered appearance. A little later, his friends came over too. Hulkus turned to Theo and asked, "You haven't forgotten your oath to become my sword, right?" Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "How can someone reach that level at such a young age?" Another chimed in, "He's not engaged yet, right?" The scene shifted to the second floor of the palace, where an elder was seething with rage, inwardly planning to condemn Theo's actions and find a way to drive him out of the Ragnar family. The elder growled, "And yet there are fools who keep interfering. A mere bastard dares to stir up the clan like it's his personal playground. It makes me sick." Suddenly, he looked out toward the banquet hall and spotted Evelyn. His eyes eyes igniting with fury. How dare that trash show her face here? A maid respectfully addressed Evelyn as captain and complimented her. You look absolutely stunning today. Evelyn was surprised, blushing as she asked, really? The maid insisted, have I ever flattered you falsely? You're truly beautiful and adorable. Hearing that, Evelyn grew flustered. She tried to hurry off to change into her uniform, but her subordinate stopped her. You can't wear a uniform to a party like this. At that moment, a wine glass flew straight into Evelyn's face, accompanied by a voice dripping with contempt. Just seeing that brat is enough to make my blood boil. Evelyn trembled, recognizing the voice. The door opened and the old man slowly approached. He roared, how dare you drag yourself here? Aaron angrily shot back, even if you're one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat the captain like this. Evelyn quickly held Aaron back, whispering softly, I'm fine, really. But from the top of her head, dark red blood was trickling down. I'm okay, truly I'm okay. For my sake, please don't do anything. Aaron thought to herself, I've never seen the captain this terrified. What on earth did that elder do to put her in this state? The old man stepped closer, radiating killing intent. I told you never to appear in front of me again. He glared at Evelyn's mechanical arm and sneered. And now what is this? He ripped the mechanical arm off in an instant. Aaron roared in fury, Captain. He hurled it to the ground. With a cold thud, you think slapping this pathetic toy on will make everything go back to the way it was. If you're trash, then live like trash, crawl on the ground and let others trample you. If I ever see you again, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Evelyn panicked and ran away, while the elder stood there laughing loudly. Haha, finally that stench is gone. Aaron turned back, threatening to report this to the disciplinary council. But he challenged her, the council. Interesting, go ahead and do whatever you want. You're about to learn what real survival of the fittest in Ragnar means. Aaron was so furious she bit her lip until it bled, but right now she couldn't do anything to the bastard. Evelyn fled the palace, her heart heavy. Just as I thought, a place like this I never should have come. She had tried to endure, just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth one more time, I'll rip you into 100 pieces. Get lost and never show your face to me again, got it? She had done everything she could to overcome her past pain, but in the end nothing had changed. Suddenly, she bumped into someone in front of her. The demon dragon appeared unexpectedly, his voice calm but warm. Why the rush? The party that way. Looking at the demon dragon, Evelyn saw in him the father she never had, a faint spark of hope flickering in her eyes. Back in the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting happily, a sudden shout startled them all. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, had just snapped the elder's arm. The elder screamed in agony, do you know what you've just done? Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar. The demon dragon released his grip and replied furiously, I already warned you, if you ever touch that child again, I'll make you regret your foolishness. The elder bellowed, you dare turn your back on Ragnar, seize this dangerous criminal at once. The disciplinary council immediately surrounded the demon dragon. Sharp sword tips pointed straight at the center. Showing no mercy, it's the law enforcers, they've intervened. The enforcement leader declared, Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for injuring a council elder. We demand your cooperation, the demon dragon asked coldly, and if I refuse? The enforcement leader trembled before his killing intent. The demon dragon continued, Ragnar's laws state that an oath sworn on the sword must be upheld with one's life. 4 years ago, I swore on my sword in front of those old foxes, that if they ever dared touch that child again, I would make their lives a living hell. He unleashed a powerful wave of killing intent, sending the entire disciplinary council into panic. They could only retreat before the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared, having heard that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm. What? Can an inspector really handle this? Should we run? He thought to himself that none of this had happened in his previous life, so why now? Theo glanced at Evelyn, and suddenly understood the reason. Finally, everything was starting to make sense. Evelyn Nerville was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. To Wolfgang, who prized pure bloodline above all, Evelyn's existence was a shameful stain he wanted to bury at any cost. He had once planned to exile her, but the demon dragon recognized Evelyn's potential and recruited her into the White Armor Cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plans. When Evelyn became vice commander and stood out with her exceptional talent, Wolfgang, fearing his secret would be exposed, exploited one of her mistakes to try and kill his own daughter. He disguised the whole thing as an accident. Evelyn survived by sheer luck but lost her left arm, making it impossible for her to hold reins anymore, so she was forced to retire from active duty and manage training ground number 4. She didn't even know events like these banquets existed. Wolfgang never expected her to show up here. All this chaos is the direct result of the changes Theo caused after returning to the past. That's exactly why Theo feels he has to take responsibility and fix every variable he himself has thrown into disarray. The elder shouted, ladies and gentlemen, please look at this spectacle. The demon dragon's blatant contempt for the guardian elders of Ragnar, using the authority granted by the family head as one of the 9 dragons to threaten his own bloodline. Isn't this open rebellion? The demon dragon roared back in fury. You bastard, talking about abusing power, those words really coming out of your mouth? Theo quickly stepped in. Both sides are getting way too heated. Because of your personal grudge, my friend's birthday party, which should be full of joy, is now drowning in fear. Hearing Theo, the demon dragon gradually calmed down, but the elder was stunned that the boy dared to interfere. Theo continued, voice calm yet firm. Why don't we settle this the traditional Ragnar way? A one-on-one duel. The elder panicked and protested. Ridiculous. The demon dragon clearly injured me. No need for any duel. The fault lies entirely with him. But Theo insisted, you're right about that, but we can't let this chaos spiral any further. He turned respectfully to Lady Daffodil. Do you agree, my lady? The ice dragon lady, Neil Ragnar Tun, appeared in the banquet hall. She radiated an icy aura that made the elder and everyone around her shiver in fear. She spoke, voice thick with anger. This is my daughter's birthday party. This is my daughter's birthday party. What do you all think you're doing? The elder hurriedly explained, my lady, surely you can see what Julius has done. She replied, I have no interest in hearing more. These petty squabbles mean nothing to me. So let's end this quickly, as the boy suggested. That is the final mercy my patience will allow. A one-on-one duel, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone worried that the elder's side had the advantage since they were all high-level swordsmen and above. With only the demon dragon truly capable of matching them, the elder thought to himself, exactly, only the demon dragon could win. And I hold the advantage. The duel rules were simple. Best of 3, 2 wins to claim victory. The final match would be between the accused and the accuser, but the first 2 would be fought by designated representatives. He figured the demon dragon only had the crippled Evelyn, and a bastard like Theo, so he was confident it would end in the first 2 rounds. He nodded and declared, fine, let the sword decide right and wrong. Thorkel watched from afar, thinking Theo had exceeded all expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, something like this was bound to explode sooner or later. The situation could have spiraled completely out of control if Theo hadn't stepped in, and the demon dragon might have been brought down by the elder's opportunism. In the short time it took to find a solution that satisfied everyone, this was going to be quite the spectacle. At the arena outside the Daffodil Palace, the Enforcement Council commander announced, from this moment, under the supervision of the council, the duel challenge officially begins. To ensure fairness, no mana is permitted. All actions in the duel are protected by the rules of honorable combat, and afterward both sides must swear no revenge or lingering grudge. Both the demon dragon and the elder voiced their oaths in unison. The commander called for the first fighters to step forward. Theo Ragnar advanced from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The rank siblings asked worriedly, will Theo be okay? Remington agreed, voice full of doubt. Yeah. His opponent doesn't look easy at all. Why is he that strong? That's Beta, the Stormblade madman, the elder's right-hand man and one of the elite high-level swordsmen with top-tier swordsmanship. Still better than facing the elders themselves. The elder ordered Beta, no holding back, go for lethal strikes right away. You mean kill him, but he's a succession candidate. The elder's face twisted with even greater anger. Don't worry, you know anything that happens in a formal duel carries no liability. At the very least, bring me one of his arms. The demon dragon watched Theo's figure with worry. Theo, will you really be alright? Because of my reckless actions, you've been dragged into this. Theo replied confidently, trust me. Through this fight, I'll put an end to the resentment between you two. He stepped into his combat stance, eyes resolute, ready to cut down any enemy in his path. The scene returned to the arena, where the air grew thick with tense anticipation. The first round of the challenge was about to explode. Facing Theo was Beta, the elder's right-hand man. Beta responded by raising his sword in an offensive guard, radiating sharp confidence. The enforcement commander's whistle pierced the silence. Instantly, Theo charged forward, feet slamming into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. He rushed straight ahead at terrifying speed. Beta didn't retreat, gripping his sword tightly with both hands and meeting Theo head-on. The clash of steel rang out deafeningly as their blades met. Shockwaves rippling across the arena. Dust billowed, stone cracked, and the sheer force made both stagger back, carving deep furrows into the ground with their feet. But Beta was no ordinary opponent. His figure blurred, vanishing and reappearing in flickers. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at Theo's flank, swinging his sword in a ferocious downward slash aimed to cleave him in two. Theo barely managed to raise his blade in time, reflexes honed from countless brushes with death. Sparks flew like fireworks across the arena. Beta narrowed his eyes, thinking, I didn't expect him to hold his own against me. Even in these simple exchanges, he's standing firm. Is this the difference of a true successor? Dust thickened from the impacts, obscuring the arena. In one swift moment, Beta cleverly kicked a small pebble, sending it flying straight toward Theo's eye. Theo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, exposing a tiny gap in his guard. From the dust cloud, Beta lunged like a predator, eyes blazing red, sword aimed straight at Theo's weakness. He thought, this kid still lacks real combat experience. This ends here. The blade tore through Theo's coat, steel grazing dangerously close to his neck. Beta mocked, for the honor of a successor, I'll make this quick and painless. Consider it a merciful death. But Theo Ragnar refused to yield to defeat. In that final instant, a smirk curled on his lips. Theo tilted his head back, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth, then dropped low into a crouch, ready to exploit Beta's opening. Beta gritted his teeth. Did he deliberately leave himself open? But no counterattack came. Theo remained crouched motionless, sword held low. The absence of any follow-up threw Beta off, shattering his focus. Seizing the moment, Beta leaped back to create distance. He thought, if he'd pressed the attack, I might have died. Why did he stop? Theo clutched his head, body trembling. A cold, dark energy emanated from him, making the entire arena shudder. Inside Theo's mind, vicious voices screamed, "Kill them, kill everyone who mocked you. Abandon us, stole everything, burn it all." Beta watched, eyes narrowing, exposing another opening. Same old trick, you dare underestimate me that much. The successor roared and charged. You think I'll fall for it again? I'll cut right through you. His sword swung down toward Theo's neck, but this time it never touched flesh. Theo's blade snapped up, perfectly blocking the strike. Beta was stunned, he blocked it. Theo's demeanor had completely changed, face darkened, aura thick with killing intent, eyes glowing crimson as he stared inward, confronting the voices that wanted to devour him. Kill, kill, kill. Enough, I'll handle this fight myself. Shut up. Beta, confused and sweating, shouted, "You bastard, what are you saying?" But before he could finish, in an instant, Beta's arms and legs were severed, blood spraying across the ground. Beta couldn't comprehend what had changed. He only saw the sword coming, panicking with no limbs left to defend. He screamed as Theo's blade descended. The edge struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying explosion that cracked the earth and sent shockwaves hurling dust and stone everywhere. Spectators covered their faces, nobles ducked behind seats, cloaks whipping in the violent wind. The Ice Dragon Lady, Neil Ragnar Tun, intervened to contain the destructive force. Her expression grave. So this is Theo Ragnar, truly astonishing. The ground beneath her feet was torn apart. To unleash power like that without using mana, at his age, this is unprecedented. He's already surpassed standards most succession candidates never reach. When the final dust settled, Beta's mangled body lay sprawled on the ground, limbs severed, consciousness fading. The enforcement commander raised his hand, voice echoing across the now silent arena. Dual challenge round 1 victor, Theo Ragnar. The banquet hall erupted in gasps of shock, stunned whispers, and hurried murmurs. In Theo's mind, he couldn't stop replaying the moment. What was that feeling? It wasn't like the usual resentment clawing at me, it was completely different. So strange, like something was guiding me, pushing me to attack. Theo recalled the strike that split the arena. When I let go and merged with that feeling, I unleashed a power on a whole different level. A soft, bitter yet curious laugh escaped him, giving in to resentment. Dangerous, so dangerous, but if I could control it. He clenched his fist, excitement flashing across his face. If I can master it, I could be twice as strong as I am now. The silence shattered as the commander's voice boomed. Prepare for round 2. Both fighters, please step forward. Theo didn't hesitate, his footsteps echoing on the ground, the accused declaring his intent to keep fighting. On the opposite side, the elder gritted his teeth, the sound almost echoing. Theo Ragnar fighting in round 2, arrogant bastard. Fine, if you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right here. A new fighter emerged from the elder's side. His presence radiated authority. I'm counting on you, young heir of Ragnar. The man was Page Grasson, the mysterious swordmaster, once a dragon-tier swordsman. The rank sibling's jaws dropped. Erica's eyes widened, stunned. That sword, can he wield it without mana? Hulkus grinned ear to ear. That sword's no joke, I like it. But Remington's face darkened, voice tense. Hey, why are you worried again? He might not win, but he won't actually die, right? I think the impossible might just become reality. Unlike round 1, where they sent a high-ranking judge to save face. This time the elder himself is stepping up, which means in this match, they're dead set on killing Lord Theo. But before the crowd could hold its breath, Theo raised his hand, signaling a pause. His stance was relaxed, eyes almost mocking. I surrender. Shock rippled through the arena. Page Grasson's calm shattered, fury erupting like a dam breaking. What the hell? Theo just smiled, a grin that upended every expectation. A mid-tier swordsman like me daring to face an elder? No need to fight when it's obvious the elder would win. Even a newborn would know that. Page Grasson ground his teeth, slamming his sword into the ground in rage. The commander announced officially, round 2 winner, Page Grasson. The crowd buzzed with chatter. This is a straight-up slap to the council's face. They've got no honor left to lose. Lord Theo's a damn strategist. Even at full strength, they'd struggle to beat the demon dragon. With that arm, round 3's gonna be over quick. The elder's face paled, a cold realization creeping in. That damn heir, don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His scheme had been perfectly flipped. The scene shifted to Evelyn Nerval. She stared at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I've never seen him shaken like this. Guilt surged in her throat. Captain, I'm sorry, this is all because of me. But Theo stepped forward. Don't apologize, teammates help each other, it's normal. Julius flashed a grin, adding, exactly Evelyn, watch closely, we'll crush them. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile. Memories flooded back. She recalled Julius's voice, a lifeline back then. Evelyn Nearville, join the White Armor Cavalry. Your talent can't go to waste here. Another memory flared. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retirement's not the answer. Come back and make those who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice echoed, gentle but firm. You said you'd be my sword, right? Evelyn, I'll make your long-held wish come true. Past and present intertwined, a fierce flame igniting in her. She gripped her cloak as if to steady herself. Both of them care about me this much. And yet I've been hung up on useless things. Why have I been stuck in the past like this? She opened her eyes, staring straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn shed her cloak, casting off the weight on her shoulders. She stepped forward, sword in hand, resolve etched on her face. This role of the villain, I'll cut it down myself. The commander's voice drowned out the murmurs. Round 3, the decisive duel. Both contenders stepped forward. From afar, the elder approached, one hand gripping a sword, the other heavily bandaged. He muttered furiously, pride wounded. Damn it, round 3 already. Because of that loudmouth brat, my reputation's got nothing left to salvage. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm. Then, abruptly, a verdict rang out, an unexpected ruling. The court accepts the defendant's request. The defendant changes their fighter for round 3. The arena fell silent, all eyes on Evelyn as she stepped onto the stage, sword gripped like unyielding resolve. The elder burst into laughter. Ridiculous, there's a limit to recklessness. What now? You gonna kneel and beg for mercy? Evelyn moved smoothly, precisely, locking eyes with the elder. Unfazed, she said, don't be foolish, old man. You're the one who should be begging, father. The elder's face twisted in rage, teeth grinding, veins bulging on his neck. The arena's tension was taut as a bowstring. Elder Wolfgang sneered, his raspy voice tearing through the air. Reckless courage has its limits. What now? You gonna kneel and beg? He spat venom, eyes blazing with fury. But Evelyn didn't flinch. She raised her sword. Her stance fluid as flowing water. Staring into Wolfgang's eyes, she coldly replied, don't be so foolish, old man. The one who should kneel is you, father. The word father hit like lightning, Wolfgang's face contorting, teeth grinding, veins nearly bursting. He glared at the daughter he'd once scorned, now a storm ready to crush him. The crowd erupted, whispers spreading like wildfire. Father, she called him father, one guy muttered. Evelyn from the White Dragon team is Wolfgang's daughter. Another, skeptical, no way, they don't look alike at all. Could she be illegitimate? I met Wolfgang's official wife once. So what she's saying is true. Each whisper cut into the elder's pride like a blade. His face flushed red, roaring, you wretch, you dare call me father, how laughable. Evelyn gave a cold smile, her gaze sharp as her blade. If I'd known you liked it so much, I'd have called you father sooner. Seems you love old stories, huh? Should I keep going? You nearly beat me to death when I was a kid, just for daring to call you father, all because I was just a bastard child. That's not all, you tried to kill me in the White Dragon team to hide the shame of your illegitimate daughter. The arena fell silent. Wolfgang roared, face twisted, trying to shut her up. As a Ragnar, what's wrong with what I did? But the crowd's murmurs drowned him. Is she telling the truth? A bastard at his age and an elder no less. He keeps preaching about pure bloodlines, yet what's he done? What a joke. Even the other elders squinted, muttering, you keep acting without restraint. See the consequences now? Another glared at Wolfgang, scolding, I warned you to be careful, knew this day would come. Why didn't you finish her off from the start? Rage made him tremble, turning to despair. Damn it. At the arena's edge, Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with each tense moment. Julius called out, worried, Evelyn, you don't have to push yourself too hard. Let me handle it. But Theo cut in, voice firm, don't worry, Captain, we just need to trust and watch. Let's see Evelyn settle this. Suddenly the ground shook. Evelyn and Wolfgang charged at each other. Their swords clashed with a deafening ring, sparks flying across the arena. Each strike was a battle of blood and resentment. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, fury fueling his strength. But Evelyn fought with something deeper, a will honed by pain. A faint vortex of energy swirled around her, making the air tremble. Julius's eyes widened, whispering in shock, no way. That's the divine wind dance. A roaring whirlwind swept through the arena, coiling around Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was pushed back, stumbling, his steps faltering. On the stands, the elders' faction gaped. Divine wind dance, isn't that the storm's sword? How could she master the lost storm technique? Evelyn stood firm in the arena, eyes blazing, each move terrifyingly precise. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. She's not just blocking Wolfgang's sword, she's pushing him back. How'd she learn the storm's lost technique? Crushing a top Ragnar swordsman. Theo in the stands gave a faint smile, calmly thinking, no surprise there. This challenge bans mana, meaning it's pure swordsmanship only, so differences in magic power don't matter. Without magic, Wolfgang's true nature is exposed. He lacks the solid foundation of a pureblood line, so he could never reach this level. Wolfgang couldn't believe his own daughter was pushing him back, his face twisting in humiliation. Damn it, I'll kill you. How dare you, you bastard. Evelyn gripped her sword tighter, her gaze icy. Wolfgang lunged, his sword crashing down like it meant to crush her. Evelyn met him head-on, their swords clashing with sparks like bursting stars. Wolfgang snarled, "You wretch, you think you can escape me? I'll beat you until you beg for mercy." But Evelyn gritted her teeth, countering with a sword strike that rang like thunder. Leaving Wolfgang stunned, she stared into his face and shouted, "Go ahead and try." Wolfgang's arrogance wavered for a moment. How is this possible? Evelyn's voice was fierce, eyes burning. "When I was a kid, you were my whole world. I was always terrified of you. But now I have people I can trust, people who care and won't abandon me. I'm not that weak little girl you once knew anymore." Wolfgang staggered under her declaration. He never expected the daughter he discarded to be this strong. In his moment of hesitation, Evelyn surged forward, her sword piercing Wolfgang's body with unbelievable precision. Blood sprayed like a fountain, his body hurled to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. The arena fell silent, shock etched on every face. Evelyn shouted, "I'm not that weak little girl anymore." Wolfgang's sword flew from his hand, embedding itself in the ground, the crowd gasping, stunned breathless. Julius and Theo grinned with pride and satisfaction. The victor was decided. Wolfgang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, blood pooling red. His breath's his teeth clenched, but his rage still burned. "Damn it. Don't be ridiculous. This fight isn't over." Suddenly the elder's arm froze, encased in ice, immobile. He looked down, a bone-chilling cold enveloping him. The ice dragon lady Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her presence thickening the air. She said coldly, "If you're one of the 9 dragons, don't disgrace yourself further. Accept your defeat." Wolfgang's defiance crumbled. The commander's voice thundered, "Winner of the 3rd match, Evelyn Nerville." The verdict was handed down without fault. Evelyn turned back, stepping up to Julius with a warm smile. "Evelyn Nerville reporting, mission accomplished." Julius said proudly, "Well done, Evelyn." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushing pink, an innocent smile spreading. It was all thanks to everyone. On the opposite side, the Elder's faction fell into chaos. One guy helped Wolfgang up and asked, "Are you all right, Grand Elder?" Another picked up his weapon and presented it. "Here, your sword. You're badly injured, please get treatment first." But Wolfgang shoved them aside, rising with murderous aura enveloping him. He advanced, eyes blazing, "Evelyn Nerville." Julius and Theo turned to look with serious expressions. Wolfgang charged forward with clear killing intent, rage having robbed him of reason. "You wretched brat, I'll kill you myself right here." But before the sword could descend, a massive hand clamped down on his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, stood blocking between them. His eyes burned red with fury, his presence like an unstoppable storm. "Want me to take your other arm too?" Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he couldn't match Julius in his current wounded state. Suddenly a tremor struck from somewhere, bringing the entire arena to a halt for a beat. Right then, a messenger burst in, voice panicked. "Invasion, the Troyven family has begun their attack. Everyone, return to your positions immediately." Julius looked annoyed, but quickly turned away. Theo, Evelyn, war, here, head back to the White Dragon unit now. Both replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Wolfgang roared, face twisted. "Those bastards dare disrespect me. Stop, I said stop right now. This fight isn't over." But Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her chilling aura terrifying. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovering around Wolfgang. "Hey, Elder, I'll say this once. Don't disgrace the 9 dragons any further." He trembled as he replied, "You dare disrespect me, disrespect the Council of Elders." She spoke calmly, "Who knows, your views are probably the same as mine." At the same time, the other council elders had already turned and left. One said, "Even if the council's honor has hit rock bottom, we can't let a defeated fighter keep swinging his sword as our representative." Those words shattered Wolfgang's arrogance. He knelt down, humiliated beneath the banner that once flew for him. Julius watched the old man collapse and said with satisfaction, "Finally, this mess is over." What a pathetic end for a greedy old fool. The scene shifted to Troyven's main headquarters. Troyven sat on the commander's throne, his face cold as ice. A general reported, "We've captured the central highlands of TH letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and G letter 1EA3I. Harmon Castle is about to fall too." Troyven asked, "What about Ragnar's forces?" The general replied, "The Lord's cavalry and the troops of the 6 pillars are concentrating at the central highlands." Eid smirked, not out of joy, but because the plan was unfolding exactly as expected. "Those idiot Ragnars are moving just like I predicted." He clenched his fist. "They'll see this war as just one piece of a much greater scheme." He rose from his seat and approached, pointing at the map with a face full of delight. "While they pour their forces into the highlands, the place we'll swallow whole is right here. In the territory of the Bacchus family." The atmosphere hanging over the 6 great noble houses was heavy and gloomy. Outside the walls, one soldier whispered to his comrade about the new lord who had just taken office. He muttered that ever since that man became lord, he'd only locked himself in the castle, drowning in booze day and night. The soldier sighed deeply. In times like these, does he even realize he's the head of the family? The other soldier shook his head, voice full of resignation and despair. He said, "Anyone who could leave already did. What's the point of asking?" He added bitterly, "What good is a lord in a territory drowning in debt? Even the knights and vassals who served the Bacchus family for generations have abandoned it. So what can the new lord even do now? He gave a mocking snort. Maybe he should feel lucky he's still got money for drinks. The other soldier chuckled. True enough. Then he lowered his voice. By the way, isn't Ragnar sending reinforcements? Hearing reinforcements, the first soldier snorted. Jumping back mockingly, reinforcements? You mean that bunch of freeloaders? At this point, we're introduced to Ragnar's support team, including member Aud Naren and their captain, Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that the team claimed to be on night patrol, but every time he checked, they were dead drunk, sprawled near the walls. The soldiers' disappointment deepened. They whispered among themselves that maybe Ragnar sent them here just to completely push Bacchus out of the war. After hearing all about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, one soldier burst out laughing. Ah, so that's how it is. Makes sense. Far off outside Bacchus Castle in the deep forest, a soldier who had secretly infiltrated for reconnaissance knelt before the Troyven forces, reporting everything he'd overheard. The Troyven commander, cold and calculating, asked if what the soldiers in the territory said was true. The spy confidently answered, yes, morale in Bacchus territory had hit rock bottom. He smirked, saying the campaign was already half complete. After the report, the Troyven commander let out a terrifying, ruthless laugh. He raised his voice so his entire force could hear. Did you all hear that? The enemy has already collapsed. The soldiers cheered. The enemy has collapsed. Let's finish this quick and go home. The troops roared, and soon after, the Troyven army began marching toward Bacchus Castle under the darkening night sky. On the castle walls, Sybil Dre, captain of Ragnar's support team, sighed and stretched, still looking half asleep from the earlier drinking. A moment later, a sudden gust swept across the wall. From the shadows, a Troyven soldier climbed the stone wall silently. His dagger glinted faintly under the moonlight. Spotting Sybil lounging lazily, he smirked. Jackpot, a drunk guard on duty, perfect for me. He raised the dagger and muttered, finish the rest of that booze in your next life. Just as he prepared to stab Sybil in the chest, the scene cut to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, sharp eyes fixed on Theo. He asked, you want independent command authority as a mid-tier swordsman? Denied. In wartime, combat campaigns come first, you get no special privileges. Theo calmly and composedly handed him a sealed envelope, saying, this concerns the war. Please read the contents. The demon dragon opened it, and after reading the documents inside, his expression changed instantly. His brows furrowed in shock. Is everything written here true? Theo nodded. Yes, Troyven's main targets right now are Harmon Castle and the Central Highlands, but those are just bait. The real objective is the floating archipelago in the territory. The demon dragon fell silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then muttered, logical, it makes sense. Back on this side, the protagonist continued his explanation. Through the incident with the series Assassin Guild hostages, it's clear they're cooperating with Troyven. And the predecessor of Black Tower was the Archipelago Sea Transport Union, the organization through which all the Empire's finances flow. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes. That explains Troyven's massive war funds. Theo agreed, exactly. With the island's strategic position, they'll become an even greater threat as the war drags on. That's why our top priority has to be reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory. However, Troyven has concentrated enough forces at the Central Highlands and Harmon Castle to make it look like an all-out effort. Ragnar has also deployed troops to counter it. We have no more soldiers to spare. Theo said firmly, they can't just abandon those strategic points. That's why I'm requesting independent campaign command, from reinforcing Bacchus territory to investigating the suspected archipelago funding Troyven. Theo declared confidently, I can handle it all myself. The demon dragon looked at him in astonishment. You were thinking this far ahead from your very first request. The demon dragon gave a short laugh and finally nodded. Fine, since it concerns the war, there's no issue. Permission granted, but don't be too reckless. Theo bowed slightly. I'll keep that in mind. As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he thought to himself that the documents Theo provided were high-quality intelligence. But the fact that Theo chose to report directly to me instead of to someone like Black Dragon, who specializes in intel, means Theo intends to act on his own. In that case, the demon dragon muttered inwardly, this permission is just a formality. The demon dragon muttered to himself, this permission is just a formality. If it's Theo, he's already prepared everything. Back to the present, right as the Troyven soldier prepared to stab Sybil, the supposedly drunk captain suddenly sprang into action. With lightning speed, Sybil hurled the bottle straight into the attacker's face, the liquid splashing into his eyes, temporarily blinding him. The Troyven soldier recoiled, rubbing his face, then froze when he realized it wasn't booze. It was orange juice. Sybil grinned wide and chuckled. I don't usually like drinking alcohol. Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved like a flash and took him down in one decisive strike, killing him instantly. Another support team member rushed over and reported that they dealt with the vanguard soldiers trying to infiltrate. Sybil nodded firmly. Good, hurry up and light the signal. His subordinates exchanged excited, confident looks. One commented that their swords would slice through Troyven's forces, something he never imagined back at the Flower Festival. Another laughed and said they weren't slacking either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that none of his team members ever listened to their captain anyway. Just as Sybil bent down to light the fire, one of the Troyven soldiers playing dead suddenly twitched. He grabbed his dagger and lunged at Sybil with wild eyes. Sybil and the others realized too late. The dagger swung toward him, but before the attack could land, a flash of metal streaked through the air, and the Troyven soldier's head rolled cleanly to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. It was Navan Bacchus, head of the Bacchus family. He slowly lowered his sword and said casually, "Be careful. If any of you get hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord?" Sybil, flustered by his presence, quickly bowed and said he'd correct his mistakes. Navan smiled warmly and waved it off. "I'm kidding, relax." But then his voice turned ice cold. "If you want to relax, though, there's something the lord should handle." Sybil casually handed the torch to Navan. "Mind holding the fire for me? I've got something to discuss with my teammates." Navan instantly responded with a deadpan face, raising his sword threateningly. Sybil got punched by Navan for joking around. Screams echoed on the wall. I was kidding, just kidding. I'll go do it right now." One by one, the signal fires along the castle walls burst into flame. Lighting up the dark night, soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the coming assault. Navan stepped onto the wall and looked down, his sharp eyes catching the Troyven forces climbing the stone walls. He quietly wondered, what exactly did our lord see? How far ahead could he predict? How did he see through everything? Below, the Troyven forces froze as they noticed the signal fires blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones who'd fallen into the trap. With a loud, furious voice, Sybil shouted, "The Troyven vermin have attacked. Hold Bacchus Castle, wipe out the invaders." And so, the one-sided slaughter began. Castle soldiers rained arrows and magic from the walls, mercilessly piercing the invading Troyven army. Under the stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in Bacchus territory. He looked into the distance, seeing faint smoke rising from the battlefield. "The war's already started. Looks like I arrived just in time." With determination in his eyes, he gripped the reins tightly and charged toward the castle. A few moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troyven soldier's body hit the ground. Navan, Sybil, and the Bacchus family soldiers stood amid the still smoking ruins of the raid. Their chests heaved, weapons still slick with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's order to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out to the letter. Theo glanced around, chuckling softly to himself. "You didn't have to yell like that, geez." He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. "You did really well." Those words hit Sybil harder than any blade ever could. Tears welled up in his eyes. He actually noticed me. Sybil stood frozen, basking in that recognition while his teammates crowded around, teasing him with a mix of envy. "So jealous of you, you lucky bastard." Theo walked over to Navan. "I didn't expect you to show up in person." Theo gave a small smile. "I just dropped by as a precaution. Looks like you guys didn't even need my help in the end." Navan glanced at Sybil and the other soldiers gathered near the signal fire with a curious smile. "Where'd you find people like them?" Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. "They're the ones I trained with back when I was a beginner swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard." Theo looked at Navan and added, "Looks like they've earned your approval too, huh?" Navan bowed his head, his smile softening even more. "Honestly, at first I didn't have high hopes. They're just mid-tier swordsmen, no real combat experience or standout achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I could feel the difference. Their skills are still rough, sure, but I can trust them." Theo closed his eyes for a moment, soaking in the praise. "Hearing you say that makes me pretty proud too." He muttered under his breath, then opened his eyes and looked straight at Navan. "I've got a request for you, Navan." He gestured toward the long line of soldiers who had responded to the signal fire. "Now that the vassals and knights have left, the Bacchus Knights Order is empty. What do you think about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knights Order?" Navan took a deep breath, excitement slowly creeping into his expression, slow but genuine. "A Knights Order. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of anticipation." Watching the change in him, responsibility settled naturally onto Navan's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened up, made his decision, and started walking away, waving casually. "Then I'm counting on you." Navan blinked, startled. "You're leaving already, young master." "Yeah," Theo replied simply. "I've seen what I needed to see here. I was just passing through anyway. I've got other things to handle." Navan asked, "Another purpose?" Theo turned back, answering cheerfully, "An investigation into the floating archipelago." Navan bowed his head and let out a small laugh. "I should be used to it by now. But your boldness still catches me off guard, young lord." Theo's smile widened as Navan continued. "Isn't that place notorious for being hostile to outsiders? And it's really hard to get in." "Don't worry, I've got my own way," Theo replied. Leaving Bacchus behind, along the windswept coast lay the bustling port city of Dion, alive with its own rhythm. In the lower district of the city, a rowdy tavern buzzed with noise. A hooded figure pushed the door open and stepped inside. He didn't notice the big man blocking the way and bumped right into him. The big man's rough hand shot out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder roughly. "Hey shorty, your eyes hanging down by your feet or what?" The hooded man calmly looked up and replied in an even tone, "Ah, my bad, I guess I didn't see you down there." The thug flinched, the insult sharpening his brows. "Oh yeah, then let me bend down to your eye level." The noise in the tavern seemed to hold its breath. Then in a flash, the hooded man's hand snatched a mug of beer and smashed it into the thug's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from noisy to tense silence, then to wild excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. "Oh, fight on," someone yelled, half thrilled, half warning. Others burst out laughing. The barmaids rushed over. "Hey, hold on, I'm coming. Yes, here's your drink, sir." Inside a candlelit room behind the tavern, a woman's voice rang out as she read a report to the man across from her. Summary of the demands. The floating archipelago will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven as agreed. All costs will be counted as rental fees for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, face twisting in rage. Demands? Dream on, that's a blatant threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, head of the Spinola family and the next leader of their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he snorted. "And what's this rental fee nonsense? They steal the damn sword and then say they'll rent it back for money. What a farce, I'm not falling for it. But sir, we don't have any other choice, do we?" Antonio's reflection gleamed on the polished orb beside him. Without the Azure Dragon Sword, the floating archipelago will sink fast. He rubbed his forehead, disappointment turning to despair in his voice. "Damn it, if we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb like this." His eyes darkened. "Is there really no hope left for our archipelago?" Before an answer could come, a loud crash echoed from outside. Shouts, curses, and the sound of splintering wood. The noise of a tavern brawl spilled into the room. Antonio stormed to the door and kicked it open. "You damn idiots, my head. About to explode already, and now this? What the hell's wrong with you morons? Fighting again." The room went dead silent, dozens of faces turning toward him, some guilty, some defiant. "How many times have I told you no more getting drunk? Drink quietly only, got it? Idiots." From the far side of the room, a calm, familiar voice rang out. "Finally, he shows himself." The speaker pulled down his hood, revealing sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar, Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers impatiently on the desk. "So you're saying you want to go to the floating archipelago and join my ship as a fighter?" Theo nodded, unfazed. "That's right. I've heard sea monsters are showing up more often near that floating land. As for my skills, what you just saw should be proof enough. Your ship's short on people anyway, right? It's a win-win." Antonio stroked his chin, his tone turning skeptical. "You're not wrong. We are looking for a few good fighters." Suddenly his eyes sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to keen. "But you're not getting on my ship. For a mercenary looking for work, your gear's way too clean. Not a scratch, not a speck of dirt. And that brawl just now happened right where I am. Pure coincidence? Plus, you know way too much about my ship heading to the floating archipelago. Definitely not normal." He leaned forward, fingers interlaced under his chin. "If you were me, would you let someone like that on board?" Theo gave a short, amused laugh. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that." "Good, let's cut to the chase." Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. "Armed Resistance Organization fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. Black Tower leader Antonio Spinola." The name hit like thunder, Antonio's eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in closer, voice steady. "So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal." Antonio's jaw clenched. How do you know I'm the Black Tower leader?" Theo's smirk returned. "Come on, that's not the important part, is it? It's not how I know, it's what I know. For example, about the Azure Dragon Sword you're so desperate for." Hearing that weapon, Antonio's calm shattered, his chair tipping backward as he shot to his feet. "You bastard, you're Troyven's lapdog after all." Theo's voice stayed cool and precise. "The foundation of any deal is calm, Antonio, don't lose it." Antonio glared at him, even thinking calmly, "This is ridiculous. If you're not with Troyven, there's no way you'd know about the Azure Dragon Sword." Before Theo could reply, the door burst open and one of Antonio's guards stepped in. "Lord Antonio, everything all right?" Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, bowed, and left. Theo smiled faintly, lips curling into a subtle, confident grin. "What if I told you I'm the one holding the Azure Dragon Sword? Ridiculous, right? The truth is Troyven stole it, and now you're claiming you've got it. Absurd." "Why's that absurd?" Theo replied. "They're just like me. Probably just saying they have it without ever showing it." Antonio's mind spun as confusion clouded his thoughts. Thinking back, they never actually showed me the real thing. I can't believe our judgment got this clouded, even with the archipelago's fate on the line. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. "You've got nothing left to lose, right? So why not hear me out completely?" Antonio took a deep breath, then slumped back into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion remained. "Fine, I'm listening." Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating archipelago. All start with the story of the hero Kriemhild, right? A resigned sigh. Antonio opened a drawer beside him and pulled out an old journal. Looks like you already know the story. Yes, he drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that ravaged the oceans. The floating archipelago is said to hover over the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The sea dragon sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the ocean, and the massive mana it releases creates an uplifting flow that keeps the islands afloat. The Azure Dragon Sword is the device maintaining that seal, a medium that stabilizes the mana flow. But ever since Troyven stole the Azure Dragon Sword, the mana flow has become unstable. If the sword isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink to the bottom of the sea. Huge waves will rise from the ocean, tearing everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people living there, their homes, their lives, everything will be swallowed by the sea. He looked straight at Theo, voice urgent. I'm not joking. Everyone's lives on the archipelago are in danger. If you really have the Azure Dragon Sword and return it to us, we'll give you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed in Theo's mind, its dark light still etched in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean I'd have to give it up completely. Antonio's voice grew firm. Then let's continue the deal. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay whatever amount. Theo's eyes lifted, his face calm but resolute. No, what I need isn't money. Theo's eyes glowed faintly red. I've prepared for this. A way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword and still save the archipelago. All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago. Sweat rolled down Antonio's face. He stared in stunned disbelief at Theo's words. The scene shifted to the vast sea stretching like a living map, restless and silver under the glaring sky. A sailing ship skimmed the waves, bow rising and falling as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon thick with islands. Theo stood at the railing, wind tousling his hair. When he spotted the sight ahead, his smile widened. Finally, there it is. The floating archipelago hovered above the ocean like a patchwork of towns and harbors. Large and small ships traded around its ports, a blend of sails and drifting smoke. Once a legendary trade alliance with customs so distinct even the emperor had to grant it autonomy. The archipelago now bore the scars of occupation. Under Troyven's control since the Great War, it had been stripped and turned into a military production hub. Watching a row of forges spitting sparks like fireflies, Theo felt a cold shiver grip his chest. By the end of the Great War, many satellite islands had slipped beneath the waves, vanishing from maps forever. He fixed his gaze on the islands, letting a thought settle like a blade in his mind. For the sake of both Ragnar and the archipelago, Troyven's traces must be erased. Before he could plan further, Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're not kidding, right? You promised to save these islands. What you said earlier about stopping them from sinking by moving the islands themselves. Theo's smile didn't waver. Don't worry, it's possible. Because the sea dragon lies beneath the archipelago, deep at the ocean floor is an ancient guardian of the old dragon. Then Theo drew the Azure Dragon Sword from its sheath and placed it before the guardians. What does this sword look like to you guys? Drake said bluntly. Whoa, that's a real relic. Hunt's sword chimed in, a sacred artifact of the old dragon. As Theo reached out to nearly touch the sword, faint trails of energy shimmered out. He frowned, just as I thought, but why isn't it compatible with Ragnar? The fairy dragon tilted its head closer, hard to say. It seems the guardian bound to the Azure Dragon Sword abandoned its duty and fled from the artifact itself. Theo's eyes widened, fled from it. The fairy dragon glanced at Griffin before explaining. It's happened before. Back when a guardian forgot its own mission. Theo looked at Griffin's tense expression. You guys could do that too if you accepted the price, right? Griffin's reply was blunt. Only a madman would. Only one could escape and still survive. It's not simple at all. So not every dragon can pull it off. Makes sense, after all, the mana leaking from him is enough to keep the whole archipelago afloat. Wait, so if I overpower him, I could move the islands myself? Drake answered gravely, in theory, yes, but you'd have to seal him first. Can you handle that? Before Theo could reply, the fairy dragon added what the others feared. Even weakened after abandoning the ancient relic, he's still among the strongest. Griffin tilted its head. Can you even reach the ocean floor? Theo's smile returned. Of course, I've got a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or how I'll seal him. I've already thought it through. The scene cut back to the present on the ship's deck. Antonio's tense voice cut through the quiet. So that statue really has the power to save the islands? A power even the locals don't know about. Theo glanced at him, face calm. Still doubting me? Even after I showed you the Azure Dragon Sword? Antonio gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Guilt and worry flashed across his face. I'm not doubting, just worried. My homeland's fate is on the line. I hope you understand. Theo's eyes softened a bit. He exhaled and smiled with steady confidence. Yeah, I get it. Just get me there first, I'll make sure it's saved. A faint glow shimmered before Theo's eyes as a system notification flashed. Side quest, Azure Dragon Sword. 30 objectives. Return the sword to its original resting place, locate the site, defeat the guardian, and claim ownership. The scene shifted as night fell over the floating archipelago in eerie stillness. Moonlight poured down like liquid glass, bathing the silent docks and harbors in silver. Beneath this calm surface, inside a dimly lit wine cellar, Antonio had gathered his most trusted subordinates, soldiers ready to bet their lives for their homeland. Antonio pointed at Theo as his men stood at attention. Our mission is simple. Escort this man to the Kriemhilde monument. Once there, he'll handle the rest. The soldiers exchanged tense glances as Antonio continued. You all know Troyven has bribed the main family heads. That's why security around the monument is tight. We'll use the secret path as usual. It'll get you close enough. Every soldier stood straight, eyes blazing with resolve. Yes, sir. Long live the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo. Then it's all yours. Theo nodded once, eyes sharp and unreadable. Got it. Among the gathered soldiers, one lingered at the back, lips curling into a sly smile. His eyes gleamed with something far from loyalty. The scene moved to the archipelago's center. The colossal statue of Kriemhilde towered at the heart, a dragon-shaped memorial carved into the very cliff face. Around it, high walls and moonlit watchtowers gleamed, guarded by soldiers gripping spears tightly, completely unaware of the shadows creeping below them. Deep beneath the surface, Theo and his group slipped silently through a secret passage. An ancient staircase damp with sea salt, eyes narrowing as he trailed his hand along the stone wall. So they really do have a secret path here. One of Antonio's soldiers whispered, "We're inside now. The waterfall noise keeps detection low, but please stay careful." Theo nodded slightly, opening his pack and drawing the azure dragon sword. Its blade shimmered faintly, resonating with unseen power. He turned to the soldiers with a calm voice, "Thanks for your effort. From here on, I'll go alone." The soldiers stared in awe at the sword's glow. One whispered, eyes wide, "Is this really the azure dragon sword?" Theo's gaze shifted upward to the towering statue of Kriemhilde. The sword in his hand vibrated with energy. The closer he got, the stronger it reacted. Following the statue's length up to the massive dragon head, the origin has to be up there. He took a breath and leaped upward, body moving like a shadow through the faint moonlight. Below, one of the soldiers watched Theo's climb. He really has the azure dragon sword. Finally, there's hope for our archipelago, but his relief lasted only a second. Before the soldier could react, a hand clamped over his mouth and a dagger sliced cleanly across his throat. His eyes widened in shock, blood spilling silently onto the stones. The assassin stepped back, face cold, dagger glinting in the moonlight as he whispered, "Now we'll take back the stolen azure dragon sword." Above, at the peak of the colossal Kriemhilde statue, Theo had reached the dragon's crown. He stared at the towering statue. It reacted strongest here. The question is what happens next. Without hesitation, Theo drove the sword 30 inches into the ground. Flinching as pain tore through his flesh, his hand burned from the sword's power. Stabbing it the same way as before caused nothing. Theo pulled out a recovery potion and drank it. "Let me think this through. Maybe there's a hidden message," but before he could finish the thought, the air around him shifted quickly. The assassin emerged from the shadows, eyes blazing red with bloodlust. Without a word, he charged, sword slicing through the air with deadly intent. Yet when the blade passed through the space where Theo had stood, it hit nothing. The assassin's eyes widened. What? Before he could recover, pain exploded in his gut. Theo had reappeared behind him, feet slamming into his ribs. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, body twisting midair with a crack. He coughed blood, clutching his side, dizziness flashing across his face. How did he get behind me? Theo landed lightly, adjusting his stance, eyes sharp as lightning. The assassin planted his sword in the ground for balance, breaths ragged. From behind him, two more figures appeared. "Lord Grey, you okay?" "I'm fine." Grey growled, eyes locked on Theo. "He's strong." They charged straight at him. Theo still held the recovery potion in one hand, a slow, mocking smile spreading across his face. Outside the walls of the Kriemhilde monument, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The guards shuddered and exclaimed, "Did you hear that?" Sounded like something broke. Then another soldier pointed upward, voice trembling. "Look, the monument, the Kriemhilde monument." All eyes turned to the colossal statue. What they saw left them frozen in disbelief. Damn it. How could this happen? The statue was crumbling, massive stone blocks peeling from its body and falling like meteors. The roar of collapse drowned the night. The scene cut back to moments earlier beneath the massive staircase of the Kriemhilde statue. Antonio paced restlessly, brows furrowed as he looked up the tunnel. Why is it taking so long? What the hell are they doing up there? Before anyone could answer, hurried footsteps echoed through the passage. A female soldier staggered out, gasping for breath, face pale in the flickering torchlight. "Lord Antonio, big trouble." Grey and his crew, the ones with us, they suddenly attacked our guest. Antonio's eyes widened. What? Damn it. So Troyven's spies infiltrated this deep. Meanwhile, at the top of the colossal statue, Theo's sword clashed with three assassins at once. Theo spun to parry and counter, pushed back by their relentless attacks. Damn it, these bastards aren't amateurs. His eyes darted between them. Even when I leave an opening, they don't rush in recklessly. They're stalling for time. They've already taken 3 C zones, so they're waiting for reinforcements to slip in quietly. Theo gripped his sword tighter. No way I'm letting that happen. His voice startled the leader. What's he trying to do? Instantly, Theo's sword swept wide through the air, unleashing a surge of energy that tore the stone beneath their feet. The ground shook violently, shockwaves ripping the rock apart as if the sky itself had been split. When the dust cleared, the ground cracked open beneath them, revealing something ancient glowing below. Gray's eyes widened in horror. How did he know? Theo's expression shifted from tense to excited. So it's been right under my feet all this time. Theo surged forward as Gray shouted orders to his men, stop him at all costs. But Theo moved faster than their reaction, the azure dragon sword humming with energy in his hand. A faint chime rang out as another system notification flashed before his eyes. Side quest, dragon-slaying sword Bamung, desires to return to its original resting place. Objective, locate its position, defeat the guardian, and claim ownership. Theo's thoughts clicked into place. I was overcomplicating it for nothing. It wants to return. The sword reacts strongest here. This is its original spot. He raised Bamung high, the blade shimmering with brilliant green flames. With one decisive thrust, Theo drove it straight into the heart of the ruin before him. It can only be here. The moment the blade struck, the ground convulsed. Energy exploding from the ruin like a tidal wave of light, shaking the colossal statue to its core. Gray and his men were hurled back, tumbling across the cracked stone floor, their screams drowned in the roar of unleashed power. Theo stood firm, hands locked on the hilt, body trembling as the ruin's energy surged through him, blinding light swallowing everything. Outside, guards along the Kriemhilde walls spun around as a deafening crack tore through the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then came the cry that froze everyone in place. Look, the monument. Look at the Kriemhilde monument. All eyes turned upward, horror sweeping over the fortress. The once proud colossal statue of the archipelago began to collapse. Damn it, how is this possible? Theo's body twitched as he slowly came to, vision blurry, and a dull ache throbbing behind his eyes. What happened? Did I pass out? Theo blinked, trying to focus, then froze. The battlefield was gone, no ruins, no monument. Around him stretched a dense forest with ancient tree roots twisting across the ground. So I survived. As expected, this is definitely inside the ruined dungeon. A familiar voice sounded beside Theo. So this is that guy's domain. Theo turned to see his guardians standing before him in miniature versions of their true forms. He raised an eyebrow. What's with those weird shapes? The fairy dragon sighed, crossing its tiny arms. I'm manifesting directly using your mana as a medium. Your lack of magic power makes us look ridiculous. Anyway, for a ruined guardian to hold such deep longing and compassion for a human, that's no small thing. Theo's eyes widened. A human. Wait, could that human be Kriemhilde? Griffin shook its head. We're not sure. We only read the lingering remnants of thoughts. Theo paused to think. Given the situation, that's probably it. With no ruined guardian left, let's explore this place slowly. Perched high among the branches, a skeletal archer drew an arrow, its hollow eyes glowing. Right away it let go, and the arrow tore through the wind straight toward Theo with zero mercy. Theo's razor-sharp instincts let him spot it coming without any trouble. He spun around and snatched the arrow out of the air with ease. An ownerless house, right? That's what you guys said. So how do you explain this? He whipped around and noticed way more movement now. From behind the trees, skeletal soldiers started crawling out. Bones clacked and creaked in a creepy chorus as dozens, then hundreds of them clambered over roots and boulders. Intruder, intruder, Bamung belongs to Kriemhilde. The air grew thick with the stench of rot as their numbers swelled. In moments, Theo was completely surrounded, a jagged ring of rusted blades formed by an army of skeletons. For Kriemhilde, we will annihilate the intruder. Griffin's feathers stood on end, so that's how it is. I never thought that guy would go this far just to guard some ruins for a human named Kriemhilde. Suddenly, another arrow shot straight at them. Theo raised his hand and caught it mid-flight, spun it around, and fired it right back. The arrow whistled past Griffin and punched straight through the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo slowly exhaled, face ice cold. They're a lot, but nothing special. I just cut through every last one of them and it's over. Simple as that. The ancient dragon floated closer, shaking its head. It won't be as easy as you think. Theo frowned. What do you mean? Look closer. His eyes tracked the scene and he froze. The skeleton whose skull had just shattered was still moving. Its fingers twitched, bones grinding and clicking as it slowly picked its sword back up. The broken pieces of its skull began fusing together again, glowing faintly as they regenerated. These weren't normal soldiers. They were immortal warriors, dragonbone guardians programmed to wipe out intruders. And like a wave, the rest followed suit, swords raised high, hollow eye sockets blazing with vengeful light. Theo's eyes widened as he watched the shattered skeletons reassemble themselves, but then that familiar smirk crept back. Yeah, hey, definitely not gonna be easy. Without hesitation, the skeletal horde surged from every direction, and the forest exploded into chaos. Theo's blade sliced through the air, the ring of metal striking bone echoed everywhere as skulls shattered and rib cages crumbled. Griffin hovered nearby, clearly annoyed. We can't keep fighting this endless battle forever. Got a better idea? Griffin's golden eyes narrowed. I'll give your idiot self some advice. That Kriemhilde guy, you said he's a human like you, right? Then just tell him to give up ownership. Easy, Theo blocked another incoming arrow. Frustration boiling, he's a legendary hero. If he's still alive after all these years, can you even call him human anymore, dumbass? Griffin puffed up and glared at Theo. Insolent mortal. Wasting advice on an idiot is pointless. Theo snatched Griffin's beak midair. The hell did you just say, you oversized feather duster? Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light flashed right in front of his eyes. System notification. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Kriemhilde. Reclaim ownership of the gift from Kriemhilde. Theo's expression froze. Reclaim ownership of the gift. Wait, maybe this big idiot was actually right. But before Theo could piece it together, the skeleton soldiers surged again like a tide of death from every angle. In an instant, he leaped into the air. Theo stretched out his hand and summoned multiple swords via remote control. He used them as stepping stones and rocketed upward, grabbing a thick branch hanging above the chaos. Hanging from the branch, he scanned the mob below. This can't just be endless revival. Activating H-Ling synchronization, the mind gate. His eyes flared brilliant blue as his perception expanded like ripples across a pond, sensing every movement and aura in the skeletal army. All right, if my gut's right, there's definitely something different here. And then he saw it amid the crowd. One skeleton stood out clearly. Its aura burned deep crimson instead of the murky blue of the others. Theo's lips curved into a confident grin. Found you. Not wasting a single second, he kicked off the branch. Swords materialized under his feet like glowing platforms as Theo streaked through the air straight toward the red aura skeleton. Earlier when they charged him, one of them had turned and fled. He should have realized, the moment Theo closed in, that skeleton's head snapped up, a flash of panic flickering in its empty sockets. Theo raised his sword, black lightning crackling along the blade. Too late, black dragon flash technique. The black lightning needles erupted from Theo's blade in jagged streaks. They ripped through the air, slamming into the ground and skeletons at the same time. A deafening explosion followed, flooding the area with blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind. Notification. Remains of Kriemhilde collected. Collect the remaining remains to confront Kriemhilde. Theo glanced at his right hand. His palm glowed with deep crimson light. A small, smooth, ancient bone fragment rested in his palm, pulsing with energy. Item acquired. Notification. Third cervical vertebra of Kriemhilde. Theo's grin widened, excitement clear in his eyes. Just like I thought, I was right. Keep collecting them like this and we're good. Scene shifts to the floating archipelago's harbor, now swallowed by an endless storm. Sheets of rain lashed the wooden docks, lightning tearing the night apart. Amid the chaos, one of them spotted a lone figure walking toward the shipyard. A man in a black cloak moved with calm, unhurried steps. You're late. Something happened. The cloaked figure stopped abruptly. Nothing worth mentioning. But the storm actually makes things easier. Hell, what's going on here? The navigator stammered, eyes wide. Corpses everywhere, passengers, crew, guards, even merchants, all sprawled motionless, eyes vacant and pale. The deck was slick with rain and blood. One young sailor dropped to his knees, trembling. What the hell is this? The passengers, they're all dead. The cloaked figure stepped over them without flinching. Those idiot floating island soldiers. The azure dragon sword was practically handed to them on a platter and they still let it slip away. He reached beneath his cloak and pulled out a metal mask. Doesn't matter who holds it now. In the end, the entire floating archipelago is already in our hands. As thunder cracked, the man's name hung in the wet air like a curse. 9th of the 9 Phoenix Lords of Troyven Noil. Rain poured in sheets across the floating archipelago, roofs slick, streets turning into rushing rivers. Windows flew open and people rushed outside, faces full of disbelief. Whispers spread through the storm as they stared into the void where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. How is this possible? What do we do? Out there, towering over the waves, the colossal statue of the water dragon, the guardian deity that had protected the islands for centuries, was collapsing. A young man's voice trembled in a whisper. The monument, our island's guardian deity, it's falling. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined dungeon, Theo carved a path through the endlessly rising skeletal legion. Bone fragments turned to dust under his blade. One final notification flashed before his eyes. Reclamation complete. Kriemhilde's remains 206-206. Finally got them all, but when he lifted the last tiny, faintly glowing fragment, he blinked in confusion. Navicular bone, where the hell does this one go? Before the uncertainty could settle, another notification flashed. Would you like to access the memories of Kriemhilde engraved in the remains? Without hesitation, yes. The world blurred and Theo felt his consciousness yanked somewhere else. So this is what the hero from the legends looked like. What kind of life did he live? Light enveloped Theo and the dungeon dissolved into an ancient memory replaying itself. The memories of Kriemhilde etched into the remains. A barefoot child ran along the beach, sand sticking to her feet as she shouted. Toward a hidden cave carved by murky waves. Levi, I'm here, her voice echoed through the cavern. There, cradled in a stone nest, lay the dragon-slaying sword Bamung, its surface humming with faint light. She approached without fear, curiosity shining, and placed her small hand on the hilt. Wake up, Levi, I'm here. A burst of blue light flared, and a gigantic water dragon appeared before her, scales shimmering like moonlight tides. Its voice booming like thunder. How many times do I have to tell you? A child like you has no business here. The dragon's growl trembled with irritation. I am Leviathan, guardian deity of the ancient dragon ruins. You're not even of the Ragnar clan, how dare you call me by that name? She just smiled and held up a basket of bread like greeting an old friend, cheeks puffed stubbornly. But your real name is way too long, so Levi is easier. The massive water dragon shrank until it stood before her like a large beast. Do whatever you want. Talking to you is more tiring than anything, foolish child. Then it stared at the bread and muttered, why does that innkeeper always give you bread? She beamed, completely oblivious, right? I don't get it either. Oh, today was amazing. While Leviathan listened in silence, slowly chewing. And she chattered rapidly about the baker, the docks, random little things. Days turned to years, she grew up. Voice deeper, hair longer, but she always came back with bread and endless stories. Leviathan kept acting grumpy, groaning at every tale, yet never once drove her away. And somewhere between the stories and the silences, the water dragon began watching over her not as the guardian of ruins, but as something closer to family. Many years passed, the cave stayed the same, cold, dim, filled only with the sound of the sea breathing in and out. One night under pale moonlight, those familiar footsteps returned. The water dragon sighed in annoyance and lowered its head. For heaven's sake, I told you not to come anymore. Why are you so stubborn? But before it could finish, something wet splashed onto the stone floor. The smell of blood flooded the cave. Kriemhilde staggered in, body covered in cuts and bruises, blood streaming from her arms and legs. Her voice shook as she reached out. Levi, help me. Strangers had suddenly stormed the town and captured people. Before she could take another step, a soldier burst into the cave and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword stabbed down right in front of Kriemhilde, terror flashing in her eyes. The soldier yanked her head up by the hair. Got you now, you stupid barbarian brat, why'd you have to run, huh? Our great emperor is bestowing favor on this backwater sea region. You should be grateful. His face twisted into something vile, and while we're at it, I want to have a little fun. The water dragon watched it all in silence, but its eyes changed, gold and red flaring like molten fire, and its entire body tensed with a rage so deep it shook the air. Instantly the cave cracked from the unleashed power of the water dragon. The whole island felt the violent tremor. The attack came without warning. In the blink of an eye, the town was swallowed in flames. Greedy fire devoured roofs, racing from street to street. Screams for help mixed with clashing steel and barked orders from the occupying soldiers. Move your asses if you don't want to burn. But even the soldiers started to panic. Hey, what the hell is that noise? The sky above them suddenly darkened, and in that instant, a gale whipped up, turning the rain into slashing blades of punishment. The water dragon rose above the burning town, wings tearing the storm apart. The raindrops themselves became weapons piercing the soldiers. What monster is that? Those trying to flee couldn't escape its gaze. And atop the water dragon stood Kriemhilde, tiny compared to the dragon's massive form, wounds still fresh, yet she gripped the dragon-slaying sword bombing tightly in both hands. The soldier's eyes widened when he saw the girl perched on the giant water dragon's head. Rain poured down his face as he screamed, "There's a girl standing on its head. She's controlling it. Kill her first." But he never got the chance to raise his sword. A compressed orb of air and seawater formed in the dragon's jaws and fired. It punched through the soldier's neck so fast his head separated in an instant, tumbling to the wet ground before his body crumpled. Yet around the island's people, a liquid barrier shielded every helpless villager from harm. Kriemhilde remained atop the water dragon, looking down through tears. Her voice breaking, barely audible, "I'm sorry, Levi, I'm so sorry." She pressed a trembling hand to its forehead, guilt twisting every word. "You were supposed to wait for the chosen one, but because of me, because of me." The water dragon's voice lowered. "Don't cry like that, everything's fine, right? But. Suddenly a gentle, radiant light bloomed around her, soft and bright. The protective barrier the dragon had created enveloped Kriemhilde in a gentle cocoon, slowly lowering her to the ground among her people. There's no need to apologize. The moment her feet touched the earth, the villagers called her name over and over. Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde saved us all. Kriemhilde looked up at the water dragon, eyes full of sorrow. "But you said, I may have abandoned my duty, but I feel completely at peace." "This was my choice." Its eyes softened, remembering the tiny child who used to come chat and laugh beside it. "By my own will, not the ancient dragon, I was able to protect your smile." But peace didn't last under an empire. Far away in a throne room, the emperor slammed his fist in rage. His voice echoed through the grand hall. "My imperial army was defeated by some barbarian brat riding a water dragon. Unacceptable. I grew too complacent because it was a remote territory. Send the royal guard and reclaim that land for me." And the assault came, thick iron chains thicker than ship masts wrapped around the water dragon's body, pinning it in place. The beast roared and thrashed against them as soldiers flooded the island again. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines, spears pressed to their throats. The commander watched smugly from horseback. "Interesting, a creature that refuses to die." He pointed his sword at Kriemhilde. "If you're its master, you must know how to kill it. Tell me." The water dragon completely ignored him and looked only at Kriemhilde. "It's all right, Kriemhilde. I'm a guardian deity, I can't die. I'll simply return to a deep slumber. Kriemhilde dropped to her knees, body trembling with the last of the magic left in the ruins. When I awaken again, you'll definitely be able to call me back. The commander lost patience and raised his hand. Soldiers tightened their grips and lowered spears toward the hostages' throats. The water dragon's eyes softened. It seems our time is running out. Kriemhilde trembled, unable to move as tears streamed down her face. Rain, mist, seawater gathered around her hand, guiding her arm upward. Her fingers wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword with no intention of striking. Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. The water dragon closed its eyes and spoke in a low voice. Perhaps our fates were sealed the moment I broke the rules. So don't carry the guilt for protecting your people. I'll help you one last time. I was truly happy, Kriemhilde. And then with a heart-rending hollow sound, the sword plunged deep into the water dragon's body. A roar tore the sky apart as the dragon collapsed. Its massive form crashed to the ground, chains clanking around it. The commander stared at the motionless creature, eyes widening before twisting into manic triumph. He threw his head back and let out a deranged laugh. His voice cut through the rain like jagged lightning. But right at the peak of his laughter, the expression vanished from his face. The smirk melted away, pupils contracting, breath hitching. Something's wrong. The soldiers around him shuddered, bodies stiffening. What? Fear crept into their voices. How is this possible? From the horizon, a wall of water rose higher than cliffs, higher than watchtowers. A colossal tsunami awakened by the dragon's final breath. The ground shook beneath the people's feet as the roaring waves surged forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed and tried to flee, but the sea devoured them without hesitation. Yet at the center of the archipelago, the people weren't drowned. The water curved around them, forming that familiar protective barrier once more, shimmering like liquid glass. Kriemhilde stood in the storm, soaked and hollow-eyed, watching the waves carry the fatting form of the water dragon back into the abyss. Her voice cracked. Levi, her cry dissolved into the sea, the scene fading. Returning to the silent ruin world where Theo stood, his expression had softened, a quiet sorrow settling in his eyes. So that's how it was. Kriemhilde wasn't the legendary hero everyone thought she was. She was just a girl, an unfortunate girl who only wanted to be friends with a guardian deity. Theo's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He turned and saw the Kriemhilde from the past standing there, the dragon-slaying sword held in her hands. She looked at Theo, her voice heavy with meaning. So you're the one Levi has been waiting for, the chosen one. She bowed her head, a sad smile appearing. Because of me, Lord Levi couldn't fulfill his duty. I caused him pain he never should have had to bear. She stepped forward and offered the sword to Theo with both hands. Please make Levi happy. He was everything to me. Theo took the dragon-slaying sword in his hands, feeling its soft hum against his palm. Looks like I don't have to do anything special. Kriemhilde blinked, not understanding what he meant. Theo lifted the sword slightly and smiled with certainty. This guy already looks pretty happy to me. Those words hit Kriemhilde harder than any blade ever could. Her breath caught, shoulders trembling as tears welled up and fell. Her voice broke, warm with relief. Thank you so much. The memory dissolved like mist and the world shifted. The rain had stopped over the floating archipelago. Clouds parted, letting moonlight spill onto the ruined plaza where the colossal statue had fallen. Soldiers stood around the shattered stone debris, forming a cordon as soaked, trembling people gathered. Please don't come any closer. But whispers spread through the crowd as someone pointed, voice shaking. Wait, there's someone there. Heads lifted, breaths held. Atop the highest piece of the fallen statue stood a lone figure. As the light gradually reached where the figure stood, eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be that. The one who saved our island from being swallowed all those years ago, isn't it? Theo stood amid the ruins, cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by ceaseless cheers. It's Kriemhilde. Kriemhilde has returned. Scene shifts to an underground meeting room on the floating archipelago. A secret council chamber trembled with panicked whispers. Senators from the 3 maritime clans had gathered in secret. A cold, authoritative voice floated through the dim hall. You assembled pretty quickly. Everyone in the room froze. Standing in the doorway was Noel, one of Troiven's 9 noble vassals. His presence felt like a blade pressed to the throat of the entire room. A man immediately spun toward him, voice cracking with worry. Noel, how are you so calm? Our plan is ruined. The dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be in Troiven's hands by now. That clueless galleon was right about that. But another immediately shot back. Then what the hell is that thing the outsider's holding? Because of him, everyone on the archipelago was rushing toward the monument, shouting that he was the legendary hero Kriemhilde. At this rate, the power of the 3 maritime clans would fall into his hands. This wasn't what we agreed on. But Noel's calm didn't waver. Yes, he had personally handed over the dragon-slaying sword. In exchange, Troiven promised the clans would keep their status. His gaze swept over them like a cold-blooded predator. But watching you all make such a fuss over something so trivial is really annoying. That word annoying landed like a slap. One senator, offended by Noel's contempt, stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. What? Trivial? Noel, what do you think our 3 maritime clans even are? The moment the words left his mouth, Noel's sword flashed and cleaved the man cleanly in two. The body hit the floor with a wet thud, blood pooling, the room instantly filling with the sharp stench of iron. Noel didn't flinch, he just looked down at the corpse and said in a flat, bone-chilling voice, "What do I think you are? Obviously insects. I can crush you anytime I want." Another senator recoiled in horror. "Noel, what are you doing?" Noel wiped the blade on his own cloak, face still terrifyingly calm. "You're traitors who sold out your own country for personal gain. You should be grateful Troyven tolerated you this long. Instead you whine about ruling the floating archipelago even as it sinks. Greed has limits if you still want any mercy." The remaining senators trembled, trying to defend themselves. "Are you serious? Without the archipelago's capital, Troyven will collapse too." Hearing this, Noel stepped closer until the man could feel his breath. His eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust. "Fool, you still don't get it, do you?" The man froze, every hair standing on end. Noel whispered, "If you don't want to be slaughtered right here, shut your mouth and do exactly what I say." The senator's lips clamped shut immediately, sweat dripping from his chin as he struggled to breathe. Noel turned away as if nothing bothered him. "If you want to live, bring me the dragon-slaying sword. Bunch of trash." Right before stepping out, a soldier knelt respectfully before him. "Forgive me, ninth pillar Noel, may I ask you something?" Noel paused and nodded. The soldier swallowed hard and asked, "Do you really trust handing the sword's recovery over to them?" Noel's voice stayed serious. "I know what worries you. I'd prefer to retrieve it myself, but the situation doesn't allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the tyrant dragon, is here." Noel's eyes narrowed further. "Since he's arrived, restraining him is our top priority." The day was just beginning on the other side of the archipelago as crowds gathered around the rain-washed ruins of the colossal dragon statue. Shards glittered in the sunlight, whispers rippling through the sea of people as Theo descended the broken stairs. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping into a thunderous roar. "Kriemhildi, Kriemhildi." Theo forced an awkward smile. He knew they saw Kriemhildi as a god, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense. His thoughts drifted to the girl he'd seen in the memories. Kriemhildi wasn't some mythical savior or divine hero, she was just a kind girl caught up in a tragedy far too big for her. His fingers tightened around the dragon-slaying sword. Even this sword they believed belonged to her. But in truth it was a relic of the primordial dragon, usable only by a Ragnar. When Theo reached the bottom of the stairs, a man broke from the crowd and shouted in desperation, "Kriemhildi, I beg you, please listen. Those cursed Troyven scoundrels are dragging the archipelago to ruin. So many here can't escape. If your heart still holds any mercy, please save this island." Theo blinked, then let out a small, amused huff. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to play along just a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his confident voice echoing across the ruins. "People of the floating archipelago, I promise you this, I'll do everything in my power to save this island." A wave of hope surged through the crowd. Their voices rose again as they chanted his name. When Theo finally stepped down to the lowest stair, a calm but reverent voice greeted him. "We have been waiting for your arrival, Kriemhildi." A woman in ceremonial robes approached, regal, with dark hair. "I am Marty, High Priestess of the Kriemhildi Temple. Please allow us to guide you from here." The scene shifts as they cross a long mountain bridge leading to the temple. People lined the path in awe, whispering prayers and blessings as Theo passed. Inside the temple, where ancient frescoes lit the corridors, Marty spoke softly. "For generations our priests have maintained this place, believing in the prophecy that one day the hero would return. Please come this way." Theo's eyes widened. Marty gestured toward a statue and revealed a small pearl necklace. It is said to have belonged to the hero Kriemhildi herself, and it is the key to reaching the abyssal waters in the deep sea. A system notification flashed before Theo's eyes. "Magic accessory, gate link key, Kriemhildi's pearl." Marty continued. "Now that you possess it, shall we proceed?" Theo hesitated, then sighed. "Before we go, there's something I need to tell you." But the priestess only smiled serenely. "There is no need to be afraid, my lord." Theo froze. How did she know? Marty turned to look at him and answered. "The dragon-slaying sword is a relic of the primordial dragon. Naturally, only a Ragnar can awaken it. The reason we call this place the home of Kriemhildi, even I could sense it after guarding the sanctuary across generations. The sorrow of a girl who had no choice but to wound the one dearest to her. Her final wish was to protect this island. Kriemhildi has acknowledged you, so you deserve to be treated accordingly." Marty led Theo down an ancient staircase carved beneath the temple. At the bottom was a stone altar overlooking a pitch-black abyss. "If you cast the necklace from here, a gate connecting to the water dragon will open." She placed a small ring in Theo's hand. "Keep this with you. It will allow you to breathe and move underwater." With eyes closed in solemn prayer, "I pray for your success and for the salvation of the floating archipelago." Theo slipped the ring on and gripped it tightly, a gentle but determined smile forming. "No need to worry. I'll save this place, no matter what it takes." Scene shifts back outside the Kriemhildi Temple, where a crowd had gathered under daylight. People knelt along the long stone bridge, hands clasped, eyes closed as they prayed to the legendary hero. Suddenly, a earth-shaking crash shattered the silence. A soldier slammed his halberd down on the path, shouting, "Everyone evacuate immediately." Another soldier stepped forward, voice cold as steel. "The 3 maritime clans have completed their investigation. The man you're worshipping is a terrorist, an imposter, someone daring to impersonate the hero Kriemhilde. A retrieval operation for the stolen dragon-slaying sword is underway. Citizens, disperse at once." Gasps rippled through the crowd. How can this be? Is that true? Fear and confusion etched across their faces. Among the armored men stood Spinola Umberto, head of one of the 3 maritime clans. Sweat slid down his face as he watched the bewildered faithful. "That's right, I think I made the right decision. My reputation might collapse after this, but without that sword my head will roll first. I don't have time to cling to any dignity anymore." With a sharp breath he drew his sword. "I'm going to die anyway, so why should I care about honor anymore? Even if it means killing everyone here." He raised his sword and ordered, "From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, kill without mercy." The soldiers surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging straight toward the praying civilians and the temple itself. Spinola followed, muttering, "I have to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword at any cost." Scene cuts back to Theo, now deep beneath the temple. Descending the stairs, the priestess had guided him down. The spiral stone steps twisted into darkness until they met the shimmering surface of still water. Theo paused, studying the partially submerged stairs. So this is it. He reached into his coat and pulled out the pearl Marty had entrusted, a relic Kriemhilde had worn last. Then he let it drop into the water. The pearl slowly sank, vanishing beneath the surface. The moment it disappeared from sight, the water began to stir. Small ripples spiraled outward, deepening into churning waves. The circle of water suddenly parted, forming a floating circular pathway like a gate made of light. It hummed faintly, droplets hovering in the air like drifting stars. Theo took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, then leaped into the passage. The instant his body passed through the swirling ring, the world shifted violently around him. Then with a sudden jolt, everything stabilized. Theo opened his eyes and found himself floating deep within the vast, unfamiliar darkness of the ocean. He slowly turned his head, taking in the immense underwater world before him. I made it in, but I still have no idea where to go from here. As he drifted forward, letting instinct guide him through the abyss, something brushed the edge of his senses. Theo froze mid-current, eyes narrowing, but he saw only empty water. No sound, no shape, no trace. He scanned the area again, hand tightening as he thought to himself, I'm not imagining it, there's definitely something here. From behind, a series of ominous red lights flickered into existence, glowing like demonic lanterns igniting in the dark. Theo's eyes widened. He whipped his head around to look. At the massive shapes writhing through the water, their scales shimmering like liquid obsidian, jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth accompanied by terrifying hissing growls. One by one, the creatures fully emerged from the shadows. They circled him like wolves sizing up prey. Theo slowly exhaled, gripping Bomung tighter. He gave a wry inner smile. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep. He glanced around, dozens of colossal sea serpents tightening their encirclement closer and closer. If they're here, that means. Spinola Umberto's voice tore through the air as he raised his sword high and bellowed. From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, eliminate them. At his command, the mercenaries surged forward like a pack of unleashed wolves, charging straight toward the kneeling civilians praying outside the Kriemhilde temple. Confusion rippled through the crowd as people struggled to make sense of what was happening. Some muttered in worry, why are the 3rd District soldiers from Heian here? Are they seriously calling innocent people terrorists? Before Spinola's soldiers could reach the civilians, the High Priestess Marty stepped forward, her voice sharp and full of authority. Stop. All of you stop right now. With steady steps, she placed herself between the mercenaries and the praying people. Her white robes were soaked from the sea mist carried on the wind. Terrorists, on what grounds do you make such a claim? The man you're accusing is clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhilde. Behind her stood the temple knights, shields raised in solid support. I swear on the honor of every priest who has guarded this temple across generations. Aren't you the ones who need to explain yourselves? Why are you bringing Troiven mercenaries into a sacred site dedicated to the holy maiden Kriemhilde? Gasps erupted through the crowd. Troiven, faces paled as the truth spread. Someone else shouted, they're the ones who stole the dragon sword. Didn't the 3rd District lose the dragon-slaying sword in their ambush? Wait, don't tell me. A furious man strode straight up to one of the soldiers and roared, you colluded with the Troiven clan, didn't you? Stealing the dragon-slaying sword wasn't enough, you're even selling out the holy maiden Kriemhilde. The civilians exploded in rage. We won't let you do whatever you want. This time we'll protect Kriemhilde. Spinola Umberto's face twisted in panic and fury as he watched the crowd turn against him. One of his subordinates leaned in, voice tense and pleading. Lord Spinola, you've gone too far. We should retreat and regroup before this spirals out of control. But Spinola snarled, eyes wild. He shoved the subordinate aside and roared, "Troivan Mercenary Legion, kill them all." Chaos erupted instantly. Citizens screamed as the mercenaries slashed through the crowd, blood spraying across the temple bridge. Another of Spinola's commanders grabbed his arm and yelled, "Snap out of it, Lord Spinola. This will only incite the people more and ruin your reputation." But reason had died in Spinola's mind. The one who needs to snap out of it is you, Romulan. Will reputation protect your soon-to-be-severed neck? Once we chose to betray the floating archipelago, our only role left is to be Troivan's perfect hunting dogs. His soldiers hesitated only a moment before obeying the brutal order. Anyone who gets in the way, kill without mercy. I'll bear every responsibility. We must reclaim the dragon-slaying sword no matter what. On the High Priestess's side, the temple defenders held firm, fear flashing in their eyes as they saw Spinola's full force charging with murderous intent. One guard leaned close to Marty and urged urgently, "We should retreat right now. This is getting too dangerous." But before he could finish, Marty planted her feet and shouted, "No, we fight alongside the people." Clashes rang out as both sides collided. Spinola's soldiers bellowed, "As if we're gonna let you do whatever you want," while the temple knights and civilians shouted back, "Hold the line, don't let them break through." Spears thrust forward brutally toward unarmed civilians. One man ducked as a spear tip hovered inches from his chest, breath catching in terror. But in the final instant, steel rang sharply. Antonio Spinola himself stepped in, swinging his sword precisely and knocking the spear aside, saving the man by a hair's breadth. Antonio was the only one advancing. His subordinates rushed in beside him, forming a steel wall between Spinola Umberto's army and the horrified civilians, blocking attack after attack. The sudden intervention made Spinola Umberto's eyes widen in disbelief, fury twisting his face. "You idiots, what the hell are you doing?" Antonio parried an incoming strike, gripping his sword tight. "Long time no see, father." But Spinola Umberto showed no warmth, only sharper rage. "Abandoning your rightful inheritance just to pull this stunt? What a ridiculously pathetic story." Antonio's jaw clenched at the accusation. With anger flaring, he swung his sword so hard an incoming spear snapped in two. Metal shards spinning across the ground. "What do you mean by pathetic stunt? Betraying your own country or slaughtering innocent civilians?" Spinola Umberto's fury only deepened, eyes trembling with rage as he spat venom. "You worthless bastard son." Both armies clashed fiercely. With Antonio and his men joining the temple knights and civilians, their side finally had a slim chance. Antonio pushed forward through the chaos. "All Black Tower members present. Advance, suppress those unjust bastards, and protect the civilians at any cost." The battlefield erupted with fresh power as swords met spears again and again, sparks flying like scattered embers. While Antonio fought fiercely, shielding civilians whenever he could, a grim thought weighed heavy in his mind. No matter how much I try to rally the people, the reality is still overwhelmingly against us. We're still outmatched in strength and numbers. The line won't hold much longer, please hurry. Scene shifts to Theo. He was floating in the deep sea encircled by sea serpents. Theo scanned their movements. "I figured there be sea serpents, but I didn't expect this many." He watched their silent gliding, noticing something odd. Even though they surrounded him, none seemed ready to attack. Why are they just holding position? Theo slowly lowered his sword as realization dawned. Could the reason be the sealed aura of Leviathan inside the blade? The idea sank in deeper. He cautiously reached toward one sea serpent while thinking to himself that if his hunch was right, this might work. The sea serpent didn't retreat. Instead, it lowered its glowing eyes as Theo's palm rested on its head. A system notification appeared. "Sea Serpent trusts you. You have been acknowledged as its master." Blue light spread from Theo's hand, diffusing through the water like drifting sparks. Another notification followed. "Wyvern tamming activated. Sea Serpent has been tamed." Theo watched the glowing energy swirl around his hand and exhaled. "It feels just like the first time I tamed Ragnar." An emotional echo flowed through the dragon heart. He could sense Leviathan's memories beneath the waves. The curiosity, the fear, and everything the great guardian felt as it sank into the abyss. All of it vibrated through him, now exactly as the sea serpents remembered. Theo began communicating with the sea serpents through pure telepathy. Their thoughts flowed through his mind like currents. "You were all drawn here by Leviathan's power gathering together. That's why you didn't attack me. You're just observing, waiting, because I carry the same aura as him." Another sea serpent glided closer, its eyes dimming with worry, and whispered directly into his mind. Theo's expression sharpened, then softened in surprise. "Is that really true?" But instead of fear, a slow smile spread across his face. Theo reached out, gently patting the sea serpent, and spoke warmly. "Don't worry, just trust me. I'll handle this no matter what. Take me there." Theo climbed onto the sea serpent's back, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly as the creature coiled through the water, leading him toward Leviathan's resting place. They plunged deeper and deeper into the abyss. The world darkened until only faint blue glimmers remained. Pressure thickened around him. Currents twisted violently. Theo raised a hand to shield his face, feeling the ocean squeeze like a fist. The deeper we go, the stronger the currents. Mana is distorting around us. Clear sign we're getting close to Leviathan. He activated Dragon Egg Synchronization, the Mind Gate. His eyes glowed with strange blue light cutting through the darkness. And then at the very bottom of the deep sea, Theo finally saw it. The colossal form of the water dragon Leviathan lay motionless on the ocean floor. Corrupted purple mana streaks wrapped around its massive body like chains. Theo's breath caught. He whispered, "So this is Leviathan. It really has been lying dormant at the bottom all this time." Even with Leviathan's size, the pressure was terrifying, yet something about the mana felt wrong, twisted. The mana flow is so strange, just like the sea serpent said. This isn't the Leviathan I saw in Kriemhildi's memory. Suddenly Griffin materialized beside him, feathers bristling as it hissed in shock. "Whoa, this thing is completely rotten." Theo blinked in shock, eyes wide. But before he could react, the ancient dragon floated forward and said quietly, "Agreed. Its condition is dangerously unstable." Theo looked between them, tension rising. "Is it really that bad?" The ancient dragon sighed, voice calm but heavy. "I thought you'd sense it yourself. You carry the same aura as him after all." Theo's eyes widened as faint purple mist coiled around the aura he possessed. "Don't tell me this is the same demonic corruption from the cave back then." The ancient dragon nodded. "Exactly. Leviathan has been fully overtaken by the corruption. It's lost all reason." Before Theo could focus his thoughts, the purple streaks flared violently. The water dragon's eyes snapped open, glowing like molten amethyst. Then its roar exploded through the depths, sending a tidal shockwave ripping across the ocean floor, shaking the currents around him. Scene shifts to a building perched on a cliff right by the sea. The interior was utterly wrecked, as if it had just endured a brutal battle. Noel stepped in slowly, calm as he spoke. "Our two nations may be at war, but there's one thing we need to make clear." Tyrant Dragon in front of him, a man leaned back against the rubble. The man let out a soft, mocking chuckle, lips curling. "Been a while, huh, Ninth Phoenix Lord of Troyvan, Noel." The tall man was Dantaral, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons. Seeing Dantaral's utterly calm demeanor, Noel's eyes flashed with rage. "You think this is the time to laugh? Have you forgotten our pact?" His voice boomed, shaking the hall. "While we fought the Ragnar clan, you took the north in exchange for keeping Troyvan's takeover of the archipelago secret." Tyrant Dragon propped his chin, pretending to ponder. "I don't recall breaking any deal. Is there a problem?" That mocking smile stabbed straight into Noel's last shred of restraint. He slammed his foot down, cracking the stone floor. "Stop playing dumb. Are you seriously saying you don't know the 6th heir candidate pulled something behind our backs?" In his mind flashed the image of Theo Ragnar with the dragon-slaying sword, making his blood boil even hotter. Noel's eyes blazed with killing intent. "Be honest, Tyrant Dragon." A massive wave of murderous aura erupted around him, so thick the air warped. Yet Dantaral stayed seated, even smiling like he was watching cheap entertainment. Noel pointed straight at him, growling, "If there's no reasonable explanation, our agreement ends here." Scene cuts deep to the ocean floor, back to Theo facing the colossal form of Leviathan, now fully stained with toxic black-purple demonic corruption streaks. Purple veins pulsed beneath the once majestic blue scales, making Leviathan's entire body look poisoned to its very soul. Theo frowned, recalling, "Don't tell me this is demonic corruption." The ancient dragon beside him nodded, face darkening. "Precisely. Leviathan has been completely seized and has no reason left." Before Theo could react, Leviathan jerked violently. Purple light flared, its eyes opened, deep amethyst pits burning with hatred. A roar thundered out, strong enough to split undersea currents, the pressure from the bellows shaking the entire area. Theo gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this? How could Troyvan?" The ancient dragon pointed at the deep purple crystal embedded in Leviathan's forehead. When the dragon-slaying sword was pulled, the ancient seal was broken. Leviathan would have stood to protect this archipelago then. But look, Troyvan has something powerful enough to poison an entire guardian deity. Leviathan began losing control. The sea dragon was about to go berserk. The ancient dragon recoiled in alarm. "It hasn't noticed us yet, but..." Before it could finish, Theo had already shot forward. His eyes lit up with cold blue light. "Can't wait any longer. This is the only chance before it spots us. I have to seize the advantage no matter what." He activated embryonic synchronization, vision sharpening like a blade. Theo peered through layer after layer of scales, through veins of toxin, and finally saw it, the source of the demonic corruption. He charged straight, the dragon-slaying sword aimed at the crystal. "If I destroy it, the corruption will be purged." But suddenly, ominous lightning streaks shot out from the demonic crystal. A compressed, repulsive force blasted out like a storm, hurling Theo backward like a rag doll. His body slammed into the ocean floor, carving a deep crater of ruin. He clenched his teeth in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and forehead. Damn it, they installed a defense mechanism. Before he could even stand up, the massive shadow had already enveloped him completely. Leviathan had spotted its enemy. Damn it. It dove down like a meteor, but Theo dodged at the very last second. The ocean floor exploded in a violent blast from the impact. Griffin charged forward with a roar. You can only choose one. Destroy that magic crystal before everything spirals out of control. Hit it right in the center of its forehead, exactly where you struck before. Theo backed away to keep his distance and tried to think clearly. But how the hell am I supposed to close the gap now? I'm not fast enough to get past that wall. Before he could finish the thought, Leviathan had already gathered energy and fired straight at him. A gigantic orb of blinding light formed in its maw, so dense and radiant it made Theo's lungs feel like they were collapsing. Right after came a deadly beam that obliterated everything in its path. Theo spun aside at the absolute final moment. The energy torrent ripped through the water like it wanted to annihilate the entire ocean. Caught in the shockwave, Theo tumbled wildly in the currents until a sudden movement appeared right in front of him. A sea serpent shot forward, catching him and pulling him out of the bombardment zone. Theo barely managed to grab its body as the serpent dragged him clear of Leviathan's second slam. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Why the hell is it saving me? No time to figure it out, Theo immediately climbed onto its back and gripped its scales tightly. Moving underwater is tough as hell, but with you helping, that changes everything. He slapped the sea serpent hard. Let's go, straight to the wound on Leviathan's forehead. The sea serpent shot forward like a spear. The closer they got, the thicker the corrupting demonic pressure became. The water around him started to tremble violently. The perfect moment arrived. Theo launched himself off the serpent's back. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand blazed with light, his eyes glowing red with concentrated killing intent. Lesson learned from the fight with Griffin. He activated his active skill and a flood of system notifications flashed up. Activating Griffin Claw, suppression rate against stronger opponents skyrockets. Activating Fairy Tribe enhancement, immunity to demonic corruption protecting the body. Activating Dragon Devourer, channeling power to resist demonic energy. Theo roared, half my blood paid in blood, guardian against guardian. He twisted his body, unleashing a colossal energy blade that sliced straight through the ocean and slammed into the crystal. 5 Dragon Claw. The crystal cracked, then cracked again, but it still held. Theo gritted his teeth. Still not enough, huh? He poured every last drop of mana he had left into it and pushed harder. A familiar sound rang out, crack. The crystal shattered into countless fragments. A blinding explosion of light swept across the entire ocean floor. Theo panted heavily, but suddenly he sensed someone standing right behind him. A familiar figure materialized, the final fragment of Kriemhildi's memory. She trembled, eyes downcast, filled with sorrow. The ocean shook once more. A colossal pillar of light shot straight up toward the surface. Leviathan lay dying, its eyes flickering between light and darkness. At last, the guardian's sanity returned. It looked at the sword-wielding figure and rasped hoarsely, Kriemhildi, is that you? But the figure dissolved, leaving only Theo standing there. He gave a small smile. Sorry, I'm not her. I'm Theo Ragna, the chosen one. I came to deliver her final words. Theo closed his eyes, recalling Kriemhildi's last smile. She had smiled right up until the very end. Leviathan fell silent, its voice trembling. I understand now, so all this time she was still protecting me. Griffin cut in, no time left, get back into the artifact now. The true dragon added, agreed, pass your power to the chosen one. Leviathan furrowed its brow, as much as I want to, that's impossible. I already defied the primordial dragon's command and abandoned my duty as guardian. Now I'm corrupted by demonic essence. Even if you saved me, my fate can't be changed. It pointed a claw at Theo, so before I vanish completely, I'll transfer every last bit of my power to you. But fair warning, it's going to hurt like hell. Can you handle it? Theo gave a confident little laugh. I can take it. Who do you think I am? Leviathan let out a long, exhausted but relieved breath. At least I like your confidence. Then use it to protect everything Kriemhildi wanted to protect. Protect the island. Theo's heart tightened. He raised the dragon-slaying sword with resolute eyes. I swear I'll protect the people of the island. Leviathan closed its eyes peacefully. Thank you, Theo Ragna. Its gigantic body began dissolving into streams of golden energy that swirled around Theo like a storm. Griffin shouted, Leviathan's ocean current is fatting. The archipelago's gonna sink fast. Hurry up, there's no time left. Absorb that power now. Theo looked up and said, don't worry, Leviathan. He charged straight into the heart of the energy storm. I'll take your power and lift the entire archipelago myself. The instant he began absorbing it, a terrifying pressure exploded across the whole archipelago. From mountaintops to the ocean depths, everyone felt Leviathan's final wave crashing down. Right when the protagonist touched the swirling vortex of energy, it erupted with ferocious force, forcing his eyes wide open. And deep inside he thought, I was way too cocky. The shrunken guardian deities Tian Long, Griffin, and Wyvern flashed and appeared within the vortex. Even they had warned him. Leviathan's power was on a completely different level. The truth hit too late. The mana was too vast, too wild, too ancient. Another violent eruption tore outward and blasted Theo backward, spinning wildly in the crushing currents. I never imagined it would be this overwhelming. At this speed, his body wouldn't hold. And just as the agony threatened to swallow him whole, a glowing command sliced through the chaos. Use the sword. Theo forced his battered body to move, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly. His eyes sharpened with determination as he carved a path straight through the raging vortex. In the next instant, he plunged downward in a violent burst of green light, hurling himself directly into the core of the power. A massive explosion rippled outward like an oceanic storm. Theo floated at its center, dwarfed by the churning vortex below. The violent mana storm compressed into a perfect sphere, a miniature ocean suspended in midair. Through the swirling mana, Griffin appeared and said, "Looks like the kid actually used his brain." Tian Long floated beside it, tension crackling like static, so that's it. He used the dragon-slaying sword as a medium to lighten the burden on his body. Exactly, Leviathan really helped him until the very last second. Theo gripped the dragon-slaying sword tighter as it rattled, anchoring himself against the swirling current. Below, the radiant sphere expanded, growing brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire abyss. He stood at the heart of the storm, feeling Leviathan's colossal power settle into him like the weight of the ocean itself. And with a rare, satisfied smile, he thought, "This overwhelming mana, it's like I'm holding the entire sea dragon Leviathan in my hands. Every bit of pain was worth it." But Tian Long rushed forward, yanking him back to reality with a warning. "This isn't the time to relax, Chosen One. If you want to move the archipelago, this is your one and only chance to wield Leviathan's full power." Theo surged forward, channeling every ounce of the power Leviathan had entrusted to him. Mana roared around his body, trailing streaks of light behind him. "Got it." Tian Long appeared at his side, reminding him, "Have you decided on the destination?" Theo didn't hesitate. There was only one perfect place in his mind, and the answer was unmistakable. Northeast Ragnar Bay, the very spot where the floating archipelago had once rested. As the core blazed brighter, his resolve locked in completely. That location wasn't just suitable, it was the single point where Leviathan's power could anchor the archipelago back in place. Far above, the battlefield outside Kriemhildi's temple still raged fiercely. Soldiers clashed amid sparks and desperate cries when suddenly the sky cracked open. A roaring tsunami crashed down like divine judgment. The impact was beyond endurance, freezing every warrior mid-swing. Panic spread as the sky filled with blinding power. What the hell is happening? Did something happen to Lady Kriemhildi? It's not gonna sink, right? But the tremor beneath their feet answered before anyone could speak. "What? It's actually sinking!" Another soldier shouted and pointed at the coastline as it twisted and warped. "Everyone look over there. The shore, look at the coastline." Because the ground was shifting, violent whirlpools swirled around the archipelago as the entire landmass began to drift. "It's moving. The archipelago is actually moving." Deep inside the fortress, where Noel faced the tyrant dragon, the entire room started collapsing as seawater surged through the cracked floor. Noel staggered for balance, eyes wide in disbelief as the island continued its massive shift. What the fuck is going on? Did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this fast? The tyrant dragon just grinned wickedly, a gleam of twisted amusement curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "This ain't the time for us to stand around anymore. Things have already gone this far, why don't we just call it here?" Noel snapped in fury, "You trying to weasel out of this, tyrant dragon?" But the tyrant dragon's smirk only deepened. "Even I didn't predict Theo Ragnar's move. The plan's pretty much over. Looks like he's already exposed the secret of the dragon-slaying sword." "Then isn't that good? Kill him and take the sword back." Noel stiffened, replying with bitter rage, "You planning to use me to deal with someone who could become your own rival? Want to keep your hands clean while I do the dirty work?" The tyrant dragon leaned back with absolute confidence. "Instead of wasting time like this option benefits you way more, doesn't it?" Back outside the temple, Antonio watched the landmass tilt and glide across the sea. Shock exploded across his face. The archipelago is really moving. That kid actually did it. With the final danger lifted, he raised his voice over the battlefield, commanding the troops and citizens, "Everyone stand down. The archipelago isn't sinking anymore. We're all safe now." But his words were cut short as a brutal slash tore viciously across his side. Antonio's breath caught, his face twisting in pain as he gasped from the sudden attack. But at the very last moment, a blade sliced through the air and blocked the strike by a hair's breadth. The surrounding soldiers froze, stunned by how fast he moved. With one simple swing, Theo cleaved the charging guard in half midair. The soldiers around them erupted in excitement, shouting, "Kriemhildi has returned. She succeeded in sealing the water dragon." Antonio stumbled forward, breathing uneven but eyes full of hope. "Hey Ragna, the archipelago is safe now, right? Yeah, it won't sink anymore." The tension melted from Antonio's shoulders and he exhaled with a grateful smile. "Thank you, kid. It's shameless of me to ask for one more favor." But Theo gently cut him off right away. "Don't worry about it, just rest, Antonio." Antonio froze. Those words carried absolute certainty. Theo's gaze swept over the wounded guards, acknowledging their efforts. I fully understand what every single one of you did to protect the floating archipelago and to protect me. Then he stepped forward, cloak billowing in the wind. From now on, I'll take care of this place. Spinola Umberto's soldiers recoiled at those words. Fear gripped their hands as they realized the power standing before them was on a level far beyond their control. Spinola Umberto roared in furious desperation. What the hell are you idiots standing around for? The dragon-slaying sword is right there. Stop hesitating and seize it now. Driven more by panic than courage, the army charged forward with frenzied screams. But right at that moment, Noel stepped onto the battlefield, his voice trembling with rage as he spoke. In the short time I was gone, you've already turned this place into a complete mess. Theo's expression changed instantly. Shock flooded his face as he realized exactly what was about to happen. Panic sharpened his voice as he shouted, "Everyone get down." The air seemed to crack as a razor-thin red line began to glow ominously in the distance. Spinola Umberto and his troops stiffened as similar deep red lines appeared across their necks. Then a blinding slash tore through the battlefield. And in the next instant, every mark Noel had carved exploded at once. Spinola Umberto's entire army burst into sprays of crimson blood, heads perfectly and brutally bisected. An execution carried out in a single, unstoppable strike. But before the attack's full destructive force could wipe everything out, a colossal wave of energy and water surged outward. The shockwave ripped across the land as the surrounding sea erupted. Waves crashed in every direction under the clash of two overwhelming forces. And in that single sweeping surge, the entire formation on the bridge collapsed. Water and blood flooded the stone walkway. Soldiers toppled like broken dolls, scattering across the battlefield. Antonio stared through the splashing water, his breath trembling as the impossible unfolded right before him. No way. Noel's attack finally subsided enough for him to see the truth sprawled across the soaked bridge. Corpses, torn uniforms, and shattered weapons littered a massive red streak of blood. The nobles, the guards, all of them dead. Noel stood atop Spinola Umberto's severed head, his boots mere inches from the spreading pool of blood below. You pathetic pirates, you couldn't handle one damn brat and instead turned everything into this disaster. Antonio's eyes widened, every trace of color draining from his face. Father, Theo stepped past Antonio, his strides steady despite the blood-soaked chaos around him. Snap out of it and evacuate the citizens right now. The floating archipelago will need you. Antonio understood and began leading the people to safety. Theo narrowed his eyes at Noel, studying him through the lingering mist of water and blood. Even from this far away, I could only block a mediocre strike. Noel charged forward, his entire body wreathed in raging red flames. Ragna, you arrogant little bastard. This is the end of your insolence. Theo felt the sheer killing intent radiating from him. Just who the hell are you? Noel's shadow dissolved into a ferocious blaze, his presence burning like a wildfire. I'll tear you apart piece by piece until even your own father wouldn't recognize what's left. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, even the protagonist couldn't help but feel fear grip his heart. He told himself that someone this absurdly strong couldn't just appear out of nowhere. It defied all logic. Legends don't step out of thin air without history or traces. He clenched his teeth against the terror. He guessed that the man before him was almost certainly one of Troiven's 9 Phoenix Lords. They were humans enhanced to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons, biological weapons, monsters wearing human skin. Their power and brutality surpassed imagination, created for the sole purpose of slaughter. In the Great War, they matched the 9 dragons in strength and swept battlefields like living catastrophes. Theo wondered they completed them this early. Is the timeline shifting, or is my knowledge still missing pieces? Noel swung his sword with earth-shaking force. The attack carved a perfectly straight line through the ground, splitting it open with a deafening roar as dust erupted like geysers. Theo leaped aside to dodge, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He was too fast. That speed wasn't just blinding, it was instantaneous. Theo took a step back, boots sliding across shattered gravel. Just as he'd predicted, this was the strategic weapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. Right then, Noel unleashed his aura. It expanded outward like a violent shockwave. The ground beneath him cracked, spiderweb fractures racing outward as if the earth couldn't bear his weight, sending tremors rippling through the air. Theo once again weighed his chances in this fight. He calculated probabilities, variables, and the vast gap in power. If the man in front of him truly was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, he didn't have even a thousandth of a chance to win. Defeat was inevitable. But before he could measure or plan a retreat, Noel leaped and attacked. The distance vanished in a fraction of a second. Theo somehow blocked the strike on pure instinct rather than sight, but the impact was brutal. He was hurled into the air by the collision. Theo gritted his teeth against the pain as the shock from the hit reverberated through his arms and up to his shoulders, not giving him even a second to escape. Noel raised his sword high overhead, the blade glowing with terrifying light. As he slammed down with full force, he mocked that with the dragon-slaying power flowing through him, Theo shouldn't even be able to hold the sword. Theo strained to raise his blade and block, a desperate defense against an unstoppable foe. The result, he was blasted backward toward the buildings behind him. Theo skipped across the surface like a stone thrown on water, crashing through brick walls and glass. Dust and debris engulfed the area as he smashed into structures and brought them crumbling down. Noel landed gracefully, his boots making almost no sound, complete contrast to the violence he'd just unleashed. He told Theo to give up. He warned that if he kept going, he'd only make the pain worse. Before the dust cloud cleared to reveal Theo's position, 3 daggers suddenly shot out from the haze, aimed straight at Noel. Noel casually swatted the attack aside with his hand and caught them midair effortlessly. He sneered that the attack was just clowning around and he didn't have time for games here. He tossed the weapons aside with contempt. However, before he could finish speaking, Theo appeared behind him. Noel glared at him, eyes cold and unimpressed. "You're too old to be playing childish tricks like that." Theo felt a mix of anger and confusion at the comment. He slashed downward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as the shockwave echoed through the ruins. When the dust settled, reality was clear. Noel had blocked the slash with only his own sword. He hadn't even taken a single step. In Noel's mind, he began to understand what Lord S had hinted at. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit. A memory surfaced in Noel's mind. He stood rigidly in a dimly lit room. Eid Troiven was warning him about Theo Ragna, the next generation of House Ragnar. Eid told him to pay special attention to the boy. It wasn't just a warning, it was a mission directive. Eid ordered that if the opportunity arose to confront Theo, Noel must eliminate him immediately. Back in the present, Noel swung his sword casually. The sheer wind pressure alone swept away the surrounding dust. The ground beneath him lay in ruins from the force of Theo's attack, proof that this kid possessed dangerous power. Noel thought to himself that if Theo was left alive, he would surely become a massive variable in the war, one they couldn't afford. Therefore, he was a threat that had to be eradicated. The decision was made. Then we see Noel's sword drenched in Theo's blood. Dark liquid ran along the blade's grooves and dripped to the ground. It was a deep wound. Theo was fleeing and struggling to buy time. Every second counted. One of his guardian spirits was contacting him, asking what he was doing because they needed more time to help. A system notification appeared before Theo's eyes. Activation of supporting fairy technique failed. Cooldown still active. The life-saving skill was completely useless right now. He told himself he couldn't afford to lose here, even as blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes and leaving a long trail behind him as he ran. The system displayed time remaining until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes was over 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a fight at this speed felt like an entire millennium. Theo gripped the sword tighter, knuckles white. If he could just borrow Leviathan's power one more time, he might escape this. As he neared the harbor, the salty sea air mixed with the metallic scent of blood. He caught Noel's reflection in the water, charging from behind. The once peaceful harbor was instantly destroyed by Noel's attacks. Warehouses collapsed, wooden crates shattered. Theo leaped back, dodging the strike by a hair as blood from his wound sprayed across the blazing red wreckage. Before he could even catch his breath, another attack came rushing in. Theo leaned back sharply, narrowly escaping a slash that flattened the buildings behind him. The sword chi sliced through stone and steel effortlessly, bisecting structures. The upper parts of the buildings slowly slid down, crashing with enough force to shake the ground. Noel kept pursuing like a predator toying with wounded prey. Theo darted into the ruined buildings, climbing over piles of rubble and twisted metal to find an escape route. Even so, Theo forced his battered body to keep moving with whatever strength he had left. He swung his sword with every ounce of power he had, unleashing a blazing attack, a wave of energy that obliterated everything in its path. When the dust cleared, Theo was utterly stunned, his heart tightening. Noel stood there completely unscathed, not a scratch, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Noel charged again, unleashing a relentless barrage like a tidal wave. While Theo was cornered, his mind frantically searched for options that didn't exist. Sparks flew every time their swords clashed. Theo barely managed to stand, arms trembling, stance crumbling. Noel's attack sliced through everything, street lamps, the ground, the ruins. With a massive explosion, Theo was blasted into the ocean. Noel leaped after him and appeared hovering in midair like an executioner. He swung his sword, unleashing countless slashes. Invisible blades of air tore across the sea surface, sending massive waves surging up before crashing down. When the water calmed slightly, Theo burst out and appeared in front of Noel. He was soaked to the bone, trembling and gasping desperately for air. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. In his mind, he thought, just a little more time until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes. He checked the notification, 17 seconds left, only 17 seconds. Noel gathered sword chi, his blade glowing with terrifying light. This fight, starting to get boring. Let's end it here. Theo's eyes widened. He knew the situation had turned extremely dangerous. This would be the finishing blow. So he came up with a way to distract him for a split second. A gamble, a stupid, desperate gamble. Theo's gaze locked on his dragon-slaying sword and he made his decision. He hurled the sword up over Noel's head, discarding his only weapon. What you're after is this dragon-slaying sword, right? If you're so great, come and take it. Noel froze for a moment, staring up at the spinning weapon. That was the brief instant Theo had been waiting for, a flicker of hesitation. The sea serpent leaped from the water and snatched the sword in its jaws. Right then, Theo taunted Noel, "Looks like you don't have what it takes." Noel's eyes bulged with rage, his calm facade cracking. "You damn brat, right to the end, you're still pulling cheap tricks." Theo stood firm on the dock as countless sea serpents rose behind him, emerging from the abyss like ancient guardian deities. Noel glared furiously, his pride wounded far deeper than his body ever could be. The sea serpent's attacks shot straight toward Noel in a unified line, focused beams of energy-churning chaos beneath the water's surface. Noel blocked them and smirked. "You really think these damn snakes can change anything?" With a casual swing of his sword, he swept away the serpent's assaults, turning them into harmless mist. But this time, he was caught off guard when he saw Theo charging straight in for the attack. Noel sneered, "The guy who's been running away this whole time finally has the guts to come at me. I don't care what scheme you're cooking up. But go ahead and throw everything you've got. I promise I'll give you a spectacular ending." Noel gathered his energy, the pressure becoming unbearable, making the air thick and suffocating. Theo's eyes locked on the notification. The countdown had stopped. 0, the dragon-slaying sword was fully stabilized. A voice echoed in his mind. "Thank you, Chosen One. Use the power I left behind to protect yourself." It was an acknowledgement and granting of true authority. Noel was stunned by the sudden shift in Theo. The atmosphere around him changed in an instant. A notification popped up. Received the hidden skill Nibelung contained within the sword. A water dragon rose as Theo swung his blade, formed from the ocean itself and pure mana. It roared with a sound that shook the heavens. When their swords clashed, the impossible happened. Noel's blade, the one that had endured everything, shattered into fragments. Shards of steel scattered like confetti. Theo pressed the attack without losing momentum. A colossal water dragon surged forward from his slash, immense, majestic, and terrifying. It was ready to erase anything in its path. The brutal collision sent Noel flying like a torn ragdoll, his clothes shredded in patches, fresh blood spraying through the air. Noel fell freely and slammed into the water. The impact was so violent he couldn't even reflexively brace himself for a safe landing. The wooden bridge below collapsed entirely under the force of his fall, leaving a violent ocean whirlpool that swallowed every trace of the enemy. Theo landed on what remained of the bridge, standing tall amid the spray of mist. The tide of battle had completely turned. He was now firmly in control. But Noel wasn't going to die that easily. From the depths of the sea, he slowly rose to the surface. Under the dim light, his body revealed a horrifying network of stitches, scars from a past tortured by inhuman experiments. Noel let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a shame, huh? That looked like your ultimate move. You failed, kid." He shouted with manic excitement, a twisted grin hidden behind the mask covering his severely burned face. "That's all you've got and you think you can kill me? Keep dreaming." In response to that arrogance, Theo only looked down coldly. "I was thinking the same thing. The 9 Phoenix Lords are supposed to rival the 9 dragons, so of course you wouldn't go down that easily." With that, Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his eyes blazing with vengeful fire ready to obliterate his foe. Instantly, the sea behind Noel began to rise, standing upright like a living creature, obeying Theo's every command. At that moment, it felt as though the entire ocean rested in the palm of Theo's hand. Theo pointed the sword straight at Noel. "I may not be able to kill you right this second, but this power is more than enough to send you to the deepest abyss." Half submerged in the water, Noel was immediately dragged by the powerful current. He felt the water constrict around him in terror and rasped in panic. "Damn it, what the hell is this current?" The sea churned into a Chinese letter waterspout under Theo's command, spinning with unstoppable speed. He shouted, "Sink to the bottom of the ocean like that." Under the authority of the water dragon Leviathan, Noel was utterly powerless. No matter how wildly he thrashed, the cold current relentlessly pulled him into the vortex and dragged him into utter darkness. Before the raw force of nature embodied by the sea, a human had no chance to resist. Noel's final words were nothing but a desperate scream. "You damn brat." Silence fell over the area. Theo stood there with trembling shoulders from exhaustion. The sharp pain in his side forced him to clutch it tightly. Suddenly, the view narrowed, focusing only on his hair fluttering before his entire body collapsed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the stone, breathing heavily as if a 1,000-ton weight had finally lifted from his chest. "Leviathan, I kept my promise. If you ask for anything more, I probably won't ever open my eyes again." Time passed quietly. Theo had returned among the island's people. Antonio stood by the shore, staring toward the mainland in awe. "This is the first time in my life I've witnessed something like this. I'm not sure if my calculations are accurate, but at this speed, approaching the coastline won't face any obstacles." Antonio turned to him with a wry smile. "When you first said you'd move the entire archipelago, I thought you were crazy. but seeing the reality right in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. From the crowd, a curious woman spoke up, but why go through all this trouble to move the whole island? Wouldn't resealing the water dragon be easier? Theo calmly explained to the people, yes, that would be simpler, but if we did that, today's tragedy would just repeat itself sooner or later. People like Troyvan and the Northern Alliance would never give up trying to seize the dragon-slaying sword. Your island would be put in danger again. Only when it's no longer at risk of sinking and is properly protected can everyone truly feel secure about the future. He continued, from now on, the floating archipelago will be anchored in the northeast bay of the Ragnar family. Since it's no longer drifting, maybe we should give it a new name. Excitement lit up everyone's faces. Being close to the Ragnar family meant absolute safety. Antonio looked at Theo intently. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath to muster the courage for what he was about to say. He suddenly bowed deeply and spoke, "Young master, please forgive me. The hostage incident at the series trading caravan caused by Black Tower not long ago, the White Dragon team had to sacrifice so much. Even if we were threatened by Troyvan, we can't escape responsibility for what happened. If you wish to hold us accountable for that." Theo stepped forward and lightly patted Antonio's shoulder. "Yes, you're right. You need to take responsibility for that right now. Say it anything, even if you want this head, I'll offer it to you." But in response, Theo simply replied calmly, "Antonio, leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance, I want you to take that empty seat." Antonio looked up in shock. What are you saying?" Theo explained clearly. The Ragnar family's CERES Chinese letter has been completely wiped out. Right now, the North has no large-scale trade routes anymore. I don't want to worry about that anymore because I believe your island's maritime alliance will do everything to fill that gap. Antonio stammered, "But I'm not worthy of that position." Theo didn't argue. He turned to the crowd and asked loudly, "Everyone heard that? Lord Antonio says he's not worthy. What do you all think?" In the silence, Saintess Marty suddenly raised her hand and spoke. "I fully agree to let Lord Antonio take this position. We've all seen his sincerity." Following the Saintess, the woman who had asked the question earlier also raised her hand. "I agree too, he should be our leader." One by one, thousands of hands rose, chants of Antonio's name filling the air. Seeing the people wholeheartedly support a leader with true heart, Theo smiled in satisfaction. He thumped his chest lightly and declared firmly, "Then it's settled. First condition. As long as the Maritime Alliance fulfills its duties and gives priority to the Ragnar family, I, Theo Ragna, swear on my family's name to guarantee absolute security and autonomy for this archipelago. I stake my honor on this oath being fulfilled." Antonio closed his eyes, overcome with emotion. A true heir of the great Ragnar family stood before him, entrusting him with the duty to protect the people. He had no reason left to refuse. Antonio gave a small smile. "In the end, I'm still just the one receiving favors." He stood tall and proclaimed clearly, "On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola, swear to cooperate fully with the Ragnar family." A blood oath had been sealed for the new alliance, granting Theo immense political power in the race to become head of the Ragnar family. The people erupted in joyous cheers. Right then, the island suddenly shook violently as if it had collided with something, startling Antonio in terror. But Theo only smiled, closing his eyes in contentment. "We've arrived. Welcome to the floating archipelago's new home." Meanwhile, on a distant, nameless rocky shore, furious waves crashed wildly against the cliffs as if the ocean itself were raging. Suddenly, a scarred hand gripped the rock tightly. Noel, the one thought to have been buried at the bottom of the sea, was still alive. He had used his last scraps of strength to swim back up. His lungs greedily gulped air after holding his breath for so long. Noel crawled ashore, coughing violently from the water and the crushing pressure on his chest. His rage flared wildly. "That bastard Theo Ragna, next time we meet, I'll tear you apart and devour your guts." Suddenly, a cold voice rang from atop the cliff, making Noel flinch. Power enough to face the Ragnar family's 9 dragons. What a disappointing performance. Noel froze, trembling as he looked up toward the voice, "Tyrant Dragon." He shouted, "That's right, didn't you say you'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Whatever it is, just help me this one time." The Tyrant Dragon didn't reply. He leaped straight down from the cliff, landing with such force that he shattered the hard rock beneath him, proving he was no ordinary being. He strolled forward casually. "Foolish. It seems you still don't know what I want. Fine, I'll tell you." He smirked with utter contempt. "My intention was for you to seize the archipelago, and then I'd simply take it from your hands." Noel was stunned, a bad feeling surging. "What? Don't tell me you planned to snatch it from us right from the start. Taking back what was stolen, doesn't that sound perfect? I thought you lot would at least handle that annoying brat, but clearly I was wrong. I never imagined worthless insects like you would fail so miserably against a kid." Noel's fury exploded. His arm suddenly deformed, swelling grotesquely as if about to burst. "This is the final combat form of a 9 Phoenix Lord. You're too arrogant, Tyrant Dragon. The era of the 9 dragons is over. I'll show you the true power of the 9 Phoenix Lords. You'll pay for that disrespectful attitude. But before Noel could strike, a terrifying blast of energy shot straight at him like a gunshot, erasing half his body in an instant. It was an attack from the tyrant dragon himself. He watched Noel's lifeless corpse get blown away and said coldly, "Those Eastern bastards really are all talk. Even if the old 9 dragons are past their prime, you think you can compete with that level of skill? Ha, if it were one of the old-timers or that lizard god guy, maybe you'd have had a chance." He walked away, his eyes gleaming with murderous hunger as he looked toward the mainland. "Theo Ragnar, let's see just how strong you really are." Amid the frigid battlefield, the forces of House Troyven stood like iron pillars, in stark contrast to the defeated soldiers kneeling helplessly at their feet. At the center, Ead Troyven stood unmoved, his cloak billowing in the biting wind, his face completely expressionless. Behind him were ranks of steel-disciplined soldiers, their silence radiating the absolute authority of the family. Among the chained prisoners, one trembling figure slowly lifted his head, the bruises on his face unable to hide the burning hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth audibly and snarled through ragged breaths, "You disgusting worms, do you really think this will help you defeat our House Ragna?" His shout shattered in the air, but he kept spitting venomous words. "In the end, the blade of Ragna will deliver death." The sentence was abruptly cut off. A blazing red streak tore through the air, and his head fell before the victim even realized what had happened. Ead Troyven lowered his sword with terrifying calm, crimson blood running along the steel blade and dripping onto the frozen ground. "How boring, every damn Ragna bastard spouts the same nonsense." The body crumpled into the snow just as a soldier rushed over in panic, dropping to his knees before Ead. "Young master, urgent news, the floating archipelago campaign has failed." Ed's eyes shifted slightly as he asked in a steady voice, "What about Noel?" "We've lost contact with him, my lord." From the ranks, another figure stepped forward, clad in gleaming iron armor, his helmeted face tilting slightly as he stood beside the kneeling soldier. His voice was calm but laced with danger. "Looks like that defective product failed after all." He slowly raised his head, a predatory gleam shining behind the visor. "If we lose the floating archipelago, our main distribution network collapses and the balance of war could shift completely. Please allow me to personally clean up this mess." He was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, the one ranked first. But without hesitation, Ead turned away, his cloak sweeping across the blood-soaked snow. "No, forget it. We've already recovered the massive capital from the archipelago." Ead walked on as the Troyven army advanced behind him, swords rising and falling in deadly arcs, mercilessly executing every last prisoner. "It's a shame, but we can't let this cloud our vision and forget the real objective. Redirect all remaining forces to the central front." This entire conflict was just a feint to draw their attention. Ead paused for a moment, a faint purple glow flickering deep in his eyes. "Burn this into your minds, our goal is singular and everything is for his sake." Ead's voice echoed across the vast expanse in reverence for the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. The scene faded, then shifted to the sun-drenched horizon of the newly revived floating archipelago. The calm waters sparkled, ships bustling in and out of the harbor, the air filled with the laughter and chatter of merchants and workers. Inside an office overlooking the docks, Antonio Spinola was buried under a mountain of documents. Exhaustion was etched into every line of his face. His fingers pressed hard against his temples to ease the throbbing headache. The door creaked open softly. Theo stepped in with his usual calm demeanor. "You look like you're carrying the weight of the world." He approached the desk, standing in the warm, golden afternoon light. "Is the Ragnar family's transport network running into trouble?" Antonio sighed, trying to play it cool but failing. "That's one hell of a question. Everything was so much simpler when we didn't have to calculate variables for a sea full of drifting ice." Antonio pushed back his chair and stood, looking Theo straight in the eye with conflicted emotion. "Let me be honest, I'm afraid of House Ragna. I'm grateful you freed us from Troyven, but nothing in this world comes free. With one snap of Ragna's fingers, everything we've built could be wiped out. The only thing that changes is the name of the invader." Antonio lowered his head, shadows covering his expression. "Sometimes I think we were safer just drifting endlessly on the sea." Instead of getting angry, Theo simply smiled, crossing his arms and leaning back casually as he replied, "I get it. That's a concern any leader has to weigh, but my view is the opposite. Precisely because it was a drifting island, the floating archipelago was the most dangerous place of all." Antonio's eyes widened. Theo extended his hand, revealing a small gleaming medal. "Isolation means no enemies, and so the place gradually becomes unfamiliar with combat. Even in this crisis, you couldn't mount a proper resistance." Theo flicked his wrist, sending the medal spinning through the air before it landed neatly in Antonio's palm. National defense can't be solved by dependence. Even when facing huge risks, a nation has to prepare itself. Theo looked at him for a moment before asking, do you know about House Ragna's White Dragon Unit? Of course, the legendary aerial strike force riding wyverns. Exactly. Theo gave a cryptic smirk. This archipelago has creatures just like wyverns. Antonio's face hardened. You mean the sea serpents? Don't even mention them. Those vicious beasts travel in packs and crush everything in their path. Whenever they show up, it's an emergency. Right then, a shout from the harbor echoed into the office. Emergency. Sea serpents sighted at the docks. Evacuate all civilians immediately. Combat forces prepare to engage. Antonio cursed in shock and started to rush out, but Theo stopped him with a gentle wave. No need to panic like that. Theo smiled and strode to the door, flinging it open as if welcoming a guest. Antonio froze as a massive sea serpent head appeared right in the doorway, casting both of them in its shadow. The creature lowered its head, filling the entrance like a living gate. These are the ones I summoned, Theo pointed casually. Antonio's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face. What? You deliberately called those sea thugs here? Have you lost your mind? Ignoring Antonio's panic, Theo slowly placed his hand on the beast's snout in an unbelievably natural gesture. So how about it? I'll teach you how to tame them. Before the stunned soldiers and civilians watching, more sea serpents rose from the water, gathering around Theo like a legion awaiting their master's command. Just like the White Dragon Unit, this archipelago can form its own cavalry. We'll call them the Kriemhilde Knight Order. While everyone was still in shock, one sea serpent approached Antonio, nudging its head against him as if testing. Antonio trembled, then let out a forced laugh as he felt the creature's breath. Looks like it's already picked you. Sunlight poured through the towering glass ceiling of the main hall, casting long golden streaks across the polished stone floor. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as footsteps echoed and a mysterious figure approached Theo with a face full of astonishment. This is ridiculous. You really accomplished all this in just a few days? Theo shrugged. It had to be done. Cleve stood nearby, rubbing her forehead. Do you even realize what you've done? The floating archipelago was a classified investigation target for Black Tower because it was Troyven's financial lifeline. Acting on your own like this. Theo narrowed his eyes. Classified investigation, what do you mean? If Black Tower knew how important this place was, why did they just stand by and let it get taken? Why the silence? Before Theo could dig deeper, a deep voice rang out, silencing the entire grand hall. You're Theo Ragna. A man stepped forward, his lips curling into a mocking smile. The old 9 dragons kept hyping it up so much I had high expectations, but looking at you, you're just some spoiled pretty boy, not much of a man at all. He waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing off a trivial insult. His smile sharpening like a predator. Anyway, nice to meet you. Theo's heart tightened. Tyrant Dragon Danteral, what the hell is someone like him doing here? Both Theo and Cecilia bowed respectfully as Danteral approached. He waved lazily. Oh, no need for that formal old crap, just relax. Cecilia straightened, her voice trembling with tension. Lord Danteral, why didn't you report anything to Black Tower about the situation here? Danteral glanced at her with a half-smile. Sorry, I got here a bit late. Cecilia's calm shattered into anger. Late. Because of your delay, our position in Black Tower is becoming extremely precarious. The room suddenly shook violently as an overwhelming pressure swept through, a deep crimson aura exploding around Danteral. Ah, my apologies for that. Danteral said, the red energy swirling around him like a ferocious beast. But honestly, Cecilia was the first to collapse, her body buckling as if the air had turned to stone. Theo wasn't faring much better. His eyes widened in horror as the weight of that aura slammed into him. Danteral stood like the eye of the storm, his voice booming like thunder. Do you have the confidence to bear the consequences? The shockwave erupted, shattering nearby windows. Theo gritted his teeth, fighting to keep his footing as the floor seemed to tilt beneath him. Every breath was now a battle for survival. Damn it, I knew he was strong, but this is beyond imagination. Theo's vision blurred, his chest burning. Only now did he truly understand why, in his previous life, House Ragna had completely failed to stop the invasion of the floating archipelago. The crushing pressure that had felt like the sky collapsing suddenly vanished. Cleve and Theo remained kneeling on the cold stone, bodies still trembling after Danteral's crimson aura had swallowed the entire room. Danteral threw his head back and let out a hearty, mocking laugh. Relax, you two, I was just messing around, wanted to see how sharp you really are. Even after Danteral retracted his killing intent, Theo and Cleve had to struggle to steady their ragged breathing. You've grasped the situation, though it looks like you still don't fully understand what's really coming. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once the real storm starts, things are going to get a lot more interesting. Before Theo could fully stand, Danteral slapped him hard on the back, the impact rattling his spine and forcing the air from his lungs. What's wrong? Even a light tap like that too much for you? Theo forced himself upright, maintaining his calm facade. Sorry, sir, I'm still adjusting. Deep down, Theo was far from comfortable. He studied the man before him, Danteral Doalong. Theo knew that no matter how much he joked or acted carefree, the true nature beneath that mask never changed. Power was the only thing he pursued. Danteral wasn't here for loyalty or duty to House Ragna. He was here because this place offered a path to ultimate power. He was part of the reserve force, yet he'd arrived before anyone else. Theo thought silently, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Danteral was extremely dangerous, even among the 9 dragons. Why would someone like him show up here first? To stay safe, Theo chose to play along. He bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "I apologize, I failed to grasp Lord Danteral's intentions and acted improperly." "Grasp my intentions? Don't overthink it, it's not that complicated." Danteral grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked Theo up and down. "So you're the 6th successor. Theo Ragna, not bad up close." Danteral suddenly extended his hand with a confident smile, as expected, worthy of being the new heir. "I'm counting on you from now on." Theo was momentarily stunned. He still couldn't read this man's true motives. Still, he calmly took the hand. The handshake carried overwhelming force. "You flatter me, sir." Right then, Cleve stepped forward, her face grave as she cut through the tension. "Sorry to interrupt, but there's an additional report. The reserve forces have completed their mission. Reallocation of personnel is no longer necessary. Everyone is ordered to assemble at the central front immediately." Danteral shrugged arrogantly. "Job done, so time to head back and guard the territory, pretty standard stuff." But then his voice dropped, killing intent suddenly flaring and freezing Cleve in place. "But first, there's someone I need to deal with. The reserve forces dared to summon me for an inspection. This is Black Tower's will." Crimson aura coiled around him like a beast. Danteral's eyes narrowed like growling blades. "Robert, that bastard, right?" Cleve froze, cold sweat soaking her clothes. Danteral strode past her, his voice dripping with venom. "Go find that smug prick and deliver my message. If they want to chase me, tell them to drag their own asses here." The floor trembled under his steps. As he left, the scene shifted dramatically to a blazing battlefield. In the sky, white-armored knights tore through the clouds in perfect formation. Their wyverns dove like arrows. Below, cavalry thundered across the ground. Troyvan forces retaliated with massive barrages, cannon fire and explosives staining the sky red. Amid the blizzard on the Cal Highlands, House Ragna and Troyvan clashed. Theo and the white-armored cavalry descended from the sky, landing first. Their wings kicked up swirling snow. The moment its claws touched ground, Theo surged forward. A Troyvan soldier didn't even have time to scream before Theo's blade sliced clean through him. "Anti-air cannons neutralized," a veteran shouted. High above, Evelyn guided her wyvern in a flawless spiral formation. Her eyes were ice cold. "White wyvern unit, prepare to strike, all units descend." The wyverns folded their wings and plummeted like meteors. Not far away, Torkel watched the spectacle with an arrogant grin, commanding the black-armored cavalry. "Flying around sure looks flashy," he said to his subordinate. "Commander Torkel, there you go again. Our people will feel bad if they hear that." The female subordinate glared at him. Torkel laughed heartily and donned his helmet. "All right, sorry, but they're way stronger than our little sparrows." His voice grew serious. He spurred his horse forward ahead of hundreds of black warhorses. "Crush everything in your path. We trample the enemy today to pave the way for tomorrow." The black-armored cavalry charged forward. The ground thundered as 100 warhorses surged like an unstoppable black iron wave. Torkel led the charge, his spear carving blazing arcs through the freezing air, tearing through Troyvan ranks with absolute overwhelming force. Dust, ice, and smoke rose in a towering black column reaching toward the clear sky. The battle ended at the Ragnar camp under the flickering glow of campfires. Torkel strode up to Theo and gripped his hand tightly. "You did great, brother," Theo replied humbly. "You're too kind, Commander Torkel." "I told you to just call me Big Bro." Torkel laughed heartily and slapped Theo's shoulder. "Anyway, you've earned a break. Let's grab a drink sometime soon." As Torkel walked off, a senior white-armored member draped an arm over Theo's shoulder teasingly. "Whoa, calling the black-armored cavalry commander Big Bro now. You're rising fast, kid, compared to what you pulled off at the floating archipelago. This is just the cherry on top." A hand suddenly smacked down on the teaser's head. Erin pushed up her glasses and sighed in exasperation. "Enough already, he just got back from the battlefield, let him rest." Theo bowed politely. "I'm fine. Senior Erin, what's the current war situation?" Erin's expression turned serious instantly. She stepped to the map table and pointed at Troyvan positions. "Overall, we hold the advantage, but there's something very strange. Even though we've approached their main headquarters, Troyvan forces aren't moving at all, as if they're waiting for something." Theo narrowed his eyes at the map, and with his knowledge as a reincarnator who knew the locations of the ancient dragons, he immediately spotted the anomaly. Troyvan's formation isn't defensive, it's far too purposeful. Their real target is the resting place of one of the primordial dragon's artifacts. Theo's gaze fixed on a single point, the White Tower ruins. In another dark and desolate corner of the war, where corpses lay scattered and gray smoke blanketed everything, an enemy soldier staggered backward, a choked cry for help stuck in his throat. "Help." A blur flashed past and a hooded figure appeared behind him, a single severed head from neck. "9 Phoenix Lords, huh?" The hooded figure muttered irritably. Why haven't they shown themselves yet? It's been nothing but small fry for days, boring as hell. Two other hooded figures approached. They were Ragna's successors, Ansio third in line and Jishar fourth. You're being awfully blunt, Jishar. Ansio chuckled softly. Suddenly the air grew heavy. Dandaral stepped forward, his eyes sharp and crimson. That mouth of yours still hasn't changed, Jishar. I told you to swing your sword only after careful calculation. Haven't you kicked that reckless habit yet? Ansio's eyes lit up. Master, long time no see. Dantaral said coldly, I heard you two screwed up at the floating archipelago and handed it over to the dogs. He smirked dangerously. Consider it the price for watching a good show. But don't get too cocky, the one rising below is moving fast and will come for you soon enough. Ansio paused. You mean Torkel? If it's that guy, we're already prepared. No, Danaral's voice dropped, each word falling like a blade into ice. I'm talking about the sixth successor. Ansio blinked, then burst out laughing. Come on, master. Who do you think trained us? We're not rookies who'll get pushed around by some kid. But Ansio's smile vanished when Danaral locked eyes with him. The air froze solid, a bone-chilling cold enveloping them. Dantaral spoke his final words, heavy and absolute. But what if that kid is the chosen one? Ansio and Jishar froze. That title carried a weight that shook their minds. Dantaral turned and walked away, his cloak sweeping the snow as he prepared to leave. No room for doubt anymore. Ansio and Jishar silently followed, all jokes and grumbling gone. Dantaral issued one last cold order like steel. While there's still time, you must eliminate him at all costs. A few hours before Theo set foot on the blood-soaked battlefield, he sat inside a horse-drawn carriage. Theo stared at the White Tower Grand Battle map. That's also an ancient relic of the primordial dragon, right? Right beside him, the Divine Guardian spoke. Correct. That confirmation sent Theo into a brief silence. His mind drifted back through time to fragments of his previous life. Even in that brutal timeline, the White Tower was the first area house Troyven targeted and captured. The true dragon turned to explain further. Guardians can vaguely sense each other's positions through an invisible spiritual link, no matter the geographical distance across this continent. The Guardian of the White Tower received the largest share of power from the primordial dragon's essence. Theo looked at the Guardian in utter shock, disbelief clear in his eyes. What? Right then, the second Guardian stepped forward to join the conversation. He's right. Not all artifacts carry equal power. The division of the ancient dragon's essence was never fair or uniform. Each artifact was granted different powers and roles in maintaining the world's order. Some received immense strength and responsibility, serving as hidden pillars upholding the foundation of this world. And the Guardian of the White Tower was a prime example, a sentinel with power far beyond imagination. The second Guardian moved closer to the map. Its presence chilled the surrounding air. An artifact with such terrifying power is currently right inside Troyven territory. Theo nodded slowly, his face darkening. This strategic disadvantage was truly catastrophic. Letting such a colossal source of power fall into enemy hands was like waiting for a disaster to erupt. The Spirit Guardian looked straight into Theo's eyes, its expression gravely serious. Do you remember what happened with the water dragon Leviathan? House Troyven possessed dark secret arts to poison guardians and drain the primordial dragon's power, an alchemical technique that turned the world's protectors into tools of destruction. The Guardian leaned forward and issued the final command. You must seize it before House Troyven completes their plan. Theo's expression hardened. He had been thinking the exact same thing. The scene shifted back to the present at the Central Highlands command tent. Inside Ma Long's tent, tension hung thick in the air. Ma Long leaned over the strategy table reading the report Theo had submitted. So we have to head to this rocky mountain. Theo replied without flinching, calm and steady. Troyven forces are concentrating unusually at those coordinates. They're definitely moving there for a very specific and important reason. I'm certain of it. Theo's reasoning was logical, but the commander wasn't easily swayed. No need to say more. You want to abandon the main front for an independent mission? You seem to have gotten too arrogant with that air candidate title. You think I'll just let you do whatever you want? A flash of surprise crossed Theo's face. Without official permission, you won't be able to infiltrate deep into enemy territory. That's not what I meant. Ma Long stared at Theo for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I was just kidding. The tension in the tent snapped like a dry branch. I trust your judgment. Go ahead without worry. He also reassured Theo that the white dragon-armored cavalry would never weaken just because he wasn't there. Hearing those words, a grateful smile finally appeared on the young man's lips. Ma Long smiled back. When you return, make sure to bring back plenty of spoils. If you fail, I'll cut your entire rations as punishment. Theo gave a confident grin and bowed respectfully to the commander. I won't let you down. Amid treacherous mountain ranges where jagged peaks rose like broken fangs and howling winds tore through narrow ravines, the White Tower stood imposingly. Up close, its structure was even more majestic than in memory, a towering pillar of ivory white stone defying the swirling black clouds. Troyven forces were encamped thickly around it. Their campfires dotted the mountainside like scattered stars. Theo approached the target on his wyvern under cover of night, looking down at the patrols on the outer perimeter. One careless move closer and detection was guaranteed. The guard density was far heavier than Theo had anticipated. The wyvern landed softly on a nearby outcrop, its claws touching the frozen rock with only the faintest click. Theo dismounted, his movements fluid and silent like water seeping into stone. "You're amazing, you can even change your body color at will to blend into the darkness. That's definitely the trait of a dragon spirit mixed with Serpent King." It approached and nuzzled his hand affectionately. Its golden eyes gleamed with intelligence. "Thanks, Umbra. Thanks to you we got here easily." Theo then ordered Umbra to return to base. The infiltration ahead was for him alone. Umbra spread its wings and flew back toward the camp while Theo activated his peak movement technique. Theo crouched behind a massive boulder, breaths shallow and perfectly controlled, sharp eyes tracking every enemy movement. Security around the White Tower truly had no gaps. Heavily armored soldiers patrolled the walls in steady rhythm. Meanwhile, mages stood ready, their staves glowing brightly with defensive spells. But unexpectedly, a soldier near Theo's hiding spot sensed something off. "Anyone there?" He stopped, tilting his head, straining to listen through the howling wind. His comrade asked boredly after a long shift, "What's up?" The first soldier replied, "I feel something." He gripped his sword hilt tightly, the dry scrape of metal on sheath echoing in the quiet night. He narrowed his eyes cautiously into the deep darkness but saw nothing. The boulder remained still and cold. The soldier exhaled, tension easing, and turned back. "Sorry, guys, must have been my imagination." But the sight before him nearly stopped his heart. Theo was right there. He struck like lightning, snapping the second soldier's neck before he could react. Before the first soldier could respond, eyes widening in absolute terror, Theo lunged. The distance vanished in a heartbeat. The soldier opened his mouth to scream the alarm. Intruder. At another side of the White Tower, deep in the central shrine, a horrifying scene unfolded. A massive blood pool filled with thick, viscous crimson liquid. Torchlight along the stone walls reflected on its surface, forming grotesque shapes. In the center of the pool lay a giant cocoon wrapped in pulsing red veins like enormous vines. The young master of House Troyven stood before the blood pool, his face illuminated by the evil ritual's red glow, his eyes fixed on the cocoon with manic fascination. Right then, footsteps echoed from behind on the cold stone floor. What an interesting sight. It was the high priest of the holy demon cult, infamous across the continent for boundless cruelty. He stood with hands clasped behind wide sleeves, watching the pulsing cocoon with delight. "I never thought House Troyven would dare oppose House Ragna to this extent, partnering with the holy demon cult to revive the deposed dragon emperor from years ago." At that moment, the light shifted for a clearer view of the cocoon. Inside the thin membrane, a humanoid form was enveloped in dense blood veins. They wrapped the entity like a spiderweb, anchoring it to the pool's heart and continuously channeling dark energy into its core. Eid turned to the high priest with furious eyes. "Watch your words carefully. He is the true master of House Ragna. The one currently on the throne is merely an imposter. Soon, the real master will reclaim everything. We who serve the true master are the real Ragna. Remember that." The high priest smirked, his tone condescending yet feigned submissive. "I'll keep that in mind." He reported that preparations for the resurrection ritual were nearing the final stages as requested. To summon him back from the other side, worthy sacrifices were required. The key ingredients were the body of a Ragna family member and the power of the primordial dragon. Eid walked forward, boots crunching on cracked stone. A family member's body can be obtained anytime. So the key right now is conquering the White Tower. He turned to a subordinate kneeling in the shadows. "How's the conquest of the White Tower progressing?" The subordinate trembled as he reported. "The power residing inside the White Tower is immense and resisting our demonic poison fiercely. Even the holy demon cult's high priests have poured all their magic into helping, but conquering it within the set timeframe seems impossible." The Troyven young master suddenly unleashed his aura, a wave of darkness crushing the space, the pressure turning tangible and heavy like molten lead. He pinned the subordinate to the floor, cracks spiderwebbed outward from where the soldier knelt under his master's wrap. In rage, he roared, "For his resurrection, the primordial dragon's power is the only key. Nothing is impossible. We will make it possible by any means necessary." The subordinate gasped for mercy, eyes bulging from the overwhelming pressure. "Forgive me, young master, my thinking was shallow. Please spare me." The Troyven young master finally retracted the pressure. The aura vanished as quickly as it appeared. The soldier looked up, gasping with blood streaming from his nose. He was broken but still alive. Right then, another subordinate rushed in pale with fear, dropping to his knees with urgent news. "There's an intruder in the White Tower." The corpse of the soldier Theo had killed, neck twisted completely. The entire area was now under intense search. Troyven soldiers' shouts echoed through the mountain ravines. From afar, the whole chaos was being watched from high above. On the cliffs overlooking the valley, a figure sat silently in the shadows. The panic of Troyven soldiers, Theo disguising himself and blending into the enemy ranks to join the search. All of it fell under the sharp, calculating gaze of one observer. That was Ancio Ragna, perched casually on a high rock outcrop, legs dangling as if enjoying an entertaining play on stage. Watching Theo's actions, he murmured with a mix of admiration and curiosity, killing only those who need to die, disguising as the enemy without a second thought like a true shadow operative. So in your past life, you really did work for Black Snow. Theo was proving to be a far more intriguing variable than Ancio had ever imagined, an unexpected factor in the grand plan he hadn't fully accounted for. Ancio wanted to test just how far this reincarnated warrior could go. Jishar Ragna, standing in the shadows right behind him, spoke coldly, "Stop with the pointless thoughts and keep tailing him. Don't get spotted like what happened with Torkel." Ancio licked his lips, eyes flashing with the thrill of a predator. "Relax, little sis, I'll follow orders." A Troyven soldier rushed up in panic. He dropped to one knee, gasping between ragged breaths. "Young master, emergency. Something happened at the White Tower. An intruder has appeared." The instant those words rang out, Eid's expression twisted violently. Something deep inside him seemed to snap. His jaw clenched so hard the grinding of teeth echoed clearly. Even the way they had arranged the army formation had been subtly manipulated by that intruder, just enough to avoid raising suspicion. Suddenly, a razor-sharp realization flashed through Eid's mind. It can't be. The truth crashed into him in an instant, one single name surfacing in his thoughts. Eid's face contorted, eyes blazing with chilling, killing intent as he hissed through gritted teeth. It has to be him, Theo Ragna. But then the fury vanished as quickly as it had erupted. Eid's face returned to an eerily calm composure, eyes narrowing with cold calculation. The soldier below continued his desperate report, completely unaware of the shifting calculations in his master's mind. "We should reinforce the guard immediately and tighten the search. With our current forces, we'll catch him in no time." "Unnecessary," Ed said curtly. The soldier blinked in stunned silence. Eid looked toward the assembled troops and issued new orders. "Leave only a minimal force at the White Tower, everyone else withdraw immediately." The soldier's face drained of color, panic plain. "But my lord, if we do that, the primordial dragon's power could be stolen." Eid stepped forward, cloak sweeping across the dry stone. "That's exactly the point." Eid didn't bother looking back. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, where the majestic silhouette of the White Tower pierced through the thick black clouds. He whispered, eyes gleaming with sinister intent, "The intruder is almost certainly that brat Theo Ragna. He will conquer the White Tower and emerge having claimed the primordial dragon's power." As if to affirm his resolve, Eid raised a gloved hand high. In an instant, 3 pitch-black figures materialized from the deep shadows behind him. They bowed in perfect silence like statues awaiting command. Eid gave a twisted smile under the dim torchlight, revealing his true ambition. "If we can't conquer it ourselves, we'll let him do it for us. Then we simply take the dragon's power from his own hands." A tall, imposing figure stepped forward. Zui, a massive guardian subordinate wielding a great hammer. Tri, finally a graceful yet deadly female assassin with disciplined poise. The 3 stood in a line before Eid, a circle of absolute loyalty forged in cruelty. Eid issued the command coldly. "The moment you confirm he has obtained the primordial dragon's power, kill him and bring it to me." "Understood, master," their voices answered in chilling unison. The scene shifted to the rugged terrain surrounding the White Tower. Wind howled through jagged rock crevices. "We have to find him." A soldier shouted, voice cracking from tension. The commander quickly regained control and barked, "You 3 search around the base of the tower, the rest follow me. We'll sweep this side." As the soldiers moved off, their torches flickered like scattered fireflies in the dark night. From the shadow of a large boulder, Theo watched silently, eyes cold, every movement perfectly controlled. He turned and moved in the opposite direction, melting into the darkness like a blade gliding through night. Now in Troyven's soldier uniform, Theo held a torch, hood, and mask completely concealing his identity. I didn't expect them to fall for it so easily. No recognition signals, no additional reinforcements. He looked toward the massive structure towering ahead, realization deepening. No, the security here has been suspiciously lax from the very beginning. The tower rose high above him, a colossal spiral carved from white stone and ancient power. Its form dominated the frozen landscape around it. As Theo approached the entrance, an uneasy feeling rose in his chest, as if they were deliberately luring him inside. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface appeared before his eyes. "You have discovered the relic of the primordial dragon White Tower." The notification dissolved into sparkling particles as Theo pressed his hand to the stone pedestal, searching for hidden traps. Trap or not, it didn't matter. He pressed his fingers firmly against the freezing stone surface. The slab reacted instantly. A brilliant, intense light exploded beneath his palm. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the relic pulsed with radiant energy. A blinding white halo erupted like a wave, bathing the ruins in light. The reinforced glow formed a shimmering path that split the stone, revealing a hidden passage. Because one truth would never change, he had to seize the primordial dragon's power before they did. The halo swallowed Theo's figure into a pure white veil. Another system notification appeared, entering the relic of the primordial dragon White Tower. Space stilled, until sharp footsteps shattered the silence. "I heard about it from Master, but I never imagined a primordial dragon relic hidden in a place like this." Beside him, Ancio maintained her steady stance and replied calmly, "It seems infiltrating House Troivan was for this reason too." Jishar tilted his head back, slapping a gloved palm against his forehead before letting out a booming laugh, as expected from the Chosen One. But Ancio didn't smile, her voice cut through his excitement coldly. "Even though the title of Chosen One carries immense weight, do you really think he can achieve something like this just because he's the Chosen One?" Jishar's laughter faded, replaced by a sly glint in his eyes. "Well, we did find his discarded uniform as proof, but it was thrown away too obviously. Don't you think he's deliberately luring us?" Ancio stared straight ahead, voice devoid of warmth. "His intentions don't matter. We just need a justifiable reason to act." "Let's go, Jishar. We need to set the stage before he comes out." "I'm not going anywhere," Jishar said in an unshakable tone. "I'll wait for him to step out of this tower." Ancio paused and slowly turned to look at him. "What?" Jishar raised his sword in front of his face, steel catching the faint light. "Aren't you curious? I want to see what his face looks like when he dies." The smile spreading across his face no longer looked human. His eyes widened with feral excitement. Inside the White Tower ruins, the old world seemed to dissolve after a blinding white flash. The brilliance swallowed stone, air, and sound in an endless white ocean. Theo squinted and raised a hand to shield his eyes as the searing light pressed against his eyelids. Ugh, damn it. Before him rose pale stone pillars stretching to an impossibly distant ceiling lost in the light. Theo's fingers tightened around his sword hilt, eyes turning icy. "I can't afford to let my guard down." He felt enormous pressure weighing on his shoulders. This guardian had received the most power from the primordial dragon. It had to be a colossal, ferocious beast, something worthy of guarding this relic. Then from the deep darkness ahead, two red dots ignited like burning blades. A low, sharp sound echoed. Theo reacted instantly, dropping his center of gravity into a combat stance. But when the figure stepped out of the shadows, Theo's breath caught in absolute shock. Emerging onto the stone steps was a tiny creature, waddling like a baby dragon. "You finally arrived, Chosen One." Before Theo could process anything, the little dragon huffed indignantly. "Just a moment ago, some weirdos tried to sneak in here with spirit demon poison. Do you have any idea how annoying it was to stop them?" Theo stood frozen, mouth agape, sweat beading on his temple as he tried to reconcile this image with the concept of a terrifying guardian. "This tiny thing is the guardian who received the most power." He slowly turned toward his own guardians, pointing helplessly at the miniature one. "Hey, you guys are sure this is the one we were talking about, right?" The true dragon looked at Theo with utmost seriousness. "Don't judge by appearances, Chosen One." Griffin observed the tiny creature with cold eyes and muttered dryly, "Though you yourself look like a spoiled pretty boy who's always rambling about being the successor or whatever." Theo immediately lunged, clamping both hands over Griffin's beak as it squawked in protest. Were all the other guardians really afraid of this thing? Right then, the tiny monster perked up cheerfully, waving its little arms in greeting. "Oh right, how rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Corrado Suchus, the most loyal servant of the great primordial dragon, inheritor of the greatest power, and guardian of the gate to the myriad gods' temple that connects to other worlds." It raised a tiny hand and added brightly, "Just call me Corrado for short." Theo stared at it for a long moment. The only word that surfaced from his stunned thoughts escaped his lips. Myriad Gods Temple. Corrado nodded enthusiastically, circling above Theo's head. "That's right, the Myriad Gods Temple where the gods reside." It descended to hover right in front of Theo, tone shifting to instructive. "You know that the relics of the primordial dragon are fragments of his divided power, correct? In the past, the primordial dragon was entrusted with many duties." A radiant, ethereal silhouette of a colossal dragon with vast wings appeared behind Corrado. Guarding the gate connecting the Myriad Gods Temple to the mortal world was one of those roles. The one who inherited that sacred duty, the loyal servant who has perfectly preserved the primordial dragon's power, is me, Corrado Suchus. Theo looked at it with furrowed brows, mind swirling with distant thoughts. Gods, I've only ever read about them in ancient texts. Theo raised his head and asked loudly, "Do those entities really exist?" Corrado repeated its name once more with absolute solemnity. Theo hesitated, pronouncing it again, Corrado Suchus. The effect was immediate. Corrado lit up like a lantern, spinning in midair with boundless excitement. "Yes, you just called my name correctly, didn't you?" Theo rubbed his forehead while watching the tiny creature twirl, thinking to himself that this one wasn't normal either. "But you're forcing me to be patient. Right, Corrado Suchus, tell me, do the gods really exist?" Corrado flew close enough for Theo to see his own reflection in the guardian's sparkling eyes. "Of course. Doesn't it feel familiar to you? If I mention those messages only you can see, does anything come to mind?" Theo froze in place, heart skipping a beat as a cold jolt ran down his spine. The system windows, those absurd blue screens only he had seen since the challenge began, they flooded his mind like a dizzying waterfall. Every moment surged up at once. Corrado hovered before Theo, eyes narrowing. Exactly, that is where this trial ends. The scene shifted to the Ragna family, meeting in the Central Highlands command tent. Inside the tent, Robert Ragna stood imposingly before the tactical map. I believe everyone here understands why we must concentrate our forces on this front. Robert continued in a cold, emotionless tone. This war is being unnecessarily prolonged. The main reason is interference from Troiven's 9 pillars. Therefore, the Ragna Council must directly oversee military operations to accelerate progress. Midway through his speech, one of the 9 dragons tried to interrupt, but Robert narrowed his eyes instantly. Any questions or suggestions will be discussed privately after I finish this report. Robert made it clear this was not the place for petty objections, but one person didn't care about the rule. Danteral, the one called Tyrant Dragon, leaned back in his chair, lips curling into an arrogant, mocking smile. I'm afraid this report needs to be paused because there's another matter just as important as the war itself waiting to be judged. Danteral pointed a finger toward the tent entrance. The heavy canvas flap lifted, and Ancio Ragna stepped inside. Ancio bowed respectfully. First, my sincerest apologies to everyone, but this is an extremely urgent matter. Please forgive my intrusion. Ancio straightened, holding a neatly folded Ragna uniform in her hands. She raised it before them, eyes gradually turning icy. Would you mind taking a moment to look at this? I personally witnessed Theo Ragna's betrayal. What you're seeing is the most solid proof of his treason. He discarded his uniform in the middle of battle and fled. Ancio's accusation landed like a stone in still water, sending violent ripples through the tent. An elder suddenly stood, letting out a mocking laugh that echoed. Ha, imagine, a Ragna warrior throwing away his uniform right in the heat of battle. Could there be clearer, more shameful evidence than this? Whispers spread quickly, then fell into a tense, suffocating silence. Every eye locked on the empty uniform as if a sharp blade hovered at their throats. Julius remained silent, his face shrouded in shadow beneath the dim lamp. His mind raged as he stared at the fabric. Theo, you little brat, what the hell are you scheming? Far from the gunpowder-scented suspicion in the war tent, Theo stood amid the serene radiance of the myriad gods' temple. Theo's breathing quickened as he tried to piece together the truth. So the blue notification windows only I can see, they're actually messages sent directly from the gods. Corrado shrugged smugly, tiny wings fluttering. Yes, that's obvious. Though I can't explain the details, I don't have the authority to see the contents inside them either. What about the other chosen ones? Do they see these windows too? Corrado shook his head firmly. No, among all the chosen, you are the only one granted that privilege. Theo froze, a jolt running down his spine. But why me? Why am I different? The tiny guardian's expression suddenly shifted. Because you are the one. A soul-shaking shockwave suddenly tore through Theo's body before Corrado could finish the sentence. Theo gritted his teeth, legs buckling under him on the stone floor. Corrado hovered silently above, watching Theo clutch his head in agony. Ah, I get it, it's being filtered out. Looks like that secret still isn't ready to be revealed. Filtered, just how much do you actually know about all this? Corrado's demeanor changed in an instant, its eyes flashing with a reflected gleam across the myriad gods' temple floor. I've been waiting a very long time for you to ask that, it declared. Its voice rang with obsessive excitement. Do you truly wish to know the truth behind the curtain? Before Theo could react, the space behind the guardian warped violently. A colossal, intricately carved stone gate suddenly materialized from thin air. Corrado landed on the pedestal before the gate. If you crave the truth that badly, then as the chosen one, I shall grant you the trials of the myriad gods' temple. A clear metallic chime echoed through the grand hall, and the familiar blue system window appeared once more. The guardian proposes initiating the myriad gods' temple trial for you. Light twisted violently around Corrado, its form distorting into a shadowy silhouette beneath a blood-red sky. Exactly, this is the test to explore your own soul and discover your true self. We will trace back to your previous life, delving deep into the core of your subconscious, but never underestimate it simply because it belongs to you. It is another world, a place even you are unaware of. If you fail this trial or allow yourself to sink too deeply into the illusions of the subconscious, you will fall into eternal coma. Your soul will be imprisoned there forever, but if you succeed, you will earn the right to face the truth. You will have the chance to stand before the gods. Theo's pupils contracted, cold sweat pouring down his spine. Corrado raised a spinning orb of energy in its tiny claws. Inside burned the number 12 like a divine seal. There are 12 floors in total within this trial tower. So, do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Theo stood motionless amid the erupting white light surrounding him as a confirmation window appeared. Do you wish to enter the first floor of the myriad gods' temple trial? Theo's fingers tightened around his sword hilt. Hesitation vanished, terror dissolved. Without a single word, he reached out and touched the glowing panel. As the system accepted his choice, Theo turned and stepped away from the safety of the myriad gods' temple. His footsteps echoed on the ancient stone as he approached the massive gate. He placed both hands on the freezing stone surface and glanced back at Corrado one last time. You said you, tell me the truth, right? I have mountains of questions that need answers. Just what is that nameless sovereign? Will the Great War break out again? And why? Why am I the chosen one? The gate groaned open as Theo pushed with force, his silhouette stretching long beneath the blinding light pouring from within. A resounding bell tolled through the void as a new notification appeared, entering the first floor of the Myriad Gods Temple trial. The moment he crossed the threshold, Theo found himself standing on a colossal stone fortress floating in a space that defied all laws of physics. Around him swirled crimson currents like storm clouds. Fragments of ancient architecture drifted weightlessly through the murky cosmic void. Theo exhaled slowly. So this is the inside of the trial tower. A large notification panel shimmered into view with sparkling light. Objective: to enter the subconscious world, you must suppress your own consciousness and open the path. Theo lowered his gaze. From cracks in the fortress's stone floor, inky black liquid began to seep out. The droplets gathered into pools and slid toward one another in a terrifying manner. They merged, forming a thick, quivering black mass that pulsed like a living creature. It's starting already, an entity born from my own subconscious. This is the gateway I have to open. Even though the opponent looked massive and fearsome, Theo still held a sliver of confidence. But that illusion of control shattered instantly. A piercing, wind-tearing screech rang out. Theo's instincts screamed in alarm, and he twisted aside just as a flying blade grazed his cheek. Theo spun back into a defensive stance, heart pounding. It threw a sword right from the start. Theo suddenly froze, eyes widening in absolute shock. No, it can't be. A notification appeared above the entity as the transformation completed. Guardian of the subconscious gate. The creature standing before him was no longer a shapeless black mass. It was a perfect replica of Theo Ragna. Snow-white hair, expressionless face, empty eyes staring back at him. In its hand was an identical sword to the one Theo held. Objective: eliminate your true self. Theo's heartbeat echoed through the silent space as he faced his own double. Theo lowered his center of gravity, forcing himself to stay calm. So my real opponent is myself. Maybe that's actually better. Instead of fighting some nameless monster with unknown origins, I understand myself better than anyone. I know my habits, my weaknesses, my instinctive reactions. But that sense of advantage lasted less than a second. Theo's double suddenly erupted. A terrifying psychic pressure exploded from its body, blasting Theo backward several steps. A deafening screech rang out as black lightning crackled around its limbs, leaving charred scars on the fortress stone. Dark lightning coiled around its arms, enveloping its entire body in a brutal aura of electric energy. Theo's eyes widened in horror. That's thunder dragon breath. No time to think, the blades came flying like black lightning. Theo tried to maneuver and deflect the strikes, but every movement seemed to be anticipated by his opponent. Theo's boots slid across the stone until he felt his heels hanging over the edge of the fortress's abyss. He looked up at the black lightning storm rushing toward him. The world before Theo was now swallowed by dark thunder. I won't back down. Instead, he took a deep breath and charged straight into the storm. 5 Dragon Claw. Theo's sword swung in a brilliant arc, unleashing 5 dense blue energy streams. They tore through the air like the claws of an ancient celestial dragon. The attack collided head-on with the double's black lightning storm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire space screamed as light and darkness clashed wildly. Theo stood amid the devastated battlefield, his arms trembling violently from the aftershock. His vision blurred for a heartbeat as he tried to peer through the dissipating smoke and dust. This is going to be tough. The white-haired double still stood completely unharmed. It remained rooted in the exact same spot as before the clash, its blank face staring at Theo, sword lowered casually at its side. Have I really become this strong already? The double raised its sword into a guard stance without hesitation, and in a flash it charged. Its figure blurred, feet barely touching the ground as it glided over cracked stone. Closing the distance in an instant, the air screamed as a downward slash descended with murderous intent. Theo charged forward in refusal to retreat, executing Dragon Flash, a dazzling, masterful sword strike straight at the double. Radiant light tore through the darkness of the arena, drawing a blinding arc that overwhelmed sight and sense alike. But then nothing. When the dust cleared, the double had vanished. Theo halted, both swords cutting through empty air where his opponent had stood just a breath ago. The sudden silence sent a chill down his spine. He scanned rapidly, heart pounding, every sense stretched to its limit. And then from above, the double descended. It had used the chaos to leap onto the high stone beams, now falling like a meteor. Instinct screamed warnings, giving him no moment of respite. The double unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, each one a deadly masterpiece weaving an inescapable steel net. His clothes tore, bruises and fresh blood quickly spreading across his body. Pain radiated through his limbs, but his eyes remained resolute. He charged upward, their swords met, the violent shock traveling from hands to teeth, sparks flying and illuminating their identical, sweat-drenched faces. They spun, slashed, a deadly dance of mirrored perfection, but he was tiring. Each block felt heavier than the last, muscles trembling, the ground cracking beneath their feet from the transmitted force of will through steel. He fought desperately, realizing that from sword paths to the smallest habits, the double was identical to him. Like battling a god who knew every secret, every weakness, every advanced technique perfectly countered by the same technique. When both recoiled from the impact, Theo saw the double wasn't fatigued at all, breathing steady, stance flawless. He needed a variable, something the mirror couldn't predict. The thought flashed, if it's a perfect copy, it must share the same blind spots. But right then, a colossal slash descended, shattering the arena floor. Theo blocked by a hair, giving a faint smile, because if it were him, he wouldn't give his opponent time to think either. Light flashed, dust and debris obscuring vision. In the thick smoke, Theo suddenly did something insane. He hurled his own sword straight at the double. The subconscious monster froze for a split second before this suicidal tactical move, and easily swatted the blade aside, but that was the trap. Theo had vanished into the smoke and reappeared right behind it. If it were the old me, I'd be panicking right now. Drawing on memories from his past life, he executed Flying Sword, a technique requiring absolute precision that high-level masters rarely use. Thunk, the blade pierced through the double's chest, black liquid gushing from its mouth. Theo smiled. Even a shadow has something to learn. The double began to melt, dissolving into a thick pool of black ink on the floor. System, you have defeated your ego. Congratulations, you have cleared the first floor. A massive stone gate crashed down from the ceiling. Theo stepped through, vanishing into the radiant light toward the next floor. Far from the isolation of the White Tower, the political landscape of Ragna shifted violently like sand in a storm. A soldier discarding his uniform in wartime, what clearer evidence of treason could there be? In that moment, silence enveloped the tent. Ma Long's gaze slowly shifted to Ancio. Is it true that Theo Ragna has defected and entered Troivan territory? Ancio answered without hesitation, affirming she had personally witnessed Theo Ragna willingly step into enemy lands. She looked down at the uniform on the table, stating that this alone was sufficient proof. T-letter 1ED Long shot to her feet in disbelief. Impossible, Theo would never do something like that. Her voice trembled with rage and loyalty. She immediately sent a private message to Ma Long, hoping to uncover some hidden truth. But Ma Long only sneered back through the link. Looks like you haven't heard yet. Seems Theo trusts me more. Deep down, even he hadn't expected Theo to push things this far. Memories surfaced of their conversation in the camp when Theo said he would infiltrate enemy territory. Ma Long had told him not to return empty-handed, and Theo had replied with the eyes of someone who had seen the future. Through the link, Theo had once said that Jishar Ragna and Ancio Ragna were tailing him. Right now, those two were still hiding outside the tent, concealed among the trees. The irony made Ma Long grit his teeth. Theo had made it clear their goal was to drag him down and eliminate him from the power struggle. But he planned to turn their scheme against them. Recalling everything, Ma Long couldn't suppress a smile. He stood and declared agreement with Ancio, a perfect move. Ancio bowed, believing victory was already secure. But Lam Long, who had observed silently from the beginning, sensed the anomaly. He understood that Ma Long couldn't possibly be unaware, and the anger was merely a mask. Even so, he went along with it. The order was given, a pursuit team was formed immediately. The Ragna family machine began operating to hunt down its own heir. Meanwhile, inside the Pantheon, Theo stepped into the second floor, where temperature shifted abruptly. The cold light vanished, replaced by scorching heat and the roar of infernal flames. Then he froze. Before him lay a city in flames. The sky choked with smoke and ash, screams of the dying echoing through narrow alleys. It was the place massacred in his previous life, the nightmare he had buried deep in his soul. The notification appeared. Second floor trial. The path into the subconscious is not a battle of the body but a war with your own past. Two figures stepped out from the smoke, faces painfully familiar. Voices filled with malice rang out, the very ones that had haunted him for years. The next notification followed. Past life trauma blocks the way. You must overcome it to proceed. Theo stood amid the sea of fire, then he laughed. A twisted, murderous smile. HMPH, looks like this trial is way too easy for me. Staring at the two before him, Theo's voice rang out. How ridiculous. In hindsight, there was a time when you bastards were genuinely an unbeatable psychological nightmare for me. Axion, who always carried blind arrogance, felt insulted. Have you truly lost your mind, you worthless scum of the Ragna clan? Before Axion's insult could finish, a spray of bright red blood tore through the gray smoke, moving at a speed that seemed to bend reality. His head flew into the air, his eyes still showed bewilderment before his world was plunged into darkness. Not giving his opponent a single second to collect himself, Theo lunged like a phantom, the sword drawing a blazing red arc and ripping through the silence of the battlefield within the subconscious. The slash was so fast Axion couldn't even raise his weapon to defend. The keen blade cut through him, neatly bisecting his body. Blood rained down around Theo, soaking his cloak. He brought his hand to his face, fingers curling slightly as a dark, sharp smile spread across his lips. Thanks, I really wanted to kill you in this state. The system bell rang cheerfully, shattering the heavy silence. You have passed the second layer challenge. victory over psychological trauma, proceeding to the next layer. Everything happening inside the subconscious was being closely observed by the Guardian. Oh, fascinating. Perhaps this one can truly reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods. It seems you place great faith in him. O deity of causality. Theo's conquest then turned into a massacre. Each step he took triggered the system bell. Layer 3, defeat the false personality. Layer 4, defeat the dark ego. Layer 5, conquer the collective unconscious. With each passing layer, Theo felt his rhythm improve markedly. By the 10th layer, his opponent was slammed to the ground with destructive force. Theo stood amid the ruined arena, already past the 10th layer. The time to clear each layer is shortening. For some reason, everything feels increasingly easier. Surely it won't end this simply right. Kurato smiled cryptically. You needn't worry, Chosen One, for from now on, the real trials begin. The door to Layer 11 opened, leading Theo into a wholly different space. It was a vast, cold cavern filled with jagged stalactites that dangled from the high ceiling like the fangs of ancient beasts. A glowing blue notice appeared in the darkness. This is a primordial cave simulating the genesis of life. Objective, journey upstream through time within the primordial cave. Theo stepped inside, all his senses on high alert. He wondered inwardly, is this challenge just a matter of following this path? He kept walking. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. To reach your root, you must return to oblivion before birth. As you trace back the process of being born, the senses you gained at birth will be lost one by one. Theo abruptly halted, eyes wide. What? The system gave him no time to react. A direct penalty descended. You are losing your hearing. You no longer perceive the sounds of the world. Then touch. Theo no longer felt his skin's contact with the cold air nor the weight of his boots on the stone. You are losing your sight. You no longer see the forms of the world. A final message appeared as all 5 senses were completely sealed. Your mana usage is restricted, adrift in endless darkness. Theo felt his body disintegrating, even his mana severed. So breaking this condition is the key to Layer 11. He clenched his fist, trying to recall past experiences. Theo remembered being split by his father's sword. The sensation of suppressed energy was similar to now. A spark of hope ignited in his mind. What if I used the old method / translated text? What then, Griffin Azure Dragon, he commanded in his mind, betting everything on the summoned spirit beast's power to break the sensory blockade. However, as the 5 senses vanished, his consciousness began to scatter like grains of sand before the wind. The summons failed completely, the void had severed all external connections, and the Guardians had no response at all. The only way is to seek a solution from deep within yourself. On the cavern's cold stone floor, Theo's physical body collapsed. The Griffin and Azure Dragon Guardians panicked around their master. Chosen One, what's wrong with you? Don't trip and fall like that, get up. But from deep within the tunnel, a cold voice echoed, it's useless. It was Kurato. All his senses and mana have been cut off. No matter how much you scream, words cannot reach him. The small Guardian descended near the motionless corpse, eyes cold. All beings perceive space and time through the senses, but ironically, only after losing them does a truth become alive. The truth that you have been abandoned by the world to which you belong. A dark red aura flared around Kurato as it retracted its claws at primordial fear. In the primordial cave, the boundary between self and world is erased. At this rate, the Chosen One's consciousness will dissolve, and he will end up in a state no different from the dead. Kurato sighed in disappointment and turned to leave. I thought this Chosen One might be somewhat different. What a pity, my disappointment equals my initial expectations. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from Theo's body, accompanied by a voice, I will kill. Theo's body suddenly unleashed a blood-red radiance, bathing the cavern in brutal light. I will slaughter you all, spare not a single one. It was the malicious intent of the rampaging dragon that the Ragna Patriarch had implanted in his body. When Theo collapsed, this vicious part seized control. How did things turn out like this? Kurato froze and turned, exclaiming, impossible. He was using his own madness to bind his dissolving consciousness within absolute void. Within the mind, the red gem on Theo's chest radiated searing heat. A voice of immense authority thundered, Theo Ragna, I accept your pact. I will grant you the power to overcome this reality. A gigantic hand rose from the darkness. Above it, a grotesque face with a twisted, malicious grin. Seize it, destroy it, and offer everything to me. Sacrifice this world. Theo stood within a cage of blood-red iron, but contrary to the entity's expectation, he felt no fear. A confident smile crossed his lips. Actually, I think I'll refuse that pact. The abyssal voice trembled in astonishment. Pretense, I have already given you power. To fulfill the contract at once. So that's it, the source of the power you just bestowed upon him. Theo stared into the demon's eyes and replied, yes, I returned all that power, not a shred left behind. You dare play such a cunning trick, he smiled. Consider this the one time you help your grandson. Foolish, truly an arrogant grandson. I will remember this, Theo Ragna. The void collapsed completely, and Theo's senses returned in a burst of brilliant blue energy. He rose in the cavern, his momentum unrelenting. System, you have passed the Layer 11 challenge. Theo looked up at the fatting beam. I'm not sure waking the rampaging dragon was a wise idea, but since it helped me clear the stage, I'll take the relief. His spirit beasts rushed over at once. Griffin and the Azure Dragon collided with Theo in joy. What the? Why is everyone reacting like this? Are you okay? We were so worried. If you were going to die foolishly like that, we'd rather take this body than lose you. Don't make everyone anxious, Chosen One. Theo looked at them a little surprised. A brilliant white light flared at the end of the corridor, signaling the end of the sensory void. The Layer 11 challenge was officially over. He sighed wearily, finally reached the final layer. Immediately, the system announced you have entered Layer 12 of the Hall of Gods challenge, and the next moment Theo suddenly found himself lying on a bed. He slowly stepped down, then scanned the room around him, muttering, "Is this a bedroom? But wait, this place is clearly a space I've never seen before, yet it's oddly familiar." He gripped the edge of the mirror and ground his teeth. Honestly, even that strange dream from the other day, who are you to keep appearing before me? No sooner had he finished speaking than a dizziness hit him, making him clutch his face. Then the system announced you have passed the Layer 12 challenge, conquered the relic of the ancient dragon, the White Tower. The reward is the right to enter the Hall of Gods. Next, our protagonist was transported to a space that looked as if it lay outside the universe. He stared in astonishment and looked ahead. Before him floated a gigantic gate suspended in midair. The system confirmed he had arrived at the Hall of Gods. Silence in the void was bone-chilling. Theo stood before a gigantic gate, so majestic it felt suffocating. Ancient patterns on the gate radiated an otherworldly pressure. Is this truly the Hall of 10,000 Gods? Suddenly, a system window flared to life before his eyes, slicing through his thoughts. Congratulations, you have reached the gate of the Hall of 10,000 Gods. The mind gate has been significantly enhanced. This is a deserved reward for conquering the ancestral dragon ruin at the White Tower. At that moment, a familiar voice tinged with nostalgia sounded from behind. You have come a very long way. Theo startled and turned. A slender yet authoritative woman stood there. Lord Brooke, how can you appear here? Didn't you say last time you couldn't leave the star cluster? Lord Brooke smiled faintly. You're right. The entity standing before you now is not entirely me. This is only a remnant, a small fragment of the consciousness I entrusted to your mind gate. At the moment your Thunder Gate advanced, I can temporarily roam the outside world in this form. The system vibrated again, displaying a notification about the deepening link between Theo and the Dragon Guardian. Now the connection was so firm he could hear her call across any space or time. Lodbrok stepped closer, her gaze at once proud and a little pitying. Increasing power means your rank has changed. I truly did not expect you to reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods so quickly. You've worked hard. Theo curled his lips slightly, wearing a calm smile. I didn't do anything special. I only did what an ally like me should do. Lodbrok closed her eyes and shook her head with a sigh at his stubbornness. Are you really that different? You can say such lies without even blinking. Your brazenness and stubbornness haven't changed at all, just like the day I first met you. As they drew near the gate, Lodbrok thought to herself, Hall of 10,000 Gods, surely Sigurd is here as well. Hall of 10,000 Gods, surely Sigurd is here as well. Suddenly, a bone-freezing chill swept in. Lodbrok shuddered, cold sweat began to run down her temples. From the cracks of the hall's gate, dank black masses began to pour out like molten tar. Stay close to me, don't leave the Dragon Guardian's range, Lodbrok shouted, instantly deploying a sturdy barrier to envelop them both. Theo was also left speechless. From the thick darkness, a colossal entity rose. It had no fixed shape, but its body was studded with thousands of blood-red eyes blinking incessantly. It was the Nameless Lord. Whispered voices of hatred and polyphonic sounds echoed from it, threatening to shatter the listener's mind. It hurts. Why must I endure this? I do not deserve it. I will crush everything. Stop tormenting me. Let me go. Theo squinted, assessing silently. Not right. Though both exude dangerous auras, they are clearly different entities. Lodbrok, what exactly are they? Lodbrok struggled to maintain the barrier as her breath grew heavy. They are beings known as Outer Gods. I will explain more later, but we must leave immediately. This place is no longer safe. However, immediately after, a blinding white light suddenly exploded from the void, clearing away the surrounding darkness and striking directly at the Outer Gods. The hall's gate thundered open, and a figure stepped out from the center of that light. Long time no see, Lodbrok. Glad to see you've retained some of this consciousness. Hearing the familiar voice, she hurriedly turned her head. Sigurd, she trembled as she uttered the legendary name. Theo froze, his gaze fixed on the man who had appeared. The man's bearing and features closely resembled his, but the aura he emitted was on an entirely different level. Sigurd Ragna, could this man truly be the progenitor of my clan? The Outer God screamed madly. It hurts, it truly hurts, slaughter them, why is it you again? Theo watched in astonishment. They took such a heavy blow and yet remain unharmed. Facing that frenzy, Sigurd merely flicked his hand calmly. A gigantic blade of light appeared, slicing through space in an instant. The nameless entity was cleaved in two. Its wails of agony echoed through the void before it dissolved into shards of energy. Sigurd turned to Theo, his eyes deep as if holding the clan's entire history. At last you have reached this place. Looking at you, I see you have countless questions for me, don't you? Ask them. I will answer what I am permitted to reveal. Theo regained his composure and asked the man from the tower's final trial. I have seen him in previous dreams. Do you know who he is? Sigurd regarded Theo intently, a knowing smile touching his lips. Theo Ragna, one who returned from death, returned from the past. Do you think you have truly regressed? Sigurd's question struck Theo like lightning. He hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Sigurd cut him off coldly as darkness began gathering again in the distance. For now, I can only reveal this. Then he raised his hand high. Tens of thousands of blades of light appeared in the sky, raining down like a storm to utterly annihilate the remnants of the outer gods attempting to revive. It is not yet time for you to know the whole truth. When the moment is ripe, when you are strong enough to once more set foot in this sanctuary in body and bone, all secrets will reveal themselves. Seeing Sigurd turn his back to step deeper into the gate, Lodbrok cried out in despair. Sigurd, wait, where are you going? Don't leave me without a word like last time. Suddenly, another colossal entity emerged from behind the gate, the deity of cause and effect. It said nothing, only reached out and pushed gently. An irresistible force flung Lodbrok and Theo away from the Hall of 10,000 Gods gate. Her face instantly went blank with shock. She realized the enormous being before her was the deity of cause and effect. I'm sorry, Lodbrok, but you cannot enter this place yet. Sigurd's voice faded as the hall's gate began to close slowly. Lodbrok watched the legendary hero's silhouette and screamed desperately, Sigurd. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a warning. The deity of cause and effect has found you. Theo stood stunned. Found me? What does that mean? Why would that deity target me? The gate slammed shut completely, signaling the end of the 7th mission. Congratulations, you have excellently completed Scenario Mission 7. On this side, Theo could only turn to the woman beside him, Lodbrok, and ask, Lodbrok, what on earth was that? Lodbrok said sternly, Theo, what we just witnessed does not belong to this world. They are alien entities, and they will become your most fearsome enemies in the future. The laws of this world have no effect on them. Their sole goal is to erase reality. She placed her hand on Theo's chest where his heart was pounding and smiled encouragingly. Go and become even stronger. You are the only hope. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you protect the world and those you love. Then the system awarded him special reward for accessing the Hall of 10,000 Gods. You have gained the freedom to use Nirvana. Congratulations on officially becoming the owner of the ancestral dragon ruined tower. Commencing full body remodeling, you have attained the true power of the dragon-formed human. May your journey be well-structured and prosperous, O recipient of the protection of cause and effect. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the top floor of the White Tower. The tiny guardian Karato was there, leaping up in joyful celebration of his return. Look at the great successor. Seems you're really enjoying this new power, aren't you? Theo, still dazed by the guardian's words, raised his hand to look. Theo's hand was now covered in glossy black dragon scales, harder than any steel in the world. He examined himself in the reflection on the blade. His body had been completely transformed. Theo Ragna stood stunned, eyes fixed on his arms. Flesh had now altered, taking on sharp, sturdy contours like true dragon-scale armor, activating the draconification state. The tiny guardian hovering beside him explained softly, thanks to the ancestral dragon relics you obtained, the blood dragon talent in your body has been upgraded to a new level. Theo clenched his fists, feeling an explosion of physical power and endurance. Not only his physical strength, but even the flow of mana within him had reached an entirely different tier. Cultivating mana now flowed as naturally as breathing. He could control and release it absolutely at will with no barriers. Of course, I can also adjust it at will. Suddenly, the system interface popped up an enticing prompt. System, you have reached Nirvana. Do you want to activate it? The moment Theo accepted, a seismic shift occurred in his mind. His cognitive power expanded infinitely, gaining absolute control over the surrounding space. Behind his head, a radiant circle of light appeared bearing a divine symbol identical to that of the great ancestor Sigurd. Theo thought inwardly, this is by no means ordinary. This power is enormous. I must master it immediately. This is not something to be used carelessly. The memory of Sigurd's admonition resurfaced. After all, the legend that founder Sigurd reached the realm of the gods and ascended has long been known. But I never thought it was true. You likely still have many doubts, but for now I cannot answer all your questions. One day, when you set foot here again, you will learn for yourself. Theo realized that to find the ultimate answers, he must walk the path of becoming a god of the Hall of 10,000 Gods like those who came before. The storm of emotions within Theo gradually calmed, but the presence of the deity of cause and effect beside Sigurd continued to trouble him. He realized a shocking truth. The Ragna clan were not merely rulers of the north. The Ragna bloodline was not born to be kings, but to be guardians of the world against dark forces that seek to destroy reality. The dragon guardian nodded approvingly. It seems you have understood. Indeed, that is the silent and noble sacrifice of the Ragna bloodline. Theo began to grasp it. So the Chosen One always appears in this lineage to reach the highest level and confront the outer gods alongside the deity of cause and effect. Thinking that, he asked again, so is the world where that mysterious man exists also related? I mean the trial on the 12th floor. The Guardian smiled faintly and replied, indeed, it was a strange sight, but I'm not sure. All I know is that that world is connected to your trial. Theo scratched his head, that makes sense. Even the Guardian knows nothing about that place. Exactly what kind of place is it? The Guardian closed his eyes and declared softly, my duty ends here. I have given you all you need to know, now depart, Chosen One. But be prepared, some uninvited guests are waiting for you outside this tower. Theo showed no fear, instead he smiled slyly. As expected, they followed me exactly according to plan. It would be rude to keep them waiting too long. Shall we go greet them? The White Tower suddenly trembled. Theo stepped out of the ruin, gripping the sword hilt, his upper body bare. So you finally decided to show your face? A mocking voice rang out. Honestly, does it make sense for an older brother to wait for his younger brother like this? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you see, Theo, my younger brother? Standing before him was Jishar Ragna, one of the clan's powerful heirs. He held a weapon in his hand, a murderous aura thick around him. Theo remained oddly calm, sorry to keep you waiting. Jishar's elder brother laughed excitedly. Oh, you know me. There are few left in this world who would dare to look me straight in the face like this. In Theo's mind, vivid memories of Jishar from a past life surfaced. He recalled how Jishar defeated Axion, a supposed genius, with his bare hands, no sword needed. Axion wasn't even worthy as an opponent. Exactly, even among heirs there must be hierarchy, right? I had high expectations for a rising top heir after so many years, but you're not even worth me unsheathing my blade. Truly disappointing. Back in the present, the protagonist beamed brightly. Of course, you're an heir too, how could I not know that? But more importantly, first I want to say thank you. What? The smile on Jishar's face vanished. He didn't understand what Theo meant. Theo explained, you went to the trouble of coming here to save me, didn't you? Jishar laughed heartily. This candidate heir speaks rather adorably, quite different from that named Torkel. But I'm here to kill you. In the blink of an eye, Jishar vanished and reappeared right behind Theo. The Reaper's scythe swung, aiming to sever his neck in one strike. But Theo gently blocked the attack with his sword and turned to face him. I know you came to kill me, cut the pointless theatrics. Do the traces I left help you track me down? If I had to guess, Troyven's forces are about to arrive to capture me for conquering the White Tower. If that happens, I couldn't escape alone. So I used my twin older siblings, because you always shadowed me. I figured that by leaving behind my uniform, you'd lead the pursuit team straight here. Jishar gritted his teeth, suddenly remembering seeing Theo's discarded uniform. He warned his sister then, leaving it so conspicuously. Wasn't that a trick played on us? Yet his sister didn't believe it, which made him snarl in frustration. Ha, I wasn't wrong, Ancio, that foolish sister of his. Over here, Theo continued. I never thought you'd go ahead on your own. Jishar swung his scythe and knocked Theo backward. He skidded across the hard stone for about 30 meters and came to a stop. Theo panted from the strain of the fight. I figured it wouldn't be easy. In the blink of an eye, Jishar closed in and taunted, so what if that's the case? As soon as your head rolls on the ground, it's over. He tightened his grip on the sword and thought to himself, right, from the start I never expected to have a civil conversation with him. Rather, someone like Torkel is the strange one, being an heir of a Ragnar who worships the strong. So surely each person holds their own steadfast creed. But that doesn't make me an exception. As the two weapons were about to clash in midair, suddenly from behind a giant bearing a hammer charged in. A shock explosion detonated between Theo and Jishar, forcing both to jump back and evade. Jishar ground his teeth in fury. Damn it, what on earth is happening? From the gray smoke, two terrifying figures emerged. A woman with blazing red eyes and a hulking giant of rippling muscles. What a pity, I thought we could finish both Ragna in one blow. Theo squinted and said, looks like larger players than I expected have appeared. The one opposite curled his lip. You are Theo Ragna, right? Credit to your intelligence. You realized we deliberately let you into the tower, but to us that's an insult. Do you really think the two of you can stand against Troyven's 9 great works? This girl is the 3rd ranked of Troyven's 9 Phoenix Arts, Try. The bulky man remaining is the 2nd ranked of Troyven's 9 Phoenix Arts, Zway. We really are lucky, the two heirs carried the body here themselves. Theo stood there, sweat pouring from his brow. He was concentrating all his strength to analyze the situation. These two possessed the power of the 9 phoenixes, beings born to oppose the 9 dragons. I have to find a weakness. Try continued to hover above, her voice cold as a blade. You two will make excellent sacrificial offerings. He will surely be pleased. Sacrifice? Theo asked curiously. Immediately, Try's teammate shouted, Try, I told you to stop talking nonsense. Try waved her hand, unconcerned by her comrade's anger. What are you whining about? We're going to kill them all anyway. If you're unhappy with how I do things, you should have dealt with them back at the first strike. Zway growled in his throat, you always get on my nerves. The murderous intent in the air thickened. The sky seemed to turn blood red as both unleashed their full killing instincts. Theo adopted a stance and thought, just their mana alone is this strong. Luckily, they seem to dislike each other, if I can exploit that gap. But his line of thought was cut off by a sudden burst of movement. Try vanished from her position, streaking across the battlefield like a deep red lightning bolt. Then let's begin. The faster one gets the prey. Theo was caught in a dense web. Dozens of deep red slashes simultaneously tore through his body, blood beginning to seep from the wounds, soaking Theo. So fast, I didn't expect her to unleash over 30 sword strikes in such a short instant. The final slash aimed at my neck, that one was even stronger. Try sneered, raising her hand before her mask with delight. Not bad, you were about to lose your head a moment ago. She tilted her head curiously and asked, "You're the one who took down Noel in the Flying Isles, aren't you?" Noel, he remembered the subordinate he'd faced. So she's talking about that guy. This organization really does reach everywhere. Theo inhaled deeply, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That guy was a loser. He was the first opponent in a long time who made me feel like I'd slammed into a wall. Seeing Theo's expression change, Try laughed loudly. Her form blurred in the cold wind. Even that puzzled look of yours is cute. Try launched herself into the night sky. Her figure was surrounded by blazing red energy. Try's eyes looked down at him mischievously. Don't worry, since you're pretty handsome, I'll at least leave your head on your shoulders. As Try lunged with her claws spread wide, Theo did not dodge. He erupted with power and charged straight up to meet her in midair. On the other side, Jishar wasted no time either. Darkness spilled from his body. The shadow assassin sword Black Heaven flying blades split into many copies of Jishar, each plunging down like an avenging spirit. The clones attacked simultaneously, their blades weaving a net of dark energy that slammed into the ground. When the dust cleared, Jishar landed and squinted. TCH, that wasn't enough to finish him off. Try executed a skillful somersault. Jishar's dark energy slid beneath her feet without causing any damage. Try lightly landed on a sharp rock. Surprising, I thought you'd want to take my darling's life too, but it seems you value him more than I expected. The sarcasm pushed Jishar to his limit, his eyes blazed with fury. He's my prey, you bastard. I'll kill you first. Try just tilted her head and snorted. Haha, not bad, but I don't like love triangles. Try lunged forward, her claws flashing. I just want to be alone with my darling, so please disappear, okay? But Zwei also acted. He swung his giant stone hammer at Jishar, forcing him to struggle to dodge. A thunderous explosion erupted. The block succeeded, but the weight behind Zwei's strike was overwhelming. A violent shockwave burst forth. Meanwhile, the woman, upon landing, had lunged straight for her teammate. Her metal claws dug into the giant's head, climbed onto his shoulder and whispered coldly, "You muscle-brained fool, I'm attacking him, can't you see? Want me to kill you first?" Zwei looked down, his voice so cold it froze the air. "Didn't you say the faster one gets the prize? Get lost unless you want to die." Try sprang up, murderous intent now aimed squarely at her own comrade. Bastard. Theo stood amid the chaos, gripping his sword in complete astonishment. They're having internal trouble? That's unpredictable. He glanced at Jishar and saw he had also reached his limit. Jishar's face was now a mask of boundless rage, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. Immediately, the surrounding space shattered, spawning hundreds of black stone blades hovering in the air. Shadow assassin sword, Black Heaven flying blades. That big brute is mine, Jishar declared plainly. Try giggled, tapping her claws against Zwei's helmet with a clacking sound. Oh my, you really made him mad, he's going to kill you. Jishar rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the giant, while Try turned back to toy with Theo. Try dove down from the sky, aiming straight at Theo and said, "Now it's just the two of us, darling. Let's finish what we started, shall we?" Theo remained unfazed, his gaze locked on the shadow streaking toward him. She seems very confident in her speed. Their clash created a moving fog no eye could track. Theo braced against the momentum as the ground beneath shattered into debris. High-speed combat is much harder than pure strength fights. It gnaws at concentration terribly, sparks flying like dying stars. She's even faster than Nabin, Theo observed, and her strikes always aim for the vital points. But in this life-or-death moment, a ruthless resolve rose. Theo deliberately loosened his guard around his neck. What if I expose a weakness? She'll surely bite immediately. Try's golden eyes flashed. Spotting the opening, she poured everything into the finishing blow. Theo twisted back, her metal fingers only grazed his hair. A massive blue mana surge exploded from Theo's body, the terrible pressure bending the surrounding space as he smiled. Dragon Claw. Her expression remained calm in the face of the counterattack. Theo used the Mystic Thunder skill. Blue-white mana lightning shot from his sword, weaving a deadly net. Try leapt back, searching for a gap within the storm of energy surrounding them. Sword chi with lightning attribute, no wonder dodging is useless. Then her gaze paused for a beat, as wave after wave of terrifying sword chi passed before her, plowing the ground into unrecognizable ruin. Try narrowed her eyes at the devastation Theo had caused, destroying the terrain to slow me down. A cheap trick, but not bad. But unfortunately, nothing can stop me. Saying that, her body shot forward again at lightning speed, leaving trails of red light in her wake. Amid the dust and chaotic energy, a figure wearing a plague doctor mask watched from afar. HMPH, Try may not be complete, but she already possesses 30% of the Black Dragon's power. The figure murmured, yet he still blocked and countered. How interesting, he's the top among Troiven's 9 phoenixes. Ain. Suddenly he paused, narrowing his eyes toward the center of the crater. Could it be? A sinister red gleam flashed in his eyes. Oh, this is getting fun. Among the shattered battlefield, Tri flitted back and forth cautiously. HMPH, I openly exposed a weakness, yet you still won't act. You're hesitant to step out of that smoke, aren't you? She flipped a few times in the air and called out, how long do you intend to hide in there, darling? The thing I hate most is a man who keeps a woman waiting. No sooner had she finished speaking than a massive mana surge in the shape of a dragon lunged at her. But that sudden attack was easily dodged by Tri's agile twist. Her eyes widened in surprise. That form is exactly what the master mentioned. Theo underwent an extreme transformation. His hair turned a brilliant silver and sharp horns sprouted from his brow. He wore a predator's smile and spoke with full confidence. Too bad, I thought you couldn't dodge while airborne. Tri froze for a moment, then her gaze showed sultry admiration. Oh, so you have a wild side too, do you, darling? The battlefield was torn apart by the brutal clash of two opposing powers, white lightning and deep red mana colliding. Tri hovered over the wreckage. She tilted her head slightly, her tone laced with sarcastic doubt. They say the Ragna line are descendants of dragons, but are they conducting shady experiments behind everyone's backs? Anyway, you look much hotter now than before. This version of you suits my taste. Theo didn't back down an inch. He met the taunt with equal confidence. I'm glad you like it. From here, it'll only get more interesting. Instantly, reality exploded. Theo surged upward like the eye of a storm. He unleashed dozens of overlapping slashes just as she had at the start of the fight. His body was cut by the strikes, blood spurting relentlessly. Theo lifted his face and smiled. I hope you enjoy this. At the same time, from a jagged rock above, Ain watched everything with calculating amusement. Impressive, so that's dragon transformation. Previously, it wasn't impossible to match Tri's speed, but after his draconic transformation, he completely dominated. Meaning the moment he used the dragon form, his power surpassed the 9 phoenixes at present. Dangerous as it is, it's absolutely magnificent. Beneath the ravaged ground, the battle reached a new climax as Theo's blade broke through Tri's defenses and plunged deep into her shoulder. Tri winced in pain, hissing through her teeth. Yes, he truly is dangerous. I can't afford to be careless for even a second. A fierce pink radiance erupted from her hand as she concentrated all her strength. If I end this fight with this decisive blow, he won't have a chance to recover. The air seemed to tear apart as the final strike detonated. A colossal column of energy shot skyward, sending dust and debris flying. Ain adjusted the brim of his hat, eyes still fixed on the swirling smoke. This Ragna has exceeded my expectations. He glanced toward another nearby fight. Let's see how things are over there. Down below, Jishar moved across the battlefield like a seasoned predator. His strikes flowed smoothly, each slash leaving a streak of dark energy cutting through space. Well, it seems his heir candidate title isn't just for show, he's pretty good. Jishar seemed ecstatic, his eyes wide with mad fervor as he laughed loudly and surged forward. Swinging a vicious blade aimed straight at the giant Sway's throat. Ain's eyes narrowed, gleaming behind the plague doctor mask, his voice turning cold. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent. The giant's eyes suddenly lit up as he read his opponent's movement. At the very moment Jishar's blade struck his body, all it touched was an afterimage. While Zway himself had already moved around to the giant's back to prepare a counterattack. The speed made Jishar panic and look back. Impossible, he dodged my strike with that massive frame. Zway's hammer fell like a meteor, the ground seeming to scream as everything shattered. Ain shrugged in disappointment. I know he's a candidate, but is this all he has? Zway was originally created to face the demon dragon, but right now he's operating at only 20% of his raw capacity, so it's understandable. However, Ain closed his journal with a satisfied click. Even so, I'm delighted to discover many ways to improve them. Jishar barely escaped death by pure instinct, landing on a shattered stone pillar. Damn, this has gone beyond my imagination. His power is far greater than I envisioned, the supreme battle force of Troyvan's 9 phoenixes. Rumor said they were knockoffs made to oppose the 9 dragons. Could it be that now I don't even have enough strength to defeat an artificial being? But that weakness lasted only an instant. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt until his knuckles went white. Alright, damn it, come at me if you can. If pure strength can't beat you, I'll use every trick I have. He poured mana into his blade, unleashing a destructive technique with a mad smile. Shadow Assassin Sword Molan. Black Sword Chi spiraled toward Zway like a storm of dark blades. But Zway simply replied. He swung his hammer and dispersed the blades as if they were mist. Zway snorted with contempt, his face calm. Pathetic, this is all you've got. Jishar roared and slammed his 2 blades together. Of course not. Now I really begin. From the darkness at his feet, dense black chains erupted and coiled around Zway's massive arms, binding him in place. This was the Shadow Assassin Sword, Heavenly Net. Zway gritted his teeth, killing intent radiating like scorching heat. Do you really believe this toy web can hold me? Jishar stood on a vibrating chain and wore a calculating smile. Of course it won't work on you. I never said it would stop you because you're not the real target. Zway blinked in confusion. What? Jishar shot up into the sky. The chains not only tightened but began to pull hard, dragging massive chunks of earth and rock caught in their links. Thousands of floating boulders formed a meteor shower aimed straight at Zwei's position. Zwei snarled in anger. You dare use this cheap trick. A cataclysmic explosion swallowed Zwei within it. Elsewhere, the protagonist's battle had also ended. At his feet lay Tri, her body collapsed on the rubble. Both of her metal-clawed arms had been severed at the elbows. Theo looked down at her, his voice low and authoritative. I'll spare you for now because I promised I'd return with spoils. But instead of fear, a strange expression crossed Tri's face. Behind her mask, she blushed slightly as if forgetting her precarious state. You've definitely become hotter than before. May I be moved by you? Theo didn't bother to reply and turned away. Is Jishar's side not finished yet? Zwei had now broken through the rubble and risen up, hoisting the boulders as if they had no weight. Jishar immediately dove down from above at deadly speed, aiming straight for the giant's helm. A battle erupted anew. Jishar attacked frantically from every angle, but it didn't even draw a drop of blood from the big man. Jishar grit his teeth in anger. Damn, my attacks aren't strong enough to break that armor. At that moment, Theo suddenly charged in, launching a lightning-fast strike that sent Zwei flying. Theo slowly stepped to Jishar's side and nonchalantly said, I'm here to lend a hand. Jishar fell silent, looking at Theo with annoyance. This brute who asked you to interfere? He glanced at the hero's draconic form and cursed inwardly, dragon transformation. He really is the chosen of the Ragna line, damn it. Then he boldly added, after this fight, I'll settle things with you. Theo smirked, seeming to sense his brother's intent. I'll be looking forward to it. He adjusted his grip on the sword, eyes locked on the dust and smoke ahead. But first, let's clean up these traitors. Jishar grumbled, don't order me about. If you stay overconfident like that, you'll lose your life in no time, because the one you're about to face is on a completely different level. The three most powerful killing intents collided across the ravaged valley. Jishar took stance with his twin blades, Theo tightened his hold on his sword, and in the smoke, Zwei waited silently. A new storm was about to sweep the battlefield. Thorkel sat tall in his saddle, his massive frame looming over the entire formation behind him. When Thorkel spoke, his voice carried an absolute authority that tore through the silence. From this moment forth, under the laws of the great Ragna clan, we are executing an arrest warrant for Theo Ragna on suspicion of treason. As the soldiers prepared to march, Thorkel's expression grew even grimmer. Theo, I truly don't believe you would betray the Ragna family. But the clan's teachings and the laws of this house are my father's will. Resisting the law is a denial of both the family and its head. He tightened the reins and turned his horse toward the path ahead, his hesitation fading into a cold sense of duty. If he refuses to comply with the arrest order, military law permits execution on the spot. Those words erased any lingering doubt. I cannot let this continue any longer. Taking a deep breath, he let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the ranks. Black iron armored cavalry, follow me. Elsewhere in the heart of the camp, the white armored dragon cavalry stood stunned as the news spread. Young Master Theo is a traitor. Another turned sharply to the commander, asking in a panic, Captain, is it true that young Lord Theo betrayed us? Please say something. Evelyn lowered her head slightly, her voice softer than usual. I'm sorry, I don't have all the details myself. Julia spoke in a cold tone. We're ready, let's move out. She looked up, protesting in disbelief. Young Lord Theo is a traitor? That makes no sense at all. She stepped forward, gripping her weapon before turning to Julius. Captain, you know him better than anyone. Why are you starting this campaign without asking questions? Julius met her gaze with an unreadable expression. Evelyn, since when did the white armored dragon cavalry care about such things? We just need to trust our comrade like we always do. Without waiting for a response, he soared into the sky, becoming a dark silhouette against the moonlight. Evelyn watched him go, his words echoing in her mind. Slowly, the doubt on her face vanished, replaced by a firm resolve. The captain is right. I trust young Lord Theo. She turned to face the entire unit and raised her voice with authority. Everyone, follow the captain. The response was immediate. Yes, ma'am. A roar echoed across the mountains as each wyvern spread its wings and surged into the sky. The night air was filled with the sound of beating wings as the white armored dragon cavalry advanced. Far from the scene, under the pale moonlight, Danterall stood silently observing the cavalry disappear on the horizon. His posture was motionless, but the tension in his body was impossible to hide. Beside him, Aaron noticed the change and spoke carefully. Master, is there something troubling you? Danterall's face darkened, his voice laced with irritation. This situation disgusts me. It's absolutely revolting. A man who broke an elder's arm just to protect his subordinate is now taking the lead in a manhunt for desertion. It's a pathetic farce. Aaron spoke softly. If that is true, then... Danterall cut her off. Exactly. They are covertly plotting something. He reached out toward a nearby boulder, his fingers sinking deep into the stone as if it were mere clay. With a sudden burst of power, the rock was torn to shreds. There's no other way now. We can't just ignore what's happening. If that's the case, I will intervene personally. Back on the battlefield, Theo stood amidst the lingering smoke and asked Jishar bluntly in a steady voice, First, let's clean up these rebels. Jishar glanced at Theo with irritation. Don't give me orders. If you stay this reckless, you'll lose your life. The person you're about to face is on a completely different level than the ones you've taken down before. Theo replied, no problem, just act according to my plan. Hearing this, Jishar's face soured. I made myself clear, do not give me orders. A violent burst of emerald mana exploded from Jishar's body, radiating outward in sharp waves that made the air vibrate. He warned coldly, after I deal with that bastard, you're next. Just sit tight and wait your turn. Seeing this, Theo gave a faint smile, as expected of a potential successor. I suppose I was worrying too much. Understood, I'll wait in silence. Jishar dropped into a low stance, his hands tightening around the two sickles as he prepared to strike. Then, without warning, his body shot into the air like a bolt of lightning. Jishar moved, his following descent chaotic and overwhelming. His two blades crossed as he unleashed his technique, sound-killing sword after image blade. The sky darkened as hundreds of sharp, black energy blades manifested instantly, filling the air with a dense storm of death. They converged and hammered down like an unceasing rain, each strike aimed at tearing through the giant's defenses. Zui reacted without a moment's hesitation. He tilted his head slightly, letting out a low growl before swinging his massive hammer upward. The first wave of shadow blades was pulverized on contact, vanishing under the terrifying power of the blow, but the storm didn't stop. Every blade from Jishar was caught in the vortex and destroyed before it could even touch the armor. As the spiral dissipated, the battlefield returned to a ruined silence. Dust hung heavy in the air. Zui remained standing exactly where he was. His red sensors narrowed as he locked onto Jishar. All right, now it's my turn. Zui lunged forward. His massive frame closed the distance in a heartbeat, his speed a total contradiction to his size. Jishar's eyes widened as he struggled to keep up with the movement. He's this fast despite having such a colossal body. Reacting on instinct, Jishar swung his blades to defend, knowing that taking a direct hit from those attacks was too risky. However, blindly evading would never lead to victory. An opening would surely appear. The moment he loses momentum from a missed strike, I'll deliver the finishing blow. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his weapons were smashed to pieces by Zui. He gave a smug, provocative smile. It looks like you've run out of chances to pull those cheap little tricks. Jishar stared at him in a fury and replied, you're getting cocky just for breaking one weapon. In the background, Theo observed everything calmly. It seems this will take longer than expected. In the meantime, I'll interrogate this captured Phoenix member. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making him spin around in surprise. Oh, seeing it up close is truly a marvel, isn't it? This is a structure that continuously transmits lightning from the protector into the chain swords to bind the prey. Furthermore, the swords resonate with each other to amplify the chains. Quite a sophisticated creation. When did this guy get here? Theo narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Given the circumstances, he had to be another Phoenix member. Seeing that the man could sense him, it was no longer a matter of being strong or weak. Phoenix number 1 glanced at him and said, a pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragna. The mana radiating from him was horrific and overwhelming. On this side, Ain continued, it's only right to call it dragonification. You can't possibly win with only 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Hearing this, Theo asked in confusion, 30% of the Black Dragon's power? What do you mean by that? Ain declared, exactly what you just heard. This is the human enhancement project I've been pouring my research into. The Phoenix Project was created to rival the 9 dragons of the Ragna family. That number represents the completion level of the experimental subjects in this research. In other words, test subject number 8 possesses power equivalent to 30% of the Black Dragon. The fact that you defeated her proves you have already far surpassed that 30% threshold. Theo smiled, his voice laced with malicious mockery. Only 30%? You dare to oppose the Ragna clan with such a pathetic amount of energy. Ain didn't reply. Instead, he quickly pulled out a vial of dark red liquid. He threw it straight at Tri, and it lodged directly into her neck, making her cry out in pain. She struggled, screaming for mercy. Wait, please stop. I beg you, just take this thing out. I can keep fighting. But before the words could leave her mouth, her body began to swell in a grotesque and painful mutation. Why is this happening? A second later, a sickening explosion erupted in the middle of the snowy field, covering the area in shredded flesh and foul-smelling blood. Theo watched the scene, calculating the cause, an explosion caused by a mana backflow. This was a technique upgraded from the blood backflow soul burst. Ain continued to explain, what you just saw was a specimen carrying 40% of the Black Dragon's power. A force approaching the original power of the 9 dragons has already reached perfection, but as you witnessed, creating a vessel capable of withstanding that energy is the ultimate challenge. He suddenly reached a hand out toward Theo and made an offer. So, come to our side, Theo Ragna. If we combine your physical condition with my technology, the seat of the Ragna clan head will surely be yours. When that time comes, surpassing Kai Ragna won't just be a far-off dream. As he spoke, something was blown toward Ain, causing an explosion behind him. It was Zwei. His body had been knocked back by Jishar like a shattered stone. Jishar laughed loudly with excitement. HMPH, you Phoenix lot aren't as special as I thought. Ain stepped beside Zwei and said, seeing his current state, I truly have no excuse. In that case, the trial ends here. Don't just lie there, get up and clean up this mess. An eerie orb of mana enveloped the giant. His strength was restored, his wounds vanished instantly, and his power surged several times higher. Jishar's face went pale immediately. What? He can regenerate. In a fraction of a second, his tentacles surged forward, twisting and turning with an unpredictable trajectory, easily impaling Jishar's stomach and lifting him into the air. The pain shot straight to his mind, knocking Jishar unconscious instantly as he coughed up blood from the severe wound. Ain looked at the overwhelmed Theo and continued. Originally, my goal was to eliminate you and seize the power of the ancient dragon, but for now, I'm satisfied with this result and will withdraw. Theo narrowed his eyes in a panic. Unbelievable. Even if he was exhausted, how could he take Jishar out that easily? Ain's voice changed abruptly. It seems we have some uninvited guests arriving. He grabbed Jishar and whispered a farewell. As for my offer of cooperation, I hope you give it some serious thought. From behind, the sound of hoofbeats thundered. Thorkel was charging with a sharp spear in hand. With a powerful leap, Thorkel and his warhorse lunged forward like a drill, aimed at piercing anything in their path. However, Ain quickly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a promise. I look forward to our next meeting, Theo Ragna. Theo roared in fury, get back here, you bastard. But all effort was in vain. All that remained was the thick dust from Thorkel's attack and a long fissure in the ground. He let him escape. Theo quickly ran over and said, Commander Thorkel, you've arrived at the perfect time. Please order a pursuit immediately. But the only response he received was a cold statement. Theo Ragna, I am officially executing the arrest warrant against you for treason. The shattered valley grew increasingly crowded. Commander Thorkel and the black-armored cavalry surrounded the solitary figure of Theo Ragna. The heavy silence of the arrest was broken by the heavy thumping of wings. The white-armored dragon cavalry descended from above. The massive wyverns landed on the opposite side of the crater. The blonde member, looking tense and worried, shouted, Captain. He looked at Thorkel facing the exhausted Theo and whispered with concern, is this going to be okay? From the edge of the snowy plateau, Ancio and Danaral appeared. Ancio swept her eyes over the blood-stained snow and frowned. Jishar is nowhere to be found. She thought to herself, could it be? Dantaral clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ancio, what the hell is going on here? Ancio replied, her expression grim. It seems the interference of the Phoenix has complicated everything. She looked down into the massive crater where the battle had taken place. I don't think Jishar was killed, but in the worst-case scenario. At the mere suggestion that Jishar might have failed, a dark and brutal smile spread across Dantaral's face. The possibility of chaos seemed to please him more than it worried him. That sharp, cruel smile widened. If that's the case, even better. I'll use this chance to crush that arrogant brat. Thorkel sat motionless like an iron statue on his horse, his voice as majestic as the law itself. I declare your arrest for treason. Before Theo could respond, Danaral stepped forward, his murderous aura surging. An arrest during wartime? He sneered. He should be executed on the spot. Both Jishar and Ancio witnessed your betrayal. His voice was cold as ice. If you have any excuses, let's hear them. Theo didn't flinch, his gaze steady. I can explain everything, but there is something more urgent right now. Danaral's hand began to glow with chaotic dark energy, more urgent. Suddenly, Dantaral's presence exploded. He hovered over Theo, his eyes glowing like burning embers. What could possibly be more important than your betrayal in this situation? But the strike never landed. In a flash, Julius lunged forward, grabbing Dantaral's wrist and thwarting his plan. Stop fabricating vague stories to frame him. We still have the body of the Phoenix member that Theo killed. Both their eyes darted to Tri's body, lying cold and mangled on the snow. Dantaral didn't back down. He glanced at the corpse and then turned back to Julius with a smirk. You think that's enough evidence? Julius tightened his grip, the sound of straining skin and muscle audible. If you keep weaving these lies, you'll end up just like the Grand Elder. Danaral's face darkened and a red aura of murderous intent began to radiate from him. I don't see anything unreasonable in what I'm saying, but if you think you can take me on, then by all means, try. Before swords could be drawn and things could escalate, Theo Ragna shouted between them, stop this right now. We don't have time for this. 2 Phoenix members from Troyvan have severely wounded Jishar and kidnapped him. We must pursue them immediately. Ancio stood paralyzed, her eyes widening as Theo's words sank in. Isn't that a much more urgent matter? Behind her, the white-armored dragon cavalry erupted into whispers. Theo killed a Phoenix member, so he might not actually be a traitor. Henkus frowned and argued, exactly, being a traitor just for taking off a uniform? That sounds ridiculous. Evelyn nodded in agreement, it's just an excuse. Theo turned to face the entire force, his expression grave and determined. I will answer for all treason charges in court. A successor candidate of the clan has been kidnapped. We must rescue Jishar first. Evelyn looked at him, a quiet realization dawning. He's right. The treason charge is just a political maneuver. Her eyes flickered toward the tyrant dragon. I'm sure the tyrant dragon cares more about his disciple than politics. Even a man like him would want to rescue Jishar first. Her thoughts were cut short when Dantaral's presence exploded violently, his murderous intent reaching the sky as his face contorted in rage. What absolute nonsense. Ancio and Theo looked up, frozen before the tyrant dragon's face, which was twisted with fury. Dantaral ground his teeth, his voice a dangerous, low growl. Jishar fell into their hands. You certainly have a silver tongue. He brought his glowing red eye close to the boy and roared, stop this babbling and prove your innocence. If you can't, you'll be executed on the spot. In response, a shimmering, chaotic aura began to radiate from Theo's body. Dantaral's smile turned savage. Nothing to say, have you given up and accepted your death? Theo's gaze remained locked onto the tyrant dragon. Think what you want. Suddenly, a blinding burst of mana exploded, knocking Dantaral's arm away. Theo's form had changed. He turned back to Dantaral, his eyes cold and steady. To me, rescuing a warrior of Ragna is far more important than proving my innocence. The transformation made everyone freeze. Thorkel sat on his horse, stunned by the power Theo had just awakened. The entire white-armored dragon cavalry could only watch in horrified silence as his dragon form emerged. While we fight here in vain, the time to save Jishar is running out. He turned his sharp gaze directly on the tyrant dragon, questioning him. Permit me to ask you one thing. Do you actually intend to protect the Ragna clan? Or are you so thirsty for your throne that you're willing to abandon even your own disciple? Dantaral's face contorted with pure rage. He ground his teeth and growled from deep in his throat, what, you little brat? But his roar was drowned out instantly. Theo's mana exploded. A pillar of brilliant blue energy shot straight into the sky, creating a violent vortex of wind and light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. Julius watched the scene with a mix of pride and awe. Theo, that is. The entire battlefield was covered in an ethereal blue light, swirling as if to swallow space itself. The elders and hardened soldiers stood paralyzed, their mouths agape as they felt the crushing pressure. The ground began to shake from the center of the blue fire. A mysterious black dragon claw stomped hard onto the earth. Julius threw his head back and laughed, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Haha, it turns out he wasn't joking when he said he'd return with a surprise. Evelyn, standing behind him, could only whisper tremblingly, it can't be. A pair of massive feathered wings tore through the fog, followed by the heavy breathing of an ancient beast. Thorkel's soldiers stood like statues, the blood drained from their faces. Hankus was nearly in tears, his voice trembling with fanatical fervor. A descendant of the legendary dragon. Destiny will lead the Ragna clan. On the other side, the elder completely lost his composure. His jaw hung open in a silent scream of horror. No, it's impossible, he shrieked. How could a half-breed like him summon such dragon guardians? The swirling mana solidified into the forms of the great red dragon, the majestic griffin, and the ancient fairy dragon, all standing in a line of absolute loyalty behind Theo. Griffin narrowed its eyes at the boy and smiled. Ha, so you intend to use us? Using Nirvana to mimic an isolation zone? Impressive, however. The Guardian looked down at Theo. You know that with your current strength, you can only summon illusions of us. Without our physical bodies, we cannot fight him for you. Theo explained without flinching. I never intended to fight the tyrant dragon from the start. He turned toward the sea of soldiers, his sharp eyes calculating. I just need to shut him up right now and pull public opinion to my side. He looked at the four guardians shimmering in blue mana. Nothing is more effective for that than you. The impact was immediate. The black armored cavalry looked at the legendary beasts in a daze. He really is the descendant of the legendary dragon. You can summon the guardians. Theo Ragna, he is the legendary protector of Ragna, the one destined to lead us. Suddenly, the entire valley erupted in cheers as hundreds of arms were raised toward the sky, their loyalty shifting completely. Theo Ragna is the true heir of the dragons. The heir of the ancient dragon would never betray Ragna. We should have known when he prioritized saving Lord Jishar first. Theo looked at the ranks of the black armored cavalry, a sharp smile touching his lips. Good, the tide has turned. Now it won't be difficult to convince them to go save Jishar. But then Dantaral's roar tore through the air, instantly silencing the cheers. Nonsense. The tyrant dragon lunged forward, his fist clenched with the weight of a falling star. As the blow struck, Theo's Nirvana zone shattered. The brilliant mana splintering into sharp shards, and the guardians vanished into thin air. Theo looked through the settling dust, his eyes narrowing coldly as he faced the monster before him. Behind him, the soldiers were pale with horror. He dared to attack the guardians. Dantaral stood amidst the thinning mist, his silhouette dark and oppressive. You arrogant, foolish brat. Do you think summoning a few lizard illusions can erase the crime of treason? He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling soldiers with pure contempt. You're all the same, you damn insects. Only because you believe in legends like mindless children are you tricked by such stupid illusions. The heir of the dragon clan summoning guardians, how can you keep babbling such rubbish? Suddenly, the tyrant dragon's voice went dead silent. The air around him changed drastically, becoming thick with an absolute stillness. As he looked around the ruined valley, he saw hundreds of eyes locked onto him. They were no longer looking at him with fear, they were looking at him with a singular united hatred. Thorkel stood motionless, his teeth gritted so hard his jaw muscles bulged. The elder's voice was like low thunder as he condemned the blasphemy. Lizards, how dare he call the Guardians lizards? Julius stepped forward, his eyes burning a fierce red as he glared at Danharol. You've gone too far, Tyrant Dragon. Theo closed his eyes for a brief second, a triumphant smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Lord Tyrant Dragon. You just made everything a whole lot easier.